Like this video guys, like now for more and more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Huaxia, Zhongcheng City. Interstellar University of Science and Technology, Awakening Square. The crowd was surging and all the students were concentrating. Even celebrities from the society came here to witness this grand event. Today is a special day. Career Awakening. 100 years ago, when games were integrated into the real world. This has become the era of universal professionals. At this moment, Lin Yi was standing straight in front of the queue of Class 5, Grade 1. Even though he was the best among the freshmen, he could not hide his anxiety. Countless expectant eyes were focused on him, and discussions arose one after another. Look, that's Lin Yi. I heard that he is not only proficient in elemental analysis, but also masters shadow magic, and even advanced spatial theory. Several girls gathered together, their eyes full of admiration. He's so handsome and has such incredible talent. Didn't Principal Chen Yan say that Lin Yi is likely to awaken into a special profession like a mage, or even a hidden profession? I want to be a mage, but ordinary mages are too weak. They cast magic slowly, consume a lot of energy, and have poor defense. Alas, we are all here to serve as foils. Faced with various discussions around him, Lin Yi has long treated it with a normal attitude. The soul mutation brought about by the time travel gave him extraordinary memory and understanding. Over the years, he has always been far ahead and is known as the genius of Zhongcheng. Many bigwigs have publicly praised him and asserted that he will awaken a special profession and his future is limitless. Beside him, Wang Dong gently bumped into Lin Yi and whispered, "Hey, Brother Yi. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Are you nervous? It would be great if I could awaken and become a warrior." Wang Dong's eyes were full of longing. Isn't this the dream of most students? Professionals enjoy a high status in society and are a privileged class. According to statistics, the probability of each person awakening as a professional is about 30%. And the professions are divided into combat types, such as mages and warriors. And auxiliary types, such as alchemists, enchanters, etc. Lin Yi patted Wang Dong on the shoulder and smiled, "Don't worry, your swordsmanship and melee skills are ranked high, so becoming a warrior is a foregone conclusion." Wang Dong nodded repeatedly, but there was a hint of envy in his eyes. "Brother Yi, you are awesome. You will definitely be able to awaken a high-level mage. Your starting point is higher than ours. Look at that guy Li Kuang, jealousy is written all over his face." Lin Yi just smiled faintly when he heard this. Li Kuang comes from a prominent family, his father is a powerful gold professional. The levels of professionals, from low to high, are iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legend, and godly. Although Li Kuang possesses resources that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. But he was always surpassed by Lin Yi in every aspect. Li Kuang stared at Lin Yi and snorted coldly, "Don't be too proud too soon. If you fail to awaken, you will never be able to turn over in your life." Li Kuang had his own plans in mind, even if the awakening was not satisfactory. He can also use the power of his family to change his job a second time through the Book of Occupations. Li Kuang knew that Lin Yi came from a single-parent family and her mother was just a temporary worker in a convenience store. Relying on a meager salary, he supports the lives of both of them. If Lin Yi fails to awaken, it will be a huge blow. Thinking of this, Li Kuang's mood inexplicably improved. At this moment, the awakening formation has been completed. Principal Chen Yan's loud voice suddenly echoed throughout the venue. "All freshmen, are you ready? The career awakening ceremony is about to begin." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly pushed to a climax, and everyone could not contain their inner excitement. Afterwards, many students walked towards the awakening platform. Grade 1, Class 1, Li Qiang, Career Awakening failed. After a while, the ceremony had been quietly going on for a long time. However, the number of losers is obviously much higher than that of successful ones. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, locking them on the awakening formation, not moving an inch. Class 1 and 2, Lu Wangqing. With a loud shout, everyone's attention was instantly focused. She, Lin Yi and Li Kuang are known as the three new talents. Lu Wangqing stepped into the magic circle, and a hint of nervousness could not be concealed on her beautiful face. In an instant, the magic circle suddenly burst out with dazzling light. An emerald green longbow took shape, transformed into points of light and merged into her body. Wow! He actually awakened a special class, Storm Archer. Many students in the audience exclaimed in surprise. Principal Chen Yan smiled and said with satisfaction, "Student Lu, you need to work harder in the future. I hope you can become a powerful professional and protect the people of Huaxia." Lu Wangqing's face was full of joy and she nodded repeatedly. Despite one's extraordinary background, being able to succeed on the first try is undoubtedly the best outcome. Not to mention, this is a special profession. The awakening ceremony continued, and names were called one after another. First grade class 3, Li Kuang. Fire Mage. Li Kuang's result was also pretty good. Although he did not reach the level of a special profession, he was still considered a high-level magician. However, he was not satisfied with this. He was unwilling to fail to awaken his special profession. He left angrily, and happened to meet Lin Yi's eyes, as if he felt the other party's ridicule. In fact, Lin Yi was only focused on awakening the formation. "Don't be too proud. Maybe your result will not be as good as mine." Li Kuang passed by Lin Yi and whispered a curse. And Lin Yi didn't even raise his eyelids. This made Li Kuang even angrier and his face became even gloomier. Class 35, Wang Dong. Berserker. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy sword merged into one with Wang Dong, making him look delighted. Not only has it awakened successfully, it is also an advanced profession. Ha ha ha. Wang Dong laughed out loud and gave Lin Yi a warm hug. Class 35, Lin Yi. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused here. Even the bosses of professional associations are no exception. Lin Yi's reputation has spread far and wide, and many people come here just for this reason. He took a deep breath, then strode towards the awakening formation with his head held high. In an instant, a light more dazzling than Lu Wangqing's exploded, completely obscuring Lin Yi's figure. In this light, one seems to be able to glimpse the outline of the Book of Knowledge. Is it a hidden profession? Chen Yan's heart was excited and shocked. The students were extremely envious, and Li Kuang was so jealous that his eyes were almost on fire. At this moment, the strange phenomenon gradually dissipated and finally merged into Lin Yi's body. And in the void, two ordinary white characters appeared. Mage. Chen Yan was stunned and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How can such a shocking vision be just an ordinary mage profession? Not even a high-level profession." Lin Yi, a genius who carried so many expectations, finally awakened to only an ordinary profession. Although, the awakening array cannot possibly go wrong. But no one could explain why such an amazing phenomenon occurred. An ordinary magician is naturally not enough to attract too much attention. Despite being filled with disappointment, Chen Yan still announced loudly. "Lin Yi, the awakened profession is Mage." At this moment, Lin Yi stood there, staring at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Mage. Level, LV1, 0/1000. Talent, all skills learned will automatically reach the maximum level. Skills, Fireball, Meditation, and Escape. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi suddenly realized. It turned out that it was the amazing vision just now. It does not come from professional awakening, but is due to his unique talent. Chapter 2. At this moment, Lin Yi was overjoyed. The loss I felt after changing my job to become an ordinary magician disappeared in an instant. In this world, professionals can upgrade their levels by defeating monsters. But the advancement of skills is not that simple, it all depends on the understanding of professional skills. The basic upper limit of the skill is level 10, and it is extremely rare to reach level 5. Promoted from novice to black iron professional. One of the thresholds is to upgrade your basic skills to level 3 or above. This difficulty has deterred many people. Those with less comprehension may not be able to break through the third level barrier even after practicing hard for more than 10 years. Therefore, truly strong people are rare. To some extent, people who can upgrade their skills to level 5 or above are much rarer than hidden professions. But Lin Yi soared into the sky and directly reached level 10. Not only that, full level skills can perfectly make up for all the shortcomings of the mage profession. The difference between level 1 and level 10 is 10 times in all indicators. Whether it is mana consumption, attack power, casting speed, or cooling time. The meaning behind this is self-evident, and it is more amazing than any hidden profession. Moreover, as long as Lin Yi's strength is strong enough, in the future, we will be able to look for opportunities to promote mages to higher-end professions. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, his smile was full of confidence. At this moment, Chen Yan asked with a little concern, "Lin Yi, are you okay?" Lin Yi came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Principal, I'm fine." He decided not to reveal his secret for the time being. Chen Yan nodded. "I'm glad you're okay. There's more than one path in life. Even if you are not in a special profession, you can create something great." "I see." Lin Yi finished speaking and slowly walked out of the ceremony circle. The highly anticipated genius ultimately awakened into just an ordinary wizard. The gap is self-evident. I didn't expect this to be the result. You said, Lin Yi's previous good grades were all fake. It's very likely. Otherwise, why haven't they even awakened their advanced professions? The whispers around were mixed with a lot of sarcasm and doubt. Hey, the so-called genius is only fit to be an ordinary magician, not even as strong as me. Li Kuang laughed out loud, regretting that he had not been able to awaken his special profession. It seemed that he got some kind of comfort from Lin Yi's failure. After all, there is Lin Yi who is even more miserable than him. Lin Yi smiled contemptuously, with indifference in his eyes. He knew it wouldn't take long. People like Li Kuang are nothing but insignificant ants in front of him. If one day, we meet in the outside world, I must let Li Kuang understand what real power looks like. However, most people did not laugh at Lin Yi. Because he is usually willing to help others and has a very good relationship with others. Those who take pleasure in other people's misfortune usually have bad character. At this time, Wang Dong asked with concern, "Brother Yi, are you really okay?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to be defeated." At this time, Lu Wangqing came over with words of encouragement. "Lin Yi, I believe that even if it is an ordinary profession, you can become very strong, don't give up." She has had a secret crush on Lin Yi for a long time, and her words are filled with deep affection. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with shyness, so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her. Lin Yi was slightly startled, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will never give up." Lu Wangqing looked at Lin Yi's confident smile and couldn't help but look a little dazed. Suddenly, she came to her senses, covered her face and hurried away. "I was afraid that if I stayed a little longer, I would reveal my feelings." Looking at Lu Wangqing's shy posture, the students around her were all filled with envy. Wang Dong grinned and joked, "Brother Yi, that's the storm archer. If I were you, I'd just eat gigolo." Lin Yi shook his head gently, his tone flat, "Let's talk about it later." What a joke! With the maximum talent, sooner or later, I will become the top power in this world. At this time, Chen Yan announced the closing remarks of the ceremony. Classmates, the awakening ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. A week later, all awakened people in Zhongcheng will undergo a unified trial. By then, many big shots will be there to watch the battle in person. Starting tomorrow, the copy specially prepared by the school for newcomers will be open to you for free. I hope everyone will go all out to bring glory to Interstellar University of Science and Technology. As soon as these words were spoken, the enthusiasm of all the students was instantly ignited. Many students have started to form teams. Although the dungeons in the school are only level 1 to 5, the difficulty should not be underestimated. Generally, efficiency is best achieved when working in a team. For these novices, even level 1 monsters are enough to give them a headache. But Lin Yi is different, he has full level basic skills. Therefore, Lin Yi declined Wang Dong's invitation to form a team. He was in a hurry to go home and tell his mother the news of his successful job change. Not long after, Lin Yi returned to a dilapidated neighborhood. "Mom, I'm back." In the kitchen, a woman came out and asked with concern, "Child, how was the awakening today?" Yang Mei's eyes were full of nervousness, for fear of hearing an unsatisfactory result. Which mother doesn't have high expectations for her son? Lin Yi raised his lips and said with a smile, "Of course I have awakened successfully. I am a mage now." A hint of joy flashed in Yang Mei's eyes, and she said happily, "Hello, master. Although it's not a special profession, you can cast magic in the back, it's very safe." She is an ordinary person with no abilities and doesn't quite understand these things. Just being a professional is good enough. Although ordinary people and professionals live in the same world, in reality they are worlds apart. Looking at the white hair gradually creeping up on his mother's temples, Lin Yi felt extremely distressed and secretly made up his mind. "When I become strong enough, I will help my mother find the job transfer book." Allowing her to become a professional, even if it is just an auxiliary profession, can extend her life and strengthen her body. Afterwards, the mother and son enjoyed dinner, which was just some home-cooked meals. The two of them were enjoying themselves, quietly chatting about daily trivia. After the meal, Lin Yi was about to go back to the room to plan the outdoor upgrade for tomorrow. "Xiao Yi, wait a minute." Suddenly, Yang Mei called Lin Yi, then went back to her room and brought back an iron box. "This is what your father left for you." Lin Yi was stunned. "My dad?" After traveling through time, he knew nothing except that his father's name was Lin Zhenyi's. "I only vaguely felt the deep love between my parents." "My father, didn't he? Before I was born?" Facing Lin Yi's doubts, a trace of sadness flashed across Yang Mei's face. "He is also a very powerful professional, even more powerful than the gold professional." Lin Yi's eyes flashed with anger, and he couldn't help asking, "Then why hasn't he come back yet? Why has he ignored you for so many years?" Yang Mei's eyes were slightly red as she explained, "I don't know whether he is alive or dead now. I just remember that he came and went in a hurry that day. He said it was for an important mission on the border." "Don't blame your father. He left this for you when he left, saying that he hoped you could become a wizard. This is also the reason why I asked you to study the mage course." Seeing her mother's fragile and sad look, Lin Yi immediately gave up the idea of asking further questions. Afterwards, Yang Mei went into the house to rest. "Since my mother doesn't want to talk about it more, it won't be too late to explore the truth behind it later. Anyway, so many years have passed, Lin Yi is not in a hurry." He took a deep breath, focused his eyes on the iron box in his hand, and gently pressed his fingers to slowly open the lid. In an instant, light spread everywhere, and a parchment scroll flashed out. Arcanist Job Change Scroll. Chapter 3. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stared at the job transfer scroll with a burning look in his eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that the profession of Arcanist can be regarded as the ancestor of all mage professions. It is said that there once lived a group of powerful Arcanists. They are on par with gods and can annihilate demons with a snap of their fingers. However, this profession also has its troubles. That is, the difficulty of learning skills is ridiculously high, and the knowledge field covered is extremely broad. Even if an ordinary person is lucky enough to get a job transfer scroll and transform into an arcanist, it is still extremely difficult to raise his level. With each level up of the arcanist, the power of his skills can be multiplied several times, or even 10 times. This is not something that ordinary professions can compare to. Because it was too difficult to control, the mage, a simplified profession, evolved later. However, this difficult problem is no problem at all for Lin Yi. Because he has full-level talents, he can easily master any skill. Lin Yi was ecstatic. As long as he became a gold professional, he could switch to an arcanist. And this day will not be too far away. With Lin Yi's talent, the speed of upgrading will surely shock everyone. Lin Yi put away the job transfer scroll carefully and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the morning light broke. "Mom, I'm going out." "Xiao, be careful on the road." "I know." Under Yang Mei's worried eyes, Lin Yi walked out of the house. He made the excuse that he was going to the school's novice dungeon to level up and would not be back for the next week. But in reality, his destination was a wild place. Whoosh! After paying 100 yuan for the transmission fee, a dazzling white light shot up into the sky. Lin Yi and dozens of people around him were teleported to Wolong Town in the blink of an eye. This is the frontier position close to the wild, and a large number of professionals go in and out of the wild to train and hunt monsters in search of treasures and equipment. There is a constant flow of people coming and going, and the atmosphere is strong. Some warriors carried big swords, some mages held staffs, and some archers carried longbows. What's worse, it also shows alien characteristics. For example, cat ears and rabbit tails are the products of blood fusion. Lin Yi was dazzled, then strode out of the town. The nearest place was the village of Chaos, where the monsters were at least level 5, which was just right for him to level up now. He walked alone, attracting many curious looks. Tisk tisk, another brat who is so fearless that he can't wait to go out into the wild and die right after awakening. Maybe he has some special and powerful profession? What do you know? Are you blind? Didn't you see the mage's mark on his hand? He is obviously an ordinary mage. The professionals were whispering to each other, their eyes full of mockery. Mages have always been considered to have weak survivability, let alone novice professionals. Even iron or bronze level mages often need the protection of warriors. Lin Yi was really risking his life by venturing into the wild alone. But he turned a deaf ear to the gossip and continued to stride forward. His talent is not something that ordinary people can understand. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded behind me. "Little brother, do you want to join us?" Lin Yi turned around and saw a smiling girl waving at him. From her attire, it can be seen that she is a pastor. Obviously, the girl had good intentions and wanted to help Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could answer, several young people around him expressed their dissatisfaction. "Jie, we are going to look for the Bloodwolf King this time. How can we bring such a burden with us? Yes, he himself doesn't know his place. How many times can you save him? Bai Jie, you are just too kind." Bai Jie was anxious for a moment and said coquettishly, "Why are you like this?" Lin Yi smiled gently, "Thank you for your kindness, I can do it alone." After saying this, he walked towards the village of Chaos without looking back. He had no intention of teaming up with others, as teaming up would divide up a large amount of experience points. If you want to upgrade quickly, fighting alone is the best way. Mage has poor survivability. For Lin Yi, it doesn't exist. The 10th level escape technique is enough to resist 500 points of damage. Even if it's a head-on confrontation, he can handle it easily. Looking at Lin Yi's receding back, the girl Bai Jie sighed repeatedly and could only pray silently in her heart for his safety. As Lin Yi explored deeper, he finally ran into the first monster head-on. Kenner Goblin. Before my eyes, there was a monster in a green coat, with a face distorted and horrifyingly beautiful. Ah! The Kino goblin brandished a thick stick and attacked Lin Yi fiercely. In order to verify the power of the Dunjia technique, Lin Yi did not dodge, but quickly recited a spell in his heart. In a flash, a layer of shield shining with white light appeared out of thin air and wrapped his whole body. Bang! Kino Goblin's powerful attack carried a high damage of 130 points. However, Lin Yi's figure was as solid as a rock, not moving at all. It's simply amazing. Lin Yi laughed heartily and was amazed at the effect of the Dunjia technique. Fireball, activate! Then, he flicked his fingertips lightly, and a blazing fireball the size of a basketball flew out. Boom! A huge fireball tore through the air, leaving a charred trail. Finally it exploded on Kino Goblin's face, sparks flying everywhere. The horrific damage from this attack directly cleared the opponent's life bar to 0. Hiss! Lin Yi took a breath, his eyes full of shock. Looking at the corpse that was burned beyond recognition by the flames, Lin Yi deeply realized the amazing destructive power of the full-level fireball. The basic damage was 200 points, plus the triple critical strike to the head, which instantly killed the level 5 Kino Goblin. Defeat the level 5 Kino Goblin and gain 79 experience points. Lin Yi couldn't stop smiling. Compared with his classmates who were still training in the novice area of the school, his leveling speed was a world of difference. There, killing an ordinary monster might only give you 1 or 2 points of experience. The real training has just begun. Lin Yi's eyes were shining with eagerness. Now that his skills had been tested, he naturally couldn't waste any more time. Boom, boom! Fiery fireballs exploded one after another, clearing out every dangerous presence. Defeat the level 5 Flame Goblin and gain 75 experience points. Defeat the level 5 Frost Goblin and gain 72 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar accumulates rapidly with each kill, and the speed of upgrading is jaw-dropping. Such efficiency is more than 100 times that of others. Whoosh! A dazzling white light suddenly burst out from Lin Yi's body, and his level was raised. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Mage. Level, LV2, 37/2000. As the level increases, the power of fireball doubles, reaching 400 points of damage. If a critical hit is triggered again, breaking through 1000 damages will not be a problem. It is incredible that a novice can cause 1000 points of damage. If I tell this story, I'm afraid no one will believe it. After upgrading, Lin Yi's monster killing efficiency has been improved to a new level. What used to require precise strikes to vital points to kill instantly can now be done easily even if it's not a fatal point. Boom! Fireballs more intense than before appeared one after another, reducing the goblins to ashes one by one. If you are not looking for a target, it will take some time. Lin Yi's upgrade speed can be even faster. Defeat the level 6 Green Goblin and gain 81 experience points. Defeat the level 7 Red Goblin and gain 84 experience points. Whoosh! A moment later, white light shone on Lin Yi's body again, and his level was promoted to level 3. In just half a day, Lin Yi was promoted twice. At this time, other students may have just accumulated a few dozen points of experience, and the gap between the two seems like an insurmountable chasm. Haha, keep going. Lin Yi licked the corner of his lips, took out some dry food from his backpack, took a few bites, and then joined the battle again. The feeling of my strength constantly growing is truly wonderful. Boom! On this day, the goblins in the village of Chaos encountered an unprecedented nightmare. The unbridled fireball continued to bloom, reaping life after life. Lin Yi's experience points increased visibly. In a series of flashes of white light, Lin Yi's level soared to level 5. In just one day, Lin Yi achieved what an average person might take months to accomplish. For most people, fighting is far from as easy as it is for Lin Yi, and the energy consumed in it is difficult to estimate. Reach level 5 and unlock a new skill, Arc Shock. Seeing the prompt, Lin Yi was extremely happy. For a mage, level 5 is a small leap. His own skill, Arc Shock, is the first group attack skill he has mastered. Ah! At this moment, roars were heard all around. There were dozens of green eyes, all goblins. Chapter 4. Just in time. Lin Yi's mouth curled slightly, and he said happily, "Now, I have mastered the Arc Shock. The efficiency of hunting monsters will also be greatly improved. Group skills are always the most powerful weapons on the battlefield. A level 10 electric Arc Shock is enough to attack 15 targets at the same time, and the cumulative output of damage is close to 10,000. In addition, the paralyzing effect that makes the enemy's limbs go limp instantly increases the control power." Immediately, Lin Yi began to silently recite the Arc Shock spell. Sizzle! In the void, a flash of lightning as thick as an arm suddenly tore through the space and came whistling. Ah! The goblins smelled the scent of death and let out low roars in anxiety. In a flash, the azure electric light was like an arrow shot from a bow. He crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and killed one of the goblins. Sizzle! The lightning jumped wildly and leaped nimbly to the next goblin. In an instant, the goblin over there was electrocuted and turned into darkness. The horrific damage reduced dozens of goblins to ashes in the blink of an eye. The few that were left were only barely surviving. Boom! Then, 2 fireballs suddenly flew out and sent them into another world. Defeat the level 5 goblin and gain 37 experience points. Defeat the level 6 goblin and gain 41 experience points. Defeat the level 5 goblin and gain 32 experience points. Lin Yi's heart was pounding with excitement, and his experience points soared rapidly like a rocket. Even without the extra bonus from killing enemies above his level, the speed at which he gained experience points still surprised him again and again. Keep going, at this rate, you can level up again today. Lin Yi harvested the lives of the goblins frantically, using fireballs and arc shocks in turn, weaving into a dance of death. Throughout the chaotic village, the wailing of goblins could be heard one after another, frightening many explorers and sending chills down their spines. Call out! Another dazzling white light flashed. Level increased to LV6. In just one day, he reached level 6 from level 1. This upgrade speed is a miracle. The others are probably still hovering around level 1. Even if Lu Wongking awakens the Storm Archer, she can only reach the second level at best. A comparison will reveal the difference immediately. Lin Yi's upgrade speed is simply overwhelming. Lin Yi licked the corner of his lips and said with a hint of regret, "What a pity, I haven't encountered any elite monsters today. Otherwise, you might get some good equipment." However, at this moment, a giant goblin, 3 meters tall and holding a huge axe, stood in front of Lin Yi. Following closely behind, a dozen goblins also gathered around. Giant Goblin. Level, LV7 Elite Monster. Health value, 9310. Skill, Giant Axe Chop. Elite Monster. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "My equipment is here." After he finished speaking, Lin Yi waved his arm lightly, and his whole body was instantly wrapped in a layer of white light armor. Hiss! Immediately afterwards, blue electric light danced wildly in the air, and more than a dozen goblins fell to the ground. Since Lin Yi's level was raised, the power of the arc shock was comparable to that of the fireball, and had reached an astonishing 1,500 points of damage. Roar! Witnessing this scene, the giant goblin was furious, and his copper bell-sized eyes were full of ferocity. With the huge battle axe in his hand, he chopped down at Lin Yi with overwhelming force. Under the heavy axe, the wind whistles. Faced with this heavy pressure, Lin Yi was somewhat shocked. But such harm is really not worth mentioning in front of him. Now, shield armor can provide up to 3,000 points of damage reduction, making him fearless. The sharp giant axe couldn't penetrate Lin Yi's white light armor at all. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, the time to counterattack has come. Buzz! A fireball the size of a basketball suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Boom! Lin Yi took the heavy blow of the axe head-on. Just to deliver this fireball to the giant goblin. 3152. Even though it has extremely high magic resistance, this attack still caused it to lose 1/3 of its health. The explosion of the fireball caused the giant goblin to stagger back, its body swaying. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lightning flashes again. Electric arcs as thick as arms competed to wrap around the giant goblin, releasing dazzling light. 2143. The surrounding goblins were not spared either. Those affected were turned into charred afterimages. The giant goblin roared continuously, but the paralyzing effect of the arc shock began to take effect, and its movements slowed down significantly. 2 fireballs hit in succession. 2417. 2351. 2 critical hits instantly reduced the giant goblin's health to 0. If an outsider saw such a scene, he would be stunned with surprise. Defeat the level 7 elite giant goblin and gain 671 experience points. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and with another arc shock, he cleared the remaining goblins. At this moment, he walked towards the corpse of the giant goblin with great anticipation. Under the corpse, 2 dark lights flickered. Lin Yi bent down and picked up 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of gloves and a pair of boots. Wind gloves. Grade, black iron. Attributes, strength +5, attack speed +1. Exquisite leather boots. Grade, black iron. Attributes, agility +5. The equipment levels are the same as those of professionals, from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legend, and godly. At the black iron level, these equipments are already quite good. Many black iron level professionals don't even have a piece of black iron equipment. In this world, high quality equipment is always a scarce resource. Although it's not exclusive to mages, it's great for increasing strength and agility. Especially, the attack speed has been increased. After all, attack speed is a common attribute for all professions. The giant goblin's fangs are also good stuff. They can be sold for at least 40,000 Huaxia coins. You know, Lin Yi's mother only earns 2 or 3,000 yuan after working hard for a month. And he earned 40,000 Huaxia coins just by hunting an elite goblin. This is just the value of the materials. If the equipment is included, it would be worth at least hundreds of thousands. This is the huge gap between professionals and ordinary people. Of course, not everyone can be as powerful as Lin Yi. Elite goblin monsters are not easy to deal with. The stronger the professional, the easier it is to make money. In the eyes of some senior professionals, money is just numbers jumping in an account. They prefer bartering. After putting on new equipment and collecting the materials, Lin Yi was about to leave. Suddenly, a prompt sound came out. Killing too many massacre goblins in a short period of time has caused the wrath of the Lord Goblin. Please retreat immediately. A strong murderous aura spread in the jungle. There was a flash of excitement in Lin Yi's eyes. With his current strength, the Lord-level goblin was also an opponent worthy of fighting. For him, this is not a crisis but an opportunity. Take the initiative. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, and resolutely rushed deeper into the jungle along the energy fluctuations. He wants to seize the initiative. Chapter 5. At the same time, 3 professionals who had not yet left also keenly captured this unusual movement. The team leader was a young man, an 11th level black iron warrior. After that, there were the 10th level dark iron mage and archer. The young leader's eyes were gleaming with uncontrollable excitement. This is the goblin priest. Someone actually angered the Lord Monster. In the team, a slightly fat wizard quietly suggested, "Brother Li Xiu, how about a good show of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind?" Facing this Lord-level goblin priest, the three of them combined are enough to easily deal with it. Now that we have come across this, how can we miss this opportunity? Li Xiu sneered, his voice chilling. Action! Do it cleanly. In this dungeon world, fights between professionals are common. The strong survive and the weak are eliminated, this is the iron rule. On the other side, Lin Yi was in good shape, wearing a pair of exquisite leather boots. The speed seems to be better than before. Soon, he passed through a dense grass and his vision suddenly became clear. Nearly 100 goblins gathered around a bonfire, roaring angrily. In the center, a goblin wearing a dark cloak and holding a mysterious scepter was muttering something. Goblin Priest. Level, LV8 Overlord Monster. Health value, 18,471. Skills, Fire Bomb, Ice Arrow. As expected of a Lord-level monster, its health is twice as much as the previous elite monster. Lin Yi looked at the group of goblins, and a desire to fight ignited in his heart. Let's get rid of those minions first. Sizzle. With a flash of lightning, more than a dozen goblins were instantly turned into charcoal. The experience bar jumped wildly and the value soared rapidly. Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth and said provocatively, "Stupid guys, come and chase me if you have the guts." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi turned around and went deep into the ruins. Roar! The goblin priest let out a shrill scream, his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. Immediately afterwards, the entire tribe was shrouded in a blood-red light. All the goblins suddenly increased their strength and rushed towards Lin Yi's direction. Sizzle! Lin Yi showed no fear, and released the arc shock again, and another group of goblins fell down. Soon, all the monsters were cleared. At this moment, the goblin priest has fallen into absolute madness. It held the staff high in its hand and chanted a spell in a low voice. A blazing fireball suddenly flew towards Lin Yi. Good job, I can also cast fireball. Lin Yi chuckled and waved his finger gently. With the help of the wind gloves, his casting speed increased greatly. A fireball formed instantly, arriving first even though it was the last one to be launched. The two fireballs collided with each other, and violent flames erupted. The surrounding ruins were immediately ignited and turned into a sea of fire. Witnessing all this, Lin Yi sneered, as expected of a Lord-level monster, but my fireball can be cast instantly. The cooldown of fireball ended, and another fireball hit the goblin priest. 937. Although the goblin priest's magic resistance was not low, the fireball still caused nearly 1,000 points of damage. Arc shock. 1127. At the same time, the paralysis effect took effect, the goblin priest's movements became slow, and it was difficult for him to even raise his staff. Lin Yi used fireball and arc shock alternately, and the goblin priest's health dropped visibly. 998. 1574. 1896. Hey! The goblin priest finally got rid of the paralysis, and a light blue transparent ice crystal arrow hit Lin Yi's armor hard. Puff! With a dull sound, the white light armor was extremely tough and the ice arrow shattered. Although it caused more damage than the fireball, it was unable to penetrate this layer of protection. Lin Yi's shield armor is too powerful, it can withstand 3,000 points of damage. The goblin priest howled in pain, but his health points were steadily decreasing. Finally, a huge fireball exploded above the goblin priest's head, and he died on the spot. Kill the Lord-level goblin priest and gain 2785 experience points. Level increased to LV7. Lin Yi was surrounded by thick white light, and he upgraded again. Immediately, he approached the remains of the goblin priest impatiently. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi picked up a bronze equipment. Goblin Staff of Resentment. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit plus 10, Magic Resistance plus 10. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This was simply customized for him. Then his eyes moved and swept over the other trophies. Heavy steel sword. Grade, black iron. Attributes, strength +10, attack speed -1. Worn wristband. Grade, black iron. Attribute, magic resistance +5. Rare mage robe. Grade, black iron. Attributes, magic points +100, magic defense +5. Of these three things, the wrist guards and the robe were just what he needed. As for the heavy steel sword, it can be easily exchanged for 150,000 Huaxia coins if it is sold. However, it was what made his heart beat faster. It's not the equipment, but the skill book lying quietly at the bottom. Ice arrows. Lin Yi clasped his hands together, and the skill book turned into streams of light and poured into his mind. Talent activated, Frost Arrow instantly reaches maximum level. The single target power of this ice arrow exceeds that of the fireball. With his current 100 points of mental strength, one arrow can cause 2,000 points of damage. Now, even if a black iron professional stands in front of me, he may not be my opponent. Lin Yi calmed down and was about to bend down to take off the goblin priest's eyeball. This is a rare material, and many enchanters are scrambling to get it. It is very valuable, comparable to a piece of black iron equipment. Lin Yi urgently needed a large sum of money to buy a small house for his mother. Mother has worked hard for most of her life, it's time for her to enjoy life. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance. Boy, don't move! Li Xiu and his three companions came running over. Fortunately, we finally caught up. The three of them exchanged glances, and there was a glimmer of joy in their eyes. Although I failed to kill the goblin priest myself, as long as I had the equipment in hand, my goal was achieved. Anyway, at their level, they wouldn't get any experience points from killing the goblin priest. Li Xiu stared at Lin Yi and said coldly, "Boy, I advise you not to act rashly." After saying that, he looked around vigilantly to see if there were any other dangers. Lin Yi is still young, just a fledgling professional, there is no way he can defeat the goblin priest alone. The short and fat wizard lowered his head and chanted a spell, and a circle of pale white light spread out with him as the center. "Boss, there's no one around." Lin Yi read greed and murderous intent in the eyes of the other three people, and suddenly realized it. As expected, in the wild, we need to be more wary of people than monsters. Lin Yi drooped his eyelids slightly, not showing too much anger, but pretending to be innocent on his face. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over all my equipment." Li Xiu smiled and said soothingly, "Don't worry, I guarantee it on the reputation of the Zhongcheng Li family. As long as you hand over your equipment, we won't touch a hair on your head." He stared at the staff in Lin Yi's hand, his eyes full of greed. "My cousin Li Kuang is a fire mage, this bronze staff is most suitable for him." Lin Yi was stunned. "Zhongcheng Li family? What is your relationship with Lord Li Haishan?" Although the Li family is not as good as the four major families in Zhongcheng, Li Haishan, as a gold professional, is also a well-known figure. "Of course he is my uncle." Li Xiu's eyes flashed with arrogance, and he said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and throw the equipment over here." Lin Yi raised his head, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. "So he's Li Kuang's cousin. In this way, I won't have to worry about anything when I take action." "What?" Alarm bells rang in Li Xiu's heart. Then, a blazing fireball appeared out of nowhere. Carrying an astonishingly high temperature, it rushed straight towards the short and fat wizard. Lin Yi has a clear goal. The short and fat mage is a troublesome character as a support. If we deal with him first, the remaining two will be much easier to deal with. He was pretending to be good just to make them let down their guard, and he was no longer in the mood to continue acting. Chapter 6. Seeing the blazing fireball whizzing towards him, the short and fat wizard's expression tensed up and he shouted hurriedly, "Brother, come and save me." Before he finished speaking, he waved his hands quickly, ready to cast a spell to resist. But the casting speed of ordinary mages could never catch up with Lin Yi's speed. "Stop it!" Li Xiu opened his eyes wide and roared, "How dare you!" However, it was too late. Lin Yi had deliberately shown weakness before, so that they didn't even have time to assume the most basic defensive posture. Bang! The blazing fireball exploded on the short and fat wizard, instantly burning his entire body black. There was a shocking dent in the center of the chest. In the blink of an eye, he was killed with one blow. 3481. A mere 10th level mage is too fragile. Without protection, its health is even lower than that of a level 8 or 9 goblin. After succeeding, Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with a sneer on his face. Seeing the short and fat wizard fall instantly, Li Xiu realized that they had run into a tough opponent. So, he turned to look at the female shooter and quickly ordered, "I will face them head-on, and you provide support from the side." Tiger charge! Li Xiu used the charge skill, and a faint glow covered his body. The speed soared to the limit, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The female archer also reacted extremely quickly, and the longbow in her hand shone coldly in the sunlight. After a brief panic, the two immediately made the most reasonable response. Logically speaking, once a mage is approached, he is in a desperate situation. But is Lin Yi an ordinary mage? Whoosh! The next moment, white light armor suddenly covered the entire body. Lin Yi completely ignored Li Xiu, who was rushing towards him, and gently waved the staff in his hand. In the female shooter's horrified eyes, a thick arc of electricity instantly condensed. Sizzle! Arc shock was undoubtedly the fastest spell, and it landed on the female archer in the blink of an eye. Ah! A short scream echoed, and a thick bolt of lightning pierced through her neck, splitting her head in half. 3179. Lin Yi's eyes were calm, but they made Li Xiu feel cold in his heart. His companions died tragically one after another, and he couldn't help but roar, "Prepare to die!" Double-edged slash! Finally, Li Xiu rushed to Lin Yi. "You know, the attack power of a level 11 black iron warrior without any clothing is as high as 300 or 400. With the bonus of equipment and skills, one attack is enough to deal over 2000 damage. This is enough to kill any fragile mage instantly." But before Lin Yi's shield armor, these damages seemed insignificant. Bang! However, Li Xiu only felt as if he had hit a solid wall, with no sign of cutting through at all. How is this possible? He was horrified and couldn't believe that Lin Yi was just an ordinary mage. Lin Yi sneered, using the recoil force of the double-edged slash to quickly distance himself. As the staff was waved, an ice crystal arrow of extreme coldness condensed instantly. Ice arrows! Call out! The speed of this arrow is second only to arc impact, and it is Lin Yi's most powerful skill for current single-target damage. Li Xiu's eyes were filled with fear, and he shouted loudly, "Block!" The ice crystal arrow is unstoppable, even with blocking to reduce damage. With the same puff sound, it pierced through Li Xiu's head. 3765. Li Xiu's body fell to the ground with a loud bang and he died on the spot. At this moment, Lin Yi was more powerful than one could imagine. A novice professional killed a black iron professional in seconds. Even the newly promoted black iron is equally amazing. The entire battle was fast and fierce. From Lin Yi's sudden attack to the killing of 3 people, it only took a few tenths of seconds. Lin Yi curled his lips and said disdainfully, "With this little ability, you dare to come out and rob?" Immediately, he began to search the body carefully. After some searching, Lin Yi had 7 or 8 more pieces of equipment. It's true that killing people and robbing them is faster than killing lord monsters. Lin Yi concentrated and began to check the properties of these equipment. Precision steel sword. Grade, black iron. Attribute, strength +7. Bloody belt. Grade, black iron. Attribute, HP +120. Storm ring. Grade, black iron. Attribute, attack range +1. Magic ring. Grade, black iron. Attributes, magic points +120, recovery speed +0.1/SEC. Lin Yi was overjoyed that he actually had 2 pieces of black iron equipment that he could use directly. Moreover, one of them is quite good. Yes, it seems that these people are not that poor. A single piece of black iron equipment could be worth hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins. After packing up, he looked up at the sky and saw that the sunset was about to disappear. Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened. If he didn't retreat, he would probably be attacked by a powerful monster. Moreover, the obstructed vision at night is extremely unfavorable for combat. Thinking of this, Lin Yi only picked out some valuable materials and hurried out of the chaotic village. Soon, the light around gradually became brighter. The closer you get to Wolong town, more and more professionals return. Each of them exuded a murderous aura, with bloodstains on their collars. Everyone kept a proper distance, their eyes full of vigilance. Lin Yi's bulging backpack naturally attracted a lot of attention. But people didn't think much about it and just thought that this was a novice who picked up some worthless things. The entrance to the town was in sight, and the professionals all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces filled with joy of surviving the disaster. Suddenly, a surprised female voice sounded behind Lin Yi. "Little guy, you actually came back alive." Lin Yi turned around and saw Bai Jia and his group, looking a little disappointed. Obviously, their operation did not go smoothly. This team is composed entirely of black iron professionals. There are 6 people in total, with a balanced professional configuration. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm lucky." After hearing this, Bai Jia suggested again, "Why don't you go out with us tomorrow? You have experienced the dangers of the wild." "Not really, I always have such good luck." She looked at Lin Yi and felt as if she saw her own brother. The two of them were somewhat similar. Many years ago, her brother had just become a professional and ventured into the wild alone and has been missing ever since. Next to them, several young men changed their expressions and urged, "Jia, let's go. Why are you carrying this garbage? We have a lot of things to do tomorrow." Lin Yi didn't even look at those people, but just smiled at Bai Jia. "Thank you for your kindness." After saying that, he quickened his pace and left. Bai Jia looked at Lin Yi's back as he walked away, shook his head and sighed, a trace of sadness welling up in his heart. "You are as stubborn as your brother." The other young men snorted coldly, "A rubbish mage, yet he's so arrogant." At this moment, Lin Yi has more important things in mind. That is to exchange today's harvest into Huaxia coins as soon as possible. His feet were like the wind as he walked through the streets of Wolong town. At night, all the professionals returned from the wild and began to celebrate. The various pubs were brightly lit, and faint sounds of laughter could be heard. Deep in the alley, a heavily made-up woman waved gently at the man. "After experiencing life and death trials, you do need to relax occasionally." But Lin Yi's target is not those places. Soon, he stopped in front of a luxurious building. Wanbao Pavilion, Huaxia's largest business empire. It combines functions such as auction, rare item trading, and information exchange, and it is said that there is an official background behind it. The most important thing is that the price here is reasonable. Although it is slightly lower than the black market, it is safe and reliable, and there is no need to worry about being tracked after the transaction. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" As soon as Lin Yi walked into Wanbao Pavilion, a bunny girl with black stockings came up to him with an extremely respectful attitude. "I want to sell some equipment and materials." After saying that, Lin Yi put the backpack on the table. Bang! A heavy sound was heard, and the bunny girl's eyes lit up instantly. "Big business is coming. Please wait a moment, sir. I will settle the bill for you right away." While waiting, Lin Yi tasted the free black leaf tea. It is said that it was imported from the elves. Only Wanbao Pavilion would be so generous. Okay, your equipment and materials are worth a total of 980,000 Huaxia coins. I'll make it an even number for you, 1 million Huaxia coins. As soon as he finished speaking, the bunny girl respectfully handed over a black card. Lin Yi showed joy on his face and was very excited. 1 million Huaxia coins. My mother Yang Mei's monthly salary of 2 to 3,000 yuan would take her 30 or 40 years to save up. And he, just one day. You will have such a huge fortune. However, Lin Yi did not take the black card, but continued to ask, are there any skill books for sale here? Chapter 7. Of course. The bunny girl's eyes sparkled and she said excitedly, please follow me. After she finished speaking, she took the lead and led Lin Yi to a secret library. In the room, various skill books were spread out for Lin Yi to choose from. Magic Bomb, Earth Cone, Wind Blade, Detection, Delay. One book after another, a dazzling array. Lin Yi was dazzled by them all and wanted to take them all into his pocket. Which one should I choose? Each book was very valuable, about 600,000 Huaxia coins each, which meant that he could only choose one with great reluctance. In terms of attack, I already have single target and group skills, and in terms of defense, I have shield armor. Now, what I lack is control skills. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's gaze stopped on the art of delay. At level 1, this skill can reduce the enemy's movement speed by 5%, which is really good. I decided to buy delay. Lin Yi no longer hesitated, and then spent another 100,000 Huaxia coins to buy 5 bottles of small life recovery potions. Small life recovery potion. Effect: restore 300 health points. Although it may not be necessary, it is always good to be prepared. Finally, the remaining 300,000 Huaxia coins are still stored in the black card. Lin Yi did not continue to consume, but turned and left. He planned to keep the money so that if anything unexpected happened to him, at least his mother's life would not be too difficult. Although Lin Yi is full of confidence in himself, it is always necessary to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, outside a house in Wanbao Pavilion. Hey! A pretty short-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, is that Lin Yi? Lin Yi's figure flashed by, making her a little uncertain. This girl's appearance is different from Lu Wangqing's. She is equally beautiful and has a hotter body. She is Cheng Muqing, the jewel in the crown of Cheng family, one of the 4 major families in Zhongcheng. Cheng Muqing shook his head again and murmured, it shouldn't be him. I heard that Lin Yi only awakened as an ordinary mage. How come he came to Wolong town? While Cheng Muqing was thinking, a middle-aged man walked out of the room with a smile on his face. Miss, there is indeed a secret dungeon of the Black Iron level in the swamp plains. However, the entrance location is not fixed, so it takes some time to find it. Some dungeon secret realms exist stably, while others are randomly generated. It is filled with a large number of monsters, and more importantly, there must be elite monsters and lord monsters. For the strong, that is the real treasure place. A hint of joy flashed in Cheng Muqing's eyes. He didn't expect that Wanbao Pavilion really had news. If you can pass this secret dungeon, miss, your strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. It's even possible to reach the Black Iron level. In the trial competition a week later, I will be able to defeat the girl from the Huang family. Cheng Muqing nodded and gave an order solemnly, there is no time to lose, you must organize the team immediately. Then I will personally lead you into the secret realm. On the other side, Lin Yi certainly didn't know that he was almost recognized by Cheng Muqing. At this moment, he has checked into an inn in Wolong town and is resting quietly. Just lightly tap the delay skill book in your hand, and the light will flow, and the delay skill will be directly upgraded to the full level. The skill effect can have the enemy's double speed and has a duration of 3 seconds. This is enough for Lin Yi to blast the opponent into pieces. Only by mastering diverse skills can we better cope with future challenges. Lin Yi called her mother to let her know she was safe, browsed through the monster encyclopedia for a while, and then fell into a deep sleep. After a day of fierce fighting, he was indeed tired. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Wolong town became lively again. Lin Yi packed his bags and left the town. The goal this time is to go to the swamp plains. There, even the weakest wild wolf had reached level 8, which was just right for his current upgrade needs. Soon, Lin Yi encountered his first target, a level 9 Gale wolf. For most mages, defeating it in a single fight is almost impossible. But Lin Yi is clearly not one of the ordinary people. Slow spell, activate. As soon as the spell was cast, a greyish-white halo enveloped the windwolf in the blink of an eye. Its speed suddenly dropped, and it crawled as slowly as a snail. Lin Yi smiled, this move is really powerful. Then, a fireball spell put an end to it completely. 2457. Kill the level 9 windwolf and gain 135 experience points. Lin Yi licked his lips and said excitedly, I will definitely reach level 10 today. As long as I absorb one more black iron orb, I will become a black iron level professional. Although the black iron magic orb is very valuable, there are ways to obtain it. First, if you buy it at your own expense, it would cost about 2 million on the market. Second, if you participate in the trials of the professional guild and perform well, you will have the opportunity to receive rewards. Therefore, Lin Yi is not in a hurry. As long as you have enough experience points, it will be easy to get promoted to black iron. Keep going. Lin Yi jumped and shuttled across the plain, killing the wolves one by one. The record bar is constantly updated and the value is steadily rising. Kill the level 8 wild wolf and gain 97 experience points. Kill the level 9 windwolf and gain 126 experience points. Kill the 9th level bloodwolf and gain 143 experience points. The last blood-marked wolf fell to the ground with a bang under the ice arrow. Instantly, a strong white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV8. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Behind the boulder, 3 blood-marked wolves appeared. The light red texture on the body exudes a mysterious atmosphere. One of them was particularly strong, like a calf. Giant blood-marked wolf. Level, LV10 Elite Monster. Health value, 13,416. Skill, Bloodthirsty Assault. Lin Yi was overjoyed and said with a smile, it seems that my luck is really good. I encountered an elite monster again. Ouch! The giant blood-marked wolf discovered Lin Yi and immediately let out a deafening roar. The 3 wolves pounced on Lin Yi at an astonishing speed. Lin Yi smiled leisurely, waved his staff lightly, and the grey-white halo locked onto the blood-marked wolf. Slowness returns. The swift blood-marked wolf immediately became slow and its speed was halved. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The tip of the staff flickered with lightning, and Lin Yi became more and more adept at controlling it. Arc shock. In an instant, they were reduced to nothing. 2148. 2371. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Yi's eyes, you are the only one left. While the slow spell was still in effect, an ice crystal arrow condensed in the air. Call out. The giant blood-marked wolf slowed down and was unable to dodge. The ice arrow exploded above his head, scattering into pieces of ice flowers and severely injuring his body. 4163. With just one strike, the giant blood-marked wolf's health was reduced by nearly 1/3. Ouch! The next moment, the giant blood-marked wolf finally got rid of the influence of the slowness spell. Its eyes became bloodshot and it entered a bloodthirsty state, with its strength and speed enhanced. However, Lin Yi's combat wisdom was more sophisticated, and he quickly retreated after firing an ice crystal arrow. Fireball, right behind. Boom! The scorching fireball exploded on the blood-marked wolf, and even the smell of burnt flesh could be smelled. 2156. Hurting the enemy is not the ultimate goal, driving away the giant blood-marked wolf is the key. Lin Yi once again distanced himself safely, and the slow spell just cooled down. The grey-white halo once again enveloped the giant blood-marked wolf's feet, and its speed, which had just recovered, plummeted again. Oh! The giant blood-marked wolf howled to the sky in anger, but it was of no avail. At this moment, it can only be slaughtered. Swoosh! 2 ice crystal arrows pierced the giant wolf's eye sockets, and blood, flesh, and broken ice splattered everywhere. 30-21. 31-49. The next moment, the giant blood-marked wolf's health dropped to 0. Lin Yi looked at the 2 shining rays of light beside the giant blood-marked wolf corpse, smiled and bent down to pick it up. 2 more pieces of black iron equipment were obtained. Chapter 8. Swift Blade. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, Agility +6, Attack Speed +1. Blood Totem Ring. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, Spirit +5, Spell Life Sucking +4%. After reading it, Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. The Swift Blade is the assassin's weapon. Although he couldn't use it himself, he sold it in Wanbao Pavilion. According to conservative estimates, you can earn 4 or 500,000. The blood-colored totem ring made Lin Yi even more delighted. 4% spell life steal doesn't sound like much, but Lin Yi's attack power is extremely high. 1 electric arc strike can cause cumulative damage of over 10,000 and directly restore hundreds of health points. You know, even if you wear a bloody belt. Lin Yi's total health points are only 500 points. What a pleasure! Lin Yi put away the swift blade and then put the blood totem ring on his finger. After processing the giant blood-marked wolf fur, he started to level up again. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Fireballs and ice arrows were fired alternately, reaping the lives of wolf beasts one after another. Kill the level 9 wind wolf, experience +69. Kill level 10 blood wolf, experience points +101. Brush! Suddenly, a thick white light surrounded Lin Yi. Level increased to LV9. Another level up. When you reach level 10, you'll unlock new skills. Keep going. Lin Yi chewed a few bites of dried meat and threw himself into the battle again. Hey, there seem to be more blood-marked wolves. What's going on? A fireball took the life of the blood-pattern wolf, and Lin Yi began to feel uneasy. Could it be that a Lord-level monster has appeared? He had heard the story of the blood-marked wolf king when he was in Wolong town before. However, many people have searched in vain. He had an idea in his mind and slowly moved forward. It was a small valley, and from a distance, the terrain looked like a gourd. The closer we got to the valley, the clearer the roars became. In the valley that Lin Yi was approaching, a fierce battle was taking place. Healing spell. Bai Jia chanted a spell, and several green lights sprinkled on the teammates in front, providing them with treatment. But her own condition was already precarious and her magic power was almost exhausted. There were 3 corpses lying around, their bodies charred black, and the scene was extremely tragic. On the opposite side, a well-equipped team of 6 people were staring at Bai Jia and the other 2 in a joking manner. The leader was a young man in purple, his eyes lingering on Bai Jia, full of greed. Whoosh! An arrow with an afterimage flew out and pierced the throat of a young assassin in Bai Jia's team. Blood splattered everywhere, the leather armor was stained red, and he died instantly. Mean! Seeing this scene, Bai Jia was extremely angry. Originally they discovered the trace of the blood-marked Wolf King, but were ambushed by the enemy team. Now, only Bai Jia and the captain are left. The successive deaths of her teammates made her feel heartbroken. Seeing this, the purple-clothed young man smiled and said, "Don't struggle in vain. Just hand over your equipment obediently. I can consider giving you a quick death." You. The captain gritted his teeth and said, "The Blood Wolf King is yours. Let's get out of here." As long as you give her to me, I will let you leave alive. After the young man in purple finished speaking, the people behind him burst into frivolous laughter. As long as the young master is happy, they can also have a share. Bai Jia's body trembled slightly. Such a look made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Team leader. Jia, I just want to survive. Bai Jia's eyes were full of disbelief. The captain who once pursued her was now going to push her towards the enemy with his own hands. Compared to death, the betrayal of her teammates broke her heart more. Don't blame me. The warrior captain closed his eyes and rushed towards Bai Jia with a roar. The great sword was raised high, intending to subdue her. For a priest, facing a warrior, he has almost no ability to fight back. Bai Jia turned the staff around and pointed it at his own neck. She would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. However, at this critical moment, call out. Bai Jia widened his eyes and felt a chill in his ears. What is that? Suddenly, an ice crystal arrow flew past Bai Jia and headed straight for the captain of the warriors. Bai Jia is kind-hearted, which makes Lin Yi feel a little fond of her. Therefore, this is the rescue. This sudden change made the captain of the charging soldiers open his eyes wide. At this critical moment of life and death, he can no longer stop charging. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This young man had mocked him in every way before. It is really despicable to betray teammates again at this moment. Chi. Under the horrified gaze of the warrior captain, the ice crystal arrow pierced through his throat, leaving a bloody hole. Just as the blood was about to gush out, it was instantly frozen by the icy air. 3785. A level 12 black iron warrior, even with excellent physical fitness. With good equipment, his health points only hover around 3000. Cough cough cough. The warrior captain covered his throat and fell to the ground in pain. This way of death, with the throat pierced, is particularly tragic. Lin Yi's goal is simple, to protect the equipment as much as possible because it is his precious treasure. This series of actions was as fast as lightning, and no one could react in time. To kill a level 12 warrior in seconds, one must have the strength of at least level 16 or 17, right? In the Black Iron career stage, the main attribute will increase by 100 points with each level increase. This is a huge difference. Lin Yi slowly walked into everyone's sight, and people's eyes were full of surprise. So young. And just a newbie? How is that possible? Could it be the legendary secret profession? As a novice, he can kill a black iron professional in seconds. Apart from the legendary secret profession, they could not think of any other reason. Even second-rate special professions cannot achieve such amazing results. Everyone felt their scalps tingling and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This young man is simply a monster. The mage symbol on Lin Yi was ignored by everyone. They couldn't believe that this was just an ordinary wizard. Some magical treasures can change the external information of professionals, and it is not uncommon to see people pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. And Bai Jia was shocked beyond words. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face, her mouth slightly open, and was completely dumbfounded. It's you. Bai Jia recalled that he had invited the other party to join the team, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. With such abnormal strength, why would he need her help? She was still in shock and hadn't recovered yet. At this moment, Lin Yi's gentle voice suddenly rang out. Get behind me. Lin Yi glanced at the 6 people opposite him. Most of them were level 11 or 2, with only one being level 13. Although he is stronger than Li Xiu and others, Lin Yi is confident enough to deal with it. After all, in low-level areas like the swamp plains, high-level professionals rarely appear. The purple-clothed young man looked at Lin Yi, his eyes full of fear. Sir, if you wish to take her away, please feel free to do so. The strength displayed by Lin Yi made him dare not act rashly. He can kill a level 12 black iron warrior in seconds, but I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand more than 2 hits. But how could Lin Yi leave so easily? He had just clearly heard that the blood-marked Wolf King was hiding deep in the valley. How can we give away this Lord Monster reward that is about to be obtained? Then, Lin Yi said in a cold tone, "You'd better get out, otherwise, die." The purple-robed youth's face turned pale and he was furious. "You are going too far. Do you think we are pushovers?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill running down his bones. Suddenly, a blue arc as thick as an arm condensed at the front end of Lin Yi's staff and shot towards them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying blue lightning descended, and the rear of the team was immediately hit hard. The original anger quickly turned into fear. They seemed to smell the breath of death in that lightning. 3152-2896 2957. In the back row, the priest, archer, and mage fell to the ground instantly, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The remaining 3 people reacted quickly, using their acceleration skills to quickly distance themselves and cleverly avoided the attack. After all, as a basic skill, Arc Shock has a limited range of jumping attacks. But for Lin Yi, it is enough to kill the auxiliary professionals first. Lin Yi sneered and waved the staff again. "Deal with that kid. Damn it. I'm going to tear him into pieces." The purple-clothed young man was furious and hurriedly commanded the remaining soldiers and assassins to pounce on Lin Yi. Chapter 9. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was extremely calm and did not show any nervousness at all. Without the supporting threat from the rear, these 3 people were like lambs to be slaughtered in his eyes. Delay spell. Following the command, a grayish-white halo spread out. The young man in purple, who was the fastest, seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, with astonishment in his eyes. Then, a heavy pressure came over me. Every step he took was extremely difficult. The other soldier gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. As for the assassin, he disappeared silently into the air, attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind Lin Yi. Bang! Lin Yi lightly waved the staff in his hand, and a ball of blazing fire came out. The soldier's body was instantly enveloped by high temperature. All the moisture on the skin evaporates, leaving it like a dried mummy. 3117. There's one less person in the team. The purple-clothed young man's pupils suddenly shrank. The magician in front of him was more powerful than he had imagined. In a flash, he had killed 4 companions. Suddenly, the invisible assassin was rapidly approaching Lin Yi's back. The pitch-black dagger was raised high and thrust forward fiercely. Seeing this, Baijia shouted anxiously, "Be careful." The battle was too fast. She had just added a 5-point spirit buff to Lin Yi when she saw the assassin's sudden attack. The assassin raised his lips and said viciously, "Prepare to die." Backstab. But all this was within Lin Yi's expectations. This was just a strategy to deliberately lure the enemy in and expose his true colors. Buzz. A thick layer of white light armor wrapped Lin Yi. The assassin's dagger was entangled by the white light and could not move. Lin Yi sneered, "You can't run away now." The assassin was so frightened that he saw an ice crystal arrow condensed. The cold air gave off made him shudder. "Call out." The ice crystal arrow cut through the air, pierced through the assassin's eyeball and hit his skull. The eyeball ruptured instantly, and the blood froze before it could splash out, turning into pieces of broken ice. 3795. The damage was so shocking that the assassin didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. At this time, the young man in purple was the only one left on the field. He felt Lin Yi's gaze and his body trembled. "Run away!" The young man in purple quickly turned around and retreated desperately. But how could Lin Yi let him go so easily? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The arc shock came suddenly, and the paralyzing effect made his movements stiff. At the same time, considerable damage was caused. 1679. Health points are instantly halved. Delay spell. The grey halo descended again, and the young man in purple was completely desperate. He knew that under such deceleration effect, escape was impossible. "Please spare me." Before he could even finish his begging for mercy, a ball of scalding fire was already flying towards him. Boom! In an instant, the exploding flames made him completely lose his voice. 2973. Most of the purple-clothed young man's hands and feet were blown off, and the remains were scattered everywhere. Bai Jia's eyes were full of shock. She couldn't help rubbing her eyes, unable to believe that all this was true. Just like that, they were completely wiped out. From beginning to end, I only used one mental enhancement and didn't even have the chance to cast a healing spell. Is this really a wizard? She looked at Lin Yi's back, her heart full of doubts. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi completely overturned her traditional understanding of mages. This guy is too strong. Lin Yi didn't care too much about Bai Jia's shock and admiration. The reason why he saved Bai Jia was more because of the unintentional act of kindness he did outside the town before. At this moment, Lin Yi's face was filled with excitement and he began to explore the corpses. Soon, a pile of various equipment appeared in front of Lin Yi. 12 pieces of black iron equipment and 18 pieces of novice equipment. Lord's Cloak. Grade, black iron. Attributes, agility +5, movement speed +1. Magic ring. Grade, black iron. Attribute, reduce casting time by 0.2 seconds. Among them were 2 pieces of black iron equipment, which were exactly what Lin Yi needed. What surprised him most was the magical ring. For other mages, reducing the casting time by 0.2 seconds may be insignificant, at most making the casting slightly faster. But Lin Yi is different, his basic casting time is less than 1 second. This 0.2 second reduction has a significant effect. Once he puts on the magic ring, his casting speed becomes almost instantaneous and his combat power skyrockets. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced, it was better to kill people and rob them, the harvest would be bigger. Then, Lin Yi packed his equipment into his backpack one by one. Excluding the 2 pieces of black iron equipment that he kept for himself, the rest, if sold, would be worth at least 2 million. That's right. Deep in the valley, there is a blood-marked wolf king. Thinking of this, Lin Yi turned and looked at Bai Jia. Seeing Lin Yi putting the equipment into his pocket one by one, Bai Jia was filled with envy. This harvest is enough to offset the hard work of others in killing monsters for a year or even several years. At this time, seeing Lin Yi finished his work, he turned his gaze to himself. A smile instantly broke out on Bai Jia's pretty face stained with blood. "My name is Bai Jia, thank you so much for saving me." After she finished speaking, a feeling of shyness quietly grew in her heart. "You are welcome." Lin Yi smiled and nodded, "My name is Lin Yi, can you tell me where the Blood Wolf King is exactly?" Although, he knew it was hidden deep in the valley. But the valley is so big that it would take too much time to explore it by myself. Bai Jia quickly replied, "It's in a cave in the valley. We sprinkled tracking powder on it before. I can take you there." Originally, the blood-marked Wolf King was guarding the entrance of the valley. But because of the conflict between Bai Jia and his group, the purple-clothed youth team, it took advantage of the chaos to escape to a deeper place. However, Bai Jia said hesitantly, "Just the 2 of us. How about we go back to Wolong Town and find a few teammates?" It's not that she didn't believe in Lin Yi. The fighting power that Lin Yi just showed was indeed amazing. But he is a mage after all, so he may have difficulty in resisting damage. Logically speaking, the team needs to have a few warriors at the front, and the priest is responsible for adding blood. Other ranged professions will provide output at the back. Even so, accidents often happen. Because the Lord Monster is very powerful and not everyone can deal with it. Lin Yi shook his head decisively, "No, the 2 of us are enough." What a joke! Going back to recruit people would not only waste time, but also require sharing the spoils. Lin Yi would never do such a thing. He is full of confidence in his own abilities. It's no problem to fight the Lord Monster alone. Immediately, Bai Jia said no more and led Lin Yi deeper into the valley. The valley was quiet, with scattered trees dotted around. Occasionally a breeze blows, bringing a fresh air unique to the swamp plains. After the two entered the cave, Bai Jia lowered his voice and said, "The Blood Wolf King is secretive and likes to prey on lone explorers." Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh that if it weren't for Bai Jia, it would be really difficult for her to find the lair of the blood-marked Wolf King. Laugh! A spark of fire burst out from Lin Yi's palm, illuminating the dark tunnel. Soon, the two arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A huge wolf beast covered with blood-red stripes was resting here. Its fangs flashed with bloodthirsty light. You can tell at first glance that he is not an easy character to deal with. Bloodline Wolf King. Level, LV10 Overlord Monster. Health value, 39,175. Skills, Bloodthirst, Speedy Assault, Summoning. Bai Jia exclaimed in his heart, this amount of blood is really thick. Although this was not her first time seeing the blood-marked Wolf King, she was still shocked. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Can it really be done with just the two of us? But Lin Yi was not afraid at all, instead he seemed extremely excited. The more powerful the Lord Monster, the more valuable the equipment it drops. Lin Yi signaled with his eyes, Bai Jia understood and recited the spell silently. Mental strengthening. A faint blue light enveloped Lin Yi, and his spirit value increased by 10. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, it was really nice to have a pastor around. In this way, his spirit value reached 120, and the damage went up to another level. Lin Yi gently warned, stand far away and protect yourself. Looking at the sleeping blood pattern Wolf King, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Ice Arrow Technique. Suddenly, an arrow containing icy coldness condensed into a shape. With the help of the magic ring, Lin Yi's casting speed was astonishingly fast, and Bai Jia was stunned. Call out! With a slight sound of breaking through the air, the ice crystal arrow instantly traveled through dozens of meters and embedded deeply into the waist and abdomen of the blood pattern Wolf King. 4379. The ice crystal arrow exploded in the Wolf King's waist and abdomen, tearing a wound as wide as a finger and deep enough to see the bone. The high amount of damage made Bai Jia's eyes light up. She simply couldn't believe that such a powerful attack came from a novice professional. Ah! After suffering a severe blow, the blood-marked Wolf King immediately woke up from his dream. It stared at Lin Yi and the others, its wolf eyes turned blood red, and it was furious. Chapter 10. Woohoo! The blood-marked Wolf King raised his head toward the sky and let out an eardrum-shattering roar. Call out! In the air, a blood-red afterimage flashed, and the cold light of the sharp claws was revealed. An ordinary level 12 black iron warrior would probably die in regret under this fierce attack. Bai Jia's face looked a little pale, and he could not hide his nervousness. Lin Yi's eyes were steady, and he raised his staff slightly. A grey-white halo suddenly appeared under the Wolf King's claws as his wrist flipped. Delay spell. In an instant, the blood pattern Wolf King's speed suddenly slowed down, as if he was carrying a 1,000-pound rock on his back. Arc shock. A flash of lightning hit the old wound in the waist and abdomen, tearing it apart. 3357. Although not as deadly as the frost arrow, it is also incredibly powerful. Fireball. Lin Yi chanted a spell, the fireball became blazing, and the temperature of the cave instantly increased. The flames bombarded the same wound, instantly charring the skin and turning the flesh black. 3519. With just 3 spells, the Wolf King instantly lost tens of thousands of blood. Bai Jia, who was watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. With such a result, if it were any other team in the past, they would have to fight bloody battles for an hour. Suddenly, the situation changed. Not only did the Wolf King recover his speed, he also entered bloodthirsty mode. In an instant, it pounced in front of Lin Yi. Baijia was flustered and subconsciously covered her mouth, fearing that she would distract Lin Yi. Lin Yi was confident of winning. Under Baijia's buff effect, shield armor can resist 6,100 points of damage. Even if the blood-marked wolf became bloodthirsty and frenzied, it would have no chance of breaking through this iron wall. Bang! The blood-red claws brought with them a storm and struck down heavily. But it seemed to have hit a rock and was blocked. Baijia secretly praised in his heart, he actually blocked it. How amazing! Lin Yi took the opportunity to retreat and shouted, "Fireball!" The fireball exploded, and the recoil forced the Wolf King back. At this point, the delay cooldown is complete. The grey-white halo appeared again, covering the Wolf King's feet. Lin Yi's strength alone is comparable to that of a small team. In a flash, the blood-marked Wolf King's health dropped to 30% and his injuries worsened. Roar! It howled towards the sky, and a blood-red magic circle appeared around it. Then, one blood-marked wolves after another suddenly jumped out. It's the Wolf King's summoning skill. Seeing this, Baijia once again gave Lin Yi spiritual enhancement. There was no other way. After all, Lin Yi was unharmed, so the healing technique seemed unnecessary. As soon as the 10 blood-marked wolves appeared, they swarmed over, giving the Wolf King a chance to catch his breath. Lin Yi's eyes were full of contempt, and he waved his staff lightly, with a flash of blue light. Suddenly, arcs of electricity jumped among the wolves, causing massive damage. 2758 2361 2193. In an instant, the wolf pack was wiped out. For others, it may cause some trouble. But for Lin Yi, it's just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Killing 10 blood-marked wolves will give you 500 experience points. It seems that the speed of reaching level 10 is faster than expected. This ready-made blood-marked wolf saves us the trouble of looking for it. Lin Yi looked at the blood-patterned Wolf King, his eyes becoming increasingly fiery, as if he was examining a golden pig waiting to be slaughtered. You like summoning, right? Come on, keep calling. Fireball! The flames exploded, brushing against the side of the blood-marked Wolf King, leaving a scorch mark. He deliberately missed the target just to induce the blood-marked Wolf King to continue summoning. Not long after, the blood-colored magic circle opened again. Another wave of 10 blood-marked wolves rushed out and pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi was secretly delighted, and then released an arc shock, easily gaining 500 experience points. Come on, come on! Summon more for me. Otherwise, prepare to die. Baijia was shocked that Lin Yi actually began to use the blood pattern Wolf King to conduct captive leveling training. Is this true? A Lord-level monster can be played like this? She felt that what she had seen today was far more than what she had seen in the past 20 years combined. Crack! The arc impact flashed, giving Lin Yi 500 experience points. Lin Yi's experience points rose rapidly. Finally, a rich white light burst out from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV10. Unlock new skills, Swampland. After round of Bloodwolf summoning, Lin Yi finally broke through the bottleneck. As the battle was in full swing, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to check the details of the swamp area. After all, it is not applicable at the moment, so there is no need to rush. Summon more wolves for me. Don't try to fool people by pretending to be dead. Lin Yi looked at the blood pattern Wolf King who had lost a lot of weight, and couldn't help but urge him loudly. He didn't want such a refreshing upgrade experience to end so abruptly. Think about the classmates in the class, most of them are struggling between level 1 and level 2. But he himself was about to be promoted to a black iron professional. Another fireball exploded beside the Wolf King, and the sparks almost ignited its fur. At this moment, a hint of deep fear flashed in the eyes of the blood-marked Wolf King. Ouch! The blood-colored magic circle reappeared, and the size of the blood pattern wolf king shrank visibly to the naked eye. Summoning a blood-marked wolf not only consumes magic power, but also drains away vitality. It really has reached its limit. Lin Yi's eyes changed slightly, and an arc shock was sent out, this time only gaining 300 experience points. After the upgrade, the experience points given by the blood-marked wolf have indeed shrunk a lot. Continue. However, this time, no matter how much pressure Lin Yi put on him, the blood pattern wolf king would not summon again. Looking at the trembling wolf king, a trace of pity flashed in Bai Jia's eyes. The experience of this blood-marked wolf king is truly too tragic. As a lord-level monster, it not only lost its freedom, but was more like a sow about to give birth. Even the last bit of value was squeezed out. Well, it looks like you are really not going to make it. Lin Yi shrugged, since it has lost its value, let me give you a ride. 3 spells fell one after another on the blood-marked wolf king's wounds. 3354. 3127. 4936. The damage exploded instantly, directly clearing the wolf king's health. Lin Yi even caught a glimpse of relief in the wolf king's eyes. Kill the level 10 blood wolf king and gain 3951 experience points. Lin Yi was secretly happy, but what made him even more excited was the various lights flashing around the body of the blood pattern wolf king. Bronze can be vaguely seen in it, and there is more than one piece. Wolf King Robe. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit +5, Magic Points +300, Magic Resistance +40. This black robe covered with blood-red patterns is far superior to the rare wizard robe that Lin Yi is wearing. Immediately, he put it on quickly. It immediately made his already handsome face even more charming. Bai Jie, who was standing by, couldn't take his eyes away. Then, Lin Yi looked at another piece of equipment, which was also bronze level. Bloodmark Ring. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit +5, Magic Attack +20. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh that this blood pattern wolf king was really a good lord monster. It not only provides an opportunity to level up, but also gives away equipment. It really deserves the best contribution award. If the blood-marked wolf king knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. Apart from these 2 bronze items, the remaining 4 are black iron equipment. Lin Yi examined them one by one and found that the properties of a pair of shoes were quite good. He changed immediately and his strength was slightly improved again. Of the remaining 3 pieces of black iron equipment, 2 are temporarily useless, and there is a black iron staff. Seeing Bai Jia's envious look, Lin Yi smiled and handed the staff to her directly. This black iron staff is definitely better than the novice staff in her hand. Is this for me? The sudden surprise made Bai Jia's voice tremble slightly, and he seemed extremely excited. Take it, you deserve it. Without Bai Jia, he might not be able to find the blood-marked wolf king. The joy of sharing is greater than that of enjoying alone. Lin Yi has never been a selfish person. Thank you, Lin Yi. Bai Jia's eyes were full of gratitude. If it were someone else, they might not give her these benefits. After all, Lin Yi's strength far exceeds hers, so the distribution rights are naturally in his hands. Lin Yi didn't say much and continued to check the last piece of loot. Light body technique. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't wait to close the skill book in his palm. With a flash of light, the skill book merged into Lin Yi's mind. The light body technique was learned instantly and directly upgraded to the maximum level. Effect: movement speed increases by 100%, lasts for 5 seconds. This effect is simply amazing. Chapter 11. Lin Yi stretched out his body, using his light body skills to the fullest, his speed comparable to that of a ghostly assassin. In this way, his ability to contain the enemy on the battlefield will be greatly enhanced. That's right. And there's a new skill unlocked, the Swamp Realm. Lin Yi slapped his forehead and hurriedly looked up the detailed introduction of this new skill. A swamp area with a radius of 50 meters is generated ahead. Enemies trapped in it will be restrained. Also, movement speed is reduced by 85% for 5 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Once the enemy entered the swamp, they would be almost at a standstill. 5 seconds was enough for him to complete 2 arc shocks. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart, I will be more confident when I fight in a team in the future. Unconsciously, Lin Yi has transformed himself and is no longer a rookie in the industry. Even among the ranks of black iron professionals, he is considered a strong man. Immediately, Lin Yi opened the personal profile interface. Level, LV10, 4791/10000. Attributes, Strength 60, Spirit 140, Physical Strength 70, Agility 75. Health, 800. Magic Value, 1650. If Baijia saw Lin Yi's panel, she would probably be ashamed. All the maximum level skills are shining, and the whole set of equipment is of black iron level, with 3 bronze equipments as embellishment. You know, most of those professionals at level 12 or 13 only have 1 or 2 pieces of black iron equipment, and the rest are still wearing novice outfits. It is for this reason that they roam around low-level wild areas such as the Village of Chaos. Hope to encounter elite monsters or lord monsters in the hope of dropping some good equipment. In comparison, Lin Yi's configuration is enough to make others envious. After some appreciation, Lin Yi closed the panel, bent down and began to dissect the blood-marked Wolf King. Baijia's wisely wandered around the cave, not daring to have any improper thoughts. The fur and claws of the blood-marked Wolf King are both priceless high-quality materials. Today, Lin Yi can be said to have had a great harvest. Together with the equipment collected previously, the total value reaches 3.5 million. Purchasing black iron orbs now is naturally a piece of cake. After dealing with the spoils of the blood-marked Wolf King, Lin Yi was about to ask Baijia to leave. At this time, Baijia's exclamation came, Lin Yi, come and see. Lin Yi was cheered up and hurried over. The flame between his fingers expanded instantly, illuminating the dim cave. In front of Baijia, there were 2 small grasses emitting purple light, swaying in the wind. Purple orchid grass, contains strong vitality, ineffective against professionals. After ordinary people take it, they can get rid of all diseases and return to the best health state. After awakening, the professional's physical fitness has reached its peak. And as the level increases, they become stronger and stronger, and some strong people can remain young forever. Unless suffering continuous severe blows, the physical strength will never decline. But ordinary people are not so lucky, and disease is still a problem for them. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise. This purple orchid would be the most suitable gift for her mother. How about we each have one? After all, it was Baijia who discovered it, and he only needed one. Baijia naturally had no objection. The 2 of them picked the fruits carefully and sealed them in special bags. Look, there's light. After harvesting the purple orchid grass, the dirt on the stone wall suddenly fell off, revealing a soft white light. How can there be light in such a dark cave? Lin Yi frowned slightly and said cautiously, you step back. Baijia stepped back, Lin Yi whispered a spell, and a huge fireball appeared. Suddenly, the cave was as bright as day, and the fireball hit the stone wall. Crash! Stone chips fell like rain, and the white light became more and more intense. Then, Lin Yi cast another fireball. Boom! The fragile stone wall finally collapsed, and rich white light gushed out. Then, the 2 of them looked towards the light source involuntarily. I saw a vortex of light with a diameter of about 2 meters, suspended in the air, which seemed to have a suction force. Lin Yi and Baijia looked at each other, their joy beyond words. Secret copy. The experience value here is incomparable to the outside world. Not only are there elite monsters and lord monsters, but there are also generous rewards for successfully clearing the level. But this is also extremely dangerous. If ordinary people rush in rashly, they will often be in danger of death. Therefore, whenever news of the entrance to a secret realm leaks, all the major forces will flock to it. They regarded it as a priceless treasure and fought fiercely for it. Buzz. Lin Yi held the staff and gently touched the white halo in front of him. In an instant, a piece of information flooded into my mind like a tide. Level 15 Black Iron Secret Realm, one of the entrances to the Dark Altar, difficulty level, difficult. Limited to those below level 12, a maximum of 6 people can enter in a team. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Jia's eyes. This is a difficult level Black Iron Secret Realm. The Secret Realm is divided into 5 levels according to difficulty: Normal, Adventure, Difficult, King, and Hell. The difficult level is already a high-level challenge. With Bai Jia's previous team, they couldn't even cope with the ordinary level. Lin Yi was also shocked, but then a burning sensation welled up in his eyes. Difficulties meant higher value. How about we go out together? Good. Bai Jia gritted his teeth. Although he was hesitant in his heart, he quickly made up his mind. The scene of Lin Yi fighting the blood-marked Wolf King alone is still vivid in her mind, making her full of confidence in Lin Yi. That's settled then, we'll set off now. Lin Yi was worried that someone else would seize the opportunity, so he quickly stepped into the white halo and was instantly surrounded by a spinning dizziness. On the other side, in the hidden woodland of the swamp plain, explorers are coming in droves and gathering in groups. In the center, Cheng Muking stood side by side with a middle-aged man. The idlers around had been cleared out and no one dared to approach, which was enough to show the power of Zhang Qinchin's family. At this moment, the two were looking at the white halo in front of them with anticipation. The long-awaited secret place finally appears. The information from Wanbao Pavilion is indeed reliable. This 1 million is totally worth it. With this secret realm, it won't be a problem for Miss to be promoted to a Black Iron professional within a week. Perhaps, we can go even further. Generally speaking, when a strong person leads a newbie to fight monsters, the experience penalty is extremely severe. But in the secret realm, this situation has changed greatly. Cheng Muking's face was full of excitement. Thinking of this opportunity to surpass Lu Wangqing, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As the daughters of the 4 major families in Zhongcheng, the competition between the two has never stopped. However, the middle-aged man frowned. Dark Altar? Only limited to 6 people below level 12. Cheng Muking was stunned, and then received a prompt message from the system. Anyway, let's go in and take a look first. I have the teleportation talisman my father gave me. I am safe and secure. The middle-aged man nodded, and then ordered, Lei He, Wu Ji, the 4 of you and the young lady go in together. Remember, there is another entrance to this secret realm. If you encounter other people, the first priority is to protect the young lady's safety. Yes, Master Chand. 4 youths of level 12 responded respectfully. Their professions were different and the combination was very balanced. There is no shortage of special professions with strong strength. Set off. Cheng Muking waved his jade hand and took the lead to step into the halo. A trace of worry flashed across Chengda's eyes, and he ordered in a deep voice, keep a close watch on the surroundings and don't let anyone approach this place. Yes. Of course Lin Yi didn't know that Cheng Muking had also entered the same secret realm. When he recovered from the dizziness and landed firmly on his feet, I found myself in a dark and dense forest, with ghost lights floating around and a depressing atmosphere. If a timid person comes here, he will probably be scared to death. Inadvertently, Bai Jia grabbed Lin Yi's hand tightly. His heartbeat quickened, his cheeks flushed slightly, and then he let go of her hand sheepishly. Lin Yi smiled secretly and checked the log information. We have entered the secret realm of the Dark Altar. Please stop the sacrificial ritual of the demon wizard Cassio. Demon wizard. Lin Yi's eyes flashed. If it was a mage-type lord monster, it would most likely drop mage equipment. So he led Baijia and prepared to cross this strange forest. The scale of the Black Iron level secret realm is limited, and it is not difficult to find the lord monster, provided that you first clear out the small monsters along the way. Sniff sniff. A strange sound echoed in the woods, and Baijia subconsciously grabbed the corner of Lin Yi's clothes. Lin Yi's eyes focused, and white light armor quietly covered his entire body. Then, one skeleton knight after another came into view. They held bone spears in their hands, and pale flames burned in their eyes. Riding on a skeleton warhorse, he looks particularly ferocious. After reaching level 10, the monster's strength will also undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Yi looked solemn, the real test had begun. Chapter 12. Lin Yi made a quick decision, we can't let these 8 skeleton knights charge. Otherwise, it will be a difficult problem. Intruder, die. The skeleton knight opened his jaw slightly, uttered an indistinct groan, and then attacked swiftly. But Lin Yi's actions were even faster. Swamp territory. Call out. A strong green light flashed by and hit the place where the 8 skeleton knights were standing. In a flash, the land within a radius of 50 meters turned into a quagmire with bubbles surging. Gudong. The quagmire obviously could not bear the weight of the skeleton knight. The momentum of the charge collapsed in an instant, and the skeleton horses fell into it one after another. Lin Yi showed a satisfied smile on his face. The effect of the newly unlocked swamp area was truly amazing. Without hesitation, he waved his staff lightly. Thick arcs of lightning flashed and hit the struggling skeleton knights. Sizzle. The damage caused was far greater than before. Lightning magic naturally had extra restraining power against undead creatures. 3965. 4173. 4051. 4227. The damage numbers kept jumping and Baijia's eyes widened. The cumulative damage from this round of attack alone exceeded 20,000. It's incredible. Looking at the skeleton knight struggling in the quagmire, Baijia was a little dazed. What kind of swamp area was this? Not only is the range incredibly wide, but the duration is also extremely long. She looked at Lin Yi's comeback, as if she saw the birth of a wizard god. Fireball. Ice arrow technique. Lin Yi did not stop, alternating between single target spells to continuously output damage. The ice crystal arrow hit the target and killed a skeleton knight instantly. Although the damage of fireball is slightly lower, it does not affect the overall situation. Because the cooling time of arc shock has ended. Sizzle. Lightning flashed, and the pale bones could hardly withstand such a violent thunder strike. High damage values continue to emerge. 3861. 3613. 3972. 2 arc shocks completely destroyed all the skeleton knights. The power of the swamp field combined with the arc shock was so powerful that even Lin Yi himself was shocked. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 873 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 912 experience points. Just these 8 skeleton knights filled up Lin Yi's level 10 experience bar. In fact, a lot of it overflowed. Phew, it's so refreshing. Lin Yi felt emotional, and then felt a little pain in his heart. After level 10, if you fail to be promoted to a Black Iron professional, you will no longer gain any experience from killing monsters. This is to prevent people from continuing to gain experience in low-level areas. It would definitely be too late to go back and buy the promotion orb now. What if someone else gets there first? It's okay to waste it, but it's also good to kill monsters and get treasures. It would be perfect if a Black Iron orb could explode from the monster. Lin Yi walked towards the remains of the skeleton knight, where a piece of Black Iron equipment was shining. Skull Spear. Grade, Black Iron. Attribute, Attack Power plus 35. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy, it's worthy of being a dungeon secret realm. The monsters can also drop black iron equipment. This skeleton spear is worth at least 500,000. Lin Yi's backpack was almost full, so he gave it to Baijia for safekeeping. Although Baijia can't help in combat, he is still very competent as a mobile storage box. Then, the two continued to go deeper. The Willow Ghost Forest is eerie and scary, but to Lin Yi, it seems like there are treasures everywhere. Swamp territory. Arc shock. The combination of group control and group output is simply invincible. These powerful level 15 monsters were completely unable to fight back in the face of such an attack. Baijia was dazzled. The young man in front of him was so strong that it was scary. Lin Yi cleared out 2 waves of skeleton knights again. He had a hunch that the harvest this time might reach tens of millions. Keep going. Lin Yi and Baijia killed 3 waves of skeleton knights in succession. They came to the center of the dense forest and slowly approached the mysterious altar. Lin Yi could feel that the dark elements floating in the air were gradually increasing. Miss. You go first. At this moment, a call from a distance attracted Lin Yi's attention. It's another group of people. Are they fighting the monster lord? Let's go and check out the situation. Lin Yi made a decision, and Baijia followed closely behind, quietly moving towards the source of the sound. On the other side, as soon as Cheng Muchen stepped into the secret realm, he was surrounded by a group of skeleton knights. What's worse is that there is a demon wizard named Cassio nearby. Even though the 5-member team she led was extremely powerful, they were in a desperate situation at this moment. Under the various magical attacks, team members fell one after another. At the critical moment, Cheng Muking was quick-witted and took out a random teleportation talisman. He dragged Lin Yi, who was on the verge of coma, away from the hellish battlefield. Unfortunately, the two were sent randomly to the center of another group of skeleton knights, and the situation was precarious. Cheng Muking was very unwilling. Does it have to be a golden teleportation talisman? Although the golden teleportation talisman can directly bring it outside the safe zone. But it was really hard for her to accept that he escaped in such a miserable way. Is there any other way? Her mind was racing with thoughts. Lin Yi was almost unable to hold on, and time was running out. At this critical moment, Cheng Muking caught a glimpse of 2 figures approaching quietly from the distance. I couldn't see their faces clearly in the dim light, I just knew they were 2 explorers. Explorers from the other entrance may be able to cooperate. Cheng Muking's eyes lit up, and he shouted hurriedly, "You two, I am Cheng Muking from Zhongcheng Cheng Group. Please help us fight off these skeleton knights. We will reward you handsomely later." The moment she revealed her identity, her heart was in turmoil and she anxiously waited for a response. It's actually her. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, the genius girl from Zhongcheng Donghai University, Cheng Muking. I heard that she awakened into a holy priest with extremely strong auxiliary abilities. Lin Yi muttered to himself, wondering whether to help. After all, he is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. At this moment, Cheng Muking's cry for help seemed even more urgent. Only by cooperating can we have a chance to pass through the secret realm. Whatever you need, just tell me. Lin Yi frowned and suddenly asked, "Do you have a black iron orb?" Cheng Muking nodded hurriedly. Lin Yi's condition was getting worse and worse. Although it is unclear why the other party needs the orb, now is not the time to negotiate conditions. Yes. I can give it to you right after the battle. Lin Yi was secretly delighted, it was really easy to get it. Without further ado, he made a quick decision. All right. Tell your companions to stand back. Immediately, Lin Yi signaled Baijia to retreat with the equipment bag. His mind moved, and the staff in his hand glowed with a faint green light. Call out. A green light cut through the night sky and struck the feet of a dozen skeleton knights. Instantly, the area turned into a bubbling quagmire. Gilyalu. The skeleton knight, who was so aggressive just now, fell into the quagmire in an instant. Lin Yi took the opportunity to rush back to Cheng Muchen. The two looked at the swamp area with surprise in their eyes. Isn't this too strong? However, the shock is far from over. Mana surged in Lin Yi's body, and thick arcs of electricity appeared out of thin air, landing precisely on the skeleton knight. Sizzle! In an instant, the damage value jumped wildly. 3792. 3918. 3356. 3547. The arc jumped between multiple targets, causing more than 40,000 points of cumulative damage. Cheng Muking was stunned. She had never seen such a powerful electric arc impact. Lin Yi's magic feast continues to be displayed. Fireball. Ice arrow technique. The two were a little dazed by the rounds of high-damage skill bombardment. Cheng Muchen even began to doubt whether this group of skeleton knights were fake. Soon after, Lin Yi's arc attack was ready to go again. Sizzle! The terrifying electric light reappeared, wiping out almost all the skeleton knights, leaving only a few lingering. Cheng Muking was completely dumbfounded. Who on earth was this? Skill cooldown, why is it so fast? Don't just stand there. They are about to crawl out of the swamp. Go and hold them back. With soldiers charging into battle, Lin Yi naturally didn't have to go into battle himself. Lei was startled and immediately rushed forward. As the distance got closer, when Cheng Muking saw the two people's faces clearly, his surprise and astonishment reached its peak. Lin Yi! Why is it you? Chapter 13. Cheng Muking rubbed his eyes, as if this could dispel the illusion. But the person in front of him was undoubtedly Lin Yi. She recalled the mysterious figure in Wanbao Pavilion. I'm not mistaken, that's really Lin Yi. But how is this possible? He has only been awakened for 2 days. Even if it's a secret profession, it can't be so strong. Cheng Muking felt that his understanding had been completely overturned, and he stomped his feet on the ground twice. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Cheng Muking, stop being stunned. Your bodyguard can't hold on any longer. Lei He had complicated feelings as he fought bravely on the front line. As a result, the eldest daughter of our family was behind and making eye contact with others. Cheng Muking suddenly woke up, and the staff in his hand flashed with light. Murmuring a spell, the healing magic blossomed on Lei He's body. Its effect is comparable to that of level 11 by Ji. Lin Yi glanced at Cheng Muking lightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This guy, this holy priest is really capable. Bai Jia was not idle either. He cast a healing spell, and Lei He's condition instantly stabilized a lot. Lin Yi took the opportunity to look forward and glanced at the skeleton knight captain. Skull Knight Captain. Level, LV15 Elite Monster. Health value, 61,354. Skills, Undead Assault, Bone Spear Piercing. Arc Shock. Lin Yi chanted a spell softly, and a blue light appeared on the top of the staff, attacking the remaining skeleton knights. The remaining skeleton knights turned into ashes in an instant. At this moment, the skeleton knight captain was the only one left on the battlefield. As the burden on Lin Yi's shoulders was lifted, his courage doubled and he even began to try to fight back. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. A grey halo emanated from his hand and covered the skeleton knight's mount. The galloping skeleton horse suddenly slowed down. Fireball. Ice arrow technique. The blazing fireball, wrapped in high temperature, smashed hard into the skeleton of the skeleton knight captain, roasting the bones black. Immediately afterwards, icy arrows came one after another, freezing its bones and making its movements increasingly sluggish. Damage values jump. 4571. 4193. Cheng Muking added 10 points of spirit to Lin Yi, so his skills were even more powerful. The skeleton knight captain let out a mournful wail and put up a final resistance in vain. But under Lin Yi's delay technique, all this was in vain. As a shield warrior, Lin Yi has amazing defensive power. There were also 2 priests who provided non-stop treatment in the background, making them almost indestructible. Lin Yi alternately cast delay magic and swamp field to freeze the skeleton knight captain in place, unable to move. As the last ice arrow broke through the air, the skeleton knight captain finally turned into scattered bones on the ground. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight captain and gain 3745 experience points. With a flash of light, the skeleton knight actually dropped bronze equipment. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Lin Yi bent down and picked it up as a matter of course. After all, this is the reward for his strength. Even without Cheng Muking and the others, Lin Yi could still deal with these skeleton knights, it just would take more time. Cheng Muking didn't even consider the issue of who would own the spoils. Skeleton armor. Grade, bronze. Attributes, physical strength plus 40, health plus 400. The equipment information appeared in the team's shared view, and Lin Yi's eyes were filled with desire. Lin Yi laughed secretly, and naturally would not give it up easily. Just as he was about to put it in his backpack, Cheng Muking asked, "Lin Yi, can you sell this armor to me?" She wanted to use this bronze armor to enhance Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi did not refuse. It would be the same to anyone as long as the price was right. "You make an offer. How about 3 million? I'll transfer the money to you once we leave the secret realm." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This price was much higher than the market price. It seemed that Cheng Muking was an expert. Handing the skeleton armor to Lin Yi continued to check the remaining equipment. The attributes of one of the robes were not as good as his own Wolf King robe, so he simply gave it to Bai Jie. Now, there is one more important thing, which is to obtain the Black Iron Orb. As long as he is promoted to a Black Iron professional, Lin Yi's strength will usher in a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, he looked at Cheng Muking with burning eyes. Cheng Muking's heart trembled violently, and his cheeks turned red unconsciously. Lin Yi is not only handsome, but also very capable. Which young girl in love wouldn't be secretly moved? Lin Yi glanced at this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, don't think about shirking your responsibility for the Black Iron promotion bead." A few black lines crossed Cheng Muking's forehead, and he felt angry and annoyed. This guy really doesn't understand romance. Immediately, she took out the Black Iron promotion bead from her backpack and stuffed it into Lin Yi's hand. What a fool! Cheng Muking secretly complained in his heart, but then he suddenly came to his senses and felt extremely surprised. "Are you planning to use it to advance?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and asked back, as if it was a matter of course, "What else?" Cheng Muking was surprised and envious, as he was still stuck at level 2. Lin Yi has already reached level 10 and is about to enter the ranks of Black Iron professionals. This made her wonder to herself, are we really professionals who awakened at the same time? This is too outrageous. A hint of bitterness spread across Cheng Muking's lips. She was a talented girl from one of the 4 major families in Zhongcheng. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of frustration surged up. She was full of curiosity. What was Lin Yi's occupation? How could an ordinary magician be so powerful? Lin Yi smiled faintly and said nothing more. The Black Iron promotion bead was the size of an egg, emitting a deep black light. It contains a magical power that is enough to help professionals break through bottlenecks and move towards a new realm. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all, and immediately guided the magic power in his body to absorb the energy in the bead. In an instant, a thick white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. The white light then converged and poured into Lin Yi's body, and a powerful aura suddenly exploded. Successfully promoted to Black Iron Professional, level increased to LV12. Relying on the experience points accumulated previously, Lin Yi was promoted 2 levels directly to level 12. Being promoted to a Black Iron Professional not only improves your attributes, but also unlocks a series of new skills. Unlock new skills: Fire Meteor, Ice Lance, Light Shield. The talent effect is automatically activated, and all skills are instantly maxed out. Next, Lin Yi immediately checked the properties panel. Level, LV12. Attributes, Strength 175, Spirit 350, Physical Strength 180, Agility 195. Health, 2050. Magic Value, 3700. After reaching level 12, Lin Yi's attributes are exaggerated. What made him even more excited was the 3 black iron skills he had just unlocked. Compared to basic skills, the upper limit of black iron skills is higher, reaching level 20. This allows his talents to be brought into full play. It can be said that becoming a black iron professional is the mark of the true beginning of an ordinary mage's journey. For Lin Yi, this is even more extraordinary. Looking at the introduction of the full-level black iron skill, the corners of his mouth inadvertently lifted. Fire Meteor, summon flaming meteorites within a 50-meter radius. Ice Spear, chant the spell and fire an ice spear at the target. Light Shield, form a light shield to protect yourself. Just the range attack skill of Fire Meteorite can easily cause tens of thousands of points of damage. After the Ice Lance technique reaches the maximum level, a single attack can deal nearly 20,000 damage. If we meet the Skeleton Knight Captain again, 3 shots from the Ice Lance will be enough to turn it into ashes. As for the Light Shield technique, it can allow Lin Yi to withstand more than 30,000 points of damage. It is almost impossible for an opponent at the Black Iron level to break this defense. Feeling the qualitative leap in strength, Lin Yi was overjoyed. His talent will increasingly show its advantages in the later stages. The upper limit of advanced skills is higher, and the power after reaching the maximum level is even more amazing. From this moment on, this difficult level of Dungeon Secret Realm was no longer a challenge for him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, ready to show his strength and sweep all the way. Just when he was about to take Baijia to continue exploring further, Cheng Muking was so anxious that he jumped up and down and quickly called Lin Yi. Lin Yi, wait a minute. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't respond, she gritted her teeth and said, take me to the dungeon, and I'll give you a storage bag, how about that? Chapter 14. Storage Bag. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up and his steps stopped abruptly. Speaking of which, this is what has given Lin Yi the most headache these days. The problem is that there is too much loot and the backpack can't hold it all. Last time, in order to cram in those black iron equipment, he threw away a lot of precious materials. Fortunately, Baijia was there this time to help carry the equipment, otherwise I would have to give it up reluctantly. If you have a storage bag, you won't have this worry when you go out and upgrade on your own in the future. Seeing this, Cheng Muking quickly said, I have a 5 cubic meter storage bag. As long as you take us through this secret place, it will be yours. The strength that Lin Yi had shown before had already made her look at him differently. Now, he has become a black iron professional, and his strength has probably more than doubled. She was eager to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some rich experience. If you buy this kind of storage bag at Wanbao Pavilion, it would cost at least several million. Not to mention, ordinary players are not qualified to purchase it. However, Lin Yi didn't want to take care of 2 people at once. It would be fine for Cheng Muchen to be a novice professional, but Lei He is already a level 12 black iron professional, which will greatly divert his experience points. Deal, but I'll only take 1 person. Also, you must follow my instructions and not act on your own. Before Cheng Muking could say anything, Lei He on the side started to get anxious. How can this be possible? Miss, you can't agree to this. What if you get into danger? Lin Yi said nothing more and turned to leave. If you have strength, you naturally have the capital to be willful. Cheng Muking frowned slightly and said coquettishly, don't go, I promise you. Lei He, you go out first. Tell Uncle Da not to worry, I have my own way to save my life. Although Lei He was unwilling, as a subordinate, he did not dare to disobey orders. In the end, he could only leave the secret realm of the copy sadly and disappeared into a ray of light. After Lin Yi left, Cheng Muking turned around hurriedly. He fumbled around in his chest for a few seconds and took out a cross pendant. "Take it." Cheng Muking was very straightforward and didn't worry at all that Lin Yi would go back on his word, so he handed over the reward directly. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement and he took the pendant casually. Space pendant, it has a 5 cubic meter extra-dimensional space inside, which can be used to store inanimate objects. Lin Yi hung the pendant around his neck, which complemented the Wolf King robe he was wearing and added a touch of nobility. After getting his equipment back from Mage, he felt a lot more relaxed. Finally, I don't have to carry that heavy backpack. The deal was done, and the three set out on their journey again. At this moment, they had passed through the central area of the dense forest. As they got closer to the Dark Altar, the number of patrolling skeleton knights increased significantly. Another wave of skeleton knights came, 20 of them. Cheng Muking looked nervous and subconsciously wanted to call Lin Yi, but suddenly remembered that he had left first. Immediately, her eyes turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled, and a raging flame ignited on the top of the staff. Huff! The violent fire elements gathered together and a fireball instantly formed in the air. Each fireball is more than half a meter wide. Fire meteorite technique. Boom! In an instant, the sky seemed to be attacked by a meteorite shower. Lin Yi didn't even use the swamp area to restrict the skeleton knight's movements, and the fireballs poured down like a raging wave. The terrifying impact force blew the skeleton knight to pieces, instantly turning it into a burning skeleton. 9781 9356 10153 9975. High damage popped up one after another, and these skeleton knights were killed instantly. Lin Yi's strength has increased by more than 10 times compared to before, which is simply unbelievable. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 321 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 303 experience points. Records were constantly being refreshed, and after this wave of attacks, Lin Yi gained nearly 6,000 experience points. Looking at Lin Yi searching for spoils among the pile of bones, Cheng Muking and Baiji were shocked. Is this guy sure he's still human? How could there be such a perverted wizard? At this moment, Lin Yi also appeared at the exit of the secret realm of the copy. What's going on? Seeing this, Chengda's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly asked, "Why did you come out alone?" Lin Yi smiled bitterly and briefly recounted what happened in the secret realm. After hearing this, Chengda's eyes gradually became heavy and he fell into deep thought. He knew that Cheng Muchen was always cautious in doing things. Since she made such a choice, this young man named Lin Yi must have something extraordinary. Find out Lin Yi's background and report to me. Also, tell the head of the family what happened today. Yes, Master Chand. A married soldier took the order and left quickly. Let's just wait here, miss. Chengda took a deep breath. Although he was extremely curious, he could only wait patiently for now. On the other side, Cheng Muking saw Lin Yi and instantly killed a group of skeleton knights again. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Lin Yi, what is your occupation?" But as soon as she said it, she felt a little regretful. After all, this involves other people's privacy, and her asking was indeed rude. Sorry. Lin Yi just waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary mage, isn't it obvious?" However, Cheng Muking and Baiji did not believe it. No wonder, can an ordinary magician be so powerful? Lin Yi smiled and did not explain further, and continued forward with the two women. Now, this difficult level copy seemed unusually easy in front of them. Even Cheng Muking was surprised. Even simple copies had never been so smooth in the past. The two women were even able to chat for a while, but apart from occasionally providing status assistance to Lin Yi, there was almost nothing for them to do. Cheng Muchen's experience points increased rapidly, and he was just promoted to level 3. Lin Yi's experience accumulation is also considerable, and he is about to be upgraded again. I have to admit that this secret dungeon is indeed a good place to enhance your strength. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a heavy sound, and the fallen leaves were shaken and flew everywhere. Lin Yi realized that the final Lord Monster was coming. The BG sound became more and more rapid, coming from far away and getting closer. In difficult level dungeons, there are usually 2 overlord monsters, and the one in front of you should be one of them. Soon, one skeleton knight after another appeared from the woods ahead. 1, 2, 3. Cheng Muking counted silently and couldn't help but take a breath. There are 30 of them. Moreover, there are 3 skeleton knight captains among them. What is even more shocking is the skeleton knight in the front, who is the largest in size. It rides a nightmare horse made of flesh and blood, with its 4 hooves burning with black flames. Through the gaps in the armor, new flesh and blood can be vaguely seen. This is obviously a lord monster, the skeleton knight commander. Cheng Muking and Bai Jia looked at each other and saw seriousness in each other's eyes. The previous ease was gone. Skull Trooper Commander. Level, LV-15 Lord Monster. Health value, 169,810. Skills, Nightmare Piercing, Bone Spear Assault, Undead Armor. This Lord Monster has nearly 170,000 health points. Even though Cheng Muking and Bai Jia are full of confidence in Lin Yi, they can't help feeling a little uneasy. Intruder, die! Suddenly, the skeleton knight commander roared. But there was no fear in Lin Yi's eyes. Since becoming a black iron professional, he has never really given it his all. You guys step back and hide somewhere safe. After he finished speaking, Lin Yi slightly raised his staff, and rich light elements gathered. In an instant, a milky white light shield formed, covering his entire body. Fire meteorite technique. Boom! The fire elements gathered madly, and huge fireballs blasted towards the group of skeleton knights who were preparing to charge. 12135 11009 11357 12085. Astonishing damage values continued to emerge, and more than half of the 30 skeleton knight monsters fell down in an instant. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 298 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 287 experience points. Lin Yi's experience points skyrocketed instantly, and a strong white light burst out from his body. Level increased to LV-13. Lin Yi looked ahead, raised the corner of his mouth, swamp area. In a flash, the remaining group of skeleton knights were all trapped in the quagmire. Chapter 15. At this moment, the skeleton knights were trapped in the quagmire, trying their best to break free. Even the knight captain was not spared, except for the commander. The nightmare horse under its crotch is extraordinary, with ancient blood flowing in its veins. Even in this mud, it can still run at full speed. There was a captivating red glow in the commander's eyes. Immediately, it suddenly pulled out a bone spur from its back and threw it fiercely at Lin Yi. Call out! Bone spurs tore through the air and sonic booms roared. This attack is enough to cause tens of thousands of points of damage. Even a strong man at the black iron level would fall in an instant. Ah! Cheng Muking screamed and covered his mouth instinctively. However, facing this thrilling blow, Lin Yi remained calm, with even a hint of contempt in his eyes. With his current strength, he could use the light shield technique to block tens of thousands of points of damage, so taking a direct hit would be no problem at all. Bang! The next moment, the bone spur hit Lin Yi's light shield. Despite the incredible force, the wall of light remained motionless and the bone spurs were firmly blocked outside. Suddenly, Lin Yi shouted, "Arc shock!" Hiss! 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 Electric arcs spread out in all directions, like an open blue electric grid. It instantly devoured most of the skeleton knights, and the damage value kept jumping. 7150, 6908, 6517, 7032. Cheng Muking and Bai Jia were both stunned. The crisis of being besieged was immediately resolved, and all the monsters were killed in one blow. At this time, there were only 3 knight captains and the skeleton knight commander left. After 2 rounds of fierce attacks, their health points have been reduced by more than 30%. Lin Yi's performance has just begun. Ice Spear Technique. Extreme cold air surged out from Lin Yi's staff. A 3-meter-long ice spear as thick as an arm condensed into shape in the void. With a roar, it rushed straight towards a knight captain. Boom! The ice spear pierced through the target and nailed it to the big tree behind it. 36753. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight captain and gain 1573 experience points. Cheng Muking could hardly believe that such shocking damage could be caused by an ordinary magician. Lin Yi looked at the flickering light on the ground and felt very happy, but he was not in a hurry to pick it up. At this time, the cooldown time of fire meteor has ended. Flame meteorites fell from the sky again, covering the remaining 3 targets. 17934, 16852, 18753. Even though the commander's magic resistance is slightly higher, he still can't withstand such a fierce attack. Slow down. The grey halo spread out, and the nightmare horse's speed dropped sharply, almost falling down as it rushed out of the mud. Lin Yi decided to get rid of the remaining 2 skeleton knight captains first. Undead Assault. Although the 2 knight captains launched a frantic charge, it was of no avail. Fireball. Lin Yi cast a series of spells, quickly putting an end to them, leaving only piles of bones. The situation changed rapidly, and the original team of more than 30 skeleton knights. Now the only one left is the skeleton knight commander. Cheng Muking and Bai Jia looked at each other and their admiration for Lin Yi grew deeper. Roar! Suddenly, the commander let out a sharp roar. Lin Yi sneered, "All your men are dead, why are you still so arrogant?" Ice Spear Technique. The ice spear condensed in the void and whistled out with a biting cold wind. Puff! The next moment, the ice spear instantly penetrated the commander's body, causing terrible damage. 35196. The commander's health points were close to 170,000, but now there was very little left. Facing Lin Yi, it had no power to fight back. The alternating use of slowness and swamp sphere greatly limited the commander's speed. Its health continues to decrease at an alarming rate. As the last shot of the ice spear was fired, the commander's head exploded instantly. 31709. The commander's health dropped to 0, and the red light in his head gradually went out. Kill the level 15 Overlord Skeleton Commander and gain 7130 experience points. Sniff sniff. At the moment the commander fell, a beam of light suddenly burst out. This is a huge explosion of equipment. Lin Yi's eyes were full of surprise. Not only did he discover several green lights, but there were also flashes of white light in between. I didn't expect that the explosion would turn out to be a silver equipment. Bronze equipment is already a rare and fine product, and silver equipment is even rarer. Lin Yi said nothing and bent down to pick up the dropped equipment. Ghost Speed Boots. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Agility plus 60, Movement Speed plus 2, with Ghost Reconnaissance skill. Not bad, it even comes with skill bonuses. Although equipment skills cannot be automatically enhanced through full-level talents, they are definitely powerful enough. Lin Yi quickly put on the Ghost Speed Boots, jumped lightly, and felt his body was unusually light. Cheng Muking and Bai Jia's eyes were full of envy, but they also knew their limits. It is lucky enough to get experience, and it would be greedy to covet equipment. Then, they helped Lin Yi clean up the equipment that was scattered on the ground. Shadow Bone Ring. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit plus 25, Magic points plus 300. This ring is suitable for any profession, but it is obviously most suitable for mages. Lin Yi replaced the original ring on his left hand, and his spiritual attributes suddenly soared. Psychotropic Potion. Grade: Bronze. Attributes: after taking it, it increases 300 points of mental attributes, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. This is a typical burst potion, often kept in expedition teams for use against powerful enemies. Lin Yi looked delighted and carefully put the potion into the storage pendant. This is a trump card at a critical moment, maybe it can save your life. The last item turned out to be a skill book. Bone Spur Surgery. This is a dark iron level spell, which is quite rare. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He clasped his hands together and the skill book turned into light and poured into his mind. The talent is activated and Bone Spur technique automatically reaches the maximum level. Bone Spur technique: chant a spell to launch a bone spur with a corrosive effect, which can enhance the power of subsequent attacks. The cooldown time is 3 seconds. Although the damage was not as great as that of the ice lance, the corrosive effect made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Not bad, not bad, this wave of huge profit. This time, I got a total of 11 pieces of equipment. In addition to ghostly swiftness boots and shadow bone ring, there are 2 more pieces of dark iron equipment that Lin Yi can use. Ghost Gloves. Grade: Black Iron. Attributes: Magic Resistance plus 15, Strength plus 10. Commander's Wristband. Grade: Black Iron. Attributes: HP plus 300, MP plus 200. After Lin Yi put on these 2 new pieces of equipment, his attributes were significantly improved. After taking stock, the harvest this time was quite considerable. Lin Yi stretched out his body, looking very satisfied. The extra equipment can be resold later, and there's even a warrior skill book that will surely fetch a good price. According to Lin Yi's estimation, the income from this trip to the secret realm of this dungeon is definitely more than 10 million. He couldn't help but sigh, no wonder explorers were so eager to visit the secret dungeons. As long as you have the strength, this is indeed a treasure land. Seeing Lin Yi's upgrade, Cheng Muking and the others could only envy him. The black iron wristband that Lin Yi discarded was just right for her. So Lin Yi gave it to her. As for Cheng Muking, he could only gain experience points and a hint of regret. When she looked at Lin Yi, a hint of resentment unconsciously emerged in her eyes. Lin Yi pretended not to see it, his eyes were already on the black barrier in front of him. Next is the final level of this difficult level dungeon secret realm, the demon wizard Cassio. It is not difficult to imagine that the final lord monster is definitely stronger than the commander. Let's go. Time is running out. Lin Yi took the lead, leading Cheng Muking and the other girl, and ran forward. Not long after, an altar with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people. Chapter 16. The altar, made of bones and jade, exuded an ominous aura. As the height increases, the complex patterns carved on it become more and more delicate. At the top of the altar sat a thin wizard in black robes, muttering spells. Some bloody bodies were scattered around the altar. They lie there quietly, providing the necessary energy for the ongoing ceremony. Seeing this tragic scene, Cheng Muking's face turned pale in an instant. Because she recognized several of the wreckage, they were exactly her companions Wu Ji and others who had lost contact earlier. Damn it! This damn demon wizard! Cheng Muking turned his gaze to Lin Yi, hoping to avenge his teammates. Lin Yi looked solemn. Facing Cassio's strange methods, he was confident that he could deal with it. But the mysterious altar in front of him gave him a headache. Lin Yi stared at the patterns on the altar and suddenly exclaimed, This is trying to establish a connection with the abyss of hell. At this moment, Cassio stopped meditating. The bloodless face suddenly lifted up, revealing a hint of ferocity. A faint light flickered in his eyes, making people feel a chill. Cheng Muking and Baijia gasped at the same time. Demon wizards are often accompanied by the undead, existing like ghosts. The guy in front of me might have once been a traitor to humanity. Haha, 3 fresh bodies. Cassio slowly floated down with a sneer on his face. With your arrival, my ceremony will soon be completed. At this moment, Yi also obtained Cassio's information. Demon Mage Cassio. Level, LV15 Lord Monster, Purple. Health value, 215,719. Skills, Float, Summon Skeleton Knight, Mental Withering. It's actually a purple overlord monster. Generally speaking, people mostly encounter ordinary monsters and elite monsters. However, there are also different levels among the lord monsters. If it was an ordinary lord monster, the explorer team might still be able to fight it. But purple and even golden lord monsters are no longer something that ordinary professionals can contend with. Cheng Muking couldn't hide his surprise. He has become stronger. The last time we met, Cassio wasn't this powerful yet. Obviously, he drew energy from those remains and his strength was greatly enhanced. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he said excitedly, the purple lord monster can at least drop silver equipment, and there may even be greater gains. Despite Cassio's strength, he showed no fear. Especially, seeing Cassio's summoning skill. He couldn't help but think of the scene of defeating the blood-marked Wolf King, and a smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps this is another opportunity to quickly level up? Boy, your eyes make me uncomfortable. Cassio's shrill voice rang out, and the staff in his hand was ready to go. Uncomfortable? I'll make you even more uncomfortable later. Lin Yi snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. His skills are activated almost instantly, even faster than Cassio. Fireball. Boom. The huge fireball arrived first and interrupted Cassio's spell. 6153. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Cassio's magic resistance was amazing. This attack only reduced his health by 3%. However, this was just a tentative attack. You're courting death, little brat. Cassio was furious, and a black light shone from the staff in his right hand. The temperature around seemed to drop. At the same time, Cheng Muking and Bai Jia also provided spiritual support to Lin Yi. In an instant, Lin Yi's body shone with light, and his spirit value suddenly increased to 510 points. Then the two of them quickly retreated. It was difficult for them to intervene in such a battle. Lin Yi's eyes were calm, and his whole body was surrounded by light elements, forming a solid shield. Cassio continued to cast spells, and Lin Yi's skills were all at the maximum level, and the activation speed was as fast as lightning. So what if it's a purple overlord monster? In terms of speed, he can't match Lin Yi. Ice arrow technique. Call out. The ice crystal arrow shot out from the air and instantly pierced through Cassio's right hand holding the staff. 9175. While dealing high explosive damage, Cassio's spell was interrupted again. This is what makes Lin Yi so terrifying. Who can compete with him in casting speed? In the distance, Cheng Muking and Bai Jia were staring in amazement. This purple overlord monster was actually suppressed to the point where he had no power to fight back? This is too perverted. Ah! Cassio was extremely furious. His spells were interrupted twice in a row, almost causing him to lose his mind. Lin Yi's attack has just begun. Bone Spear Technique. The bone spear condensed out of thin air, with a shrill scream, suddenly rushed towards Cassio. 20165. The damage this time has increased significantly, and more importantly, the bone spur technique also has a corrosive effect. The faint green lights flickering around him made him both frightened and angry. But he had nowhere to hide. Lin Yi's spells were like a string of cannonballs, not giving him a moment to breathe. Ice Spear Technique. Boom! The ice spear penetrated the dim light and pierced Cassio's body effortlessly. His robes were torn apart as well, revealing frost that froze his body which was about to rot. 51085. Coupled with the impact force of the ice spear, Cassio was knocked towards the altar behind him. At the beginning of the battle, Lin Yi had already dealt nearly 80,000 points of damage. Cassio was nailed to the altar, his eyes full of fear. Buzz! Suddenly, the ice spear that pierced Cassio was forcibly pulled out. He then flew into the air and quickly moved away from Lin Yi. This is levitation. Although it was not fast, it was an excellent way to escape. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little envious. Cassio, who was keeping his distance, chanted a spell quickly. In fact, Lin Yi could have interrupted again, but he didn't. Because he recognized that it was a summoning spell. Sure enough, one after another, skeleton knights stepped out of the magic circle. There were 20 of them in total. This is simply giving away experience. Fire meteorite technique. In an instant, a huge flaming meteorite burned the air, and the temperature of the entire barrier rose sharply. The skeleton knight who just stepped out of the magic circle was instantly destroyed. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 197 experience points. Kill the level 15 skeleton knight and gain 215 experience points. 20 skeleton knights, about 4,200 experience points. Lin Yi's eyes looking at Cassio began to become extremely hot. If there are a few more waves, won't I be able to advance again? With this idea in mind, Lin Yi decided not to terminate Cassio for the time being. Naturally, we have to squeeze out every last bit of value. Seeing that Cassio was about to cast a spell, Lin Yi sneered, "Forget it, just continue to summon the skeleton knight." After saying that, an ice crystal arrow was quickly fired out. In the blink of an eye, it hit Cassio's staff and extinguished his spell again. Cheng Muking and the other person looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. You know, interrupting a mage's spell casting is not something that can be accomplished by random attacks. First, the attack must be powerful enough, and second, it must be extremely precise. Even more demanding is the need to get it exactly right and the timing just right. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's spells were all at maximum level, far exceeding those of ordinary people in both power and accuracy. This created the astonishing scene before our eyes. Ordinary mages will never get any advantage from Lin Yi. Seeing Cassio summon the skeleton knight again, a strange light gradually appeared in Bai Jia's eyes. She remembered the blood-marked Wolf King from last time. Isn't it only solved after the last value has been squeezed out? It was the first time Cheng Muchen saw this scene and it was simply unbelievable. Fire meteorite technique. With each round of attacks, Lin Yi's experience value soared rapidly. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, until the 7th wave ended, a strong white light shone on Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV14. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with joy, and his strength reached a new level again. He felt that he could still advance to the next level. After all, Cassio still seemed to have more than half of his magic points left. Ah, I must kill you. At this moment, Cassio almost went crazy. He felt extremely depressed whenever he wanted to cast a spell. They will all be interrupted by the kid in front of him, and only by summoning the skeleton knight can they succeed by chance. At first, he thought it was a summoning skill with a fast release speed. But when he saw the strong white light of upgrade rising from Lin Yi, he realized that he was being fooled. As soon as he thought of this, Cassio suddenly spewed out a stream of undead energy and poured it into the staff. Spiritual withering. Then, a dark halo enveloped Lin Yi. Chapter 17. At this moment, a dark halo appeared, carrying the breath of death. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was surrounded tightly. It even penetrated Lin Yi's carefully arranged light shield effortlessly. Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately felt his mental strength rapidly receding like a tide. Cassio uses mental withering, your mental value is instantly halved, and the effect lasts for 60 seconds. Hiss! Lin Yi took a breath and his expression changed slightly. It was obvious that after Cassio exhaled that breath of dead spirit, He also paid a heavy price, but he was very proud of it. Now let's see how you interrupt my spell casting. Cassio was secretly delighted and then chanted the spell loudly. Cheng Muking and Baijia were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. They could see that Cassio's attack was very difficult for Lin Yi. Mental strength is weakened by half, which is enough to make ordinary mages unable to even concentrate. However, Lin Yi appeared unusually calm. He discovered that even if his mental strength was halved, it would not affect his spell casting. Even if only half of the spiritual attribute is left, the damage is still considerable. Lin Yi looked at Cassio, who was feeling smug, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bone Spur Technique. The bone spear, flickering with a faint light, smashed heavily on Cassio's staff like a kiss of death. 14157. Not only that, the attack interrupted his spell. How is this possible? Cassio's eyes widened, unable to believe that Lin Yi still had such strength after his spirit was halved. Immediately afterwards, an ice spear technique hit his vitals. In fear, Cassio quickly used the levitation technique to move away. At the same time, he hurriedly summoned the skeleton knight. Seeing this scene, Cheng Muking patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She and Baijia looked at each other, and there was a bitter smile in each other's eyes. This series of ups and downs is even more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Fire Meteorite Technique. Flame meteorites fell on the altar again, and batches of skeleton knights were summoned, and then quickly sent back to the underworld. At this moment, the experience points soared like a rocket, and Lin Yi felt extremely happy. Although Cassio tried to fight back, he was made to behave himself with just one blow from the ice spear. Call out! After 25 waves, a dazzling white light burst out from Lin Yi's body again. Level increased to LV15. Lin Yi saw that his spirit value surged to 700 points again, and he felt very comfortable. Cheng Muchen shared the experience and easily reached level 5. She is very satisfied with this result. After all, many adventurers of the same period are still struggling between the first and second levels. But when she thought about the fact that Lin Yi had reached level 15, she felt like a waste. At this time, Cassio has completely turned into a hideous skeleton. The originally thin body is now just a skeleton. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yi was full of hatred and fear. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression showed a little regret. It seems to be regretful that there is no more value to be exploited. It's really vulnerable. Lin Yi's contempt almost made Cassio cry. Oh my god! Who is the master here? Then I can only send you on your way. Lin Yi said jokingly, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. Bone Spur Technique. The bone spear emitted a faint glow and directly knocked Cassio away. 31057. Ice Spear Technique. This time, the ice spear pierced straight through Cassio's body and nailed him to the altar. 63189. Human, you will eventually die. As soon as Cassio finished his words, he turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared on the altar. Kill the level 15 demon mage Cassio and gain 13482 experience points. Then, brilliant light burst out and equipment was scattered all over the ground. Silver. The lowest is bronze. Lin Yi was even more pleasantly surprised to find that there were 2 more skill books. What a great harvest! He walked towards a staff that was shining with silver light impatiently. Devil Staff. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Spirit plus 165, Attack Power plus 850, with Spirit Withering Skill, which can reduce the target's spirit value by 25%. After reading the introduction, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This silver staff is so powerful. The staff shimmered matte black all over, with a black crystal embedded in the tip. In its depths, a blood-red light flows. This thing looks extraordinarily cool, and its properties are even more extraordinary. It is worthy of being a silver equipment, which immediately increased Lin Yi's combat effectiveness by a large margin. What caught Lin Yi's attention even more was the special skills it came with. Even if it's only a 25% weakening of the spirit, it's still terrifyingly powerful. In certain situations, it is definitely a magical skill that can turn the tide. I just got promoted to level 15 and got new equipment like this, it's so cool. After Lin Yi put on the new staff, his spirit value immediately soared to 865 points. Now, any basic fireball spell can cause 160,000 to 170,000 damages. For a black iron professional, encountering Lin Yi is like a chicken encountering an eagle, they can only surrender. Then, Lin Yi turned his attention to the next piece of equipment. Netherworld Robe. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Spirit plus 65, Magic Resistance plus 125, with the skill of levitation, which allows the caster to float in the air, with an upper limit of no more than 50 meters. On the back of the black robe, there is a cluster of skull and flame patterns painted, which is very domineering. Lin Yi, wearing the netherworld robe, was shrouded in a layer of mysterious and evil aura. The already handsome face now has even more extraordinary charm. Although the following pieces of equipment are all bronze level, they are by no means simple. Bone Ring. Level, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit plus 30, Magic Points plus 300. Quick Cooling Waistband. Level, Bronze. Attribute, Skill cooldown reduced by 25%. Giant Bone Heavy Sword. Level, Bronze. Attributes, Strength plus 120, Ignore Defense plus 35. Skull Boots. Level, Bronze. Attributes, Agility plus 30, Stamina plus 25. The Bone Ring and Quick Cooling Waistband are both real equipment for enhancing combat power. Especially, that Quick Cooling Waistband, even though it only has one special effect. But shortening the skill CD is enough to double Lin Yi's combat effectiveness. This effect is almost comparable to that of silver equipment. Lin Yi put on the two pieces of equipment without saying a word. As for the remaining two items, they were put into the space pendant and kept to be exchanged for a generous reward in the future. After taking inventory of the equipment, the last two items were two precious skill books. One is the Black Iron skill exclusive to mages, Ghost Meditation. The other one is the Assassin's Black Iron skill, Shadow Escape. Immediately, Lin Yi clasped his hands together and decisively learned the Ghost Meditation technique. Talents are activated instantly and skills reach the maximum level. Ghost Meditation, when in use, it will restore 50 mana points per second and increase the damage of dark spells by 20%. Lin Yi couldn't hide her surprise on her face, the effect was so shocking. Ordinary meditation only restores 2 magic points per second, but this method has increased it by 25 times. Lin Yi now has 12,000 mana at full power. Using the Ghost Meditation method, you can be fully restored to full in 4 minutes. What's more, all his skills are at the maximum level, and the mana consumption is pitifully low. Only 1/10 of others, or even less. Level promoted to LV15, unlock new skill, Stun. With the bonus of talent, the stun spell automatically reaches the maximum level. Stun, ignore defense, make the target fall into a 10-second stun state, the effect will be removed if attacked, the cooldown time is 10 seconds. Hard Control ultimate move. Lin Yi's heart was surging. Although the previous delay spell and swamp field were also considered control. But at most, it can only slow down the enemy. However, this stun technique can stun the opponent for 10 seconds, which is completely different in nature. In this way, Lin Yi's combat strategy undoubtedly became more flexible and changeable. Let's take a look at the attribute panel first. Chapter 18. Lin Yi suppressed his inner excitement and immediately opened the attribute panel. Level, LV15, 13482/50,000. Attributes, Strength 350, Spirit 1060, Physical Strength 400, Agility 410. Health 3600. Magic Value 12,500. It is not difficult to see that since entering the secret realm of the copy, Lin Yi's strength is no longer what it used to be, the improvement is more than 10 times. There is still 1 week left before the trial competition officially begins. Lin Yi was certain that he could be promoted to a bronze mage. By then, those novices of the same period would be asking for trouble if they fought against him. Now, Lin Yi's fireball spell can cause nearly 20,000 damages. Even a newly promoted bronze professional would be reduced to ashes in the face of such power. Compared with Lin Yi, those so-called secretive professions are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Even under the same conditions, other people's attributes may have a slight advantage. But absolutely not, his max-level skills are beyond belief. Once he transforms into an arcanist and the last bit of gap disappears, Lin Yi will become even more terrifying. Among the equipment on Lin Yi, 3 are of silver grade. Most of the others are bronze level, and only a few are black iron equipment. Cheng Muking and Bai Jia saw this scene, and their envy was beyond words. Cheng Muking felt it especially strongly. Bai Jia may not understand the truth, but Cheng Muchen knows it clearly. It has only been 2 days since Lin Yi awakened. In this short period of time, he was able to kill the level 15 Purple Lord monster alone. Such a growth rate is simply astonishing. She didn't even dare to think about what would happen if Lin Yi was given enough time. It seems that it is not impossible to surpass the 4 major families in Zhongcheng. At this moment, her attention to Lin Yi reached an unprecedented level. Cheng Muking was about to speak when he heard Bai Jia exclaim, "Strange, why haven't we received the clearance score yet?" Logically speaking, the demon wizard Cassio should be the final lord monster of this secret dungeon, right? Bai Jia's question suddenly woke Lin Yi up. He was so immersed in the joy of harvest that he actually forgot about this. Lin Yi had a vague feeling that the clearance score had not been settled yet. That only means one thing. This secret dungeon has not actually ended yet. Immediately, Lin Yi's gaze turned to the altar. When he first came in, he felt something was wrong. Now it seems that this altar is obviously used as a medium to communicate with the monsters of the abyss. At the place where Cassio fell, there was an extremely weak aura of death, quietly seeping into the underground altar. However, the demon wizard Cassio has fallen. But at the last moment of his life, he completed the sacrificial ritual. Buzz. As if aware of everyone's gaze, the altar, which had been quiet for a long time, no longer concealed its presence. The intricate magic array carved on it suddenly emitted a dazzling black light. A breath of the abyss continuously emerges. The difficulty of the 15th level Black Iron Dungeon Secret Realm has been upgraded to Hell level due to a sudden unknown change. The secret dungeon is blocked by an unknown force, and explorers cannot exit for the time being. A series of log updates jumped into the eyes of Lin Yi and others, and they immediately understood the situation. The difficulty of the secret dungeon has actually increased. When Cheng Muking saw this scene, he felt like crying but had no tears. She just wanted to find a place to practice, but she didn't expect to encounter such bad luck as the difficulty of a secret realm and a sudden increase in difficulty. Hell level. Are we finished? Faced with the current situation where they could not withdraw, Cheng Muking and Bai Jia were both panicked. I thought I was about to pass the customs, but this unexpected thing happened. Before meeting Lin Yi, they had trouble completing even the difficult level dungeons. Now the difficulty of the dungeon has suddenly risen to Hell level, which is simply unimaginable. Cheng Muking tried to activate the golden teleportation talisman in his hand. But I found that it didn't work at all, and my mood instantly plummeted. Lin Yi was dignified but still remained calm. Although the Hell level secret realm is terrifying, you can't easily give up without trying it. The new powerful force gave him full confidence. Lin Yi tightly grasped the staff in his hand and looked at the altar that was undergoing strange changes. It was the abyss monster summoned by Cassio that caused the changes in the secret realm. What kind of monster is it? Lin Yi and the other two held their breath and stared at the altar nervously, their hearts filled with anxiety. At the same time, Changda and others were waiting outside the secret realm of the copy. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation broke the surrounding tranquility. The teleportation vortex gate, which originally emitted white light, suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Then, it was gradually shrouded by an ominous black light. A trace of panic flashed across Changda's eyes, and then he immediately took a few steps forward, trying to decipher the mystery of this sudden change. Oh no! The lady is in danger. After learning that the difficulty of the secret realm had increased sharply, Changda's face instantly became serious. He immediately turned around and ordered hurriedly, "Hurry, let's go in right away." Although Changda suffered heavy damage in the past because of protecting the head of the family Cheng Bassian. As a result, its level has remained stagnant at level 20. But this happened to be the opportunity for him to enter the copy. At this time, the thick black light on the altar gradually faded. From the magic circle below the altar came the sounds of low growls and grinding teeth, which made people shudder. Immediately afterwards, an unknown monster leaped into the air, revealing its true face. This monster exudes a dark purple light all over its body and has curved horns on its head. The tail is covered with sharp spines and keeps shaking. The back is spread out, revealing a pair of bat-like wings. The Netherworld monster. Cheng Muking took a deep breath and recognized the identity of this unknown creature. "You insignificant human, were you the one who killed my servant Cassio?" The ghostly monster bared its fangs and claws, and its voice was like a huge bell, shocking her so much that her expression twisted. Demons from the Netherworld. Level, LV15 Lord level, Gold. Health value, 534,907. Skills, Dragon's Roar, Nether Flame, Violent Assault. Looking at this terrifying number, Cheng Muking's heart sank to the bottom. This Netherworld monster is much more powerful than any enemy we have encountered before. In particular, the health value of more than 500,000 is enough to scare people away. Just then, Lin Yi was about to speak. A crack appeared in the sky, and a new group of explorers were teleported over. "Uncle D." Seeing this, Cheng Muking shouted in surprise. It was Changda and his group. "Miss, are you okay?" When Changda saw that Cheng Muking was safe and sound, he immediately felt relieved. Then, he stared at the Netherworld monster and resolutely stood in front of everyone. "This is a monster from the abyss, everyone must be careful." "Very good." The Netherworld monster flapped its wings and sneered, "Another group of humans seeking their own death. Today I am going to enjoy them to my heart's content." Before Lin Yi could react, Changda waved his hand to signal him to step back. Then, Changda and the other 9 people quickly formed a battle formation. Auras of various buff effects quickly stack up. The attributes of these level 20 Black Iron warriors have exceeded 1,000. Changda knew very well how big a threat the Golden Lord monster posed. But at this moment, they had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, if the young lady met with misfortune here, how would he have the face to see the head of the family again? Changda took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Kill!" As the order was given, the soldiers' weapons gleamed and they charged forward together. The assassin hides himself and looks for the best time to attack. The mages and archers in the back are ready to go. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the 2 priests, and they were ready to perform healing spells at any time. Boom! Colorful skills gathered like a flood and blasted out. However, the Netherworld monster stood with its chest crossed arrogantly, waiting for the attack to come. Lin Yi originally planned to kill him, but Changda's arrival disrupted his plan. Therefore, he decided to observe the battle situation first and find out the strength of the Netherworld monster. Bang! 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 Various skills were used on the netherworld monster, but the damage caused was minimal. 453. 512. 397. This series of triple-digit injuries shocked everyone. After one round of attacks, the total damage was only over 2,000 points. Compared to the huge health of the nether monster, this amount of damage is really insignificant. This is actually the body of a demon. A chill rose in Chengda's heart. The physique of this netherworld monster was more noble than he had expected. Its defense and resistance are far beyond common sense. This is troublesome, what should I do? Chapter 19. Chengda felt anxious and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. They used their skills again and again, but the damage they caused was pitifully small. The netherworld monster opened its arms and welcomed these attacks without hesitation, with a hint of enjoyment on its face. "Ha! You bunch of ants, haven't you eaten? Even tickling is so weak. Don't worry, I will enjoy you bit by bit. It's been a while since I've had such delicious food. For it, professionals have always been top-notch cuisine. And after swallowing, its power can be further increased." Whoosh! It suddenly folded its wings, and the spells carefully prepared by several mages were instantly wiped out. Immediately afterwards, the netherworld monster counter-attacked and hit Chengda and his group with a fire bomb. 2137. 2095. 2071. 2286. The damage exploded instantly, and the health of Chengda and others was almost emptied. It's not because the netherworld monster can only cause this much damage. Rather, it is playing around on purpose, enjoying the fun of hunting. The netherworld fire burned on Chengda and the others, and once their health points were restored, they were immediately burned out. Fresh prey is the real delicacy. The netherworld demon took a deep breath and then headed straight towards Chengda. Although there was fear in Chengda's eyes, there was more regret that he could not protect the young lady. "Uncle D!" Cheng Muking screamed, tears welling up in her eyes. Just when everyone was in despair and the netherworld monster was about to enjoy a feast. Boom! Accompanied by the hissing sound of burning air, a hot fireball as big as a millstone flew out instantly. Lin Yi finally took action. This kid's strength is so terrifying. Chengda and others stared at the exaggerated fireball in amazement. Before this, Chengda subconsciously ignored Lin Yi. After all, how strong can a professional who has just been promoted to Black Iron be? So without further ado, let Lin Yi join the battle. Only now did he realize how stupid his thoughts were. Boom! The netherworld monster was also extremely terrified. The huge fireball hit him right in the chest, and the blood in his body was almost evaporated instantly. 25739. The high damage value shocked Chengda and the others so much that they were speechless. One fireball caused more than 20,000 damages. This is incredible. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chengda's eyes. Perhaps there would be a chance of escaping the predicament today. Seeing this scene, Cheng Muking cried with joy, glad that Lin Yi was there. Immediately, Lin Yi took out a bottle of mental medicine. After drinking it all in one gulp, his spirit value instantly soared by 300 points. Chengda responded quickly, "All auxiliary professions, do your best to bless Lin Yi." Oink oink. Colorful lights intertwined, and Lin Yi's spiritual attribute broke through 1,500 points. Much stronger than before. Not only that, it also adds a variety of bonus effects such as shortening casting time, reducing skill cooldown, and increasing movement speed. Lin Yi truly appreciates the power of teamwork. He felt the surging power in his body and a smile appeared on his lips. With the help of the floating skill granted by the netherworld robe, Lin Yi leaped up, and with the light body skill, he was extremely agile. Bone Spur Technique. With the help of many enhancements, spells that were already fast to cast become even faster. Seeing this, the mages behind Chengda were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They couldn't believe that the spell could be released so quickly. Call out! The bone spear whizzed out and instantly pierced through the shoulder blade of the netherworld monster. Puff! Purple-black blood splattered like raindrops, making a hissing sound when it hit the ground. 51853. In an instant, the netherworld monster roared towards the sky. But Lin Yi's attack was continuous, leaving it no room for counterattack. Ice Spear Technique. Supported by powerful mental strength, the ice spear seemed to freeze the surrounding air, and its power was even greater than before. Cheng Muking and Baijia couldn't help but tremble, and the shock in their eyes was beyond words. The ice spear pierced through the demon's injured shoulder and tore it apart fiercely. Swish! The demon's wings were cut in half, leaving only a few tendons connecting them. It was a terrifying scene. 127863. The combination of bone spear technique and ice spear technique caused terrifying destructive power. Changda and others were shocked beyond words. Was this really done by a black iron professional? Gudong! The sound of swallowing was heard in unison, somewhat humorous yet extremely real. With just 3 spells, nearly 1/3 of the netherworld monster's blood tank evaporated. Even if it has strong vitality, it cannot withstand such a heavy blow. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yi with shock and disbelief. They all speculated, what is Lin Yi's occupation? An ordinary mage? It can't be that simple. Damn human, how dare you hurt me? You deserve to die. I'm going to extract your soul. Black flames rose up from the body of the netherworld monster, and the devil fire was more violent than before, seeming to devour everything. Lin Yi just sneered and waved the staff lightly. Stun spell. In an instant, a dazzling beam of magical light burst out from the tip of the staff. The netherworld demon fell into a dizzy state before he could finish his words. Although it has a certain resistance to dizziness, the halo appearing above its head indicates that it will fall into a 5-second slumber. 5 seconds, more than enough. Lin Yi's figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling through the air, looking for the best position to cast the spell. Bone Spear Technique. The bone spear reappeared, thanks to the powerful mental power. The faint light at the tip of the spear almost materialized, and it was extremely sharp. Call out! The spear passed by like a meteor and pierced deeply into the ferocious mouth of the netherworld monster. The next moment, it woke up from the dizziness, but it was too late to recover. The spear pierced through the mouth and came out from the neck on the other side. 91753. A huge amount of damage occurred, purple blood splattered everywhere, and half of the head was almost torn off. Flesh and blood mixed with broken bones, and half of the face was twisted and shattered. The nether monster howled in pain, but the spear filled his mouth, making it unable to make a sound. Ice Spear Technique. Immediately afterwards, the ice spear, wrapped in the power of extreme cold, swiftly attacked the netherworld monster. At this moment, the remaining half of its face was filled with endless fear. The pain from the ice spear last time seemed to still be in my heart. Netherworld Shield. The rising black flames gathered into a flame shield, attempting to block the oncoming ice spear. Although it offset some damage, it still could not completely block it. Squeak! The ice spear penetrated the flame shield and smashed heavily on the head of the netherworld monster. 124580. If it weren't for the shield reducing damage, the results would have been even more tragic. In less than a minute, only 30% of its health was left. Changda and others were filled with doubts. Is this weak netherworld monster really the lord monster they had fought so hard against before? Why can Lin Yi handle it so easily? An unwilling wizard tried to fire an ice spear. 861. This little injury made him so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Compared with Lin Yi, there is a world of difference. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Lin Yi did not give the netherworld monster any chance to breathe. Delay spell. The fleeing figure of the netherworld monster suddenly became slow. Who says humans are weak? Why did I have to meet such a pervert? He wished he could drag out Cassio, who summoned him, and whip his corpse 1,000 times. Why did you summon me? At this time, Lin Yi's spells continued. Ice, fire, thunder, various elemental powers intertwined in the ghostly monsters. The originally strong body became covered with wounds, and its health points dropped to the critical point. Suddenly, a huge ice spear pierced through its body, nailing it to the altar wall, and it died on the spot instantly. Kill the level 15 Netherworld monster and gain 38951 experience points. Lin Yi looked at the almost full experience bar, feeling satisfied. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, colorful lights bloomed from under the corpse of the Netherworld monster. Equipment, skill books, a dazzling array. There are even gold equipment. Chapter 20. Looking at the pile of equipment emitting strange brilliance, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Especially the young mages, whose eyes were so hot that they almost burned. But no one dared to act rashly. These are Lin Yi's trophies, the glory that belongs to him alone. Lin Yi examined them one by one, and the first thing that came into view was a piece of dazzling golden equipment. Abyss Demon Cloak. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Stamina plus 150, Agility plus 150, Movement Speed increased by 5%, Attached Skill Eye of the Abyss, can detect the location of hidden persons below the silver rank. Although it is not tailor-made for mages, Lin Yi can still use it. The accompanying Eyes of the Abyss skill gave him many surprises. Detect the location of the hidden person. This is undoubtedly a powerful aid, especially against enemies below the silver level, and has a significant effect. From now on, any assassin who attempts to approach secretly will be exposed in front of Lin Yi. After Lin Yi put on the new cloak, she felt as light as a feather. Combined with the light body technique, he is even more agile than an assassin. Then, Lin Yi examined the next piece of equipment. Burning Flame Ring. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Spirit plus 80, additional 20% burning damage when casting. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't hide his joy. In addition to the large bonus to spirit value, the attack can also cause burning damage. This makes Lin Yi's battle leap to a new level again. Storm Dragon Tongue Bow. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Strength plus 120, Agility plus 60, each attack shoots an additional storm arrow that deals 25% damage. Undoubtedly, this is a shooter's weapon. Lin Yi put it away and decided that bartering was the best option. Silver equipment is always in short supply on the market. Although the remaining 2 bronze artifacts are not top-notch, the market price of each of them easily exceeds 1 million. After counting all the equipment, there are still 2 treasures. A gem as big as a longan, exuding a strong scent of the abyss. Abyss Core Stone. Grade, Gold. Attributes, can be used for inlaying, giving equipment the power of the abyss, greatly improving the equipment level, limited to silver level and below equipment. Upgrade your equipment. Lin Yi was just regretting that he failed to get the golden staff. Unexpectedly, a solution was found in the blink of an eye. If you can upgrade the demon staff to gold equipment, Lin Yi's strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds again. So he put it away carefully. I plan to consult a blacksmith next time I go to Wanbao Pavilion. The next treasure is a ticket to the abyss. Abyss Pass, first floor. Grade, Special. Attributes, the user can enter the first layer of the abyss, and must have strength above the silver level. Legend has it that there are 18 layers in the abyss, and the deeper you go, the stronger the power of the devil becomes. The Netherworld monster just now probably came from the first level of the abyss. When I am promoted to silver, I will definitely go to the abyss to explore its mysteries. The harvest from this trip was extremely rich. Even Lin Yi, who was used to big scenes, found it difficult to suppress his excitement. Finally, Lin Yi's eyes fell on the 2 skill books. Each of them is a priceless treasure to him. Brand of Hell, Wings of the Underworld. Hell's brand is a black iron skill that Lin Yi can learn now. As for the Wings of the Underworld, it is a rare flying skill. But it is a bronze skill and Lin Yi cannot reach it for the time being. Immediately, he put away the Wings of the Underworld skill book and casually touched the Hell brand skill book. The page of the book turned into a meteor and merged into Lin Yi's mind, and he understood it in an instant. The talent is activated and the Hell brand reaches the maximum level instantly. Hell brand, condense a brand to mark the target. The next time you cast a spell, the mark will be triggered, causing 5 times the damage. The cooldown time is 1 minute. After reading the skill introduction, Lin Yi was so excited. This is definitely a killer weapon, the trump card to fight against the enemy in the future. After counting the spoils, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. I made a lot of money on this expedition. Originally, his goal was just to kill the blood-marked Wolf King. Who knew that there would be an adventure that would lead to a difficult level secret dungeon, which was even upgraded to Hell difficulty. And the harvest is even more astonishing. Lin Yi looked at the equipment in the space pendant, and he was so happy. At this time, Changde led Cheng Muking and others and slowly walked over. He didn't dare to underestimate the tough guy in front of him. Killing the Golden Lord monster by one's own strength shows his terrifying potential. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Yi will become an unrivaled master. His future is limitless, so it is necessary to build good relationships with him now. Young Master Lin Yi, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we would be in trouble this time. Cheng Digang was shocked when he heard Cheng Muking say that Lin Yi was a student at Interstellar University of Science and Technology who had just awakened. It's only been 2 days and his strength has surpassed mine. He is definitely a genius among geniuses. Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just a small favor. Besides, I have an appointment with Miss Cheng, so it's my duty to help her clear the dungeon. Cheng Muking covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling that she had gotten a great bargain. Just with that space pendant, you can pass the Hell level copy. Although I spent most of the time watching the show from the sidelines, which resulted in a low score, I still received a lot of rewards. All this was because of Lin Yi, her eyes were full of admiration. Bai Jia was also deeply impressed by Lin Yi's impeccable spell bombardment. Although it can't be called admiration, it's only natural to have a liking for her. Changde quickly added, the reward given by the young lady is really not worthy of the value of this copy. I will report to the head of the family when I get home. I invite you to visit my home. I have a generous gift for you. Don't refuse it. Changde is a smooth person and keeps a low profile. Although Lin Yi is mentally mature, he still benefited from listening to it. Okay, I'll go there when the time comes. He was also curious about what kind of generous gift the Cheng family would prepare as a thank you. Could it be that he was going to betroth Cheng Muking to himself? Thinking of this, Lin Yi laughed at himself, thinking that he was just daydreaming. At this moment, golden light suddenly shone in the secret realm of the copy, and the will of the world began to score them based on their performance. The golden light shot straight into the sky and gathered into a huge curtain of light at the edge of the sky. Then, everyone's scores were announced one by one. First, there are Changde and others. In the scene, they just landed in front of the netherworld monster and were almost taken away by a wave. Changde's old face turned slightly red. This was a blatant slap in the face. In the end, they only got the lowest grade E, but the reward was still decent. Then came Cheng Muking and Bai Jia, who were almost insignificant throughout the entire process. Occasionally add buffs to Lin Yi, and the entire dungeon journey feels like a vacation. The two of them covered their eyes shyly and received a D grade. The prizes were better than those given to Changde and others, and the joy in their eyes was evident. Finally it was Lin Yi's turn, and everyone waited with bated breath. On the screen, Lin Yi is fighting against 100 people alone. Whether it was Cassio or the netherworld monster, they were all blown up to the sky by him. Changda and the others were stunned, as they had only seen him dealing with ghostly monsters before. Only now did I realize how abnormal his strength was. The golden light curtain slowly froze, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, the SSS level rating was dazzling. Oh my god, it's a 3's rating. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chapter 21. It is rare to get an S level rating. Not to mention, that unattainable SSS level score. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level difficulty dungeon and receiving an SSS level score. Get reward, 30,000 experience points. Obtained Platinum Treasure, Skill Fusion Stone. Obtained Platinum Treasure, Wind Spirit card. Lin Yi's Adam's apple moved slightly, and facing such a generous reward, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. The amount of this reward is beyond imagination. Swish! Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst out from Lin Yi. Level promoted to LV16. Upgraded again. The next 2 platinum treasures are the real highlights. I thought it was rare to get gold equipment, but I didn't expect it to be double platinum. The first is the Skill Fusion Stone, which is the size of a fist. The red stone radiates golden light, and contains magical energy flowing within. Skill Fusion Stone. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, can combine 2 bronze skills into a higher level skill, and master it in advance regardless of level restrictions. Usually professionals can only learn skills that match their own level, and cross-level learning is extremely difficult. Unless there is a special treasure, and the Skill Fusion Stone belongs to this category. Lin Yi couldn't hide his eagerness and carefully put away the treasure. Wind Spirit card. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, the holder can win the favor of the Wind Spirit and can be used to exchange for moon water. It's actually a keepsake. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, this kind of treasure is very special. Its value depends on how professionals use it. Moon water. I heard that it can permanently enhance the spiritual attributes of the mage. For me, it is absolutely priceless. It seems that I have to find some time to find out some clues about the elves. Lin Yi took this to heart and planned to ask about it when she visited Cheng's family. As a prominent family in Zhongcheng, the Cheng family has extensive connections and is much more efficient than individual exploration. At this moment, everyone recovered from their shock. The look towards Lin Yi was full of awe. This young man has unlimited potential for future achievements. Chengda's respect for Lin Yi deepened, and he invited her again. Young Master Lin, when you return to Zhongcheng, you must come to visit the Cheng family. Beside him, Cheng Muking also said happily, looking forward to seeing you next time. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, okay. Immediately, Cheng Muking and his group turned into streams of light and left the copy space. Because the secret realm of the copy is about to collapse, it is not advisable to stay here for long. Call out. Lin Yi and Baijia appeared again in the lair of the blood-marked Wolf King. Baijia breathed a sigh of relief. The twists and turns and excitement of this trip far exceeded the sum of her previous experiences, and the rewards were even more abundant. She looked at Lin Yi beside her, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. I wonder what kind of beauty can be a match for him? Let's go. This dungeon trip not only allowed Lin Yi to advance to level 16. The equipment and skills have been comprehensively upgraded, and the strength has increased by more than dozens of times. Even if the fireball spell was cast casually, its power had reached 20,000 to 30,000 points, which was an abnormal level of growth. This made Lin Yi more confident. In this world, strength is the most fundamental guarantee, and everything else is false. On the way back, all the monsters in the swamp plains were vulnerable. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's level is already high. It is no longer possible to gain experience by hunting monsters in the swamp plains. Explorers who occasionally met Lin Yi, sensing the evil spirit emanating from him, would carefully avoid him. There is no greater convenience than this that comes with strength, and no one dares to challenge it easily. Occasionally, they would use a light body technique to double their speed. Soon after, the town of Wolong came into view. Lin Yi, see you next time. After the two exchanged contact information, Lin Yi went straight to Wanbao Pavilion, ready to sell the treasures in his hands. When I stepped into the door of Wanbao Pavilion, the bunny girl receptionist was still there. There was a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, and she was obviously surprised that Lin Yi came again in such a short time. Welcome to Wanbao Pavilion, how can I help you? The bunny girl maintained a professional smile and bowed gracefully. Lin Yi smiled calmly. This time he planned to get rid of some unused treasures that he no longer needed. At the same time, I also want to collect the mage's skill secrets and inquire about the news about the blacksmith. Let's take care of some equipment first. As soon as the words fell, the bunny girl was dumbfounded. Crash! One piece of equipment and materials after another were poured onto the smooth table, shining brightly. There are more than a dozen pieces of black iron equipment and quite a few pieces of bronze equipment as well. Moreover, there is also a piece of silver equipment. Dear guest, please wait a moment. I can't make the decision on such a major transaction. I will ask the person in charge to come over immediately. Please go to the VIP room and rest for a while. The bunny girl's voice trembled slightly, and the softness of her chest swayed gently. This scene was too shocking, the expensive equipment was piled up like cabbages. Even she, who is well informed, found it incredible. Lin Yi saw it and laughed secretly in his heart. If you display gold equipment and even platinum treasures, I'm afraid she would be so scared that her jaw would drop. After a display of strength, Lin Yi was quickly led into a private box decorated with the utmost luxury. In the box, the chairs are made of high-grade Warcraft bones. Not only are there special people to serve massage, but even the tea you drink is the priceless white jade spirit tea. Compared to what I drank before, I don't know how many times more precious it is. This is the privilege and enjoyment that comes with strength. Lin Yi accepted all these thoughtful services calmly. Not long after, a thin middle-aged man walked into the box hurriedly, slightly out of breath. Apparently he rushed over without stopping after receiving the news. Dear guest, I am so rude for not coming to greet you. Then let's stop talking nonsense and start trading directly. After he finished speaking, batches of equipment and materials poured out from the space pendant again. Manager Zhang still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Then he quickly made a decision that he must make friends with this young man. Only in this way can one's performance be taken to a higher level. Leave Wolong town as soon as possible and transfer to the prosperous Zhongcheng. Thinking of this, Manager Zhang began to carefully count the items that Lin Yi wanted to sell. There are 20 pieces of equipment below level 10, worth 4.91 million. I'll round it up for you, let's call it 5 million. This batch of equipment alone brought in 5 million in revenue, and Lin Yi's face was filled with a satisfied smile. As Manager Zhang was counting the items, he became more and more excited and his speech speed unconsciously quickened. There are 13 pieces of black iron equipment above level 11, worth 8 million. 7 pieces of bronze equipment, 16 million. As for this skill book of Shadow Escape, and this silver equipment, the Storm Dragon Tongue Bow. I can't give you an estimate for now, but maybe I can consider exchanging it for other items. What do you think? Such treasures are often out of stock and cannot be easily exchanged for Huaxia coins. Manager Jiang's tone became more and more respectful. This was a huge deal. The young man in front of him either had an amazing background or unfathomable strength. No matter which point it is, he cannot underestimate it. Lin Yi's heart was filled with joy, this harvest was simply incredible. If you count the equipment he wears and treasures, his assets easily exceed 100 million. These two items were exchanged for bronze promotion beads. There will be some left over, which is just right for improving equipment and skills. Thinking of this, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, then let's exchange things for things. I need a bronze promotion bead. Also, Please help me find equipment and skills suitable for a mage. If there is something suitable, I will exchange it for these things. The maid standing by was deeply attracted by Lin Yi's generous attitude. Handsome and rich, he is simply the man of my dreams. Chapter 22. As Lin Yi finished speaking, Manager Jiang's heart was filled with joy. Please sit down for a moment. Immediately, he turned around and signaled the bunny girl behind him to prepare a detailed list of goods. Manager Jiang smiled as he drank tea with Lin Yi, and their conversation was relaxed and casual. During the conversation, Lin Yi learned that Director Jiang's name was Zhang Fu. And when Zhang Fu found out that Lin Yi was actually a freshman who had just awakened, the shock in my heart is even harder to calm down. To have achieved such an accomplishment in just 2 days is simply unheard of. While sighing, Zhang Fu made a decision. I'll be a little presumptuous and call you Brother Lin from now on. Since the value of the items you sold this time meets the requirements, Wanbao Pavilion will give you a black gold card. From now on, any purchase at Wanbao Pavilion will enjoy a 10% discount. Zhang Fu smiled warmly. Obviously this was a long-term investment. According to convention, only those with a single transaction exceeding 100 million yuan can obtain Wanbao Pavilion's black gold card. But Zhang Fu saw the endless potential in him. I firmly believe that Lin Yi will become a great man in the future, so I made this exception. He had a hunch that if he could get in touch with this person in the future, maybe he will have the chance to become a senior executive of Zhongcheng Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Yi was so smart that he smiled and said, Brother Jiang's friendship will always be remembered by me. Not long after, the bunny girl slowly came over with a list in her hand and an ebony box in her right hand. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Lying quietly in the ebony box was a gem the size of a longan. Zhang Fu introduced in detail, Brother Lin, this bronze promotion orb is usually worth 20 million in the market. But considering our friendship, and the exclusive benefits of your black gold card, I will only charge you 16 million. This transaction directly saved Lin Yi 4 million. Thank you, Brother Zhang. If I have items that need to be dealt with in the future, I will definitely think of Brother Zhang first. Hearing this, Zhang Fu laughed out loud, which was exactly what he wanted. After handing over the list, he sipped his tea leisurely. Brother Lin, take your time to choose, don't be in a hurry. The more Lin Yi read, the more excited he became. The authority Zhang Fu gave him was so great. Every piece of equipment and skill on the list made him eager to get them. Lin Yi made a quick decision based on his own needs. He first used the Storm Dragon Tongue Bow to exchange for a piece of silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Mage Crown. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Magic Resistance, plus 80, Ignore Defense plus 50, there is a 15% chance when casting a spell to duplicate the current spell and release it again. Speedy Gloves. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit plus 5, casting speed increased by 10%. Tough Wrist Guard. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, HP plus 600, MP plus 650. The attributes of these equipment are all superior. Especially the Mage Crown. If Lin Yi triggers the replica effect when casting Ice Lance, it will cause unexpectedly heavy damage to the enemy. The spell acceleration effect of the Speed Gloves should not be underestimated. Although the Tough Wrist Guard is relatively ordinary, it is a significant improvement over Lin Yi's other equipment. At this point, all of Lin Yi's equipment has been upgraded to bronze level or above. If such a configuration were announced to the world, it would surely attract countless envious eyes. After updating the equipment, Lin Yi exchanged for another Immune Barrier skill book. The other 2 books cost a total of 6 million, namely Lightning Magic and Speed Aura. In the end, Lin Yi still had 7 million left, but he didn't plan to spend it all at once. Because this money cannot bring about a qualitative change in his strength. Now that he has financial support, Lin Yi wants to buy a high-end residence for his mother so that she can spend her old age in peace. Lin Yi clapped his hands lightly and instantly mastered 3 new skills. And, upgrade them all to the maximum level. Immune barrier, can resist all control skills, including dizziness, electric shock, fear, etc. Cooling time is 10 seconds. Lightning technique, summons lightning within a 50-meter radius around the target, cooling time 3 seconds. Speed aura, adds an aura to the target object, increasing speed by 200%, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Originally, Lin Yi was eager to find the mage's teleportation skill. Unfortunately, such skills are not at the iron level and cannot be easily accessed. Therefore, Lin Yi chose the next best option and the speed halo. Suddenly, Lin Yi thought of the abyss core stone, and then asked, "Brother Zhang, is there a high-level blacksmith in Wolong town?" What a coincidence! Jiangqing's gold forger Kong Yuan has been collecting materials here recently. You can go to the Jade Villa in the east and just mention my name. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with stars. The higher the blacksmith's level, the greater the success rate of gem inlaying. He thanked her quickly, and after a brief conversation, he said goodbye and left. Zhang Fu watched Lin Yi go away and sighed, "This person is not an ordinary person. In the future, he will be famous in Zhongcheng and even the entire Huaxia country." It was late at night. Lin Yi planned to visit Kong Yuan tomorrow. He found an inn, took a bath, rested, and fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, Lin Yi pointed directly to the Jade Villa. This is a quiet corner in the gathering place for explorers. With birds singing and flowers blooming, it is like a paradise. The 2 burly men standing by the door were obviously skilled melee fighters. Lin Yi stepped forward calmly and asked, "I would like to ask Master Kong Yuan to inlay gemstones. Director Zhang of Wanbao Pavilion recommended me. Please inform him." One of the big men's eyes changed slightly, and he waved his hand and said, "Please come in." Soon after entering the small garden, Lin Yi met Master Kong Yuan. "Haha, that old sly guy Zhang Fu actually introduced someone to me. Young man, what kind of gemstone do you want to set your baby with?" "My name is Lin Yi, meeting Master Kong." Lin Yi responded with a smile, and then took out the demon staff and the abyss core stone. In an instant, the breath of the abyss hit me in the face. A strange color suddenly appeared in Kong Yuan's calm eyes. Gold-grade gem. As a gold blacksmith, there are not many opportunities to come into contact with such treasures. I originally thought that Lin Yi was just a junior recommended by Zhang Fu, and he was trying to do him a favor. At this moment, he changed his mind. Kong Yuan's professional intuition was awakened, and he quickly thought about how to match the equipment to a higher level. After a while, Kong Yuan suddenly said, "Little brother, how about we do a business?" Lin Yi looked doubtful. "Master Kong, please feel free to speak." Kong Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, "I am willing to help you upgrade your equipment for free. I'll even use my private stash of ore to increase its power, but you'll have to do me a small favor." "What's the matter?" Lin Yi remained sober. The gold equipment was indeed tempting. But if you want to take too much risk, then there is no need. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. To be honest, I have a work that is just one step away from completion. The key material is the fangs of the thunder crocodile monster. As long as you are willing to get it for me, I will upgrade your equipment. What do you think?" After hearing this, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. The thunder crocodile monster is hiding deep in the thunder ruins. It is a lord-level monster with a strength of about level 18. What's more troublesome is that the thunder crocodile monster is extremely cunning and will avoid showing itself when it encounters high-level professionals. There was once a strong silver warrior who hunted for a month but returned empty-handed in the end. Kong Yuan was very troubled by this. The mission had been hanging in the mercenary hall for a long time and no one had completed it yet. See the powerful force hidden in Lin Yi's body. He then tried every possible means to find a solution and proposed the idea of cooperation. "I promise you, but please help me transform the staff first. If I don't get the fangs of the thunder crocodile monster, I will compensate you for the ore and expenses you have consumed according to the market price. Lin Yi had long planned to go deep into the thunder ruins and take the opportunity to level up. Try to get promoted to a bronze professional within the last few days. Kong Yuan saw that the young man was unusually calm, and revealed a steady confidence. After pondering for a while, he decided to take a gamble. Okay, then follow me, I'll upgrade your staff right away. Chapter 23. Soon, a blazing fire broke out in the backyard. Accompanied by the steady and powerful sound of forging, the scene was extremely spectacular. You know, whether it is a blacksmith, pharmacist, or enchanter, they are actually very popular. It can even be said that high-end auxiliary professionals are more scarce than combat professionals. In the entire Zhongcheng, there are perhaps nearly 100 gold combat professionals. However, there are estimated to be only about 20 auxiliary professionals who can reach gold level. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Brother, the effect of this finished product is even better than expected. Seeing this, Lin Yi stood up excitedly. Success! Kong Yuan walked out with a smile on his face, holding a magic wand in his hand. I saw that the devil's staff had been completely transformed. The originally monotonous black staff was now wrapped with strands of golden textures. Lin Yi took the staff and felt a surge of power rushing into his body. The numbers on the attribute panel made his eyes light up. Abyss Wand. Quality, Gold. Attributes, Spirit plus 330, Attack Power plus 1800, with Spirit Withering Skill, which can weaken the target's spiritual power by 35%. New skill, Abyss Mark, which increases the spirit value by 350 points in a short period of time, lasts for 20 seconds, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. The degree of strengthening of the staff far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Especially, the Abyss Mark skill. Although it only lasts for 20 seconds and can only be used once a day. But this is undoubtedly the secret trump card in Lin Yi's hand, like a bottle of spiritual special effect potion that he carries with him. Kong Yuan stared at Lin Yi, a trace of heartache flashed between his brows. Little brother, you have to help find the fangs of the thunder crocodile monster. In order to maximize the potential of this staff, I even used precious mithril. Lin Yi was grateful and promised firmly, Master Kong Yuan, don't worry. I will find it for you within 5 days. After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and left without any delay. For him, every moment of the next 5 days was a sprint. The goal is to be promoted to bronze level before the trial. Although he currently has no intention of joining any force, the trial is undoubtedly a rare opportunity. If you perform well, you will be rewarded generously. Lin Yi would never miss such an opportunity easily. Walking on the Bluestone Road in Wolong Town, Lin Yi's mood was completely different from 2 days ago. At that time, he was just a first-level novice. Now, even if a bronze professional stood in front of him, he believed he could deal with it easily. At least in Wolong Town, Lin Yi has become a leader among the strong. After a while, Lin Yi walked to the edge of the town. But a large group of professionals gathered at the entrance of the town. They were dressed in uniform, with a ferocious wolf head pattern embroidered on their chests. Excuse me, have you seen a young soldier wearing purple clothes, about 1.8 meters tall, about 23 years old? The leader had a serious look on his face and kept asking questions to the explorers coming in and out. No. Lin Yi's heart tightened, but his face remained calm and he answered calmly. The leading man said in a firm tone, think about it carefully. If you can provide any clues about that person, the Bloodwolf mercenary group will reward you handsomely. But if you dare to hide it, I will let you see the methods of the Bloodwolf mercenary group. Lin Yi felt a little upset, even though the person the other party was looking for had indeed died at his hands. But he didn't feel comfortable with this threat. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, said nothing, and walked straight outside. It's not a good place to cause trouble, so just keep it down for now. The leading man had a gloomy expression on his face. He finally snorted coldly and turned to question the next person. But in his heart, he cursed secretly, "Arrogant boy, if we meet him in the wild, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy." Many explorers were intercepted and questioned one by one, but they dared not speak out. It was not until they left the town that they started complaining. "That's Lin Yi, the deputy leader of the bloodwolf mercenary group. I heard that their leader's youngest son was killed in the wild yesterday. The scene was horrible. It's true that evil will be punished. The bloodwolf mercenaries are arrogant and domineering on a daily basis. Sooner or later, they will get their comeuppance. Shh, keep your voice down, you want to die. Their leader is a bronze professional. If the bloodwolf mercenaries hear this, you'll be in for a treat." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and then hurried into the wild. The reason why the bloodwolf mercenary group is so arrogant in the local area is because of its hard power. After hearing this, a cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he already had a plan in mind. "So what if I'm a bronze professional? If you dare to mess with me, be prepared to bear my wrath." With Lin Yi's current strength, a bronze professional is nothing more than that. Since we have already formed a deep hatred, why not take the initiative and attack first? The thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Yi quickly sent a message to Zhang Fu. "Brother Zhang, can you tell me about the news about the bloodwolf mercenary group?" Zhang Fu's heart tightened when he received the message. No wonder some of the equipment Lin Yi used yesterday looked particularly familiar. Now I understand a little bit. However, Zhang Fu is determined to stand on Lin Yi's side. "Brother Lin, there are a total of 82 people in the bloodwolf mercenary group, all of them are black iron professionals. The leader is a level 27 bronze professional, and he has 7 or 8 bronze masters under him. Don't act rashly. Think twice before you act." In Zhang Fu's eyes, Lin Yi is quite capable. But at the moment, they are still far from being a match for the bloodwolf mercenaries. Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly, reckless? "Brother Zhang, you don't seem to understand my strength very well." He glanced in the direction of the town. Then he turned and left, with a faint fire flickering in his eyes. With the activation of the Eye of the Abyss, the traces of the two following figures were exposed. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Come on, I'll catch you all in one fell swoop." After saying this, he pretended to be clueless and continued to move forward towards the thundering ruins. The deeper Lin Yi went, the higher the level of monsters he encountered. Lin Yi stopped when he was surrounded by monsters such as green snakes and giant lizards above level 18. With his current abilities, challenging monsters across levels is the fastest way to accumulate experience points. When he opened the Eye of the Abyss again, the stalker behind him had disappeared. Lin Yi calmed down and no longer needed to hide his strength. With a light tap of the staff, a faint white light turned into a shield covering the entire body. With the bonus of the speed aura, the originally slow-floating technique became extremely agile. Shield of Light. Today's Shield of Light is enough to withstand over 110,000 points of damage. Even bronze professionals find it difficult to break through the defense. The road to upgrade begins here. Lin Yi's eyes were full of anticipation. After his strength had greatly improved, this was the first time he tested his true strength. Soon, a large group of monsters gathered behind him, about 30 or 40 of them. Lightning technique. On the Abyss Wand, violent electric current surged. In an instant, a huge thunder ball the size of an adult took shape. Boom! The thunder ball was like a meteorite, smashing into the group of monsters. The scorching lightning raged, and the entire ruins were illuminated by dazzling purple light. The air was filled with a burning smell, blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and the monster disappeared in an instant. 51376 50425 51294 52383. Astonishing damage values keep popping up. Nowadays, for Lin Yi, killing these monsters is as easy as drinking water. Just one wave of monsters gave him nearly 5,000 experience points. According to my current level, I still need 80,000 experience points to level up, and I need to kill about 16 or 17 waves of monsters. It takes about 15 minutes to kill a wave of monsters. I hope I can level up twice today. This speed is abnormal. Compared with ordinary people, the efficiency is more than 100 times faster. At this pace, it won't be long before you are promoted to bronze level before the trial begins. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit, and he used spells such as Fire Meteorite and Lightning in turn in the Thundering Ruins. The monsters, in fear and wailing, became stepping stones for him to level up. Although the wilderness is vast and attracting monsters takes a lot of time, Lin Yi's progress is still amazing. While upgrading, he also did not forget to investigate the whereabouts of the thunder crocodile beast. Wow! Suddenly, a strong white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV17. The upgrade was successful. Lin Yi's heart was filled with joy. This continuously rising pleasure made him extremely satisfied. Unlike others, after fighting hard for dozens of days as a team, the experience points only increased slightly. The gap between the two is simply a world of difference. At this moment, there was a violent turbulence ahead, and green sludge splashed everywhere, accompanied by a disgusting stench. Lin Yi's eyes flashed, and he saw a huge thunder crocodile raising its head and roaring. This thunder crocodile is more than 20 meters long. Its barrel-shaped body looks extremely ferocious, and its purple scales sparkle in the sun. Disgusting mud flows from it, making people feel disgusted. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt excited. The monster lord, the thunder crocodile beast has appeared. Chapter 24. Thunder crocodile monster. Level, LV19 Lord Monster. Health value, 227,835. Skills, Lightning Flash, Crocodile Tail Impact, Death Tumble. Lin Yi grinned, this time I'll use you to try my Hell Brand skill. Previous battles always ended in an instant kill, and many of the newly learned skills did not have a chance to show off. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from far away. Haha, I finally caught you. Oh, there's a lord monster with him, what a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi's face was calm, his eyes indifferently fixed on the bloodwolf mercenaries in front of him. At the front of the team, Lin Yi led nearly 20 men and slowly came into view. When Lin Yi caught a glimpse of the thunder crocodile monster, a greedy light flashed in his eyes. When he looked at Lin Yi again, there was even more teasing in his expression. Previously, Lin Yi's attitude at the town gate made him very unhappy. So he secretly sent 2 black iron assassins to follow. Of course, the most important thing is, Lin Yi keenly noticed that the equipment on Lin Yi was extraordinary. Even if one deliberately tries to conceal its brilliance, it is difficult to conceal its extraordinary qualities. Judging from the appearance alone, they are at least several pieces of bronze equipment. This obviously aroused his greed. At such a young age, he dares to parade around in bronze equipment. He has no idea of his own limitations. The Bloodwolf mercenary group has been able to rise rapidly in recent years thanks to its looting activities. They avoided the big families and specifically targeted the children of small families. Lin Yi smiled grimly and made up a charge. Boy, you killed our leader's son, and you still want to get away with it. Lin Yi was slightly startled, almost frightened. Are you done? If you have any last words, tell them now. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. The murderous intent in Lin Yi's heart gradually rose. What's more, weakening the strength of the Bloodwolf mercenary group was already part of his plan. Such an opportunity is right in front of me, how can I let it go easily? Lin Yi licked his lips and said viciously, Boy, you are quite arrogant. Let's see, is your mouth hard, or is my bottom hard? The mercenaries burst into laughter when they heard this. Knowing the deputy head's habits well, this handsome young man was afraid that he was in big trouble. Then, everyone quickly dispersed, blocking all of Lin Yi's escape routes. Lin Yi felt disgusted and murderous. These people must be eliminated. At this moment, Lin Yi caught from the corner of his eye that the thunder crocodile monster was trying to sneak away. We must not let it escape. It will be troublesome to find it later. I'll let you survive for a few seconds. After he finished speaking, Lin Yi moved extremely quickly, and the abyss wand in his hand released a strong demonic aura. Hell's brand. Buzz. In an instant, the dark energy condensed into an illusory demon rune and rushed towards the thunder crocodile beast. Whoosh! The black mark was firmly imprinted on the body of the thunder crocodile monster. It twisted anxiously, as if it had a premonition of death. Lin Yi had no intention of stopping, and kept spitting out spells like a string of cannonballs. With the help of the swift gloves, the casting speed is almost instant. Ice Spear Technique. Call out. The ice spear shot out from the wind, and the dull sound created ripples in the air. The power of the Ice Lance technique is now much greater than before, with more than 60,000 points of damage. The next second, the ice spear penetrated deeply into the marked location of the Hell's mark. Boom! The effect of Hell's brand is triggered, and the damage is directly multiplied fivefold. The ice spear became abnormally thick and penetrated the head of the thunder crocodile monster almost without any hindrance. Finally, it plunged deep into the swamp. 312574 61057. Even Lin Yi himself couldn't help but gasp. With the bonus of the Hell's mark, it caused a terrifying damage of up to 310,000. The burning ring is equally powerful, with an additional 20% burning effect bursting out, causing another 60,000 points of damage. The health points, which were only over 200,000, were instantly reduced to 0. The 19th level Lord Monster, the Thunder Crocodile Monster. He was killed instantly. For a moment, exclamations were heard all around. Du Linghe's eyes were full of shock and his legs were shaking with fear. Hiss! Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? The mercenaries who were originally so arrogant now looked terrified. This can't be true. When they thought about the threats they had just made to the young man, they couldn't help but choke on the thought. Then, they all looked at Du Linghe. With so many eyes focused on him, Du Linghe felt his scalp tingling. Immediately, he forced a smile and stammered, This is just a misunderstanding. You are obviously not the murderer. I was mistaken. Let's leave now. Lin Yi sneered in his heart, this is the advantage given by strength. Before he showed his strength, the other party treated him like a lamb. But now, I am as odd as a god. Now you. Lin Yi's eyes were deep, and the black light surging on the abyss wand became stronger and stronger. Bone Spur Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a white bone spear with a faint glow appeared out of thin air. With a fierce momentum, it shot towards Duling River. Seeing this, Du Linghe's heart trembled. As a level 23 bronze professional, even at full status, his health points are only over 30,000 points. Even with skills that reduce damage, it is difficult to withstand this fatal blow. Du Linghe shouted at the top of his lungs, You idiots, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and attack this guy. As he spoke, he hurriedly drew a longbow from behind him. An arrow wrapped in fire element shot straight towards the bone spear. Whoosh! The priest at the side was quick to act and added a layer of shield for Du Linghe. But this did not bring Du Linghe any sense of security. The whistling spear made him feel cold all over and his pupils suddenly contracted. Almost in the blink of an eye, the fire element arrow was easily pierced through and the arrowhead broke into pieces. The bone spear was unstoppable and continued to move forward with a slight cracking sound. Bang! The shield didn't last even for a second and shattered in an instant. This spear is so fast. Puff! Lin Yi's neck was torn open and blood gushed out from his throat. 30681. Under Lin Yi's precise control, Lin Yi was not killed immediately. But he was nailed firmly to the ground, wailing in pain. This kind of pain is more torture than dying directly. Lin Yi's eyes were unusually cold, although he did not enjoy killing. But an eye for an eye has always been his code of conduct. The mercenaries who were watching witnessed this scene. Everyone felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts and kept swallowing their saliva. Brothers, attack together. This guy won't let us go. Revenge for Deputy Captain Du. Kill. Perhaps the anger of sharing a common enemy temporarily overwhelmed the fear. They all used their skills on Lin Yi. There were nearly 20 black iron professionals, and the total damage in one round of attack was quite considerable. Scorching fireballs, sharp arrows, dazzling giant swords. Skills from different professions swept towards Lin Yi like a violent storm. Levitation. Lin Yi remained calm as he moved nimbly in the air, easily dodging nearly half of the attacks. The rest is unavoidable. The mercenary group members were delighted upon seeing this. However, hope is fleeting. Those overwhelming attacks hit Lin Yi's shield of light but did not cause any damage at all. How is that possible? Everyone present was filled with disbelief. Lin Yi sneered, "Everyone, it's my turn to attack." Fire meteorite technique. The abyss wand burst out with brilliant red light, and the fire element gathered madly. Huge fireballs fell like meteorites from outer space. Boom 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 boom. The deafening explosion echoed, and the high temperature brought by the fireball almost made people's hair stand on end. They wanted to escape, but the fireballs were so dense that there was no way out. 38153. 40173. 37952. The damage numbers kept jumping, and even if someone raised a shield it was in vain. These injuries are far beyond what black iron professionals can resist. In just a moment, they had lost more than half of their strength. If the attacks were more intensive, the entire army would probably be wiped out in an instant. There was only deep fear left in the eyes of the survivors. Run, run! Chapter 25. The remaining people were so frightened that Lin Yi was killed instantly with a spell. Another blow followed, and most of the companions fell down. This guy is simply the reincarnation of the devil. Want to escape? Lin Yi's mouth curled up into a sneer. Lightning technique. Another group attack skill. The blazing ball of lightning was as big as a millstone, with dense electric currents crisscrossing inside it. Boom! The ball of lightning suddenly flew forward and hit the center of the crowd, and terrible lightning exploded. The mercenaries were surrounded by lightning and wailed. The few remaining people were wiped out in the blink of an eye. There was another assassin with fear in his eyes, trying to sneak away. Lin Yi immediately activated the Eye of the Abyss, and his invisibility was completely invisible. Call out! An ice crystal arrow was like a silent god of death, instantly piercing his heart. This time, the entire area fell into deathly silence. Nearly 20 bloodwolf mercenaries under Lin Yi were all killed at this moment. On the ground lay many charred and twisted corpses, with various postures of death. But Lin Yi's heart was calm. He never shows mercy to his enemies. Lin Yi exhaled lightly, with the fiery light flashing in his eyes. After the thunder crocodile monster died, it dropped several treasures. Among the corpses scattered all over the ground, there were dozens of pieces of equipment waiting for him to collect. Hermit Mask. Grade, Silver. Attributes, reduces the probability of spell interruption by 50%, blocks reconnaissance skills below Gold. The mask was as thin as a cicada's wing, with strange red threads interwoven on it, revealing a sense of evil charm. Lin Yi put it on his face and didn't feel any weight at all. Under the power of magic, the mask merged into his skin, revealing his handsome face. Reduces the chance of spellcasting being interrupted, which is an extremely rare attribute. What made him even more excited was another attribute that could block detection skills below gold level. Generally speaking, the higher the level of reconnaissance skills, the more detailed information you can obtain about your opponent. With this mask, most people cannot see Lin Yi's true situation. Great! It's just right for dealing with the bloodwolf mercenaries. As a large-scale mercenary group, it has all kinds of talents gathered within it. Lin Yi must make sure that he has no flaws. In addition, he also obtained 4 or 5 pieces of bronze equipment. Several of them were searched from Du Ling He, and the rest were exploded from the thunder crocodile monster. As for the black iron equipment, there are as many as 50 pieces. This time, Lin Yi became rich again. These equipment alone are worth at least 25 million. What made Lin Yi happy was that one of the bronze rings could just replace the blood-marked ring. Mana Drain Ring. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Mana plus 600, with 0.2% mana absorption effect. Although it is a mana-draining ring, it does not have the spirit value bonus of a blood-marked ring. But its attributes are a perfect match for Lin Yi. Needless to say, the improvement of mana value lies in the mana absorption effect. For other mages, this may be a bit useless. But Lin Yi's situation is quite different. This effect is like a magical weapon for him. One of his spells can cause tens of thousands of damage. Through this effect, dozens of mana points can be restored. The mana he needed to cast a spell was only a few dozen points. With proper operation, Lin Yi can even always keep his mana at full capacity. Lin Yi's mouth curled up, what an unexpected surprise. But the bloodwolf mercenaries are still a hidden danger. Lin Yi decided to take the initiative and eradicate the problem completely. However, for him to find the team leader Ren Mingshan and his accomplices by himself would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After Lin Yi pondered for a moment, he sent a message to Zhang Fu. Brother Zhang, please find out the exact location of Ren Mingshan. Also, what did the Bloodwolf mercenary group gain in the soul-breaking mountains? I'm coming back to town today, and I have a surprise waiting for you. Zhang Fu was shocked after reading Lin Yi's message. Could it be that Brother Lin is going to attack the Bloodwolf mercenaries? He took a deep breath unconsciously, but still agreed to Lin Yi's request. Brother Lin, if you have anything to say, come back and talk to me. After a brief exchange, Lin Yi returned to leveling up. At the same time, there were undercurrents in the edge areas of the soul-breaking mountains. Rumor has it that hidden deep within are countless unknown terrifying creatures. At this moment, a group of explorers with strong bodies and fierce looks appeared. There were about 40 or 50 people leaning against an ancient tree to take a rest. They were the Bloodwolf mercenaries. At the front of the team was the team leader Ren Mingshan, his skin faintly showing the color of grey stone under his armor. This is proof that he was fortunate enough to merge with the blood of the stone giant. The scarred man next to him was the deputy head of the group, Su Huai. The two were talking, and Su Huai's eyes were full of anger. Brother, the third brother, he is dead. He had a close relationship with Du Ling He, and when he heard the bad news, he was furious. Ren Mingshan's eyes shone, and he asked in a deep voice, what happened? I heard that something went wrong when he was trying to intercept a mage. And this person may be related to Xiao Zhou's death. Brother, let's go and seek revenge on him now. Su Huai clenched his fists. The Xiao Zhou he was talking about was the young man in purple who was shot dead by Lin Yi before. Hearing this, Ren Mingshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Old Third and Xiao Zhou were both done by this person. It seems that our Bloodwolf mercenary group has not taken action for a long time, and the world has forgotten our reputation. Once this is over, I will tear him into pieces with my own hands. Su Huai argued unwillingly, Brother, why don't we take action immediately? That holy dragon cub is like a mirage. We have been wandering around the outskirts of the soul-breaking mountains for several days, and several of our brothers have already sacrificed their lives for this. This Gao family is clearly playing tricks on us. Bang! Ren Mingshan slapped Su Huai hard on the face, leaving a red and swollen palm print. Immediately, it attracted the attention of the team members around. Ren Mingshan stood up, his huge body looking down at Su Huai. Let's solve this matter first, don't you understand? This matter is related to my promotion as a silver professional. If anyone obstructs me, I will never let you off easily, even if you are my second brother. The news of the death of Du Linghe and his young son filled Ren Mingshan with anger. But in his heart, finding the holy dragon cub always comes first. As for children, it won't be too late to have more after I'm promoted to a silver professional. As for Du Linghe, if he wasn't concerned about the emotions of the other team members, he would have reprimanded him harshly a long time ago. He was clearly asked to lead reinforcements quickly, but he ran to intercept and kill. As a result, not only did he fail but he also lost his life. How incompetent he was! Su Huai was under tremendous pressure and felt extremely anxious. He knew that his elder brother was ruthless, so he quickly swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, "Brother, I was inconsiderate, I'm sorry." Ren Mingshan's tone slowed down a bit. As one of the four major families in Jincheng, the Gao family has spared no effort for their eldest son's upcoming trial. They invited many mercenary groups, so it's impossible for them to deceive us. Just keep searching according to the information we have obtained. Once I am promoted to silver, the Bloodwolf mercenary group will also reach a higher level. When the time comes, I will definitely do my best to help you advance to silver. Brothers who follow me, Ren Mingshan, I promise you will have good food and clothing. Don't worry, I will make anyone who dares to touch the Bloodwolf mercenaries live a life worse than death. Ren Mingshan's words were like a shot of adrenaline. In an instant, the slightly low morale of the team was boosted. The leader is wise. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. Meanwhile, deep within the thundering ruins, Lin Yi was still working tirelessly to improve his strength, alternating between the fire meteor technique and the lightning technique, and his experience points were rising like a rocket. Wow! Suddenly, a dazzling white light exploded from beside Lin Yi. Level increased to LV18. Finally upgraded. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Yi decided to go back to Wolong town first. One is to deal with the equipment, and the other is to investigate the latest movements of the Bloodwolf mercenary group. Lin Yi is worried that her mother will be implicated by the notorious Bloodwolf mercenaries. So he decided to eradicate it completely. Lin Yi activated the speed aura and hurried back. As he passed the entrance to the town, he overheard a few explorers. "We are discussing the Bloodwolf mercenaries, why don't they come out to check?" Lin Yi sneered in his heart. They had already died. At this time, Zhang Fu was already waiting outside. Seeing Lin Yi return, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led Lin Yi into the private room. "Brother Lin, this Bloodwolf mercenary group is not simple, you must not act impulsively." Chapter 26. Lin Yi smiled lightly and casually dumped 40 or 50 pieces of equipment onto the table. "Brother, take a look at these good things first." Zhang Fu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly widened and his eyelids trembled uncontrollably. "Oh my goodness, Brother Lin, you are not going to rob, are you?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Du Linghe brought people to cause trouble, and the result was hiss. After listening to Lin Yi's story, Zhang Fu took a breath. A young man who has just awakened for 3 days can kill black iron professionals as easily as cutting vegetables? Even bronze professionals were not spared. This is totally unheard of. Brother Zhang, please give me an estimate first. Then, let's talk about the situation of the Bloodwolf mercenary group. If you want to impress others, you must demonstrate sufficient strength. Zhang Fu suppressed his surprise and started to count the items immediately. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Brother Lin, there are a total of 47 pieces of equipment, 7 of which are bronze level. According to the market price, it's worth about 37.2 million. Brother, I'll round it up for you. How about 38 million? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. 35 million is enough. The extra money will be considered as a reward for providing information. Zhang Fu's face froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After that, he handed over a piece of parchment with information densely written on it. Lin Yi took a closer look and his expression became solemn. "Although the bloodwolf mercenaries are powerful, I am confident that I can deal with them. What are they trying to do by running to the outskirts of the soul-breaking mountains?" Lin Yi knew that even on the periphery, there were dangers lurking everywhere, and high-level monsters could appear at any time. The Gao family in Zhongcheng has spent a huge sum of money to hire the bloodwolf mercenaries to help find the holy dragon cub. Lin Yi frowned and asked in confusion, "Gao family? What are they trying to do?" Zhang Fu cleared his throat. "I heard that this time the Zhongcheng Novice Professional Trial Tower is not only connected to other cities in the country. It may even be connected to other countries. The 4 major families in Zhongcheng have heard about it a long time ago and are all preparing in secret. Gao Zhupeng, the eldest son of the Gao family, has awakened to be an extraordinary beastmaster. The number of pets he controls is 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary beastmaster. This holy dragon cub is prepared for him." Zhang Fu spoke slowly, and Lin Yi's heart was filled with ups and downs. Want to connect with other cities in the country, or even the country? This trial competition seems to have added a bit more excitement. With your strength, you will definitely shine in the professional trials. When the time comes, you can pick any big force to join, and the bloodwolf mercenaries won't dare to touch you at all. Zhang Fu was still trying to persuade him earnestly. Even after seeing Lin Yi's strength, he still felt that he should act with caution. Lin Yi smiled calmly, "Brother, no need to say more, just help me keep an eye on their movements. As soon as you know the exact location, tell me immediately. By the way, is there a book on beast taming here?" Lin Yi's eyes were burning, and he was also very interested in the holy dragon cub. "If you can tame it, it can at least act as a meat shield, and you can cast spells from the back." Zhang Fu stopped trying to persuade him, and just said, "Okay, Brother Lin, be careful. It will probably take 2 or 3 days to find their whereabouts." "No problem." Lin Yi chuckled and then asked, "Besides the beast taming technique, are there any other skills you would recommend?" "Wait a moment, I happen to have 2 good skill books here." After saying that, Zhang Fu immediately ordered someone to get it. Soon after, the bunny girl came over with a wooden box in her hand. She also did not forget to throw a wink at Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly glanced at the skill book introductions and immediately decided to buy all of them. Beast taming technique allows the mage to tame a pet. The higher the level, the stronger the control, and the pet's growth cost will also decrease. Mirror shot can reflect all types of attacks, whether physical attacks or curses. They can be bounced back. Detoxification, remove the poisoning state. These 3 skill books are not simple. The total price is as high as 17 million. The wealth that had just been acquired shrunk by nearly half in the blink of an eye. But Lin Yi doesn't care. Once the bloodwolf mercenaries are defeated, even greater wealth will come rolling in. Perhaps, it can break through the 100 million yuan mark in one fell swoop. Lin Yi tapped the skill book lightly, and the talent was immediately activated, and the 3 skills were instantly upgraded to the maximum level. In this way, Lin Yi's strength is more balanced. Just wait until the time is right and start taking action. Next, he just needed to level up in the Thunder Ruins and wait for news from Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu looked at Lin Yi's receding back, a hint of worry flashing across his eyes. In the end, he decided to collect intelligence for Lin Yi. The next day, after a good rest, Lin Yi arrived at the edge of the soul-breaking mountains. Levitation. Still using the familiar operation, Lin Yi shouted, "Fire meteorite technique! Lightning technique!" Fire meteorites and lightning complemented each other and exploded in the area. Suddenly, all the creatures around trembled. Kill the level 20 razor monster and gain 237 experience points. Kill a level 20 giant lizard and gain 251 experience points. Each wave of monsters can bring Lin Yi 4 to 5,000 experience points. Explorers in the distance saw Lin Yi's violent hunting style. I thought it was some silver professional who came to the low-level area to have some fun. They all avoided it, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Yi felt the experience points rising steadily, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. But what excited him most was the powerful aura hidden deep in the swamp that appeared from time to time. Today, maybe I can reach the next level. Boom! Suddenly, a thick beam of lightning shot out from under the swamp. Lin Yi was prepared, and waved his wand, mirror shot. A transparent mirror instantly condensed in front of Lin Yi. The beam of lightning hit the mirror and was immediately absorbed, as if it had entered another space. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a thick purple lightning column reflected from the mirror at an even faster speed. Hit the crocodile monster in front hard. 38531. The new mirror shooting technique is really good. At this moment, the true appearance of the crocodile monster was finally revealed. Its body size was 5 times that of an ordinary thunder crocodile and it was 20 meters long. Not only is its body covered with purple crocodile scales, but its claws are also extremely sharp. Giant Crocodile Revered. Level, LV20 Lord Monster, Purple. Health value, 389,252. Skills, Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Facing the powerful attributes of the giant crocodile Luos, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance. If we can tame it, we will have more confidence in fighting against the bloodwolf mercenaries. Even if we can't find the holy dragon cub, this giant crocodile is still a good choice. In fact, the Gao family also tried to capture it. But because it was too cunning, we had to give up in the end. Lin Yi stared at the giant crocodile Revered, and black light was surging on his wand. Hell's brand! Roar! The giant crocodile Revos roared and slapped its tail continuously. However, the mark was not physical and only made a slight sound before it stuck firmly to its head. The giant crocodile Luo was suddenly furious and pounced on Lin Yi. Call out! The sharp sound of the wind is enough to tear apart an ordinary magician. But Lin Yi is no ordinary person. A white light shield surrounded the body, firmly blocking its impact. Moreover, under the special effects of the hermit mask, Lin Yi's spell casting was not disturbed. Normally, such a fierce attack is enough to interrupt any mage's spell casting. But Lin Yi's skills are all at the maximum level, and the hermit's mask reduces the probability of spells being interrupted by 50%. This allowed Lin Yi to successfully complete the casting of the ice lance. The next moment, the ice spear condensed in the void, emitting extreme coldness. With the blessing of the Hell's Mark, the damage of this attack will be as high as over 400,000 points. Without defensive skills, it can even kill some silver professionals instantly. Even taking into account the giant crocodile Revos's magic resistance. This ice spear can also cause it serious damage. At that time, it will be the best time to use the beast taming technique. Chapter 27. Call out! The ice spear cut through the void, leaving a frosty white trail with astonishing power. Revos's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he quickly cast the thunder armor technique. The next moment, the electric light gathered into a piece of armor, wrapping it layer by layer. Boom! Crack! Even with the protection of the thunder armor shield, it is still under the blessing of the Hell brand. Revos's body was still torn into pieces, revealing the red flesh and bones. 215769. Roar! Fear flashed in Revos's eyes, and he let out a deafening roar. It swung its tail wildly, emitting a poisonous mist, and then dived into the depths of the swamp. Want to run? Not that easy. Lin Yi smiled contemptuously, and the magic wand in his hand flashed. Stun spell. In just a moment, Revos suddenly stopped. Looking at the 5-second stun halo, Lin Yi already had a plan in mind. He first performed the detoxification technique to dispel the mild poisoning in his body. Then, Lin Yi calmly approached Revos and pointed his wand directly at its huge mouth. Ice Spear Technique. The magical energy surged, awakening the dizzy Revos. But in a flash, its pupils were filled with horror, and the ice spear suddenly exploded in its mouth. Boom! 127951. Lin Yi held back, otherwise Revos's health would be reset to 0 at this moment. The time was ripe and Lin Yi no longer hesitated. Beast Taming Technique. Buzz! The magic wand burst out with soul-stirring power, leaving a mark deep in Revos's soul. Revos struggled desperately, and the intense pain gnawed at its soul. It is extremely difficult for ordinary professionals to use beast taming techniques to tame purple lord monsters. But Lin Yi's skills have reached the maximum level, and the success rate has been greatly improved. As time went on, Revos's struggles gradually weakened and he lost his ability to resist. At this moment, a hint of resentment appeared in Revos's vertical pupils. But because of the beast mark, it had to surrender. Lin Yi didn't mind. It was difficult to gain loyalty by taming such an adult monster. It's just a transition anyway. If you don't obey, I'll kill you and get your equipment. After saying that, Lin Yi carefully checked the attributes of Revos. Giant Crocodile Rayworth. Level, LV20 Purple Overlord Monster. Health Value, 23571/389252. Skills, Thunder Beam, Thunder Armor, Bloodthirsty Bite. Note, with the bonus of Beast Taming, each attribute is increased by 20%. Lin Yi's expression lit up with joy. The full-level beast taming technique was indeed powerful. Now, each attribute of Revos has been increased by 20%. Its strength is comparable to some low-level Golden Lord monsters. Although the current health is low, this is not a problem. After all, the Lord monster has strong vitality and amazing recovery speed. In just a short while, its health had recovered to about 40,000. In less than an hour, Revos will be back to his peak. Good. Lin Yi's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curled up. When the time comes, give the Bloodwolf mercenary group a big gift. The sky gradually darkened and there was still some time before nightfall. Then, Lin Yi threw himself into the escalating battle. Fire Meteorite Technique. Lightning Technique. Flames and lightning flashed again, and Lin Yi's movements became more agile, like a dancer on the battlefield. 1 hour later. Whoosh! A strong white light suddenly burst out from Lin Yi. Level increased to LV19. Upgraded again. Since the giant crocodile Revos joined, Lin Yi's upgrade speed has been like riding a rocket. This guy only needs to release his pressure to force the monsters to continue to gather towards Lin Yi. At this time, Zhang Fu sent a message, "Brother Lin, we have found the whereabouts of the Bloodwolf mercenaries." Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Where are they now? Active on the outer edge of the soul-breaking mountains, near Camp 178. Brother, be careful. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately. Zhang Fu reminded him again and then sent the route map. Lin Yi glanced at Revos beside him and couldn't help laughing in his heart. They are the ones who should be careful. Set off. Lin Yi locked onto the direction of the camp and rode forward on Revos. Revos was incredibly fast, and his 4 sturdy claws left deep marks on the ground. The oppressive feeling it exudes makes ordinary monsters dare not approach it. The road was smooth and Lin Yi arrived at the outskirts of Camp 178 before nightfall. In order not to reveal his own trump card, he quickly put Revos into the beast control space and sneaked over alone. Soon, a settlement came into view. Lin Yi gazed into the distance, where small grey stone houses were scattered around. These stone houses are free to use and can be occupied as long as they are unoccupied. Many explorers set up stalls in front of the stone house to trade the fruits of the day's hunting. Lin Yi's arrival did not attract much attention. He randomly chose a stone house to rest. According to Zhang Fu's information, the Bloodwolf mercenary group would come here to rest every night. It was obviously not the right time to take action tonight. The key was to determine their exact location. The night was deep and the roar of monsters could be heard occasionally in the wild. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Lin Yi perked up and listened attentively. Come in quickly. We've lost another brother. It's so dangerous out in the wild at night. I saw a group of bloody figures rushing in, cursing. They are all very aggressive and are at least black iron professionals, with some being bronze masters among them. The leading man was tall and powerful, with muscles as hard as rocks. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Renming Shan. Giant rock warrior? He looks really impressive. But I don't know if you can block my ice spear technique. Lin Yi's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately shifted his gaze to avoid attracting attention. The Bloodwolf mercenaries were extremely arrogant, their conversations were frank and full of information. This holy dragon cub is so hard to find. Humph, if it were easy, why would the Gao family offer such a high reward? Fortunately, our boss is capable enough to find the feces of a holy dragon cub. How far can we go before we can catch it? Haha, when the boss becomes a silver professional, our status in Zhongcheng will also rise. These remarks were made without any scruples, and Renming Shan had no intention of stopping them. He was in a good mood. After all, after searching for many days, he finally found clues about the holy dragon cub. There are no strong people in this camp. The Bloodwolf mercenary group is considered to be the strongest force here. Spreading this news will not only prevent anyone from spying, but will also enhance their prestige. Oh! Lin Yi grinned, I'm so lucky that you found me. But I'm determined to get this holy dragon cub. After saying that, Lin Yi closed his eyes and prepared for tomorrow's tough battle. As the sun rises, the explorers pack their bags and set off towards their respective goals. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Let's continue yesterday's exploration. Brothers, work harder. Try to find the holy dragon cub today. Then I'll take you to the best club in Zhongcheng to play with women. Long live the boss! The members of the Bloodwolf mercenary group were in high spirits, as if they were sure of victory. Lin Yi had a sneer on his face. As early as last night, he cleverly sprinkled tracking powder on one of the team members. As long as the spell is activated, its movements can be tracked. I'll let you guys jump around for a while. Once I find the holy dragon cub, I'll slowly take care of you. After the Bloodwolf mercenaries had gone far away, Lin Yi followed them leisurely. Chapter 28. Renming Shan led the Bloodwolf mercenary group and was marching quickly to the edge of the soul-breaking mountains. Soon after, they arrived at the place they explored yesterday. Hong Niang, come here for a moment. As soon as Renming Shan finished speaking, a woman in red clothes and short hair came out. Then she put on gloves and picked up the feces of the holy dragon cub, muttering a spell quickly. Buzz! In a flash, a faint trace appeared in the air. Hong Niang's eyes lit up. Over there. Renming Shan looked in the direction of her finger and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Set off! The group moved forward along that track. However, they didn't notice. In the dark, there was a pair of ghostly eyes, closely watching their whereabouts. This is the ghostly sprint boots, which come with the reconnaissance skill. Lin Yi can share vision with ghosts and undead. Brother, we will be able to catch the holy dragon cub soon. Su Huai looked around nervously, then forced a flattering look. It looks like your promotion to a silver professional is just around the corner. Renming Shan raised his lips slightly and said with relief, "This is a rare opportunity for me, there must be no mistakes." Soon after, a huge cave about 30 meters high came into view. "Brothers, rest here and get ready. Next, there may be a tough battle waiting for us." Just when everyone let down their guard, something unexpected happened. Lin Yi took action. He gently waved the magic wand in his hand, and the fire element instantly condensed on it. Although Renming Shan reacted quickly, it was too late. "Be careful. There are enemies." Renming Shan tensed his muscles and immediately raised the shield to protect his head. Fire meteorite technique. Boom! Flaming meteorites poured down like rain, accompanied by screams one after another, and the air was instantly filled with a burning smell. 57341 53622 51673 49035. With just one fire meteor spell, the bloodwolf group lost half of its members. The rest of the people looked to the right, and saw a figure in a robe and holding a magic wand standing there quietly. Renming Shan frowned and asked angrily, "Who are you? When did my bloodwolf mercenary group ever offend you?" Lin Yi, on the other hand, had no response. Lightning technique. Violent lightning burst out from the tip of the wand, like a wandering electric snake, whistling towards them. Disperse! Renming Shan's body swelled, a grey aura wrapped around him, and he rushed towards Lin Yi. Boom! There was another shocking explosion, and balls of lightning exploded in the crowd. 51275 53904 49156 50358. Fortunately, they were prepared this time and the casualties were much smaller than last time. Even so, 2 spell attacks in succession. The Bloodwolf mercenary group still lost more than 30 members. The remaining dozen or so people were also terrified. At this time, everyone woke up as if from a dream and prepared to counterattack. Renming Shan brandished his heavy sword and charged forward recklessly. As a wizard, Su Huai also began to chant spells. The other members locked their eyes on Lin Yi and also launched a fierce attack. Rain of arrows, wind blades, earth spikes. All kinds of attacks merged into a stream, demonstrating the combat effectiveness of this mercenary group that has been through many battles. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago under such a series of blows. Lin Yi looked at Renming Shan charging ahead and sneered, "Giant crocodile revos, come out." In an instant, a huge crocodile covered with purple scales appeared, surprising Renming Shan and others. Roar! The giant crocodile Lavos roared and rushed into the battlefield like a chariot, buying time for Lin Yi to cast a spell. Lin Yi tapped his wand and light bloomed on his body. Levitation! Light shield! After the spell was cast, Lin Yi suddenly floated in the air. All long-range attacks were blocked, and the shield of light was unbreakable. Witnessing this scene, Renming Shan was shocked. This guy doesn't seem to be a silver professional. But why is he so powerful? Lin Yi flew through the air, avoiding a series of spell attacks. It looks like we have to deal with that mage first. Otherwise, the situation will only become more unfavorable to me. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly pointed the magic wand in his hand at Su Huai. Hell's brand! Su Huai hastily cast a shield, but found that the mark penetrated the shield and was imprinted on his body. At this moment, Su Huai was filled with fear. Is this a damage-enhancing skill? Ice Spear technique. The next moment, a huge ice spear took shape instantly, causing everyone to gasp. The mages were all surprised. Could this be the ice spear technique that I also know? Brother, save me! Su Huai's eyes were full of fear. The raised shield did not give him any sense of security. Renming Shan clenched his teeth, his muscles suddenly expanded, and he rushed to Su Huai's side. Rock shield. Once Su Huai dies, they will have no chance of winning. Puff. Ren Mingshan couldn't believe that the seemingly ordinary ice spear could easily penetrate his muscles. A horrible bloody hole appeared on the left chest, and the flesh and blood were frozen into crystals. 51732. His health points were instantly halved, and Ren Mingshan flew backwards dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. Luo sensed Lin Yi's will and immediately pounced on Ren Mingshan. The fierce fight between humans and animals made the earth tremble. Everyone was shocked to see the captain in such an embarrassed state. Now, no one can stop you. Lin Yi waved his magic wand, and a dark light suddenly burst out. Bone Spur Technique. Call out. As Su Huai's spell took shape, a thick yellow earth shield appeared in front of him, and the bone spear passed through. Bang! The yellow earth shield was pierced instantly, and then the next layer of magic shield also penetrated through. 93172. In an instant, Su Huai's body was pierced through, and the powerful force blew him into several pieces. The internal organs were scattered all over the ground and all signs of life were gone. Seeing this scene, everyone present had fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, their leader was currently fighting with Revos. For the first time, the members of the Bloodwolf mercenary group had the idea of escaping. However, how could Lin Yi allow it? No one can escape, we must root them out. Fire Meteorite Technique. Flame meteorites once again covered the earth, with a diameter of about 50 meters. Even though they scattered and dodged, many mercenaries still screamed and fell to the ground. 61835. 63972. Lightning Technique. Violent balls of lightning followed one after another and swept across again. These black iron professionals were simply vulnerable in front of Lin Yi and were killed instantly. There are many people with special professions among them, but in the face of absolute strength, everything seems pale and powerless. After 2 rounds of spell storms, the entire area returned to peace. All that was left was the roar of Ren Mingshan and the roar of Revos in the distance. The air was filled with the smell of burning flames and lightning, crackling. The rest of the mercenary group members have all fallen in a pool of blood, and no one survived. However, Lin Yi did not relax at all. Eye of the Abyss, activate. Black flames rose from his eyes, revealing everything that was hidden. Feeling a burst of cold light coming, the 2 assassins panicked and tried to escape separately. Lin Yi's eyes were full of teasing, and he shouted in a deep voice, Ice Arrow Technique. The spell is almost instantaneous, and although it is a basic skill, its power is still amazing when it reaches the maximum level. Swish! In the blink of an eye, 2 ice arrows ended their lives. At this point, the Bloodwolf mercenary group was completely destroyed except for its leader Ren Mingshan. Lin Yi fought alone against many enemies. Even in a crushing manner, destroying everyone. Lin Yi looked at Ren Mingshan, you are the only one left. Just kill him. Lin Yi will be able to reap another staggering fortune. Chapter 29. At this moment, Ren Mingshan's eyes were full of shock. In just a few moments, his Bloodwolf mercenary group was completely destroyed. This efficiency is even faster than slaughtering chickens. Gulp. Ren Mingshan swallowed subconsciously, and hurriedly distanced himself from Lin Yi, his voice trembling slightly, You, who are you? Lin Yi stared at him quietly, his tone indifferent, Who did you offend? Just guess it yourself. Talking nonsense is a sign of stupidity. Hearing this, a hint of madness gradually revealed in Ren Mingshan's eyes. If you want to take my life, you will have to pay the price. Before he finished speaking, he pulled out a bottle of bright red potion containing boiling bubbles. This is the Rage Potion. It can instantly increase strength by 20%, but at the cost of 2 weeks of weakness. As the medicine entered his mouth, Ren Mingshan's grey-brown muscles instantly turned blood red. The originally strong body swelled up like a mountain. Go to hell! Renming Shan brandished his sword and turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi sneered. Although Renming Shan is strong now, he has already taken it into account. Roar! Revos received Lin Yi's order, and lightning beams burst out from his huge mouth. Suddenly, it collided violently with Renming Shan's sword. Delay spell. A grayish-white light flashed, and Renming Shan's movements slowed down instantly, and his attack speed and movement speed dropped sharply. Bang! Revos slapped Renming Shan with his palm, who was unable to dodge and was knocked flying backwards. 16321. Revos waved his limbs and flew into the air again. Bone Spur Technique. Before Renming Shan could raise his sword, the bone spear suddenly struck him and knocked it out of his hand. Then the bone spear continued to penetrate his armor and tear his muscles. The accompanying strong corrosion caused half of Renming Shan's body to turn pitch black. 47231. At this moment, Renming Shan was seriously injured and dying. There was no mercy in Lin Yi's eyes, and the light of his wand shone again. Ice Arrow Technique. Call out. The seriously injured Renming Shan's eyes were full of fear, and he struggled to hide. However, the effect of the delay spell, coupled with the corrosive pain, almost made him unable to move. The ice crystal arrow continued to grow larger in the field of vision until it blocked out all light. With a puff. Then, the ice crystal arrow accurately pierced through the eyeball and exited from the head, leaving a few blood stains. Renming Shan's body was convulsing, and the giant crocodile Revos took advantage of the situation to pounce on him, breaking him into two pieces, killing him instantly. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. From then on, Zhang Cheng was no longer threatened by bloodwolves. He also doesn't need to worry about revenge from the bloodwolf mercenaries. With my current strength, it should be more than enough to deal with those low-level silver professionals. Now, Lin Yi has a clearer understanding of his abilities. It is incredible that such achievements have been made in just a few days. And his professional journey has just begun. Huff! In the mountains and forests, the embers left over from the battle ignited a fire. The fire spread rapidly, as if it would spread across the entire prairie. But Lin Yi is not worried, because nature's rain will soon extinguish all of this. Soon, life will come back to this place. At the moment, he has important things to do. That is to count the spoils. Lin Yi could hardly imagine what a huge fortune the equipment of 50 or 60 professionals would be. Even though there was some damage in the battle, the overall value is still amazing. I really made a fortune this time. Lin Yi did not hesitate and began to search for the bodies one by one. At this time, Revos came into play and swung his huge crocodile tail. The equipment was neatly piled up, saving Lin Yi the time of searching everywhere. As Lin Yi saw the spoils one by one, his eyes sparkled. The harvest was beyond imagination. First of all, there are black iron equipment, nearly 100 pieces, worth at least 50 million. Next is the bronze equipment, a total of 23 pieces. Although most of them are not of high quality, the total amount exceeds 60 million. What made Lin Yi most happy were undoubtedly the two pieces of silver equipment. One of them was the big sword in Renming Shan's hand. Green Flame Great Sword. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Strength plus 600, Ignore Defense plus 350, and comes with the skill Violent Charge. The other piece is the armor worn by Renming Shan. Light and Shadow Armor. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Physical Strength plus 650, Defense plus 400, with the skill Guardian Shield, which can resist 30% of damage. This guy really monopolized all the good equipment. The rest of the people combined don't even have one decent piece of equipment. However, Lin Yi was still quite satisfied, as these equipment alone were worth 200 or 300 million. In addition to the equipment, a skill book and a treasure also made Lin Yi excited. Hymn of the Wind Elves. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he learned it without hesitation, automatically reaching the maximum level in an instant. Ode to the Wind Spirit, Black Iron passive skill. After learning, you will be blessed by the Wind Spirit and the power of wind spells will be increased by 40%. That's amazing. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire. It seems that I need to learn more wind magic in the future. Another treasure is a green pendant in the shape of a teardrop. Elf's Tears. Grade, Special. Attributes, after wearing it, the speed of comprehension of wind skills increases by 10%. Note, this item is made of the tears of the wind elves. Wearing it may cause the wind elves to be disgusted. It can actually speed up the learning of skills. This thing is an extremely precious treasure, truly priceless. Although, it is of little use to him at the moment. But for those big family members, this is a huge treasure. If you really sell it, you can easily make tens of millions. Suddenly, a trace of doubt flashed across Lin Yi's face. Could it be that Ren Mingshan killed a certain wind elf? If that's true, there might be a settlement of wind elves hidden around the soul-breaking mountains. Lin Yi remembered that he could use the wind elf card he had obtained before to exchange for moon water from the elves. Thinking of this, Lin Yi carefully put away the elf's tears. This treasure will be an excellent breakthrough. After taking stock of all the gains, Lin Yi stretched his body. Next, it's time to look for the holy dragon cub. After saying that, Lin Yi glanced at the giant crocodile Luos, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the beast taming mark suppressing him at all times, this guy would have counterattacked long ago. If the soul is severely damaged that day, it is very likely to backfire. But the cubs are different. Because the monster cubs are mentally immature, they are more easily influenced by the beast tamer mark and eventually become completely loyal. Call. A cluster of flames ignited at Lin Yi's fingertips, instantly illuminating the dim cave. Luos walked in front to lead the way, followed closely by Lin Yi. The ghost reconnaissance skill was activated again, and a shadowy ghost appeared in the air. Although it has no combat capability, it is an indispensable helper in detective missions. Day. Lin Yi's footsteps would occasionally kick up scattered gravel, which would collide with the rock wall and make crisp sounds. Roar. Suddenly, there were bursts of angry roars coming from the front. Holy Dragon Cub! Lin Yi's eyes lit up, a speed aura enveloped his whole body, and he quickly explored forward. Soon, a figure appeared in Lin Yi's sight. The depths of the cave are shining brightly. The Holy Dragon Cub prefers to collect ores, and the surroundings are filled with various shining minerals. Bang! There was a dull thud, and Revos was already engaging it in close combat. Lin Yi took a closer look and found that although the Holy Dragon was not yet an adult, it was only slightly smaller than Revos, about 15 meters long. Light golden scales cover its entire body, sparkling in the light of colorful minerals, and its sharp claws shine coldly. Although its level is lower than that of Revos, this Holy Dragon Cub has the upper hand. At this time, there were several bloody wounds on Revos' body, and blood was dripping. Lin Yi was amazed, his eyes full of admiration. Holy Dragon Cub. Level, LV15 Overlord Monster, Gold. Health Value, 561,793. Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Tumbling Impact, Ground Spike Assault, Claw Tearing. This property is good, it will definitely be a powerful helper in the future. Chapter 30. Witnessing the fierce fight between the two beasts, Lin Yi wanted to cast a spell to quickly end the battle. However, after some thought, Lin Yi chose to watch, and the reason was self-evident. One reason is to reduce the hostility of the Holy Dragon Cub towards him, so as to make it easier to tame it later. Secondly, he took the opportunity to seriously injure the giant crocodile Revos, and then he killed it in one fell swoop. After all, Lin Yi's beast taming technique can only bind one pet. If the contract with Revos is terminated later, there is no guarantee that it will not bite back. At this time, Revos was covered with wounds and purple scales were scattered all over the ground. Despite this, the holy dragon cub did not gain an absolute advantage, and Revos still resisted stubbornly. However, this is exactly what Lin Yi expected. The battle intensified, and there was a sense of earthquake in the cave, with huge rocks falling one after another. Fortunately, the holy dragon cub's nest was extremely strong, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. Roar! With another desperate roar, Revos's tail was torn off. The holy dragon cub had a ferocious look in its eyes and swallowed the severed tail in one gulp. It itself was also covered with scars, with burn marks all over its body and its light golden scales curled up. The time has come. Lin Yi's eyes flashed, and he immediately terminated the contract with Revos. Ice Spear Technique. Revos was stunned and had no time to feel happy. The familiar feeling of coldness made it tremble, and fear quickly spread in its eyes. Call out! The next moment, the ice spear instantly pierced through Revos's head and nailed him firmly to the ground. 87935. The damage value appeared immediately, and Revos's health points were instantly reduced to 0. There was a flash of light, and several pieces of equipment were scattered, some of which were shining with silver light. Lin Yi looked happy, but did not pick it up immediately. At this moment, the holy dragon cub seemed a little confused. They were resting peacefully in the cave, but unexpectedly a monster broke into their territory. After a desperate fight with the invader, a human suddenly appeared and took care of him, which made its pupils less alert. Lin Yi looked at the holy dragon cub and grinned, "Come with me, I will help you become the Dragon King in the future, how about it?" Without waiting for its response, Lin Yi lightly tapped the wand in his hand. A circle of pale white halo quickly formed, covering the holy dragon cub. Stun spell. The holy dragon cub was in a stun reload, but the halo above its head only appeared for 3 seconds, which surprised Lin Yi. As expected of the holy dragon bloodline, it has amazing resistance to this type of technology. But the stronger the holy dragon cub became, the more excited he became. Beast Taming Technique. Waves of energy were released from the tip of the magic wand, instantly enveloping the holy dragon cub. It recovered from the dizziness and began to struggle. The huge claws scratched a deep groove on the ground. Soon after, the holy dragon cub stopped resisting. When it opened its eyes again, there was a hint of gentleness in its pupils. This is completely different from the resentment that Revered had before. No wonder the Gao family prefers to capture young monsters. They are indeed easier to control. Unfortunately, I have already gotten to this holy dragon cub. Lin Yi was satisfied and reached out to touch the head of the holy dragon cub. Go, eat it. Holy dragon cubs need to devour the flesh and blood of powerful creatures, supplemented by various precious resources, in order to continue to grow. Lin Yi put away the fangs of Revos, and the holy dragon cub began to feast on it. This fang is more precious than that of the thunder crocodile monster. It is considered an overfulfillment of the promise made to Kong Yuan. Huff, huff. Not long after, the holy dragon cub devoured Revos completely. Lin Yi was amazed again and again, this appetite is really amazing. Swish! Suddenly, a strong golden light burst out on the body of the holy dragon cub. The holy dragon cub's level has been raised to LV16. It was upgraded directly. Apparently, this giant crocodile, Revered, is an excellent tonic. The wounds of the holy dragon cub were seen healing gradually, and its body grew by more than 1 meter. Lin Yi couldn't hold back his curiosity and immediately opened the holy dragon cub's attribute panel. Holy Dragon Cub. Level, LV16 Overlord Monster, Gold. Health Value, 675,173. Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Tumbling Impact, Ground Spike Assault, Claw Tearing. After being promoted to level 16, the attributes of the Holy Dragon Cub increased in all aspects. Adding the Beast Taming Technique, the 20% attribute bonus it provides is simply astounding. Roar! The holy dragon felt the surging power in his body and couldn't help but let out a low roar. Lin Yi raised a smile and waved his hand to put it into the beast control space. This is a powerful boost. In future trials and assessments, I will surely amaze everyone. Lin Yi took a deep breath and began to count the equipment dropped by Lavos. 1 piece of silver, 3 pieces of bronze, and 2 pieces of black iron, a great harvest. Crocodile tooth wristband. Grade, silver. Attributes, HP plus 1200, additional passive skill Thunder Shield, resists 1 skill damage. It has its own defensive skills, which is quite useful. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and put it on immediately. 1 step closer to the goal of having full body silver equipment. The other 3 pieces of bronze equipment also have their own characteristics. Although it is not exclusively used by mages, it can still be sold for a good price in the market. Tourist Hood. Grade, bronze. Attributes, agility plus 60, ignore defense plus 40. Rune Boots. Grade, bronze. Attributes, agility plus 80, movement speed plus 5. Black Ghost Windbreaker. Grade, bronze. Attributes, strength plus 40, backstab skill level plus 1. This Black Windbreaker is simply a magic weapon for the assassin profession. Equipment that can improve skill levels is extremely rare. Once it appears, it is enough to double the value of the equipment. Lin Yi was so excited that he stuffed all the equipment into the space pendant. This trip to the soul-breaking mountains was extremely rewarding. Not only did they successfully destroy the Bloodwolf mercenary group, they also obtained a large amount of equipment and successfully captured the Holy Dragon Cub. What's more, he unexpectedly got the clue about the wind spirit. After the trial is over, he will be able to start searching. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the little holy dragon in the beast-taming space suddenly became restless. It turns out that those inconspicuous minerals deep in the cave actually hold mysteries. Lin Yi took a closer look and was immediately delighted. Among a pile of ordinary stones, there are actually several rare minerals hidden, including 2 pieces of glittering gold ore, and 5 or 6 pieces of silver ore. Lava Purple Gold. Grade, gold. Attributes, a precious ore that contains powerful fire elemental power. Earth Emperor Mithril. Grade, gold. Attributes, can effectively suppress mana patterns and enhance output. Gravity crystallization, black sandstone. All kinds of rare minerals made Lin Yi smile from ear to ear. Without saying a word, he packed up all the ore and took it away. When we return to Wolong Town, we can reforge the bronze equipment and upgrade them all to silver equipment. At this moment, the cave was empty, with only weeds and rubble. Lin Yi walked out of the cave with a smile, a speed aura around him, and rushed towards Wolong Town. Soon after, a group of explorers were attracted by the fire and strong smell of blood outside the cave. "Captain, look over there!" In the team, a sharp-eyed archer suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction indicated, and saw that the place looked as if it had been ravaged by wild beasts, with broken limbs everywhere and a mess. "It's from the Bloodwolf mercenary group. That one seems to be Renming Shan. Who is it? How could he be so capable as to completely wipe out the entire Bloodwolf mercenary group?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Judging from the traces at the scene, the person who did it should be a powerful wizard. Shan, use your shadowing skills to take a closer look at the situation." Following the captain's order, a girl in a white robe stepped forward and began to chant a spell. Swish! Invisible ripples spread, forming a distorted picture in the sky. I saw a black-robed wizard holding a magic wand, fighting fiercely with the Bloodwolf mercenaries. Who is this person? Chapter 31. Although the picture is a little blurry, it still cannot conceal the powerful aura of the wizard. This is just a low-level projection technique that can only capture the general outline. Even so, everyone was shocked. In particular, several female professionals showed a hint of admiration in their eyes. This gentleman has eliminated a great threat to Zhongcheng by destroying the Bloodwolf mercenary group. Please spread the news quickly. How about we call him Shadow Demon Lord for now? For a time, the name of Shadow Demon Lord quickly circulated in the mercenary circle of Zhongcheng. Although the Bloodwolf mercenary group is not a top force, it is also well known in the industry. Its sudden destruction made everyone curious about the true identity of the Shadow Demon Lord. The scene of Lin Yi's battle was also made into a projection crystal, which unexpectedly became a hot-selling product. His superb spell manipulation skills have fascinated countless mages. Many new professionals even regard the Shadow Demon Lord as their idol. After all, the Bloodwolf mercenary group has committed many evil deeds, and anyone with a sense of justice hopes that it will disappear as soon as possible. People outside speculated that he was at least a silver professional. Even, maybe a golden professional. At this moment, Lin Yi was riding a holy dragon cub and galloping across the wasteland. As soon as he stepped into Wolong town, he felt the strange looks from people around him. Tisk tisk, here comes another one pretending to be the Shadow Demon Lord. I've met several of them. This guy's outfit is relatively normal, but the one before him. Lin Yi listened to these discussions with confusion on his face. Shadow Demon Lord? What on earth is this talking about? He never thought that his deeds of destroying the Bloodwolf mercenary group had spread throughout the entire Wolong town. At first, some people tried to imitate the Shadow Demon Lord and put on similar black cloaks. Subsequently, more and more admirers began to imitate this dress. But this also helped Lin Yi hide his true identity. Lin Yi shook his head, without any hesitation, and went directly to Wanbao Pavilion. As soon as I entered the door, Zhang Fu came to greet me with a smile on his face. Haha! After walking into the private room, Zhang Fu finally couldn't help laughing. Welcome to the Shadow Demon Lord. You are now a celebrity in Wolong town. Soon, it will become the focus of Jiangqing's attention. Zhang Fu's eyes were full of admiration, even a hint of awe, and he looked at Lin Yi like a rare treasure. He firmly believed that Lin Yi would become an extraordinary and powerful person in the future. This small Zhongcheng city definitely cannot accommodate him. Lin Yi frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Brother Zhang, what is going on? Zhang Fu smiled and did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out a projection crystal and explained to Lin Yi bit by bit. After hearing this, Lin Yi was completely stunned. He eliminated the Bloodwolf mercenaries by himself and earned the nickname Shadow Demon Lord? And there are people who follow the trend and imitate my outfit? Lin Yi was surprised at first, then laughed at himself. I just took revenge, it's not that exaggerated. By the way, I gained a lot this time. I wonder if you can digest it. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi poured all the equipment in the space pendant onto the table. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the equipment was piled up into a small mountain. Seeing this, Zhang Fu was completely dumbfounded and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Even though he had expected that Lin Yi would gain a lot from this trip. But when you really face it, there are mountains of equipment. It still left him in a brief state of surprise. The colorful lights shine together, extremely dazzling. For Zhang Fu, receiving so much equipment at one time was definitely the first time. A rough estimate puts the total value at over 100 million. Suddenly, Zhang Fu's breathing began to become rapid. These days, he has been frequently praised by his superiors for his outstanding performance. Once this deal is completed, the transfer to Zhongcheng is almost a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Zhang Fu looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of gratitude. Lin Yi smiled and said jokingly, Brother, why are you staring at me? Hurry up and start counting. Yeah, okay. Zhang Fu responded quickly and plunged into the tedious inventory work. As time passed, he raised his head and reported to Lin Yi, Brother, I have counted a total of 108 pieces of black iron equipment, 25 pieces of bronze equipment, and some monster materials of different levels. Then let's say it's 150 million. Lin Yi's eyes flashed, this was even richer than he expected. Zhang Fu continued, as for the 2 silver equipment, the green flame greatsword and the light and shadow armor. According to convention, you can exchange it for equipment or treasures that suit you. What do you think? Can? Lin Yi nodded and agreed. Brother, help me find the right bronze skill book and level 21 equipment. I'll come get it next time. There are only about 3 days left until the novice professional trial. Lin Yi believed that he would be able to be promoted to a bronze professional before that. Therefore, it is essential to prepare in advance the skills required later. According to Lin Yi's speculation, even this trial competition is different from previous ones. Those children of big families could not surpass him even if they tried their best. In previous competitions, Jiang Qin's top professional talent had only just reached the black iron level at best. Even if they invest resources crazily now, by the time the trial competition begins, they can only reach level 14 or 15 at best. Even those with special professions have to admit defeat. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Fu's eyes were full of shock. It's only been a few days and Lin Yi is about to make another breakthrough. Zhang Fu was secretly amazed in his heart and became even more respectful. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely do everything for you. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Although he didn't have a close relationship with Zhang Fu, he was very satisfied with the other party's ability to do things. Zhang Fu played an indispensable role in my rapid growth. The two chatted for a while, and then Lin Yi went straight to the Jade Villa. Hey, why are you here? Kong Yuan was working as a blacksmith in the backyard. He was a little surprised to see Lin Yi's sudden visit. Has he completed his mission? The thunder crocodile monster is hiding deep in the thunder ruins. How can it be dealt with in a day or two? However, the next moment, Kong Yuan's eyes suddenly widened and he almost drooled. In Lin Yi's hand, purple fangs were neatly arranged, surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Oh my god, this is actually the fang of Lavos, it's worth more than 10 times that of the thunder crocodile monster. Kong Yuan threw down the hammer, hurried to Lin Yi, and carefully took the fang. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, Master Kong, I found the fangs for you. How about upgrading some of my equipment now? I brought the materials myself. No problem. Kong Yuan was already immersed in excitement, and readily agreed, don't even mention upgrading a few pieces, even building a few pieces is fine. Lin Yi smiled and waved her hand, that's not necessary. As he spoke, he poured out a pile of ore materials. When Kong Yuan saw this scene, his excitement turned into dullness in an instant. Lava purple gold, earth emperor mithril, gravity crystal, black sandstone. Boy, did you empty out the lair of some monster lord? The ore he secretly stored might not be as much as what Lin Yi took out. At this time, Kong Yuan felt a little regretful that he had spoken too confidently just now. With so much ore, if we charge a handling fee, we can make a lot of money. But the words have been spoken and cannot be taken back. Kong Yuan pretended to be angry and said, You kid, you are setting a trap for me. Lin Yi chuckled, then took off the few remaining bronze equipment on his body. These are the only 5 items. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan was straightforward. He took the equipment and examined it carefully, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh my goodness, they are all bronze equipment. This guy is such a rich guy. Your ores are of extremely high quality. Not only can they upgrade these 5 pieces of equipment to silver level. If I still have silver equipment, maybe I can try to advance to gold. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately took off his netherworld robe. Thank you, Master Kong. Kong Yuan waved his hand and said, I will do my best. After saying that, he hurried to the backyard carrying his equipment and ore. Lin Yi knew that forging this batch of equipment would not be completed in a short time. So he sat down in the room and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, there were bursts of knocking sounds coming from the backyard. Time passed quietly, and the backyard flashed with silver luster from time to time. As the last golden light flashed, Kong Yuan's loud voice rang out. "You are so lucky, all 6 pieces of equipment have been upgraded successfully." Zhang Fu strode forward, the aura of the equipment in his hand became much more powerful. Lin Yi opened his eyes, took the equipment and checked its properties one by one. Chapter 32. Netherworld Robe. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Spirit plus 200, Magic Resistance plus 300, Fire Spell Power increased by 20%, with the additional skill of Levitation, which allows the caster to float in the air, with an upper limit of no more than 50 meters. The robe at this moment is completely different from what it was before. The originally plain black clothes were now interwoven with golden and red patterns. The most important thing is that due to the fusion of lava purple gold, a 20% bonus on fire spells is added. Lin Yi couldn't wait to put on the new version of the Netherworld robe, which made him look even more powerful. He checked the other equipment one by one, and they were all upgraded from bronze to silver. Speedy gloves. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Spirit plus 20, casting speed increased by 20%. Quick cooling waistband. Grade, Silver. Attribute, skill cooldown time shortened by 30%. Bone ring. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit plus 120, Magic points plus 1000. Mana drain ring. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Mana plus 1500, with 0.3% mana absorption effect. After the promotion, not only the level of all equipment will be upgraded, but the attributes will also increase exponentially. Now, one ordinary fireball from him could cause 40,000 to 50,000 damages. The strongest ice spear technique can reach 150,000. Lin Yi was secretly ecstatic in his heart, and dressed up one by one. "Thank you, Master Kong." Kong Yuan waved his hand gently, unable to hide a hint of envy in his eyes. "If you get any good things in the future, don't forget me, your brother. If I can create platinum equipment, I might have a chance to be promoted to a platinum blacksmith." He has been stuck at the gold bottleneck for a long time and is eager to upgrade his level. "Don't worry, I will never forget you." Lin Yi knew very well what it meant to make friends with a platinum blacksmith, and he kept this in mind. After a simple farewell, he turned and left without staying for long. Kong Yuan watched Lin Yi's back, his netherworld robe swaying in the wind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid is actually a loyal follower of the Shadow Demon Lord. But in a flash, Kong Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be, he is the Shadow Demon Lord? Hiss. Remember, he said he just awakened not long ago. Kong Yuan took a deep breath. This discovery shocked him. It seems that in this novice professional trial competition, the 4 major families may no longer be able to dominate. Gao Zhepeng wants to take the lead? I think he is overthinking it. As the son-in-law of the Gao family, Kong Yuan was once neglected because of his low status. It was not until he was promoted to the rank of Golden Blacksmith that he was recalled, but he resolutely refused. Therefore, he was also happy to see the Gao family fall. On the other side, Lin Yi fell into a deep sleep after returning to the hotel. Within one day, track down the bloodwolf mercenaries and experience a life-and-death battle. Then go to Wanbao Pavilion to process the spoils and finally upgrade the equipment. Even with his amazing physical fitness, Lin Yi couldn't help feeling a little tired. The next day, early morning, Lin Yi packed up briefly and went directly to the Thunder Ruins to level up. Now, with the addition of the Holy Dragon Cub, his upgrade speed is even faster. Although the experience points provided by a single monster gradually decrease as the level increases, the overall efficiency increases instead of decreasing. The little holy dragon was not idle either. It devoured a large amount of the flesh and blood of the thunder crocodile, and its body became increasingly powerful. Fire meteorite technique. Lightning technique. 2 large-scale attack skills were used alternately by Lin Yi, reaping the lives of monsters. The information in the log column keeps refreshing like crazy. Kill the level 20 thunder crocodile and gain 197 experience points. Kill the level 20 razor and gain 156 experience points. Kill a level 20 giant mosquito and gain 173 experience points. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV20. Haha. Lin Yi couldn't hide the smile on his face, finally upgraded. Next, he only needs to accumulate another 120,000 experience points to be promoted to a bronze professional. The goal is within reach. Lin Yi is full of fighting spirit. So he continued to fight. In the past 2 days, the number of monsters in the Thunder Ruins has decreased dramatically, as if it had experienced a catastrophe. Rumor has it that there is a very powerful wizard here who uses low-level monsters as punching bags. The other explorers were so frightened that they took detours, for fear of accidentally angering this powerful man. When Lin Yi heard about this rumor, he felt both amused and sad. I'm just leveling up quietly. Is it really that stressful? Time passed quickly, and Lin Yi's progress was surprisingly smooth. During this time, Lin Yi also had a brief conversation with his good friend Wang Dong via mobile phone and learned that the other party had also reached level 5. As the day of the trial competition approaches, all kinds of rumors are flying around. It is said that this trial tower will connect other cities. Not only that, the winner will have the opportunity to represent Huaxia and compete with the elites from the other 4 countries. There are also rumors that the city lord's mansion and the 4 major families have prepared platinum treasures as rewards for the first place in the Zhongcheng trial competition. In fact, it may be far more than that. The official will reveal the answer at the last moment, and everything will be exciting. Everyone is eager to show themselves and burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm for leveling up. This makes the levels of this batch of awakened professionals generally higher than those of previous ones. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi smiled. Although he was not clear about the specific form of the trial, he was not afraid. Fire meteorite technique. Thanks to the ghost robe, which increases fire attribute spells by 20%, Lin Yi's fire meteorite is even more amazing. Kill the level 20 thunder crocodile and gain 127 experience points. Kill the level 20 razor and gain 131 experience points. The current experience has reached the upper limit, and the excess experience will be transferred to the experience storage pool, with an upper limit of 240,000. Seeing this prompt, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with emotion. I have been almost numb from killing monsters these past 2 days. Fortunately, I have the little holy dragon to help pull monsters, otherwise I would have collapsed. Now, Lin Yi can finally start preparing to be promoted to a bronze professional. You know, most of his classmates are still hovering at level 3 or 4. Even the outstanding talents from the 4 major families or top universities have only recently become black iron professionals, but he is about to move towards bronze. The gap is more than 10 times? Then, Lin Yi took out the bronze promotion orb and absorbed the energy in it without hesitation. Buzz! Suddenly, an unprecedented power surged in his body. Successfully promoted to bronze professional. Level increased to LV21. New skills unlocked: Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame Meteorite, Sky Shield. I'm a bronze professional now. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he eagerly checked his attribute panel. Occupation: Mage. Level: LV21, 0/300,000. Attributes: Strength 1200, Spirit 3500, Physical Strength 1300, Agility 1250. Health: 24,000. Magic Value: 36,000. After being promoted to bronze, Lin Yi's various attributes have achieved a qualitative leap. Great! 3 more skills have been unlocked. Let me see what the special effects are. Chapter 33. After Lin Yi is promoted to a bronze professional, 3 bronze skills will be automatically unlocked. Whirlwind Slash, Purple Flame Meteorite, Sky Shield. Thanks to their talents, they have already reached the maximum level LV30. Generally speaking, the more advanced the skill, the more powerful it is. Even if it is level 1, it is far superior to lower level skills. Whirlwind Slash, guide the natural wind to form a rotating blade, launching a fatal blow to the enemy. Cooldown time is 2 seconds. With Lin Yi's current spiritual attribute of 3500, one strike could cause over 300,000 damage. Just 2 or 3 whirlwind strikes are enough to kill the little holy dragon. Moreover, with the bonus of the Hymn of the Wind Elves, the power of wind spells can be increased by 40%. Lin Yi took a breath and realized that he was becoming more and more powerful. Although as the level increases, both professionals and monsters will have various defense and shield skills. It's unlikely that all attacks will deal naked damage, but this is still incredibly powerful. The Purple Flame Fire Meteorite is an evolved version of the Fire Meteorite technique. Purple Flame Meteorite summons a meteorite fire rain within a radius of 120 meters around the target, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Both in terms of coverage and damage, it far exceeds the former. If you are an enemy, gather more closely. With one strike, hundreds of lives can be easily taken. As for the Sky Shield, it is also indestructible. Sky Shield, summon light elements to build a solid magic shield, cooling time is 2 seconds. This shield is enough to withstand more than 600,000 damages. Even if hundreds of people join forces, it would be difficult to break through the opponent of the same level. Lin Yi's survivability skyrocketed. The casting and cooldown times of these 3 skills are even shorter than the previous skills. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he discovered this secret. His max level talent was already extremely powerful in the early days. As the level increases, it becomes even more abnormal. Oh, and there are also the Wings of Hell. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he recalled the skill book he had obtained after killing the Netherworld monster. This is a rare flying skill and is extremely valuable. Since I am at the bronze level, I have not studied it. Now is the time. He took out his treasured skill book and clasped his hands together. A mark suddenly emerged and merged into Lin Yi's mind. The talent is automatically activated and the Wings of Hell are at maximum level. Wings of Hell, summon demon wings to soar into the sky, with a maximum flight altitude of 3,000 meters, and a flight speed increase of 10 times, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. This is too powerful. This maximum level Wings of Hell far surpasses the floating magic that comes with the Hell Robe. Lin Yi couldn't wait to try it. The energy on the black wand surged, and the spell was completed in an instant. Wow! A pair of 5-meter wide wingspans opened instantly, as if growing naturally from behind Lin Yi, with extraordinary momentum. Whoosh! He flapped his wings and flew out at an astonishing speed, leaving only a trail of afterimages behind him. Cool! Lin Yi soared into the sky, instantly rising to a height of 1,000 meters. It was many times stronger than the previous floating technique. Although these wings of the underworld are only bronze grade, they are extremely precious. If the price is estimated in Huaxia currency, it might be at least 100 million, or even higher. Immediately, Lin Yi rushed towards Wolong town. I hope the skill book that Brother Zhang found for me will be more powerful. Nearing Wolong town, Lin Yi put away the wings of the underworld in advance. In this type of safe zone, the use of skills is prohibited. Lin Yi looked around and couldn't help but smile bitterly. On the roadside, among every dozen or so mages, there is a shadow demon lord. There are all kinds of black cloaks, which are dazzling. In just 2 days, the entire Zhongcheng was talking about the deeds of the shadow demon lord. As a result, the craze for the Shadow Demon Lord not only did not diminish, but became even more fanatical. A large number of explorers began to follow suit. Especially, among the newly awakened professionals in Zhongcheng. Among every 3 mages, one is a worshipper of the Shadow Demon Lord. Some people have repeatedly studied the crystal image of the battle that day. It is speculated that the Shadow Demon Lord is not very old, perhaps only 18 or 19 years old. But this statement was quickly refuted by the majority. How could the Shadow Demon Lord be just a teenager when he is considered to be as powerful as a high-level silver professional? After learning about this, Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. Can you see this? With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Lin Yi once again stepped into the door of Wanbao Pavilion. The moment the bunny girl saw Lin Yi, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She was almost close to Lin Yi, exuding an enthusiasm that was difficult to conceal. After just a few visits, Lin Yi has become the most distinguished guest of Wanbao Pavilion. Soon, Zhang Fu appeared in front of Lin Yi with a smile on his face. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, I'm here." Zhang Fu's expression brightened, his eyes full of disbelief. "Brother Lin, you have become a bronze professional. This is almost impossible. In just 7 days, he was promoted from a newcomer to a bronze professional? This is outrageous." Zhang Fu just felt dizzy and his breathing became a little rapid. Although I knew long ago that Lin Yi was extremely powerful. But when you actually witness this moment with your own eyes, the shock you feel is beyond words. Come quickly. Zhang Fu's face was full of enthusiasm. "Brother Lin, please sit down first. I will get you a skill book right away." Lin Yi clearly felt that Zhang Fu's enthusiasm suddenly escalated. This is not about the fickleness of human nature, but the rules of the game in the real world. Only by improving your self-worth can you win respect and help in this world. Lin Yi became more determined in his heart, only strength can dominate everything. In a flash, Zhang Fu hurried back with a large stack of skill books. "Take your pick, bro." Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement, and he began to select carefully. With a flicker in his eyes, Lin Yi made a quick decision. Rapid teleportation, Mr. Ray, immunity to dispel. These 3 skill books are priceless and even cost an extra 80 million. Even if you hold a black gold card and enjoy a 10% discount, the price is still expensive. But Lin Yi didn't feel sorry at all, the money was worth it. After the payment was handed over, Lin Yi quickly flipped through the books and mastered all 3 skills. Rapid teleportation at full level LV30. The maximum level of the fog array is LV30. Immune to dispel, max level LV30. Rapid teleport, instantly move to the selected direction, the maximum distance is 100 meters, the cooling time is 3 seconds. This is an extremely rare teleportation skill of a mage. Combined with a distance of up to 100 meters, the ability to save life is doubled. With the Sky Shield, it can withstand more than 600,000 damages. Use the 2 alternately and you will be almost invincible. Mr. Ray covers a radius of 60 meters, causing the enemy to fall into confusion and randomly attacking people around them. The duration is 3 seconds and the cooldown time is 2 seconds. If Lin Yi had this skill earlier, it wouldn't have been so difficult for him to deal with the bloodwolf mercenaries. Immune to dispel, condensed mana aura, automatically dispels control skills below gold level, cooldown time is 10 seconds. By maintaining this aura on a daily basis, Lin Yi will gain the ability to be immune to control. At this point, Lin Yi's strength has reached a stable period. As a newly promoted bronze professional, he has 7 bronze skills, which is incredible. He is ready to face the challenge of the trial tower alone. Everything is ready, just waiting for the novice trial to begin. Lin Yi came back to his senses and said to Zhang Fu, "Brother Zhang, I will return to Zhongcheng today." Zhang Fu curled his lips and said with a hearty smile, "Thanks to your blessing, I will be transferred to Zhongcheng soon. When the time comes, I will be there in person to cheer you on." Lin Yi didn't get too sentimental. After chatting for a few words, he headed straight for the teleportation array. Whoosh! The dazzling white light engulfed Lin Yi, and his figure disappeared in an instant. What came into view was a completely different scene, making Lin Yi feel as if he was in another world. Several consecutive days of high-intensity fighting kept Lin Yi's spirit tense at all times. Now I can finally go home and have a good rest. Lin Yi pushed open the door and called out to the inside, "Mom, I'm back." Yang Mei looked surprised and poked her head out of the kitchen. "Xiao Yi, why did you come back without telling me in advance? I'll cook right away." Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her. "Mom, stop busy. Come on, let's go out and eat." Lin Yi couldn't suppress the joy on his face, and he was eager to share his achievement with his mother. After all, he has plenty of money now. Chapter 34. What are you spending this money on? Mom, don't worry, we don't need this little money now. After saying that, Lin Yi casually took out a black gold card. Yang Mei took it curiously, and her eyes suddenly widened. 80 million. Hiss. Yang Mei gasped, this was a fortune she had never dared to dream of. I work hard, but my monthly income is only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and only a few tens of thousands of yuan a year. The money in the card is enough for her to live on for several lifetimes. Xiao Yi, did you sign some kind of indenture to sell yourself? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, what are you thinking? Your son is a genius. This is just a small reward he gained in the novice copy. Suddenly, Lin Yi slapped his forehead and remembered the purple orchid that he and Baiju discovered together. By the way, Mom, come and eat this. The glowing purple grass aroused Yang Mei's curiosity. Thinking that her son would not harm her, she swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, a faint light emanated from Yang Mei's body. Waves of energy surged, sweeping away the pain and illness that had accumulated over the years. She looked in the mirror and couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, how is this possible? The silver hair in my head has disappeared without a trace, and my physical condition is gradually getting better. Lin Yi's eyes were also filled with joy. Let's go, Mom, let's eat and talk. This time Yang Mei did not refuse and was dragged by Lin Yi straight to Zhongcheng Hotel. The exterior is luxurious and the interior is even more magnificent, making people feel like they are in the royal family. This was unimaginable in the past, but now Lin Yi has the capital. Yang Mei feels extremely lucky, not only because of the material enjoyment, but also because of her son's excellence. If your father saw how good you are, he would definitely be very happy. Lin Yi paused and then asked, Mom, can you tell me more about him? To be honest, he didn't have much affection for this father. Even if he left it, the scroll of the arcanist's job transfer. How could a powerful professional allow his wife and children to suffer? Yang Mei fell into reminiscence and said slowly, at that time, I didn't know your father's true identity. He seems to have been seriously injured, hiding his strength and drifting to this small town. We fell in love right away. Actually, I don't care if he's powerful. I wish he was an ordinary person who could raise you with me, so you wouldn't have to suffer with me. Seeing her mother's eyes moist, Lin Yi hurriedly comforted her, Mom, don't be sad, you still have your son. Yang Mei's eyes were red as she continued, I know your father must have died in the war. I said before that it was uncertain whether he would live or die, but I was unwilling to admit it. Lin Yi was stunned, Mom, maybe he is still alive, don't be sad. Yang Mei shook her head, if your father is safe, how dare those people be so presumptuous? Before you were born, someone broke into the house and searched it. Fortunately, I have kept the scroll for the arcanist's job transfer. That's when I knew something might have happened to your father. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent, who is it? He was eager to know all this and broke into the house to treat his mother like this. You can imagine how terrified the mother was at that time. Yang Mei realized that she had said something wrong and quickly pulled Lin Yi back. Xiao Yi, it's over, don't worry about it. Look, we are doing well now, and our things are still there. Lin Yi refused to give up. He wanted to know who those people were. Mom, tell me. Seeing her son's persistence, Yang Mei regretted her words and worried that she had spoken without restraint. Xiao, they are very powerful. Don't worry about it. Mom doesn't want to lose you again. It's not that she really doesn't mind, but she is afraid that Lin Yi is young and impetuous and will cause trouble without being prepared. Lin Yi is her only support and she can't let anything unexpected happen. Mom, I won't be reckless. Tell me and I'll use this as motivation to grow. Yang Mei was moved, and after a while she sighed, Xiao Yi, if you want to know, you can. Unless you win first place in the trial, I will not be able to tell you without any hesitation. She understood that if Lin Yi could take the first place in Zhongcheng, there would naturally be a powerful force backing him up. If that's not possible, use this as a reason to refuse. Seeing this, Lin Yi stopped asking questions and nodded in agreement. Okay, it's a deal. It is not difficult for him to be the first in Zhongcheng. Then, the two changed the topic and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. By the way, Xiao, a girl named Lu Wangqing has come to see you many times in the past few days. It's not your girlfriend, is it? Yang Mei has a good impression of Lu Wangqing and is willing to help her. Lin Yi was stunned, not knowing why Lu Wangqing was looking for him. She's my classmate. I'll ask her what happened later. As for a girlfriend, Lin Yi thinks it's all about fate. Yang Mei smiled and nodded. Her intuition told her that the relationship between her son and this girl was not simple. After the meal, they hailed a car and went home. Lin Yi originally planned to sell his property and move to a new residence today. But as it was getting dark, he decided to postpone the matter until tomorrow. At this moment, Lin Yi's professional friend list suddenly flickered. It's Cheng Muking. Lin Yi, have you returned to Zhongcheng? If you come back, remember to come to my house tomorrow. My dad wants to treat you to a meal to thank you for saving my life. This is not the first time such news has appeared. About 2 days ago, Cheng Muking began to ask Lin Yi every now and then whether he had returned to Zhongcheng. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. I just arrived today, what time is tomorrow? I'll be there on time. How about tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock? I'll pick you up. Good. After happily agreeing, Lin Yi gradually fell asleep. On the other side, Cheng Muking clenched his fists excitedly. Ever since the last time Lin Yi took her to a dungeon, the handsome figure of Lin Yi holding a staff always appeared in her mind. This feeling made her both excited and nervous. Cheng Muking realized that he seemed to have developed a different feeling for Lin Yi. At this moment, she was rolling around excitedly on the big pink bed. I can finally see Lin Yi again tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Yi had just tidied up his appearance, and Cheng Muking was already riding a phantom tiger waiting downstairs. The Cheng family has many vehicles, but Cheng Muking chose to ride a tiger to welcome Lin Yi. The intention is self-evident. The two of them rode on the phantom tiger together, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. The phantom tiger has a broad back, so it won't hug you tightly when you're running fast. But the occasional physical touch made Cheng Muking's cheeks blush. Lin Yi smiled secretly in his heart and changed the subject casually. Is Patriarch Cheng a strict person? Hearing this, Cheng Muking quickly explained, don't worry, my dad is a very nice person. He knows you saved me, and he's been wanting to thank you. He also said that the 2 million I gave you was too little. As he spoke, Cheng Muking stuck out his tongue. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. The value of the equipment on his body had already exceeded 100 million. These 2 million are really nothing to him. My dad has prepared a surprise for you this time. Lin Yi nodded, full of anticipation. In addition, he also planned to find out the news about the wind elf from Qinjia. Soon after, the phantom tiger stopped in front of a private estate. The phantom tiger was taken care of by a special person, and Lin Yi followed Cheng Muking in. Precious plants are everywhere, flowers are in full bloom, and magic fountains sparkle in the sun. All of this demonstrates the luxury of starting a family. Soon, Lin Yi met Cheng Basian, the head of the Cheng family. As a bloodthirsty warrior, he is one of the platinum masters in Zhongcheng. Haha, this must be Lin Yi. He is indeed very heroic, quite like me when I was young. Hearing this, Cheng Muking frowned slightly. Dad, please restrain yourself. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. It seemed that Cheng Basian was an easygoing person. Meet Master Cheng. Why be so formal? Just call me Uncle Cheng. When Cheng Basian first heard that Lin Yi was fighting the Golden Lord monster alone, he was filled with curiosity. After seeing it with his own eyes, his opinion of Lin Yi went even higher. The reason is obvious, the equipment on Lin Yi says it all. As far as he knew, Lin Yi came from an ordinary single-parent family. But he was able to reach such a level in a short period of time. There are even geniuses who surpass the 4 major families, which shows how strong their potential is. This kid's profession is definitely not simple, an ordinary magician? Don't be ridiculous. There must have been something unusual during the awakening ceremony. Cheng Basian was shocked and speculated secretly. I will be the first person to discover this rough jade, and I will never let anyone else get there first. I'll just call you Xiao. Come, let's eat and talk. Lin Yi greeted with a smile and took a seat with Cheng Basian and his daughter. Xiao Yi, do you have a girlfriend? This opening remark almost made Lin Yi spit out the wine in his mouth. The next sentence made Lin Yi stunned. If not, what do you think of Mu Qing? Hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. Could it be that this is what Cheng Basian called a surprise? Betroth your daughter to yourself? Cheng Muking's face turned red with shame and she instantly became angry and stepped hard on Cheng Basian. Dad, what are you talking about? Cheng Basian took a breath of cold air, although it didn't actually hurt. But he deliberately showed pain to appease his angry daughter. Looking at the 2 young men, their reactions were completely different. He had a clear idea in his mind. Yes. Cheng Basian said with a smile, it's just a joke. It depends on your fate. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the following conversation was much more normal. When the atmosphere was just right, Cheng Basian clapped his right hand. Then, a maid came forward carrying 3 wooden boxes. After meeting Lin Yi, Cheng Basian made some slight adjustments to the original thank you gift. Xiao Yi, open it and take a look. Chapter 35. This. Lin Yi didn't expect that Cheng Basian would prepare such a generous gift. Cheng Basian said with a smile, first, to thank you for saving Mu Qing, and second, as a token of my appreciation as an elder. During previous communication, Cheng Basian discovered that Lin Yi had unlimited potential and decided to make an investment. Therefore, he upgraded the original gift from 1 to 3. Cheng Muking, who was standing by, couldn't wait to urge, Lin Yi, please accept it. My dad has plenty of money, don't feel bad for him. These words left Cheng Basian speechless for a moment. It's true that girls are no longer under the control of their fathers when they grow up. After hearing this, Lin Yi no longer refused. When I opened the lid of the first wooden box, I found the property certificate of a villa. Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked, this value could be more than tens of millions. Cheng Basian smiled and said, I heard that you are planning to move to a new house. I haven't lived in this villa yet, so it's a good opportunity for us to be neighbors. Young people, if they stay together for a long time, they will naturally fall in love. Cheng Basian is creating a good opportunity for his daughter. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was not an ordinary person and would soar to great heights in the future. Of course, it would be even better if he could become my son-in-law. Lin Yi felt something in his heart and realized the kindness shown by Cheng Basian. His eyes were full of gratitude. This villa is really nice and my mother can live more comfortably. Then, Lin Yi turned around and opened the second box, and it turned out to be a bronze promotion orb. Cheng Basian thought carefully and guessed that Lin Yi was not far from level 20. Therefore, this second gift was prepared. He looked somewhat smug, but seeing Lin Yi's surprised expression, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Have you already bought it?" Lin Yi smiled bitterly, without further explanation, and gently revealed the level. "Since everyone will know tomorrow, there is no need to hide it. Bronze Professional, level 20 level." Seeing this scene, Cheng Basian was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. Lin Yi, this kid, is actually already a bronze professional? Hiss! Cheng Basian's eyes were filled with shock. "How long did it take me to be promoted to bronze level?" "About half a year, you used to brag in my ears all the time." After he finished speaking, Cheng Muking looked down and realized that he was only level 14, which made him feel a little disappointed. Although she knew that Lin Yi was of a very high level. "But I didn't expect it to reach such an astonishing level." Cheng Muking's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Lin Yi spread his hands slightly, "Just kill some monsters and you'll level up." Hearing this, Cheng Muking couldn't help but roll his eyes. To be promoted to a bronze professional is not as simple as reaching the experience value requirement, the key lies in the skill level. She spent an unknown amount of money to upgrade several basic skills to level 3 or above in a short period of time. How could Lin Yi be promoted so easily? But she didn't ask any further questions, knowing that this involved Lin Yi's secret. At this moment, Cheng Basian came back to his senses from his shock. "Xiao Yi, why didn't you tell me earlier that you are already a bronze level?" As he spoke, he waved his hand to let the maid retreat. "Go, bring that bronze skill book." Lin Yi knew immediately that the third gift was also a bronze skill book. "Now, I'm going to give him another one." Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was secretly delighted. Immediately, he opened the third wooden box. "Bound by Earth." The maid moved quickly and immediately brought another skill book. "Earth Thrust." Both are earth-based spells, and when used together, they are extremely powerful. Moreover, these two skill books can be combined. He did not forget the Platinum Treasure Skill Fusion Stone he had obtained. It allows you to merge two bronze skills into silver and master cross-level skills in advance. Originally, he was still struggling with how to choose the most appropriate skill fusion. But now, two earth spells, control and attack are a perfect combination. After putting away the gifts properly, Lin Yi also developed some affection for Cheng Ji. The total value of these gifts is nearly 100 million. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you Uncle Cheng, I like these gifts very much." Cheng Basian nodded and smiled, "As long as you like it, that's good." This girl was too embarrassed to say it in person, and she kept talking about thanking you when she got home. He cleverly assisted his daughter again, and Cheng Muking couldn't help but blush. "No way." But that mosquito-like sound was obviously not convincing. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a smile. He did not reject this feeling. Cheng Muking is beautiful and has a prominent family background. Such a girl is the ideal partner for almost all men. "Uncle Cheng, are you aware of the rumor that there is a wind spirit in the soul-breaking mountains?" Lin Yi is always thinking about the platinum treasure, the wind elf card. He planned to start his search immediately after the trial ended. Cheng Basian frowned. "Wind spirit? I really don't know. But I can find out for you and let you know immediately if I have any news." "Xiao Yi, the most important thing right now is the upcoming trial match." Cheng Basian gave a kind reminder, fearing that this junior might be too confident. "This assessment is crucial and will be conducted in multiple stages. The first stage is our Zhongcheng Trial Tower. If you can stand out, you can compete with elites from all over the country. It is said that not only Huaxia, but also East India, White Bear, Eagle Sauce, and Sakura will make big moves. This world is about to be completely integrated. The great invasion of the game 100 years ago and the second fusion 50 years ago have brought the degree of integration of the two worlds to over 80%. Once again, it will be complete fusion. Then, it will become easier for professionals to get promoted, and the frequency of the appearance of dungeon secret realms will increase. But at the same time, a wave of horrific monsters may come again. Even more powerful gods may come. For mankind, it is both a good opportunity for development and a severe challenge. If handled properly, human power may usher in a qualitative leap. If a mistake is made, the whole clan may face genocide. Lin Yi took a deep breath. No wonder there are such big changes in this assessment. The country is going to vigorously train our group of professionals. That's right. Cheng Bassian nodded and said in a deep voice, your generation of professionals are carrying the destiny of both worlds, and your growth rate is far faster than before. For example, you were promoted to bronze professional in just 1 week. This was almost unimaginable in the past. With your strength, you will definitely be among the best in Zhongcheng, and it is not impossible for you to take first place. But be vigilant to others and don't make mistakes. Lin Yi frowned slightly and asked, who specifically? Cheng Bassian cleared his throat and said slowly, Gao's Hepeng of the Gao family has awakened an extraordinary beastmaster. Although its rank is slightly lower, the Gao family will spare no expense to equip it with top-level young beasts. Its combat power should not be underestimated. Then there is Nanggong Ling from the Nanggong family. His identity is mysterious and his specific occupation has never been made public. The most important thing is the city lord's mansion Hanfeng. As everyone knows, the strongest person in Zhongcheng is the city lord Han Boyan. He used special means to help his son Hanfeng complete his job change 6 months earlier. After hearing this, Lin Yi was surprised. Is it possible to change jobs in advance? Cheng Bassian chuckled and said, this world is full of wonders, and there are many strange and bizarre treasures. Some can even make people rejuvenate and awaken to change their jobs. Cheng Bassian listed several rare treasures, which opened Lin Yi's eyes. How about it, are you confident? Cheng Bassian did not intend to attack him, but to let him understand his future opponent. Uncle Cheng, don't worry. Show your best tomorrow. I'm waiting to see the show. No problem. After some casual chat, it was already afternoon and Lin Yi said goodbye and left. Looking at his back, Cheng Bassian smiled and waved to his daughter, come back, the person is gone. Cheng Muking blushed and chased after his father with a smile. After returning home, Lin Yi couldn't wait to take out the 2 skill books and learn them instantly. Then, he took out the skill fusion stone. Skill fusion completed, obtain the silver skill Earth Prison. The talent is automatically activated, and the Earth Cage instantly reaches the maximum level 40. Earth Cage, summon Earth elements to form a cage, covering a range of 200 meters in diameter, lasting for 9 seconds, and every 3 seconds it can gather Earth spikes to attack the enemies in the cage, cooling time 1.8 seconds. Hiss! Lin Yi took a breath, his eyes full of shock. It is worthy of being a silver skill. It is really powerful. Chapter 36. Lin Yi sensed that once this earth cage was formed, it would not be easily broken. This skill alone can deal 3 times of amazing damage. The damage each time is over 500,000. And the triple superposition is simply abnormal. What's more, Lin Yi can still use other skills during this time. Hiss! Lin Yi took a deep breath, I already have this skill. The bloodwolf mercenaries are nothing to worry about. I can destroy them with a wave of my hand. 3 attacks can deal a total of 1.5 million damages. Who can resist this? This skill is our trump card, don't use it lightly. Lin Yi calculated secretly, feeling happy. After all, their own strength is growing stronger and their methods are becoming more diverse. After learning that the worlds will eventually merge, Lin Yi also felt a sense of urgency. If a god really came, the world would be changed forever. But Lin Yi's confidence has not diminished in the slightest. Give me some time, even gods will tremble under my max-level skills. Lin Yi gathered his emotions as he had to move today. Immediately, he went straight to the convenience store where Yang Mei worked and spent a huge sum of money to buy the store. This move made all of Yang Mei's colleagues envious. With Lin Yi's current wealth, it doesn't matter if she stays at home unemployed. But when this matter was mentioned last night, Yang Mei insisted that she didn't want to do nothing and waste her time. So the two reached a consensus and acquired the convenience store. This not only gives Yang Mei something to do, but also prevents her from overworking herself. On the way home, Yang Mei's eyes were full of relief. My son, you have really grown up. The envious gazes of her colleagues were like nectar to her. Lin Yi smiled and said, let's go move. Money is indeed a good thing. Except for some spare clothes and valuable items of special significance, everything else is brand new. When the neighbors saw Lin Yi's family moving, they all went out to watch. Mei, you have a good son. You and your son have finally made it through. Watch out, you must learn from your brother Lin Yi and work hard to become a great professional. Mei, please come back and visit me when you have time. Amid the envious eyes of the neighbors, Lin Yi took Yang Mei and left the place where she had lived for many years. Soon, a magic car stopped in front of the courtyard of a luxurious villa. Cheng Bassian is indeed decisive in doing things. The villa is located in the center of Begwalin Street, not far from Chinjia Manor. Cheng Muking had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Yang Mei, he quickly greeted her, hello, auntie. I'm Lin Yi's classmate Cheng Muking. I'm here to help with the move. Yang Mei's eyes were full of surprise. This little girl was so pretty, almost as pretty as Lu Wangqing. It seems that my son is quite popular with little girls. Sorry to bother you, Mu Qing, please stay for dinner. Okay. Cheng Muking's eyes are crystal clear and her smile is like a crescent moon. The plan was successful. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If Lin Yi can get Yang Mei, isn't it a sure thing? Soon, the moving project was successfully completed. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, thank you, Cheng classmate. Cheng Muking handed over the water cup and said with a smile, why are you so polite? You saved me before, so it's only right that you help me move. Just call me Mu Qing. Lin Yi smiled slightly, and the relationship between the two suddenly became much closer. Seeing this, Yang Mei's eyes were full of relief. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad to marry both. She originally hated philandering men, but she turned a blind eye to his behavior for her outstanding son. Auntie, your cooking is so delicious. Cheng Muking looked intoxicated, and Yang Mei was overjoyed to hear that. Mu Qing is so sweet. Come if you want to. You're welcome. Okay. Mu Qing will remember it. Cheng Muking was overjoyed, this was exactly the answer she had been waiting for. Lin Yi, I'm leaving now. See you at the trial tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Yi thinks that Cheng Muking is a good girl. Even helping Yang Mei wash the dishes touched him. Yang Mei shook her head with a smile, then went back to her room to rest. Lin Yi felt relieved, lay down and began to plan for tomorrow. At this moment, Zhang Cheng was already boiling in advance. This is a grand event for the entire city and even the entire Huaxia country. In particular, the official announcement issued to the city lord's mansion today excited everyone. Officially confirmed. Major reforms to the professional trial competition. The Zhongcheng Pride who wins the crown will receive a platinum treasure. Moreover, the top 100 people in Zhongcheng will represent Zhongcheng to continue competing with other cities for the first place in the country. As soon as the announcement came out, all the awakened professionals became excited. Friend Wang Dong has sent hundreds of messages to Lin Yi to express his excitement. Lin Yi's heart was also full of ups and downs. He wished he could be the best in the country, even surpassing the geniuses of neighboring countries. This is the most exciting thing. If I challenge the whole country, will there be diamond-level treasures? Fame is indeed tempting, but he cares more about practical benefits. The so-called professional trial is to show your skills in the trial tower. This trial tower was built by the most powerful men in Huaxia country, imitating the legendary Tower of Babel. The trial tower in Zhongcheng has a total of 30 floors. The best results in the past were around the 10th floor. If I can make it to the 20th floor, Jiangqing's number 1 position will be as secure as a rock. This isn't too difficult for me. I heard that the higher the floor, the more monsters there are and the more difficult it is to deal with them. It is said that anyone who can pass the 30th floor will receive a mysterious reward. That is my real goal. Therefore, I will not only win first place in Zhongcheng City. We must try our best to challenge the 30th floor. Lin Yi clenched his fists and fell asleep with this ambition. The next day, early morning, the city of Zhong was filled with a lively atmosphere, and countless people were extremely excited. Today's trial competition will be broadcast live in its entirety, and the entire city will be on holiday to watch it. Lin Yi arrived at the trial tower square early. The square is as big as hundreds of football fields, with hundreds of magic screens hanging in the air. Ensure that hundreds of thousands of viewers can clearly see every new professional star. In the center of the square stands a huge tower that reaches the sky. Its height is close to 1 kilometer, and its base is even larger, with a diameter of about 100 meters. There are as many as 40 to 50,000 new professionals who are about to participate in the trial. They were arranged in squares according to schools and classes and stood in the center of the square. At this moment, Lin Yi was standing in the queue of Class 5, Grade 1 at Interstellar University of Science and Technology, waiting for the trial to officially start. Wang Dong on the side kept talking in a low voice. Wang Dong's level has increased rapidly and has reached level 6, which makes him much stronger than ordinary people. Currently, most people are around level 3. Wang Dong stroked the netherworld robe on Lin Yi's back. Brother Yi, your cape is so handsome, where did you get a replica? I didn't expect that you also like Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi gave a helpless smile. This is the original product. However, Wang Dong cannot be blamed. Looking around, all kinds of ghost robes can be seen in the crowd. Almost 1 out of every 3 mages wears it. It's really exaggerated. Lin Yi ignored Wang Dong and waited for the trial to begin. But at this time, Li Kuang came over to disturb them. He also had a ghost robe draped over his back. However, he changed it into a shape more suitable for fire mages, with gold and red patterns. Li Kuang walked to Lin Yi's side, circled around her twice, and made an annoying smacking sound. Tisk tisk, it turns out that our great genius Lin is also an admirer of the Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, unwilling to pay attention. Unexpectedly, he had a crazy fan named Li Kuang. However, Li Kuang refused to give in, his words full of superiority. But your robe looks quite low quality. Is it because your mother doesn't have the money to buy you one? How about I find a good job for your mother so she can earn enough money to buy it for you? Call out. An extremely condensed fire snake shot out from Lin Yi's fingertips and instantly ignited Li Kuang. A-hole, you are looking for death. Mother is Lin Yi's Achilles heel, and Li Kuang dared to make a joke about it. Ah! Help! Li Kuang screamed continuously, and the flames almost engulfed his entire body. The head teacher came over immediately and asked, "What are you doing?" A spell quickly put out the flames, but Li Kuang still looked miserable. The intense burning pain made him look at Lin Yi with fear in his eyes. He wants to kill me. Lin Yi suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and said calmly, "Teacher, we are just joking. It's not convenient to take action here. I just wanted to teach Li Kuang a lesson. Once he enters the trial tower, it will be the end of Li Kuang." Facing Lin Yi's terrifying gaze, Li Kuang couldn't help but shudder, and an inexplicable fear arose spontaneously. He cursed in his heart and quickly fled back to his class. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher looked around at everyone and said, "The trial competition is about to begin, everyone, be prepared and don't cause trouble." Time passed quietly, and it was already 9 o'clock. When a clear bell rang, echoing in the trial tower square, and the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked up at the sky, and saw a huge figure floating above their heads. This person is none other than the Lord of Zhongcheng, the platinum expert Han Boyan. Behind him are the silhouettes of one powerful man after another. In short, almost all the influential figures in Zhongcheng city were present. Everyone, I believe you all know the significance of this trial match. Everyone must do their best and leave no regrets. All colleges and universities please enter the waiting area of the trial tower in an orderly manner and prepare for collective teleportation. Chapter 37. As soon as Han Boyan finished speaking, thick white light suddenly poured down from the top of the trial tower. Suddenly, it turned into circles of halos, floating in the air. Immediately afterwards, nearly 50,000 students stepped into the circle of light in an orderly manner. Buzz. Beams of light passed over each student, verifying their identity and information in preparation for subsequent ranking displays. Everyone, please note that the trial tower allows a maximum of 3 people to form a team. Participants are requested to form a team as soon as possible. Those who fail to form a team within 10 minutes will be considered to be taking on the challenge individually. Everyone knows this rule. To some extent, the trial tower is a great benefit for newly awakened ones. Because it not only provides rich experience value, and there is no penalty mechanism. You can gain experience even if you defeat monsters below your level. Everyone formed a team and stepped into the light circle to be teleported. Look, that's Gao's Hupeng, the young master of the Gao family. I heard that his profession is an extraordinary beast master. I think he deserves the first place. Looking at the screen, there was a young man with an indifferent face, and the onlookers all exclaimed. The scene changed, and another young man with a smile on his face appeared on the big screen. It's Nanggong Ling, the young master of the Nanggong family. This guy is very scheming. Don't be fooled by his sunny smile. It is said that his profession is a shadow assassin, specializing in sneak attacks on enemies in the dark. Also, I heard that he has reached level 16. Is that true? The next genius to appear was Han Feng. This Han Feng is a player who cheated in advance. Those who understand will understand. SHH, keep your voice down. Don't let the city lord hear you. Everyone was joking, but they all knew the truth in their hearts. Han Feng, who changed his job half a year in advance, is definitely the most qualified to be the number 1 in Zhongcheng. Afterwards, geniuses from various universities appeared on the big screen one by one. Whenever a familiar face appeared, there would be an explosion of applause in some corner of the square. Hey, this is Cheng Muking, the proud daughter of the Cheng family, right? I remember she was a holy priest, why doesn't she have any teammates? Looking at Cheng Muchen, who was alone in the picture, everyone was very curious. Cheng Muking stood up and walked in another direction, apparently towards the Interstellar University of Science and Technology. At this moment, a large number of students have been teleported into the tower, but they will not start immediately. Li Kuang looked at the lonely Lin Yi, his eyes full of mockery. You are always showing off, but now you can't even find a teammate. You deserve it. But at this moment, Li Kuang's face suddenly froze. He actually saw Lu Wangqing and walked towards Lin Yi. Then, another girl walked towards Lin Yi. Then, it seems to be the campus beauty of Donghai University, the eldest daughter of the Cheng family, Cheng Muking, right? Li Kuang frowned and asked doubtfully, it can't be, but what is the basis for this kid? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Lu Wangqing and Cheng Muking actually invited Lin Yi at the same time. Lin Yi, can I team up with you? As soon as the two women finished speaking, the originally noisy area suddenly became silent. The students around were staring at this scene in amazement. What's going on? Two school beauties invited Lin Yi at the same time. And the tone of voice sounds like begging Lin Yi. My goddess has become someone else's licking dog. Everyone was shocked, the scene was too shocking. Li Kuang was extremely frustrated and dissatisfied. Why? He was a good student before, so I can understand. He is just an ordinary mage now, and his level is probably no higher than level 5. Are they both blind? Just because Lin Yi is handsome. Li Kuang's eyes turned red with jealousy, and his back teeth were clattering. This is what many people think. After all, in the eyes of most people, Lin Yi is just an ordinary magician. Lin Yi looked at the two women in front of him and suddenly felt a headache. There is no problem with forming a team. It will not do any harm to you and may even help you. But the problem is, looking at the eyes of the two, it seemed as if sparks were flying. If I take them both with me, will it explode? It's not good to bring only one. Lin Yi hesitated, but Cheng Muking was bolder. She bit her lower lip lightly, stepped forward and hugged Lin Yi's arm and shook it gently. Lin Yi, please. Cheng Muking's eyes were full of anticipation, and he wanted to enter the trial tower with Lin Yi. Lin Yi's heart trembled slightly. No one could handle such a scene. At this moment, all the boys' eyes became hot. Lu Wangqing's eyes slightly opened, her cheeks flushed, and she muttered to herself. Really good at playing. The next moment, she also took Lin Yi's arm and swayed gently. Let's act together, okay? Lin Yi seemed to be able to hear the sound of teeth grinding around him. If looks could kill, my body would probably be riddled with holes. Who can stand two beauties competing for beauty? Lin Yi smiled and said, then, let's go together, 3 of us. Okay. Seeing Lin Yi agreed, the two girls nodded quickly like chicks pecking at rice, fearing that he would go back on his word. At this time, the teleportation halo finally came to Lin Yi's turn. He and the two women stepped into the halo and disappeared instantly. The millions of viewers at the scene who witnessed all this through the display screens were equally shocked. Gao Anping looked at Cheng Bassian and Lu Jialiang and said jokingly, the way you two train your daughter is quite good. In order to make it happen, Cheng Muchen teamed up with his son. He once visited the Cheng family in person, but was rejected by Cheng Bassian. I originally thought that the Nangang family or the city lord's mansion would take the lead. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be an unknown boy, which made Gao Anping quite annoyed. Lu Jialiang looked bewildered, wondering when his daughter had secretly found such a boyfriend. But when he heard Gao Anping's words, he immediately became furious. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? Try to say that again, or I'll chop you to death. Cheng Bassian also shouted angrily, if you keep talking nonsense, be careful or Lao Lu and I will beat you up together. Gao Anping was repeatedly criticized and couldn't save face anymore. What did I say wrong? You two rough guys raised a brainless daughter. You didn't choose the genius from a big family, but chose an ordinary mage just because of his looks. I don't think they can even get past the 10th floor. He admitted that Lin Yi was handsome, but in this world, being handsome wouldn't stop monsters from attacking you. Lu Jialiang was speechless for a moment, but had no way to refute. After all, he knew nothing about Lin Yi's background. But Cheng Bassian was different, he knew that Lin Yi was a bronze professional. My daughter has a very good eye and knows what a true genius is. Of course I won't choose a loser like Gao Zhepeng. Cheng Bassian's weird look made Gao Anping hate him so much. Okay. Since you're so stubborn, let's make a bet. Let's bet on who will climb higher in the end, my son or your daughter. Don't you dare, a piece of platinum equipment. Gao Anping gritted his teeth and placed a heavy bet. Hearing this, the people around were shocked. In Zhongcheng, platinum equipment is extremely rare, and even the four major families do not give it out easily. Cheng Bassian showed no fear and sneered, "Look at how poor you are, but you only have 2 platinum equipment. If you win, I'll give you 2 pieces of tamer equipment. I win, how about you give me 1 piece of equipment for the mage and 1 for the priest?" Seeing Cheng Bassian's confidence, Lu Jialiang also said, "I'll come too, with 4 pieces of platinum equipment, and the gambling method is the same as Lao Cheng's. I won, you give me 1 piece of equipment for the mage and 1 piece of equipment for the archer. Do you dare to come?" The conflict escalated instantly, and all the bigwigs around were shocked. Such a heavy stake was placed on such a battle of pride. Han Boyan quickly persuaded them, "Everyone calm down, the trial will begin soon." But at this time, Gao Anping was already blinded by anger. "Let's gamble. Am I afraid of you? Someone gave my son a platinum piece of equipment. Why wouldn't I want it? With these 4 pieces of equipment, Zhepeng will be able to get a good ranking in the country. Come on, whoever doesn't come is a grandson." Although he didn't know where Cheng Bassian got his confidence from, he had more confidence in his son. "Okay, let's sign the contract, and the city lord will be the witness." Han Boyan smiled bitterly and could only agree reluctantly. Soon, the 3 of them made a contract. Gao Anping sneered repeatedly and turned around to talk to Nangang Zi, the head of the Nangang family. The 2 families intermarry from time to time and have a close relationship. Lu Jialiang's enthusiasm subsided and he began to feel guilty. He poked Cheng Bassian and asked in a low voice, "Lao Cheng, what's going on? Can you share some inside information with me so I can feel at ease?" Cheng Bassian was secretly delighted and pretended to be serious. "There is no such thing as inside information. I just can't stand that old man Gao Anping. Who cares if he dares to say my daughter is brainless?" Lu Jialiang's face fell, and he thought to himself, "Damn it, this time it's too big." Cheng Bassian said with a smile, "Just wait and see, maybe there will be a miracle. Believe in our daughter." At this time, as the last student stepped into the halo, the trial tower suddenly burst out with incomparable strong light. It even blocked out the scorching sun in the sky. The professional trial competition has officially begun. As long as someone passes the 10th floor and enters the 11th floor, the trial tower will display the rankings and broadcast live footage. It's really exciting. I wonder who will get through the 10th floor first. It would be better if we could start the live broadcast from the 1st floor. We still have to wait for several hours. At this moment, there was a flash of light. Lin Yi, Lu Wangqing, and Cheng Muqing appeared in a dense forest. The 1st floor of the trial tower. Cheng Muqing took the initiative to say, "Lin Yi, what should we do next?" Lu Wangqing also turned her gaze to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. "Don't worry, come with me to deal with one person first." Chapter 38. Deal with one person. Upon hearing this, Cheng Muqing and Lu Wangqing were stunned. Usually, Lin Yi is gentle and polite, and never shows off his edge easily. Lu Wangqing asked, "Who? Just tell me if you need help." "Li Kuang." Lin Yi's eyes had returned to their usual calmness. "He insulted my mother. His crime is unforgivable." They both had encounters with Yang Mei. When the 2 women looked at each other, murderous intent flashed in each other's eyes. Cheng Muqing suggested, "Splitting up to look for him? We must solve it before reaching the 11th floor. Otherwise, once the broadcast is live, his father might give you trouble." The interior of the trial tower is vast, and each floor has a huge space, so it is not easy to find someone. However, Lin Yi shook his head, "No need, I have already made arrangements." Lin Yi had already spread tracking fans on Li Kuang earlier. Buzz! He lightly tapped the wand in his hand, and an invisible energy wave spread out. In the void, a faint trail of white light extends into the distance. "Come on, I'll take you there." After saying that, a pair of wings suddenly opened behind Lin Yi. With the help of this power, the flying speed is amazing even with two people. Before the two could react, Lin Yi held them in his arms, suddenly soared into the sky, and sped along that track. The wind whistled in her ears and Lu Wangqing was shocked. Unlike Cheng Muqing who knew something about Lin Yi, she knew nothing about Lin Yi's current strength. I thought he was just an ordinary mage. On the first floor of the trial tower, Li Kuang landed safely in a dense forest with two bodyguards sent by his family. At this moment, Li Kuang was filled with anger. Damn, what's the use of a pretty boy? I'm a level 10 fire mage, but I don't choose it. Are Lu Wangqing and Cheng Muqing crazy? Especially that brat Lin Yi, how dare he threaten me? Once the trial is over, I will make him understand the power of authority. Li Kuang wanted to taunt Lin Yi, but was frightened by a fireball from Lin Yi and screamed, losing face. He didn't think that Lin Yi's ability could surpass his own. I just never expected that Lin Yi would choose that kind of occasion to take action. Li Kuang casually sent out a fireball, instantly killing the level 1 Angora rabbit in front of him, and his confidence gradually returned. I'm a genius, how can a mere Lin Yi compare to me? Seeing this, the two bodyguards offered suggestions to please him. Master, I think Lin Yi cares a lot about his mother. Why don't we catch that woman after we get out? In front of him. Hee. Li Kuang's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. Good idea, I'll reward you with a good piece of equipment later. Thank you, Master. I heard that woman is pretty good looking. When the time comes, don't forget to leave some soup for us. Haha. Li Kuang laughed. Of course, I want to PS Lin Yi off to death. See if he dares to go against me again after this. The three of them laughed wildly, with ferocious looks in their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Yi was just a lowly person at the bottom of society, at their mercy. Call out. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air, and an ice crystal arrow shot straight towards us. A bodyguard was dumbfounded, his fear evident on his face. He wanted to call for help, but it was too late. The speed of that ice arrow is astonishing. Puff! The ice arrow pierced his throat, and the blood froze before it could splatter. Under the control of magic power, he did not die immediately, but endured the pain of his throat being frozen. Oh! The strange sound of air leaking from the throat made Li Kuang and another bodyguard look terrified. A level 8 warrior was killed with just one strike. Who is it? Call out! Before he could shout out, there was another sharp scream and the ice crystal arrow attacked again. Block! The bodyguard waved his shield, sweat pouring down his forehead. However, the ice arrow penetrated everything, and the bodyguard's throat was pierced, and he fell to the ground twitching. Li Kuang's eyes were full of fear and cold sweat kept rolling down his face. Who is it? Get out here! Li Kuang roared angrily, and the staff in his hand burned with red flames. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. I saw a figure slowly descending from the horizon, holding a stunning beauty in each of his arms. Lin Yi. The repeated killings of bodyguards have brought Li Kuang's psychological defenses to the brink of collapse. How is that possible? You're just a little wizard. The chill brought by the ice arrow still made his scalp tingle. Lin Yi had no interest in speaking to this clown and waved the wand in his hand violently. In an instant, a huge fireball roared out. It was in stark contrast to Li Kuang's fist-sized fireball. The latter's face instantly turned pale and he was extremely shocked. Why is this fireball technique so shocking? What exactly is his occupation? Suddenly, Li Kuang recalled the scene in the projection crystal, and his pupils shrank suddenly. You are the Shadow Demon Lord. At this moment, regret surged like a tide, as if I saw myself about to be destroyed. The severe pain tears the soul apart, and the limbs feel like they are being repeatedly crushed by a meat grinder. Ah! Sharp screams echoed throughout the jungle, and even the surrounding monsters scattered in panic. When a professional is defeated, he can choose to surrender and leave. But Lin Yi will never give such an opportunity. Call. Looking at Li Kuang, who was reduced to ashes, the murderous intent in Lin Yi's eyes gradually dissipated. Yang Mei is his bottom line that cannot be violated, otherwise he would not be so cruel. Cheng Muking exchanged glances with Lu Wangqing and asked softly, Lin Yi, are you okay? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, then turned and left. Seeing this, the two girls felt a little less nervous. Lin Yi just now was completely different from his usual self. Their understanding of Lin Yi seemed to have deepened a bit. The two girls were intoxicated by the sense of security brought by being close to Lin Yi. At this time, Lin Yi suggested, how about we upgrade first? The trial tower is a treasure land. Even if you are a bronze professional, you can still gain experience by killing level 1 monsters. Where can you find such a good thing outside? Even though he could only stay on each floor for half an hour, the accumulation of time was enough for him to level up 1 or 2 levels. Cheng Muking asked in confusion, Hey, Lin Yi, don't you want to be first? What if someone else gets there first? The rules of the trial tower are that if participants are on the same level, the ranking will be determined based on the time it takes to clear the level. Therefore, the geniuses who aim to rank. Usually you won't waste time leveling up in the first few levels. Lin Yi smiled calmly, who said I'm not interested? I have to pass it anyway, so what difference does it make if it's sooner or later? This calmness is a display of strength. Lin Yi is not looking down on others, even if he gives them a year. You may not be able to pass the 30th floor of the Zhongcheng Trial Tower. So, he is not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if he lets others take the lead temporarily, he will be the final winner. Hiss! Are you confident that you can pass the level? Cheng Muking gasped, his eyes full of admiration. In her opinion, Lin Yi never does anything without confidence. Having said that, you must be confident. At the side, Lu Wangqing looked confused, what are you discussing? Clearing the Zhongcheng Trial Tower. At first, she teamed up with Lin Yi just because she had a secret crush on him and wanted to help him. After all, she is also a level 15 storm archer. But now, everything seemed beyond her expectations. Lin Yi actually wanted to clear the entire trial tower, a feat that no one had been able to achieve in decades. Didn't Lin Yi just change his job to an ordinary mage? At this moment, Cheng Muking suddenly laughed like a silver bell, Miss Lu, your eyesight is really not very bright. After saying that, she pointed to the team information interface, and Lu Wangqing looked at it subconsciously. The next moment, her eyes widened. Lin Yi, level 21 mage. Lin Yi, you have been promoted to bronze professional. Lu Wangqing turned her head mechanically, her face full of shock. Lin Yi nodded slightly, looking at Lu Wangqing's surprised expression, and couldn't help laughing. Well, this is the result of my hard work in leveling up these days. Lu Wangqing was completely stunned. She was promoted to bronze within 7 days. What kind of monster is her lover? Lu Wangqing said coquettishly, Humph, you didn't even tell me such a big thing. Lin Yi smiled helplessly and spread his hands, it's not too late yet. Okay, Mu Qing, classmate Lu, we have to hurry up. Only 20 minutes left on the first floor. Humph. Call me Wangqing. When Lu Wangqing heard these different names, she felt sad. Okay. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. Wangqing, Muking, you two are responsible for leading the monsters to me, the more the better. Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing nodded, and quickly dispersed to the left and right. They like Lin Yi, who doesn't spoil them but makes them feel reliable. Those who are always trying to please others are the most annoying. Although the level 1 monsters give you little experience points, if you clear hundreds or thousands of them at a time, the accumulated experience points will naturally increase. Lin Yi could already foresee a scenario where his level would soar again. Go! Chapter 39. The wings behind Lin Yi suddenly spread out, and his speed soared to the extreme. At this moment, thousands of monsters gathered behind him, chasing him madly. Not far away, behind Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing, there was also a dense group of black shadows. Although the number is not as large as Lin Yi, it is also quite considerable, about 600 or 700 monsters. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, glad that she and the other two were included in the team. Otherwise, my efficiency will be greatly reduced. Lin Yi shouted loudly, Mu Qing, Wan Qing, the two of you, get out of the way. The two women immediately retreated to the sides, looking forward to seeing Lin Yi's methods. Suddenly, the three waves of monsters gathered into one, forming a larger group, with a total number of more than 2,000. The abyss wand emitted a dazzling red light, and the fire element condensed instantly. The casting speed is so fast, it's almost like instantaneous. Seeing this, the two women were amazed. Lin Yi waved his magic wand, fire meteorite. Boom! At the edge of the sky, huge flaming meteorites instantly condensed, releasing terrifying heat and smashing into the monsters below. To deal with a level 1 monster, you have to use such a horrible trick. 113576 124253 113724. The 6-digit damage completely shocked the two women. Kill a level 1 Angora rabbit and gain 1 experience point. Kill a level 1 tabby cat and gain 1 experience point. Kill the level 1 little green snake and gain 1 experience point. In a flash, the system prompts refreshed the screen more than 2,000 times. With just one strike, Lin Yi gained more than 2,000 experience points. Although, upgrading still requires 200,000 experience points. But it doesn't matter, a little bit adds up to a lot. The further you go in the floors, the richer the experience will be. Don't just stand there, get ready for the next wave. Lin Yi calculated the time and thought he would be able to pass the level after doing it one more time. Aha! Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing nodded repeatedly, their eyes full of admiration for Lin Yi. The scene just now was too shocking. Moreover, although the experience they gained was not as much as Lin Yi, it was still around 200 each. By this calculation, if you can pass the level, you might be able to level up several times. The two people tasted the sweetness and immediately took the initiative to attract the monster. Fire meteorite technique. The terrifying fireball covered everything, harvesting more than 2,000 experience points again. There were only a few minutes left before the half-hour limit. Come on, let's go to the next floor. Lin Yi smiled and picked up the two girls and flew into the air. When he passed the monster leader of the first level, he killed it instantly with a fireball. Swish! A strong white light enveloped the three people. Not only did it teleport them to the second floor, but it also restored all their conditions to their best. After passing each level, the challenger's health, magic points, etc. will be restored to full. Continue. Lin Yi didn't need to say much, the two women had already acted separately and skillfully. Their movements became more and more skillful. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours later. At this time, there was finally some movement in the trial tower square. Based on the strength of previous years, there will soon be a challenger who breaks through to the 10th level. Everyone waited patiently, their eyes fixed on the magic screens, afraid of missing any details. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire trial tower emitted a faint light. Who is it? Everyone was eagerly waiting, curious about which team would be the first to pass the 10th floor. 3 figures appeared on hundreds of magic screens at the same time. The leader's eyes were full of confidence. The young master of Zhongcheng, Han Feng. He led the team and was the first to step into the 11th floor. At the same time, a huge golden light list appeared above the trial tower. Best ranking. First place, Captain Han Feng, Dragon Swordsman, LV21, Han Qiang, Flame Mage, LV14, Han Li, serial shooter, LV13. Second place. The progress of the tower and the basic information of the challenger will be immediately posted on the leaderboard. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, young Master Han Feng is actually a LV21 bronze professional. This is too perverted. Besides, our two teammates also have special professions. They will definitely win first place. Hush, it is said that the platinum treasure is reserved this time. The big shots in high positions were also shocked and cursed in their hearts. This Han Boyan is really an old fox. Gao Anping smiled and complimented, "Congratulations, City Lord Han, the young master is extremely talented. He was promoted to a bronze professional in a short period of time, and he is expected to become an epic expert in the future." Han Boyan shook his head and chuckled, "Xiao Feng, it's just because he awakened early." Cheng Bassian laughed secretly, wondering what he was so proud of. "Wait a minute, you will be shocked to see that Lin Yi is also a bronze professional." At this moment on the magic screen, Han Feng led the team to quickly approach the location of the 11th floor Lord Monster. The occasional fights that break out make the audience feel really excited. On the field, there were bursts of exclamations from time to time. Next, the challengers' team information all appeared on the screen. Following closely behind was Gao Zhepeng's team. With the help of several Lord Monster pets under his command, his progress was only one step behind Han Feng. Second place, Captain Gao Zhepeng, Extraordinary Beastmaster, LV16, Gao Yongfu, Shield Rock Warrior, LV14, Gao Hua, Scout, LV13. Gao Anping was extremely proud. Judging from the strength shown on the screen, it seemed that his son had not yet tried his best. Otherwise, he might be the first one to break through the 10th level. This possibility made him so excited that he couldn't help but glance at Cheng Bassian and Lu Jialiang provocatively. "You too, look at my son's strength. Are you shocked?" Lu Jialiang glared at him, while Cheng Bassian looked as if it had nothing to do with him. "Just wait and see, there are surprises yet to come." Soon after, the third place was announced. Third place, Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, LV17, Nangong Zhan, Spear Warrior, LV15, Nangong Shuet, Priest, LV14. The Nangong family's lineup was so luxurious that it caused everyone to be amazed. At first, when Han Feng broke through the 10th level for the first time and demonstrated his bronze level strength, everyone thought that he would be the top of the list. However, as Gao Zhepeng and Nangong Ling broke through one after another, people realized that the battle was far from over. These two people seemed to have the ability to compete with Han Feng. The suspense built up, making everyone excited, and they all cheered for the strong people in their minds. Soon, more and more people passed the level. As long as there are two black iron professionals in the team, they can basically advance to the 11th level. Fourth place. Fifth place. Teams came one after another, and names were added to the list, but Lin Yi's team was nowhere to be found. Gao Anping laughed so hard that he fell backwards, unable to contain himself, and even directly challenged him, "Tisk tisk, Cheng Bassian, where do you get the courage to bet with me? Lu Jialiang, are you also meddling in this? With your strength still stuck at the 10th level for more than 3 hours? Hey? Could it be that your daughter and that unknown boy were having a love affair in there and couldn't even pass the 10th floor?" Gao Anping laughed, his eyes full of mockery. "I will gladly accept your 4 pieces of platinum equipment." Lu Jialiang was furious. "You..." He wanted to refute, but felt guilty. It's been so long and I still haven't seen him pass the level. Could it be that the guy is really a useless idiot? Cheng Bassian was also full of doubts. What on earth is Lin Yi doing? Is he hiding his strength? Oh no, is there a conflict between the two girls? Seeing that Cheng Bassian did not respond, Gao Anping sneered, thinking that the other party was guilty. He turned to the screen, his eyes full of pride. Gao Zhupeng has approached the 13th floor and is approaching Han Feng. At this time, on the 7th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi waved his staff and cleared the last wave of monsters. Fire meteorite technique. Suddenly, a strong white light rose from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV22. Upgraded. Lin Yi was very happy, this speed was really great. If it were in the outside world, it would take several days of hard work, and the efficiency would be more than 10 times higher. The trial tower is so cool. It seems that I can reach the 10th floor and then level up again. Lin Yi was excited and very satisfied with his strategy. Although the initial progress is a bit slow, you can upgrade 2 levels in a row. Let's go and continue to challenge the 8th floor. Lin Yi waved his hands in high spirits, while the 2 girls looked at him with admiration. In a short period of time, they were also promoted to the next level. Lin Yi completely conquered them with his strength, and the subtle affection between them became deeper and deeper. In a blink of an eye, the trial tower has been open for nearly 5 hours. At this time, Han Feng was at the top of the list and had reached the 16th floor. Gao Zhupeng followed closely behind, also at the 16th floor. The 3rd place is still Nangang Ling, who is slightly inferior but has also reached the 15th level. At this moment, there are 34 names on the list. It is no exaggeration to say that these are the elites among the nearly 50,000 newly awakened professionals in Zhongcheng. To be able to be promoted to Black Iron within a week, one must either have a wealthy family or be extremely talented. The 5-hour time limit was approaching, which meant that only these 34 teams had made it past the 10th level. Gao Anping looked confident, and the mockery in his eyes was self-evident. Oh, 4 pieces of platinum equipment. I'm a little embarrassed. If you feel bad, just show it. No one will laugh at you. Lu Jialiang completely lost his temper and allowed Gao Anping to mock him. He secretly regretted his impulsiveness and followed Cheng Bassian to compete with Gao Anping. Cheng Bassian's heart was also beating fast. In a few minutes, it will be the 5-hour deadline. Those who fail to get through have lost the opportunity. Damn it! I hope this kid won't fail at the critical moment. He looked up at the sky, feeling a little anxious. Looking at Gao Anping's smug look, he felt so angry that his teeth were itching. At the same time, on the 10th floor of the trial tower, after another fire meteorite spell wiped out the last group of monsters, Lin Yi's body was once again covered with dazzling white light. Level increased to LV23. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. He advanced 2 levels in just 5 hours, and his strength almost doubled. Let's go, it's time to enter the 11th floor. With an ice spear technique, the level 10 Lord Monster was instantly killed, and the 3 of them stepped into the 11th floor. At the same time, the trial tower leaderboard emitted a faint golden light. Someone else entered the list, and everyone looked over as usual. All I saw was a new row of rankings. 35th place, Captain Lin Yi, Mage, LV23, Cheng Muking, Holy Priest, LV16, Li Muwen, Storm Archer, LV17. Wow! At this moment, everyone was shocked. Chapter 40. Just at the last moment of 5 hours, Lin Yi broke into the 11th floor. Then, pairs of eyes suddenly widened and everyone jumped up from their seats almost uncontrollably. Level 23 Mage. Just because of these few simple words, people can't believe their eyes. I almost thought I was seeing things. He actually surpassed Han Feng and was 2 levels higher. This is definitely a dark horse. Oh my god, who on earth is this Lin Yi? He's already level 23. This is too outrageous, I'm only level 3. I know this guy. I heard that something went wrong when he awakened. He was just an ordinary mage. I didn't expect that he would make a comeback now. Hiss. An ordinary wizard. How did he do it? At this moment, countless curious eyes gathered on the big screen. Everyone wants to know, how did Lin Yi, an ordinary magician, reach such a perverted level? At this moment, Lin Yi's team attracted almost all the attention. In the picture, Lin Yi brought Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing and stepped into the 11th floor. Seeing this, Cheng Bassian felt relieved and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After seeing Lin Yi and his daughter, he soared 2 levels. He finally understood what these 3 people had been doing before. Upgrade. Moreover, it is upgraded at the limit of each level. This kid has a bright future. Cheng Bassian was filled with admiration and deeply agreed with Lin Yi's choice. Be able to give up immediate fame and fortune and choose long-term growth. This is something that not everyone can do. Even though he had guessed this, he was still shocked. To level up by 2, how many monsters must have been killed? Lu Jialiang looked at Lin Yi's level, and his tense muscles relaxed. You old boy, you're still pretending not to know. Cheng Bassian said loudly, leave some suspense, it would be bad if Master Gao is frightened. Don't you think so, Master Gao? 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Lu Jialiang and Cheng Bassian winked at each other, stretched out 4 fingers in a sarcastic manner, and waved them in front of Gao Anping. Gao Anping's face turned pale, he thought he had won the game. Unexpectedly, the situation reversed at the last moment, and his eyes almost spit fire. Gao Anping snorted coldly with a sullen face, don't be too proud too soon, the outcome is still uncertain. He is just an ordinary professional. So what if he is bronze? Wait till he meets my son and see how he handles it. After spending so much time on the first 10 levels, I'm afraid your combat power won't be enough. After he finished speaking, Gao Anping thought more and more that it made sense. Even if your level is high, it's useless if you don't know how to fight. Thinking of the trump card prepared for his son, he felt more confident. Cheng Bassian smiled without saying anything. When Lin Yi and Gao Zhupeng met, he would naturally let the old guy know how powerful he was. Other powerful figures were also shocked by Lin Yi's rank, especially the city lord Han Boyan. Could it be that he has awakened early as well? Han Boyan immediately rejected this idea in his heart. He heard clearly that Lin Yi had also changed jobs a week ago. Next to him, Ke Yuand, president of the Mage Association, was shaking his head in annoyance. At the awakening ceremony, seeing that Lin Yi was just an ordinary magician, he left directly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi would make a comeback and rise to become a bronze professional in just a few days. Could it be that his talent is too dazzling, and the world is jealous and only grants him an ordinary profession? The more Ke Yuan thought about it, the more obvious the regret in his eyes became. I wish I could go back a week ago and slap myself twice for missing out on such a genius. There is no doubt that most people at this moment are curious about Lin Yi. Want to know what methods this dark horse that suddenly appeared out of nowhere has? Everyone looked at the big screen with anticipation. Now with real-time projection, the truth was about to be revealed. As soon as Lin Yi, Cheng Muking, and Lu Wangqing stepped into the 11th floor of the trial tower, they felt something different. This is an extremely wide canyon, as if it was split in half by the hand of God. Lin Yi frowned slightly, the density of monsters seems to be much lower. He spread his nether wings and flew high into the sky, and discovered that the number of monsters was far less dense than in the first 10 floors. Cheng Muking stuck out his tongue and said, of course, monsters will undergo a qualitative change when they reach level 11. If there are still as many as before, I'm afraid few people will be able to pass. Not everyone is as evil as you. Lin Yi couldn't help but sneer, it was indeed true. The rules of the trial tower are simple. Just kill the Lord monster guarding the gate along the route. There are countless monsters blocking your way. You will successfully pass the level by defeating them after breaking through the siege. But this is by no means easy. For ordinary professionals, the basic attributes of monsters are almost the same as their own. Even if a team of 3 is formed, it is not easy to kill monsters of the same level. What's more, there are lord monsters of the same level. Not a special profession, a hidden profession, or someone with powerful equipment and skills. Otherwise it will be difficult to clear the same level, let alone climb up. Therefore, there are currently 35 teams remaining. Most are still struggling on the 11th floor, and some have even been eliminated due to timeout. Lin Yi raised his lips slightly. It's still the same old rule, seize every minute and every second. Although there are fewer monsters here, it's no big deal. Lin Yi had a hunch that once he broke through the 30th level, his level will rise to an astonishing height. The two women were momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's insistence on his previous strategic decision. Cheng Muking said, "Should we reserve more time for the final Lord Monster? After all, a level 11 Lord Monster is not that easy to deal with." Lin Yi waved his hand confidently, "No need to worry, let's keep moving forward." After saying this, he took off into the air, his agile figure soaring into the sky. A level 11 Lord Monster has a maximum health value of 60,000 to 70,000. How could I resist it with just a fireball? The two women looked at Lin Yi's back, their eyes full of admiration. Then, they continued to lead the monster forward. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of eyes followed the three people's steps, all puzzled. Action split up? What kind of drama is this? A few minutes later, a large number of monsters gathered behind Lin Yi on the screen. Level 11 Ironback Wolf, White Bear Monster, Frost Goblin. There are many varieties and everything you need. And when the audience discovered, behind Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing, everyone was shocked when a large number of monsters gathered together. What's going on? They actually took the initiative to attract the monsters that others try to avoid to level up. Does this mean it's not difficult enough? I see, they are leveling up quickly by attracting monsters. No wonder they were so slow in the first 10 levels, it turns out they were preparing for leveling up. At this moment, people suddenly realized. However, looking at the hundreds or thousands of monsters behind the three people, everyone still couldn't help but feel suspicious. With so many monsters, even a bronze professional would have trouble dealing with them, right? But soon, Lin Yi broke everyone's doubts with his actual actions. Everyone's mouths opened wide, as if they were witnessing a miracle. On the screen, Lin Yi has already started chanting the spell quickly. Buzz! A huge amount of fire elements gathered around Lin Yi. Purple flame meteorite. Boom! The amazing fireball bloomed instantly, weaving into a dense rain of fire. The terrible high temperature seemed to penetrate the screen, making people feel it and their throats dry. And the scope of its coverage is even more astonishing. Boom boom! The shocking roar was clearly heard from the screen. Dense flaming meteorites engulfed the group of monsters in an instant. 421546 410571 413427. The damage of up to 400,000 is enough to destroy small monsters with only a few thousand health points countless times. At that moment, the originally quiet trial tower square suddenly fell into deathly silence. Although they were not Lin Yi's teammates, they could not see the terrifying damage value jumping. But from the monster that turned into ashes, it can be inferred that the destructive power of this flaming meteorite has already far exceeded the monster's endurance limit. After a brief silence, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my god, is this still the wizard I know? This is too amazing. How much experience points must this wave of instant kills have earned? I'm afraid it must be tens of thousands. I'm so envious. It took me several months to get tens of thousands of experience points, but they can get them with just a wave of their hand. No wonder I was able to advance to bronze in just 1 week. The gap is too big. Everyone looked at the young and handsome wizard in shock. Shock, envy, admiration, all kinds of emotions intertwined and fluctuated. And Lin Yi also showed the tip of the iceberg of his terrifying strength in front of everyone for the first time. Even this alone is enough to shock people. At this moment, almost everyone's attention shifted from other challengers to Lin Yi. How can it be as satisfying to watch others struggle to pass a level as to watch Lin Yi level up? Boom! Flame meteorites continued to explode, consuming wave after wave of monsters. The audience was mesmerized by the dazzling performance and never got tired of watching it. After more than 20 minutes, there were only 1 or 2 minutes left before the half-hour limit. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Lin Yi, holding the 2 women in his arms, ran quickly towards the gatekeeper monster. The speed of his nether wings shocked many experts. At this point, the truth is revealed. The reason why Lin Yi seemed so slow was because he had to level up every time he went through the levels. When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It's really true that comparing yourself with others will make you feel thwarted. Especially, for challengers who have been eliminated. The monster they tried their best to avoid turned out to be a tool for others to help their girls level up. This is simply unacceptable. Finally, Lin Yi and the other 2 came to the monster guarding the gate. The 11th level Ironback Wolf King has more than 70,000 health points. For ordinary black iron professionals, it is an insurmountable peak. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yi would finally face a challenge. On the screen, Lin Yi did not even pause for a moment and lightly tapped the magic wand. Fireball! A blazing crimson fireball whizzed out and hit the Ironback Wolf King hard. The Wolf King, who was about to pounce, was hit by a 10,000-ton truck and flew backwards in an instant. The blazing fireball completely ignited it, and its health points instantly dropped to 0. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This terrifying fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter is actually the fireball technique. There was a wizard who refused to believe it, and with a wave of his hand, a fireball the size of an egg appeared in his palm. The sound of people gasping for air came one after another, and the air seemed to warm up several degrees. Looking at Lin Yi's back as he walked towards the 12th floor, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. This young man is undoubtedly the most surprising dark horse in this year's professional trial. At this moment, everyone is full of expectations. What do you think will happen when Nangang Ling, Gao Zhupeng, and Han Feng meet Lin Yi? Chapter 41. What everyone is most looking forward to is the confrontation between various geniuses. Moreover, Lin Yi is also a model of grassroots counterattack. In a short period of time, the story of his humble origins spread throughout Zhongcheng. Growing up in a single-parent family, he relied on his extraordinary talent and unremitting efforts. He climbed up to his current position step by step and became a model of perfect counterattack in the hearts of countless people. This inspirational story moved many people to tears. There is no doubt that Lin Yi has resonated strongly with more ordinary people. After all, most people in society live in ordinary lives. Therefore, people are extremely eager for Lin Yi to defeat all the competitors in a head-on confrontation and make a stunning debut. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to have transformed into everyone's dream self. Counterattack. Become the first in Zhongcheng. In a flash, Zhongcheng was boiling. Whether it was the audience before the live broadcast or the audience on site, the vast majority became supporters of Lin Yi. Yang Mei, who was at the scene, was already in tears. A sense of supreme pride arose spontaneously, and she felt that all the hard work over the years had finally paid off. At this moment, Zhongcheng's eyes were all focused on Lin Yi. People are looking forward to what surprises this young man will bring. Where is his limit? At this moment, Lin Yi was immersed in the joy of his rapidly increasing experience points. If it weren't for Cheng Muking and the other girl, reminding them from time to time that time was running out. He really wanted to keep leveling up like this until he reached his limit. 11th floor. 12 floors. 13th floor. 14th floor. Every time everyone thought that he would stop leveling up at the next level, the result was always unexpected. Lin Yi, along with Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing, continued to kill monsters. Oh my god, how terrible is his output! Why does it feel like there's no limit? Oh, if only I were half as good as he is. Even after watching Lin Yi level up for hours, everyone was still shocked. Level 11 Puppeteer, kill instantly. Level 12 Dragon Man, kill instantly. Level 13 Tree Spirit, kill instantly. A level 14 Dark Cultist can still be killed instantly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong white light rose from Lin Yi and the other two. The three of them upgraded again. Wow! This upgrade is too easy, right? No wonder the two school beauties want to team up with Lin Yi. I really want to cling to Lin Yi's thighs. Seeing Lin Yi and the other two upgrade, everyone was envious. In particular, Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing, who saw that they could gain a lot of experience just by luring monsters, were so envious that their eyes turned red. Seeing this, Wang Dong was filled with regret. If I had teamed up with Brother Yi, I would have been the one enjoying all this. After he finished speaking, he slapped his thigh violently. With Lin Yi's upgrade again, the damage of a fireball can exceed 100,000. At this moment, the Trial Tower leaderboard was updated again. First place, Captain Han Feng, Dragon Swordsman, LV21, Han Qiang, Flame Mage, LV14, Han Li, Serial Shooter, LV13. Second place, Captain Gao Zhepeng, Extraordinary Beastmaster, LV17, Gao Yongfu, Shield Rock Warrior, LV15, Gao Hua, Scout, LV14. Third place, Captain Nangong Ling, Shadow Assassin, LV17, Nangong Zhan, Spear Warrior, LV15, Nangong Shuet, Priest, LV14. At this time, except for the 7 teams including Han Feng, Gao Zhepeng, Nangong Ling, and Lin Yi, the rest of the teams have been eliminated. After all, the difficulty of the Trial Tower becomes more and more terrifying as time goes on. The monsters are stronger, elite monsters appear, and the attributes of Lord Monsters continue to rise. Obviously, although some of the top 3 teams have been upgraded, the pace of progress has slowed down significantly. If they had not started from the 15th floor and challenged the Gatekeeper monster, which could extend the challenge time, the teams ranked 4th to 6th would have been eliminated long ago. As Lin Yi and his party stepped into the 15th floor, everyone's heartstrings were plucked. Because this means that Lin Yi's team is about to face off against other teams. Although not one of the top 3 teams, it is equally eye-catching. Unlike the first 14 levels, there are multiple passages to pass through. When we reached the 15th floor, there was only one passage left. Moreover, the difficulty of the Lord Monsters increases suddenly, upgrading from ordinary to purple Lord Monsters. Currently, the 3 teams ranked 4th to 6th are constantly trying. He was almost grey with worry and on the verge of despair. Finally, I can see the showdown between Lin Yi and the others. Everyone looked at Lin Yi leading the 2 women into the 15th floor, their eyes full of anticipation. But at this time, Lin Yi had a headache. He found that the number of monsters here was decreasing again. There are a lot of elite monsters mixed in with the small monsters. For others, the difficulty increases dramatically. You must reach the Gatekeeper monster within half an hour. Any mistake will result in a time limit. It can be said that most of the teams that rushed to the 15th floor fell on the way to the Gatekeeper monster. Even, I was unable to see the Gatekeeper monster with my own eyes. Even if you are lucky enough to encounter a level 15 purple Lord monster, it is enough to make these professionals breathless. The best result of the previous session was hovering between the 15th and 16th floors. This year, due to the emergence of many geniuses, especially Han Feng, the historical record was broken in one fell swoop. However, this may not be a good thing for Lin Yi. Although elite monsters are equally vulnerable to the purple flame meteorite, their experience points are also greater. However, the reduction in monster density has led to a significant reduction in overall experience points gained. Lin Yi once again used the purple flame fire meteorite to clear out the group of monsters in front of him, silently calculating in his mind. At this rate, the experience points that can be gained from each level of the trial tower are expected to be between 100,000 and 150,000. If I can get through the 30th floor, maybe I can soar directly to the 27th level, or even higher. Lin Yi raised a smile. It would take no more than 1 day to pass the trial tower. In just 1 day, it soared 7 or 8 levels. What a shocking thing this is! Lin Yi is not greedy and is already satisfied. Here we go. Lin Yi is about to meet the other teams for the first time. There is also a powerful purple lord monster. Finally, we can see Lin Yi facing obstacles. I don't know why, but I'm looking forward to Lin Yi getting humiliated. Haha. I feel the same way. Maybe it's because Lin Yi is too invincible, which makes it seem unreal. Although everyone expected that Lin Yi would continue to overcome all obstacles. But a level 15 overlord monster wouldn't let him have it too easy. Besides, other teams will not let Lin Yi pass easily. Want to break through first? Then show your strength. At this moment, Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing snuggled in his arms, with a hint of sweetness in their eyes. Both of them have gradually become accustomed to this kind of flying. Soon, the three arrived at the final clearance area. On an open plain, a huge pale golden light gate stood tall. Crossing it will lead you to the 16th floor, but this is obviously not easy. Under the light gate, a mountain-like figure exudes a strong sense of oppression. Two-headed troll. Level, LV15 Lord Monster, Purple. Health value, 295,217. Skills, Big Stick Sweep, Double-Headed Bite, Bloodthirsty Heavy Attack. At this moment, a team was fighting fiercely with the two-headed troll, but was clearly at a disadvantage. The two-headed troll almost killed the shield warrior in the front with just one swing of his stick. Fortunately, the priest's crazy treatment saved him. All skills were on cooldown, and the three were powerless to resist. They escaped from the range of the light golden halo in a panic, and the trolls stopped chasing them and returned to guard in front of the light gate. The leading teenager shook his head and sighed, "Oh, this is too difficult. How did the three teams ahead of us get through?" This was their 20th attempt, but they were still quickly defeated. Looking at the three team marks engraved on the light gate, it is a sign of glory, indicating that three teams have successfully passed the level. They could not see the leaderboard of the trial tower and could only judge how much they had advanced by the marks on each level. The other teams watching the game also shook their heads and smiled bitterly. "Let's go, this is one last try. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat." Several people were about to step into the entrance surrounded by a halo. At this moment, Lin Yi quickly landed with the two beauties in his arms. Who is this guy? Why is he so pretentious? Until they saw the two people clearly, the 9 people were stunned. Damn, isn't this Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing? To be embraced by the same man? Who is this guy? Seeing the two goddesses being so docile at this moment, everyone's jaws almost dropped. Is this still the unattainable ice beauty she is in everyday life? Facing everyone's surprised looks, Lin Yi remained calm and said, "Everyone, since you are still hesitating, how about I go over first?" Hearing this, the remaining 9 people looked at each other in bewilderment. This guy, so arrogant. Usually before reaching this stage, everyone will observe for a few rounds first. At least you should understand the attack mode and skill characteristics of the Lord Monster before you dare to challenge it. Who would just go for a head-on fight right away? If it were someone else, perhaps they would give a reminder out of kindness. But seeing that Lin Yi was hugging a goddess on each side, jealousy surged in his heart like a tide. Want to show off, right? Waiting to see you flip over. They smiled at each other and said, "Then you go first." In the outside world, everyone witnessed Lin Yi and the other two breaking into the challenge circle of the level 15 two-headed trolls so blatantly. They all looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. Oh my god, Lin Yi is so tough? Does he really not take the Purple Lord Monster seriously at all? Don't forget, Ling and his team also spent a lot of time here before they got through. I always feel that Lin Yi is going to fail this time. On the magic screen, the two-headed troll let out an earth-shaking roar, and the sound waves spread out in the void along with the roar. Lin Yi smiled lightly. How could he not know that the 9 people outside were waiting to laugh at him? But is a level 15 purple lord monster very powerful? Looking at the approaching two-headed troll, Lin Yi curled up his lips into a smile. Thick ice elements gathered on the magic wand. Ice spear technique. The huge ice spear instantly condensed in the void, and then with a deafening explosion, it shot towards the two-headed troll. Call out! Almost in the blink of an eye, the ice spear pierced through the void and pierced through the heart of the two-headed troll. The huge body collapsed like a mountain and was thrown backwards by the huge force. Nailed firmly to the ground, his entire body was quickly covered with frost. 375612. The health of the two-headed troll was instantly reduced to 0. Instant kill. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 42. In the center of the screen, a two-headed troll shaped like a hill was suddenly pierced through, and its blood quickly solidified before it could flow. Bang! After the crisp sound, everyone woke up from their dream and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Hiss! Whether it was at the trial tower or in the audience watching the live broadcast, everyone gasped. They originally thought that Lin Yi would be blocked by this two-headed troll. But I never expected it to end like this. Another instant kill. After the extreme silence, there was a frenzy of excitement, and the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak in an instant. Everyone was spitting with excitement, sharing the shock with those around them. Oh my god, is this really the Ice Lance technique? Why is it different from mine? Hiss! We are both mages, why is there such a big gap between me and boss Lin Yi? Lin Yi was able to kill the two-headed troll instantly. Han Feng hadn't been able to do that before. So, Lin Yi is much stronger than the previous ones. That may not be the case. High damage is one thing, but the true strength can only be known after a fight. Everyone's emotions were getting higher and higher, and they didn't care even if their throats were sore from shouting. It seems that only in this way can I vent the shock in my heart. High in the sky, the eyes of the bigwigs were even more sharp. Beside him, Yuan gradually saw the clues. Lin Yi's skills are extremely powerful, far exceeding ordinary spells, even several times or even more. Is it because of the high skill level, or some other reason? Yuan guessed in his heart, but did not dare to conclude. After all, the integration of games and reality has only been around for 100 years, and many areas have not yet been fully understood. From time to time, professionals will awaken amazing talents. While rare, it's not impossible. Yuan's face was full of regret. He firmly believed that Lin Yi was no ordinary wizard. If we could have accepted him at the beginning, the Zhongcheng Mage Association would have accepted him. Maybe you can help me become a member of the Mages Association in the future. As for now, Lin Yi has shown amazing potential in the trial, so there is no need for him. The more Yuan thought about it, the angrier he got, so he slapped himself in the face. Seeing this, everyone around was shocked. Lu Jialiang laughed continuously, as Lin Yi's performance refreshed his cognition again and again. This boy, apart from being a bit philandering, is a pretty good son-in-law. Cheng Bassian looked at Gao Anping's ugly face, and then joked, 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Gao Anping was about to take action, but was stopped in time by Nanggong Zi. However, he still uttered a harsh word, "Old man, you wait. You may be proud now, but I will make you shut up later." Cheng Bassian chuckled, "How about another gamble?" Hearing this, Gao Anping immediately shut up. Although he still had some confidence in Gao's Hupeng, the strength shown by Lin Yi made him dare not guarantee it. At the same time, Lin Yi used Ice Spear to kill the two-headed troll instantly. The sound of gasps coming from behind him made the corners of his mouth slightly rise, and he felt particularly happy. Want to see me embarrass myself? Impossible. Lin Yi chuckled, and walked into the light with the two girls, heading towards the 16th floor. After fighting for hours and being defeated over and over again, the team looked at each other in disbelief, reading disbelief in each other's eyes. I could even hear the sound of swallowing saliva. It turned out that the clown was me? How is this possible? Can a level 15 purple lord monster be killed instantly? I don't believe it. There was a team that refused to believe in evil and walked towards the resurrected two-headed troll with gritted teeth. Boom! The mace smashed down hard, and immediately their heads started buzzing. The three men scrambled away to escape. I don't want to play anymore. There's no point playing with this pervert around. You guys continue, we'll withdraw first. Then, let's go too. One by one, they gave up the challenge and disappeared into light. At this moment, they couldn't wait to know the details of the perverted wizard. In a blink of an eye, only 4 of the original 7 teams remained. Lin Yi indirectly eliminated 3 teams, and the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's really miserable to struggle for so long but give up just because Lin Yi is too abnormal. At this time, there were only 4 teams left. The leader Han Feng is still in the lead and has climbed to the 21st floor. This is a record that has never appeared in the Zhongcheng Trial Tower in recent decades. It seemed that he was about to break the Zhongcheng record and reach the 22nd level, but this step was difficult to take. Han Feng was stuck here, unable to move forward. Because the gatekeeper monster on the 21st floor has made a qualitative leap. A 20-level Golden Lord monster. The Dragon Swordsman is good at offense, but his defense is slightly lacking. Han Feng led his teammates to repeatedly challenge the gatekeeper monster. Various gorgeous moves appear one after another, like dancing on a tightrope, but the effect is not significant. This is his 3rd challenge, and the first 2 ended in failure. Han Feng's eyes were burning with enthusiasm, and his fighting spirit was high. I must surpass everyone and break through the limits. Apart from Lin Yi, he received the most attention. After all, Han Feng has a good chance of breaking Jiangqing's all-time record. Next is Gao Zhepeng, although his level is not high. But with the help of several Lord Monster pets, he reached the 20th floor. Witnessing this scene, Gao Anping nodded with satisfaction. Zhepeng, do your best. In comparison, Nanggong Ling who came later seemed slightly inferior. Shadow assassins are better at assassination, and are inevitably powerless when facing Lord Monsters. In addition, his 2 teammates are not top-notch in terms of strength. They have only reached the 18th level so far, and it seems difficult to go any further. At this moment, on the 16th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi and his group appeared, and everyone's eyes were full of anticipation. Should we make a quick decision this time? However, the 3 people on the screen acted separately, and the familiar strategy of pulling monsters was played out again. Lin Yi naturally would not let go easily of this excellent place for leveling up. He was not in a hurry. After all, the ultimate goal was to pass the level, so it didn't matter whether he passed it early or late. Purple Flame Meteorite. In an instant, the flaming meteorites devoured the monsters one by one, and Lin Yi's experience bar also climbed. Kill the level 16 Bloodwolf and gain 10 experience points. Kill the level 16 Eye Demon and gain 10 experience points. Kill the 16th level Knight and gain 10 experience points. The log bar interface kept jumping, which made Lin Yi extremely satisfied. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the ice spear technique once again killed the gatekeeper monster in seconds. Lin Yi and the other 2 reached the 17th floor. Lin Yi felt a little regretful, according to the rules of the trial tower. These gatekeeper lord monsters are only projections. Only the challenger who defeats them for the first time can obtain equipment or skill rewards. The lord monsters in the first few levels have been knocked down countless times and it is impossible for them to drop rare items. But Lin Yi was not anxious. After all, the highest record in Zhongcheng was only the 21st floor. The following Lord monsters are all new, and the rewards will definitely be generous. Soon, the three arrived at the 18th floor. At this time, Nangongling was also on the 18th floor, still fighting with the gatekeeper monster. Nangongling couldn't help but sit up straight, worrying about his son. Everyone understood that what was coming next was not just a battle with the monster lord guarding the gate. Moreover, a fierce confrontation will break out between the two teams. Nangongling knew that he was ranked third. Therefore, he would never let Lin Yi get away with it easily in front of him. The top three mean generous rewards. More importantly, you can directly participate in the upcoming national trials, which is the real battlefield. If we can attract the attention of the top level, the benefits will be immeasurable and far beyond what a few treasures can bring. Therefore, everyone is fully aware that this is a competition for opportunity, and no one is willing to give in. Hundreds of thousands of eyes stared at the magic screen, afraid of missing any details. I thought Lin Yi would feel a sense of urgency, but under everyone's surprised gaze, he continued to level up leisurely. I admire Lin Yi for his calm and confident attitude. That's right. I was almost stunned. Everyone was talking about it, but Lin Yi remained unmoved and continued on his path to upgrade. Purple Flame Meteorite. Soon after, a strong white light rose from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV25. Upgraded again. People admire Lin Yi even more. This is exactly the demeanor a strong person should have. Be calm in the face of praise or criticism, and make great achievements with your accumulated strength. Lin Yi is going to do something big. According to this trend, his level will continue to rise, and he will create unprecedented miracles. With such anticipation, everyone wished time could go forward 10 times faster. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Lin Yi, along with Cheng Muking, headed towards the monster lord guarding the gate. At the gate of the 18th floor, Nangongling is still trying tirelessly. Facing the 18th level purple lord monster, the dark tree spirit, within the circle of light, his eyes were filled with resentment. Nangongling had to end this trial journey early. Looking at the golden light gate behind, there are two teams' marks. He knew that it must be Hanfeng and Wangzhupeng. Don't get complacent. When the national trials come, I, Nangongling, will be on my real stage. Nangongling clenched his fists. The trial tower was too restrictive to his profession and he was unable to fully demonstrate his strength. It is said that there are various forms of trials across the country, and he will definitely achieve better results then. But right now, consolidating the top 3 is the most important thing. It not only means rich treasure rewards. It is a direct ticket to the next round without having to participate in the qualifying round. I'm a latecomer, so I can only say sorry. Immediately, Nangongling and his two teammates guarded the entrance. With him here, no one can pass the 18th level trial today. Even though he believed in his heart that apart from Wangzhupeng and Hanfeng, no third person could reach the 18th level. Just in case, he did not directly withdraw from the trial to watch the battle, but chose to block the door. Witnessing Nangongling's actions, everyone became excited. Blocking the door is not a new thing. Any big family would make the same choice. Most importantly, the fun is about to begin. At this moment, everyone in Zhongcheng was focused on this scene. What a shocking scene it will be when Lin Yi faces Nangongling. Soon, Lin Yi and the two of them quickly arrived at the final challenge site on the 18th floor. In a dense black forest, the huge dark tree spirit is particularly eye-catching. Lin Yi landed slowly, and 3 people came over from the opposite side. The leading man was the young master of the Nangong family, Nangongling. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Want to block the door? Ask for my opinion first." Chapter 43. At this moment, Nangongling led 2 companions and blocked the way for Lin Yi and the other 2. This competition is undoubtedly the most exciting scene in the professional trial. Despite Lin Yi's amazing strength, he was unstoppable all the way. But everyone present is still looking forward to the collision between the two teams. Because Ling is definitely not an easy person to deal with. The fact that he could climb to the 18th floor of the trial tower was enough to show his strength. What's more, the assassin is against the mage. In a way, there are natural advantages. And Ling is a rare shadow assassin who is good at moving silently in the dark. Therefore, the outcome of this battle became the focus of everyone's heated discussion. Under the gaze of everyone, Ling slowly stopped opposite Lin Yi. He looked at the three people, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he was not familiar with Lin Yi, but he knew Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing very well. Looking at the intimacy between the three people, Ling began to wonder, could it be a gigolo? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and even though he was not a suitor of the two women, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. I worked hard but ended up at the 18th floor, while this handsome man was accompanied by two women. Reaching the same height was undoubtedly a mockery of him. Stop! Ling said sternly, the 18th floor is not a place you should set foot on, so it is better to give up as soon as possible. Lin Yi was slightly surprised, then he suddenly realized. The Ling in front of him was obviously unable to break through the 18th level. Therefore, he adopted the method of interception to stop the latecomers and thus preserve his third-place position. Lin Yi sneered, "Oh, so you want to block others' way because you are powerless to move forward? Since when have these unknown people dared to look down on me, Ling? I'll give you one last chance. Leave the trial tower immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling waved his hand, and his teammates took up fighting stances. Although the entire trial tower from the 11th floor onwards was broadcast live, violence was not tolerated in public. But it would also be humiliating if the defeat was witnessed by thousands of people. 10 seconds. Ling's countdown made the audience clench their fists, looking forward to Lin Yi's counterattack. "How dare you count down to me? You are really overestimating yourself. You two stand back." Lin Yi turned around and gave the order, instinctively wanting to protect the two women. But Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing smiled at each other and shook their heads firmly. "Lin Yi, let us do it this time. Take a rest. There are more important things waiting for you to deal with later." "Yes, we want to contribute as well. We are not just for a show." Since entering the trial tower, the two have been playing the role of attracting monsters. They felt quite unwilling and worried that they would be seen as a foil. Now is your chance to prove your worth. Now Cheng Muking has reached level 18, and Lu Wangqing has even reached level 19, surpassing Ling and Gao Zhepeng. Lin Yi sensed their determination and stepped aside. He was relieved that he didn't have to do any of the fighting himself. The audience's expectations froze in an instant, and then bursts of discussion broke out. "Oh my god, Lin Yi actually let two school beauties fight against Ling's entire team alone? Can they do it? Anyway, I have Lin Yi to back me up. If things don't work out, I can always try again. Why rush? You underestimate the two goddesses. Just look at their current levels and you will understand everything." When these words were spoken, everyone gasped. They then realized that Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing's levels had leaped forward without them noticing. Although he can only obtain 1/5 of Lin Yi's experience. But cumulatively, it is also considerable. It's just that the previous brilliance was overshadowed by Lin Yi. Even though the audience was unable to witness Lin Yi's action in person, their expectations were not diminished in the slightest. Lu Jialiang and Cheng Baxian's eyes were also full of anticipation. Ling became more certain of his judgment when he saw Lin Yi retreat. "This guy is just a gigolo. Very good, since you are my enemy, I will let you experience real pain. Deal with these two women first, and leave that pretty boy alone for now." Ling's figure merged into the shadows, and shadow stealth was activated. In this dark forest, although it is controlled by the dark tree spirit, But for the shadow assassin, the environment is like a fish in water. Shadow stealth. Then, Priest Nangong Shui quickly stacked up the buffs, and Gunner Nangong Zhan launched a charge. Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing smiled in tacit understanding. The love rivals now became partners fighting side by side. Holy blessing! Cheng Muking chanted a spell, and a golden light shield instantly covered the three people. Even Lin Yi, who was far behind, was surrounded by the shield and felt warm in his heart. After the level is increased, the power of the holy priest begins to show, which is beyond the reach of ordinary priests. Holy light enhancement. Holy light. Layer upon layer of benefits were bestowed upon Lu Wangqing, and she felt that her strength and agility had increased significantly. Leave Nangong Ling to you, and I'll deal with the spearman. Although the holy priest focuses on assistance, he is not without combat effectiveness. It's more than enough to deal with a level 15 spearman. The holy light made it impossible for the assassin to hide. Even Nangong Ling appeared as a faint shadow under the light. Although it was fleeting, it was enough. Lin Yi secretly admired himself in his heart, relying on the eye of the abyss. Being able to clearly capture Nangong Ling's every move, I didn't expect that Cheng Muchen also had such ability. The collaboration between the two women was surprisingly harmonious. Respond to each other and move flexibly. Maintain maximum distance from enemy melee units to gain more casting space. Eye of the Wind insight. Lu Wangqing's eyes flashed green and her vision suddenly improved. The dark shadow that had already appeared suddenly became more prominent. I found you. Lu Wangqing smiled confidently, took the emerald green longbow in her hand, put the arrow on it and pulled the string. Storm arrow. Swish. In an instant, piercing sonic booms rang out one after another, and several long arrows suddenly shot towards Nangong Ling's hiding place. Nangong Ling's expression was stern. How is it possible? Shadow clone. In a hurry, he immediately used the clone technique, and 4 clones spread out to the surroundings. Lu Wangqing remained calm, and controlled several long arrows to suddenly change direction and chase after the 4 clones. Bang bang! The 4 clones exploded and dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Nangong Ling took the opportunity to approach Lu Wangqing, holding a bloody dagger. You little bch, wait till I get close to you, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Wangqing turned her eyes slightly and said sarcastically, just a clown. Previously, Nangong Ling's gaze towards Lin Yi made Lu Wangqing very unhappy. She wanted to vent her anger for Lin Yi. Exploding arrow. A thick arrow flew towards Nangong Ling, the sonic boom became louder, and ripples seemed to appear in the void. The sharp feeling made his exposed skin numb. Nangong Ling was shocked. What is her level? Why are her skills so powerful? Nangong Ling had investigated beforehand and knew that Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing were not of high rank and should not have such power. At this moment, he was confused. Boom! A violent explosion of wind shook Nangong Ling out of stealth, causing him to retreat hundreds of meters. 4193. Although the Storm Archer has a growth coefficient bonus, its attack power exceeds 2000 at level 19. With the support of skills, it is not difficult to cause tens of thousands of damage. But Nangong Ling, after all, was born into one of the 4 great families in Zhongcheng, so he naturally had a lot of rare equipment and skills. Just now, it was thanks to the life-saving skills that a large amount of damage was offset. Lu Wangqing was not discouraged at all. She raised a provocative smile on her lips and was full of confidence. An assassin who can't get close to his target is nothing but waste. From this moment on, Nangong Ling was completely under Lu Wangqing's control. Nangong Ling tried his best to get close to the two, but to no avail. Cheng Muking and the other person each showed off their special abilities, and their various methods were dazzling. As long as Lu Wangqing keeps her distance, Nangong Ling has nothing to fear. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lu Wangqing to be so fierce, but she was covered up by Lin Yi before. Oh my god, Goddess Lu is so strong. I thought she was weak. This is a level 19 storm archer. How can an ordinary person compare to him? Maybe it's because Lin Yi is too strong. This remark awakened everyone from their dream, and everyone suddenly realized. Looking at the calm young man, doubts quietly arose in my heart. How strong is Lin Yi? Even Lu Wangqing's charm can be covered up. This seemingly fierce duel between geniuses seemed like a child's game in Lin Yi's calm eyes. I really want to see boss Lin Yi take action. I wonder if Gao Zhepeng can force Lin Yi to show his true kung fu. Lu Wangqing's participation in the battle did not reduce everyone's expectations. Instead, it made everyone more curious about Lin Yi's strength. So far, Lin Yi has only demonstrated fireball, ice spear, and purple flame meteorite. They were very curious, what was the limit of Lin Yi's strength? Lin Yi laughed, folded his arms, and looked relaxed. At this time, Cheng Muking had already dealt with the gunners and priests nearby. The two men fell to the ground with serious injuries, their eyes full of resentment. After Cheng Muchen joined the battle, Nangang Ling, who was already suppressed, became even more embarrassed. In just a minute, the holy spear pierced through his shadow shield. His health was running low and he fell to the ground. Nangang Ling looked extremely miserable at this moment. His body was covered with scars, his gorgeous black leather armor was badly damaged, and blood was oozing from the hole in his chest. Nangang Ling looked at Lu Wangqing and the others, shocked. The two women who were originally indifferent turned out to be so powerful. Why are they so strong? Nangang Ling's face was full of confusion, and the person who made him most aggrieved was Lin Yi, who was watching from the sidelines. At this time, Lu Wangqing and Cheng Muking were jumping for joy like birds after winning, looking forward to Lin Yi's approval. Lin Yi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Yi smiled slightly, not too long, great job, let's go in. The two girls smiled at each other, stuck out their tongues, and thought of the same thing in their hearts. If it was Lin Yi, maybe he could kill Nangang Ling instantly. Seeing the three people stepping into the challenge aura, the dark dryad slowly awakened. Nangang Ling shouted unwillingly, even if you defeat me, you may not be able to pass the 18th level. The power of the dark tree spirit is beyond the imagination of you pretty boys. He hoped that Lin Yi and others would fail so that he could still keep his third place. Lin Yi turned around and looked back, and said coldly, Dark tree spirit, is it very strong? Chapter 44. Dark tree spirit. Level, LV18 Lord Monster, Purple. Health value, 849,723. Skills, Double Life, Vine Whip, Dark Night Glow, Rapid Regeneration. In a sense, the Dark Dryad is indeed a powerful being. Its health value is even comparable to that of the Golden Lord Monster of the same level. But this only applies to ordinary people, but Lin Yi is different. Sensing the reluctance behind Nangang Ling, Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of contempt. He decided to show more strength to let Nangang Ling understand what the gap was. Under Nangang Ling's puzzled gaze, the previously strong Lu Wangqing and Cheng Muking actually retreated behind Lin Yi. What the hell? Are we going to let this pretty boy fight the dark tree spirit alone? Just as he was confused, he saw a strong black light emanating from Lin Yi's wand. The astonishing casting speed made Nangang Ling's pupils shrink suddenly. Could it be that this person is the real strong one in the team? Witnessing this scene, he suddenly realized. Nangang Ling stared at Lin Yi's movements closely. A dark mark rushed towards the dark tree spirit. Hell's brand. In an instant, the dark tree spirit that was 100 meters tall couldn't help but tremble. Vines that were more than 10 meters long lashed at the mark like pythons, but to no avail. In a flash, it was branded on the dark tree spirit. Lin Yi cast spells smoothly and fluently, making the audience feel overwhelmed and dazzled. This is a natural-born wizard. Yuan slapped himself in regret, scaring the important people around him so much that they all kept their distance from him. Ice Spear Technique. Call out! Under Nangongling's wide eyes, the giant frost spear instantly broke through the air. He swallowed subconsciously. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, he could still feel the biting chill contained in the ice spear. Hwa wah wah! The dark tree spirit seemed to sense the crisis, and countless vines waved wildly in an attempt to intercept the ice spear. Swish, swish, swish. The ice spear penetrated one thick vine after another and instantly embedded itself into the body of the dark tree spirit. Activated the Hell Brand, achieving a 5-fold damage bonus. Puff! Although it was a wooden trunk, it made a dull sound of piercing flesh. Streams of black liquid gushed out like springs, and were instantly frozen by the coldness of the ice spear. Crack, crack! The dense freezing sounds echoed throughout the dark forest, making people feel frightened. The 100-meter-tall dark tree spirit's body was covered with a layer of rapidly spreading white frost. The closer you get to the ice spear, the thicker the frost becomes. Bang! With a crisp bang, the originally dark body of the dark tree spirit turned into silver white. 11275593. Millions of horrific damages erupted in an instant, and the dark tree spirit died instantly, shocking Lu Wangqing and Cheng Muqing. Even though they were used to Lin Yi's extraordinariness, they were still stunned after the million damage appeared. Whenever you think you have reached Lin Yi's limit, he always brings unexpected shocks. Nangongling opened his mouth to the extreme. Fake, fake, right. The dark tree spirit with 840,000 health points was killed instantly. How is this possible? Nangong Shui and the other person standing next to them were equally shocked, and expressed Nangongling's thoughts. They fought bloody battles many times on the 18th floor and knew everything about the dark tree spirit. Therefore, he could feel more intuitively the horror of the ice spear technique. Is this really the ice spear technique? Hiss! The next moment, the three of them gasped at the same time. I never expected that this man who was regarded as a pretty boy was actually a real strong man. One strike of ice spear killed the dark tree spirit instantly. If he was still considered a pretty boy, then what was I? Waste? Even worse than trash. The feeling of frustration surged into Nangongling's heart like a tide. It turns out that it wasn't Lu Wangqing and Cheng Muqing who brought him up here. He was just too lazy to do anything. The truth was so cruel that he didn't even have the qualifications to take action. Nangongling's eyes were dim, as if he had lost all his strength in an instant. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground, and he lost all his spirit. Lin Yi's ice spear technique not only killed the dark tree spirit instantly, but also crushed Nangongling's arrogance. Let's go. At this moment, the specific ranking is no longer important, Nangongling just wants to escape from here. The onlookers were equally shocked, and the sound of their gasps was enough to prove everything. Flash sale. Another instant kill. Moreover, it is a dark tree spirit with extremely high health points. This can kill instantly. How high is Lin Yi's damage? At this moment, the doubts in everyone's hearts reached their peak. Someone vaguely estimated that in terms of damage, Lin Yi has surpassed the silver professionals. You know, generally a silver professional at level 35. The main attribute of the naked equipment must reach 60,000 to burst out hundreds of thousands of damage with skills. And Lin Yi, a first-level bronze professional, actually did it. This shows how perverted it is. What's even more shocking is that this doesn't seem to be Lin Yi's limit. When they thought of this, everyone was shocked. This is beyond common sense. Even for a secret profession, it shouldn't be so powerful. Many important figures looked at each other, suspicion flashing in their eyes. Han Boyan exhaled slowly. The two worlds are about to merge, giving birth to many darlings of destiny, whose strength surpasses that of ordinary people. Lin Yi may very well be the legendary child of destiny. According to legend, anyone who has any connection with the child of destiny can get a share of fate's favor. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. This is true. Many powerful people agreed with this speculation. Yuan couldn't help it and slapped himself a few more times. As everyone knows, Yuan almost recruited Lin Yi into the Mage Association. If this comes true, Yuan will definitely reap huge benefits. But now, everything is empty. How can he not feel regret and hatred? Seeing that everyone was becoming more and more convinced, Gao Anping poured a bucket of cold water on them at an inopportune time. How could the child of destiny be just an ordinary wizard? I'm afraid City Lord Han guessed wrong. I thought my son was the child of destiny. He is undoubtedly the person here who is most reluctant to see Lin Yi rise. Although the bet of 4 platinum equipment is not enough to cause serious damage to the Gao family, it is certain that the loss will be heavy. Han Boyan nodded slightly and responded, "It is indeed possible that I guessed wrong, let's take a look." Cheng Bassian looked displeased. Even if Lin Yi is not the child of destiny, Gao Zhupeng can be one? Don't dream. Gao Anping sneered, and his confidence gradually returned. If Gao Zhupeng was not the son of destiny, how could he have contracted 2 level 17 Golden Lord monsters? Gao Anping glanced at Cheng Bassian and said, "You, the ignorant one, will be surprised later. Although Lin Yi is strong, my son also has a chance." Only he knew that Gao Zhupeng, who was fighting on the 20th floor at the moment, had not yet exerted his full strength. Gao Anping held his breath in his heart, determined to shock everyone. At this time, Lin Yi brought the 2 women into the 19th floor of the trial tower. Everyone understood Lin Yi's habits and began to wait patiently. In the familiar upgrade process, the 3 people acted smoothly and in unison. As usual, Lin Yi sent some of the flesh and blood of elite monsters into the beast-controlling space for the little holy dragon to devour and grow. Looking at the little holy dragon that was close to level 21, he was filled with joy. If the little holy dragon does not level up after devouring tens of thousands of monsters, he will undoubtedly be a waste. Nangongling and others who had just come out of the trial tower were dumbfounded when they saw Lin Yi and the other 2 leveling up. No wonder it took him so long to reach the 18th level despite his powerful strength. It turns out he was upgrading. At this moment, Nangongling was even more convinced. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the gatekeeper monster on the 19th floor still did not cause any trouble for Lin Yi. For him, it is not even as difficult as the Dark Dryad, after all, his health is not that thick. Afterwards, Lin Yi and the other 2 climbed to the 20th floor. Everyone's heart was lifted again, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Because Gao Zhupeng is still fighting on the 20th floor. A Beastmaster can be as strong as the world or as weak as a speck of dust, which is actually a reflection of his identity and background. An ordinary Beastmaster, if he has a powerful pet, can even fight against the stealth profession. But without a pet, he is not even as good as the priest with the weakest attack power. Gao Zhupeng is undoubtedly the best among Beastmasters. As an extraordinary Beastmaster, the number of pets he can control is 3 times that of an ordinary Beastmaster. In order to allow Gao Zhupeng to break the record in the trial this time, the Gao family spared no expense. Rewards for Lord Monster Cubs are offered everywhere just to maximize Gao Zhupeng's strength. Being able to control 6 Lord Monsters at the same time shows how powerful Gao Zhupeng is. What a pity! If I could get the Holy Dragon Cub, I would have 3 Golden Lord Monsters, and my strength would be even stronger. The Bloodwolf mercenaries are such rubbish, they were destroyed by the Shadow Demon Lord. Gao Zhupeng's eyes flashed with regret, but then he was full of confidence again, but it doesn't matter. At least there is no problem breaking the Zhongcheng record. Even a bronze professional like Han Feng could not match the siege of 6 Lord Monsters. At this moment, except for the 2 Golden Lord Monsters, they have not been summoned. The other 4 Lord Monsters have all appeared and are jointly besieging the Lord Monster guarding the 20th floor. The battle is evenly matched. Han Feng decided to show some of his trump cards. Forget it, summon the Phantom to fight, and quickly finish the 20th floor. Swish! A golden halo flashed, and a mighty shadowy silver wolf appeared and joined the battlefield. Those who were paying attention to Gao Zhepeng were shocked and all stood up. Golden Overlord monster. The fun is about to begin. Lin Yi must take action this time. These 5 monster lord pets are too powerful. Who is stronger, Gao Zhepeng or Lin Yi? The crowd was boiling with excitement. Nangongling had failed to force Lin Yi to take action, but this time he would finally get what he wanted. Lin Yi looked at the holy dragon cub, his eyes unable to hide his joy. It would be best if the little holy dragon could grow at the same pace as me. Let's go. After we pass the 20th floor, we can start farming for equipment. Countless pairs of eyes full of expectation stared at the magic display screen, afraid of missing any wonderful moments. At this time, Gao Zhepeng is still fighting, and Lin Yi is finally going to confront him head-on. With the bonus of having a golden overlord monster pet, Gao Zhepeng brought far more shock than Nangongling. Lin Yi, can you still crush us? Everyone held their breath unconsciously, their hearts beating like drums. Chapter 45. Although Lin Yi's performance always seemed abnormal, whether facing ferocious monsters or gatekeeper monsters, even the dark tree spirits with huge health points were killed in one blow. However, Gao Zhepeng is by no means an ordinary person. The strength he has shown so far is that of a level 17 Lord Monster Pet. 1 gold, 2 purple and 2 ordinary, the lineup is luxurious and the combat power is amazing. At this moment, they are joining forces to besiege the gatekeeper monster on the 20th floor. Suddenly, a silver light spewed out of the mouth of the shadow silver wolf, which was extremely sharp. Gao Zhepeng stood at the back with his hands folded across his chest, concentrating on directing the battle. Although these pets are extremely intelligent, they can fight the enemy autonomously even without human control. But if a beastmaster has superb fighting skills, he can actively deploy them to cooperate with each other. Its combat efficiency and power will be elevated to another level. The only weakness of beastmasters is themselves. Due to its weak self-defense ability, once the enemy bypasses the pet and goes directly for the beastmaster, even the most powerful pet will be helpless. From this point of view, Nangongling, as a shadow assassin, is in a sense more able to restrain the beastmaster. Once he gets close to him, no matter how many Lord Monster pets Gao Zhepeng has, it will be in vain. Therefore, Shield Rock Warrior Gao Yongfu stayed by his side closely to prevent any accidents. Master, at this rate, we will be able to pass the 20th floor very quickly. Gao Zhepeng sneered, although Cheng Muking is of a lower level, she is a holy priest after all, and can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of my pet. If she joins my team, maybe I can break through the 22nd floor, or even beyond. How dare this girl reject me, Gao Zhepeng? She is such a blind woman. When I take over the Gao family in the future, the first thing I will eliminate is your Cheng family. Then I want you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Gao Zhepeng looked at the gatekeeper monster whose health was less than 15%, and his smile became more obvious. He seemed to have foreseen that he would pass the 20th floor. And the scene where he surpassed Han Feng and broke the Zhongcheng record. At this moment, a faint shadow appeared beside him. It was the scout Gao Hua. Master, there is a group of people coming this way. Scouts are of little help in this level of combat. Gao Hua was responsible for guarding the surroundings and thus discovered the traces of Lin Yi and his group. Gao Zhepeng raised his eyebrows. Is it Nangongling and the others? Unfortunately, he just reached the 20th floor, and I am about to move on to the 21st floor. Gao Hua hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and denied, Master, it's not Nangongling. It's Cheng Muking, Lu Wangqing, and a man I don't know. Gao Zhepeng was stunned for a moment and could hardly believe his ears. Cheng Muking? Just her. Even if Lu Wangqing is added, it still won't be enough, right? How dare you reject me, Gao Zhepeng? It turns out you have another man. This BCH, good, really good. Gao Zhepeng gritted his teeth. Even though nothing had happened, he felt betrayed. Let's go and take a look. Gao Yongfu looked at the lord monster that was about to fall, and couldn't help but anxiously said, Master, shouldn't we clear the level as soon as possible? Gao Zhupeng scolded, why are you in such a hurry? It will only take 2 or 3 minutes. Since Cheng Muking dared to reject me, I will crush her hopes with my own hands. The 20th floor will be her final destination. Do you still want to move on? As long as I, Gao Zhupeng, am here, you can just dream on. Gao Yongfu and Gao Hua smiled at each other. Their young master was very talented and treated his subordinates fairly. It's just that she is overly spoiled by the master of the family and won't tolerate any grievance. To put it bluntly, he is just a giant baby who never grows up. The two had no choice but to follow Gao Zhupeng outside. In the outside world, everyone saw that Gao Zhupeng chose to give up when he was about to pass the level. The entire trial tower square was suddenly in an uproar. This young master of the Gao family, does he have any deep hatred with Lin Yi? You actually choose to quit the challenge at this critical juncture. I thought that since Gao Zhupeng was about to pass the level, this duel might have to be postponed to the next level. Unexpectedly, Gao Zhupeng took the initiative to cause trouble for Lin Yi. Who is stronger, Lin Yi or Gao Zhupeng's pet army? The answer will be revealed soon. He probably knows that we can't wait any longer, so he decided to do something ruthless. From what I know, Gao Zhupeng has a very childish personality. In the past, if anyone offended him at school, he would pursue the matter to the end. I guess Lin Yi did something to offend him. Everyone was talking about it, and the prominent figures in the sky had different expressions. Gao Anping almost couldn't breathe, his vision went dark, and he shouted sternly, this rebellious son! Rebellious son! You know that if you go out, your equipment will probably be lost. It's all his mother's fault. She spoiled him too much. Sigh. Gao Anping kept shaking his head, regretting that he was too busy with family affairs and neglected to discipline Gao Zhupeng. Although, my son may not lose. But when you have the upper hand, don't seize the time to break through. Instead, you go and provoke others. It seems childish no matter how you look at it. Lu Jialiang and Cheng Bassian laughed loudly and slapped their thighs wildly, making no effort to hide their joy. Lao Gao, your kid is not smart enough, he is so stupid. You're about to pass the level, yet you're still here to cause trouble? Isn't this a crazy thing? At this moment, on the 20th floor of the trial tower. As soon as Lin Yi descended from the sky with the 2 girls, they ran into 3 people walking towards them. Blocking the door again. Lin Yi looked at this familiar scene and couldn't help but frown. First it was Nanggong Ling, and now it's Gao Zhupeng. Are they all too idle? Gao Zhupeng did not speak directly to him, but sneered at Cheng Muking. Cheng Muking, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? You rejected me, Gao Zhupeng, and still want to pass the 20th floor smoothly? You're dreaming. Cheng Muking was stunned for a moment, his mind full of doubts. I explained the reasons myself and found a new team. Why is it that coming to this guy, it's like I've committed some unforgivable sin? Lin Yi frowned and asked curiously, your suitor? Cheng Muking quickly shook his head, like a rattle, no, it's just a weirdo. I guess he came to cause trouble because I didn't team up with him. Sorry, Lin Yi. There was a hint of apology in her eyes, but also a hint of grievance. Lu Wangqing also felt helpless and snorted, I've heard that the young master of the Gao family acts impulsively. It seems that the rumors are true. Lin Yi suddenly realized, looked at Cheng Muking and smiled, it's okay, it's a small matter. When you encounter garbage, just kick it away. He didn't take Gao Zhupeng seriously at all and just regarded it as a small episode in the challenge tower. What a big mouth! Today, I will eliminate you with my own hands. As he spoke, the star mark on Gao Zhupeng's forehead flickered, and summoning arrays appeared one by one on the ground. Pets broke out one after another. Roar! Shadow silver wolf, colorful tiger, frost python, devil claw black bear, and cyclops, a total of 5 level 17 lord monster pets. Seeing this, the audience was excited. Although Gao's Hupeng acts childishly, his strength is real and he will never hesitate when taking action. With such a strong lineup, Lin Yi had to respond. Gao's Hupeng waved his hand and said coldly, "Go ahead, crush them and let them suffer." Roar! There were continuous beast roars as the 5 monster lord pets quickly rushed towards Lin Yi and the other 2. Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing's expressions changed slightly. They did not expect Gao's Hupeng to have such strength. Lu Wangqing has drawn the longbow, and light is gathering on Cheng Muking's staff, ready for battle at any time. Lin Yi, however, seemed unusually calm. Who doesn't know how to tame beasts? After he finished speaking, the magic wand in his hand began to emit starlight. A huge summoning circle appeared on the ground, instantly shocking the entire audience. Could it be? Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a roar like a dragon's roar broke through the sky. Roar! Then, a huge figure slowly rose up in the magic circle. The 20-meter-long body, covered with thick golden scales, was undoubtedly a 20-level holy dragon. Holy Dragon, Growth Stage. Level, LV21 Overlord Monster, Gold. Health Value, 252-3971. Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Tumbling Impact, Ground Spike Assault, Claw Tearing. The health value is as high as 2 million, and with the bonus of the full-level beast taming technique, it breaks through to 2.5 million. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp. "Xiaojin, go ahead and crush them." Although he cannot kill people, destroying these pets is enough to make Gao's Hupeng pay a heavy price. Roar! The violent holy dragon suddenly rushed out, and several lord monsters were trembling with fear, but only the shadow silver wolf was not affected. Blood splattered everywhere, and the fight between the monsters was so cruel that it made one's blood boil. Gao's Hupeng couldn't believe that Lin Yi could summon such a powerful pet. Gradually, he recognized the appearance of the holy dragon. At the beginning, explorers who were pursuing the traces of the holy dragon had made the illustrated guide public. Although the holy dragon's level has soared and its appearance has changed, some traces of its old days can still be seen. How is this possible? How could the holy dragon be in his hands? Gao's Hupeng's eyes widened and his face was full of confusion. After Lin Yi summoned the holy dragon, everyone was stunned. Some audience members even didn't notice when drinks and snacks fell on their bodies. This shock hits the soul directly. Everyone originally thought that Lin Yi would cast other spells. Who would have thought that a terrifying lord monster pet would be summoned? Judging from the fighting posture, it is obviously more than 1 level higher than Gao's Hupeng's pet. It is definitely a golden lord monster. Finally, someone recognized Shen Glong's identity. Hiss! Is that the holy dragon that appeared in the soul-breaking mountains not long ago? How did it become so powerful? I heard that the bloodwolf mercenaries came to capture this holy dragon, but they were wiped out by the shadow demon lord. The holy dragon is in Lin Yi's hands, which means Lin Yi is the shadow demon lord. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their eyes widened. Chapter 46. The dreaded shadow demon lord is actually Lin Yi. This speculation was like a bomb, deeply touching everyone's soul. Have you noticed that Lin Yi's spell casting speed is exactly the same as that of the shadow demon lord? Someone previously speculated based on the projection crystal that the shadow demon lord was not very old, no more than 20 years old. I was still half believing and half doubting. I was completely convinced the moment Lin Yi summoned the holy dragon. The more the onlookers thought about it, the more it made sense to them. After all, faced with so much evidence, there is only one conclusion. This Lin Yi is definitely the shadow demon lord. Damn, how powerful is Lin Yi that he can easily wipe out the bloodwolf mercenary group by himself. Not only that, you may have overlooked that Lin Yi has been making progress. Lin Yi has increased his level by 4 levels in just 10 hours in the trial tower. I have a feeling that this time Zhongcheng will usher in an unprecedented carnival. At this moment, in the trial tower square, that kind of enthusiasm and excitement almost overturned the sky. Wang Dong's eyes almost popped out, and finally turned into deep admiration for Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, you are so awesome." Those big shots felt the overwhelming cheers and exchanged glances with each other. The fact that the Shadow Demon Lord was Lin Yi also shocked them. Han Boyan smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, "How many surprises does this kid have waiting for us?" At this point, he had to admit it. Even if he spent a huge amount of money to let his son change jobs half a year in advance, he would still not be able to compete with Lin Yi. Because they are not on the same level at all. The gap is really too big. But it's okay, it's a blessing for Zhongcheng. It seems that my Jiangcheng's record for many years will be broken today. I wonder what level Lin Yi can break into. Is it 26? Or 27? Or even higher? Han Boyan adjusted his mentality quickly. Since he couldn't even compare to his own son, there was nothing more to say. It is better to look forward to Lin Yi and bring glory to Zhongcheng. After all, in the future national trials, Lin Yi will compete as the representative of Zhongcheng. We still need to have this overall perspective. In comparison, Gao Anping's mentality is not so good. When he saw Lin Yi summon the Holy Dragon, he stood up suddenly. It turns out that this guy was the one who destroyed the bloodwolf mercenaries and took away the Holy Dragon cub. How abominable! If it weren't for him, such a powerful holy dragon would belong to Zhepeng. Gao Anping was extremely depressed and his dissatisfaction reached its peak. Han Boyan seemed to have sensed something, and he glanced around meaningfully, then said seriously, "Everyone, these are the top 3 geniuses who have entered the trial tower today. They will all represent Zhongcheng in the national trials in the future. It is our responsibility to protect them. I hope they are safe and sound during this period, understand?" Han Boyan's powerful aura spread instantly, and the dignitaries around him all had difficulty breathing. Even among platinum professionals, there are strong and weak ones. Only Han Boyan, as a LV58 platinum warrior, can sit firmly on the position of the Lord of Zhongcheng. Immediately, everyone expressed their opinions. "Don't worry, Lord City Lord. Anyone who dares to touch Lin Yi and the others is against all of us, and he will pay a heavy price." Cheng Bassian and Lu Jialiang patted their chests and made assurances, glancing at Gao Anping with displeasure. Gao Anping's heart tightened and he suppressed the bad thoughts that had just come to his mind. If they are not careful, the Gao family will be doomed. Gao Anping took a deep breath, hoping for a miracle to happen. Otherwise, he would have to hand over 4 pieces of platinum equipment. While the outside world was in a frenzy, on the 20th floor of the trial tower, the battle between the Holy Dragon and the 5 Lord Monster pets is still going on. The monster's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. The 2 weaker ordinary Lord Monsters were on the verge of being seriously injured. The Holy Dragon is very smart and specifically attacks the weak. SHH. The shadowy silver wolf spit out a crescent-shaped light blade from its mouth, which slashed at the golden scales of the Holy Dragon, leaving traces of blood and causing tens of thousands of damages. But this is of no concern to the Holy Dragon. Compared with its health point of 2.5 million, it is obviously insignificant. Roar! The Holy Dragon charged forward, slashing with its golden claws. A horrible wound was torn on the Cyclops' body. Muscles and broken bones flew everywhere, and internal organs were exposed. This is so scary. Such a brutal scene caused everyone to burst into exclamations. Gao Zhepeng came back to his senses from the shock and saw the miserable state of the Cyclops, thinking that something was not good. So, he no longer held back and immediately summoned his pet again. A level 17 Golden Lord monster appeared, immediately causing everyone to exclaim in amazement. Oh my god, another golden lord monster. Although the eldest young master of the Gao family is a little stunned, his strength is indeed strong. If Lin Yi wasn't here, he might really be able to crush the others and take first place. Even young city lord Hanfeng might not be able to defeat him. What a pity. I brought trouble upon myself by provoking Lin Yi. Now I can only go to the 20th floor. Even though Gao Zhepeng revealed his trump card, everyone still had full confidence in Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi himself has not cast any spells so far. After knowing that Lin Yi was the Shadow Demon Lord, everyone felt relieved. It is a foregone conclusion that Lin Yi will take first place and break the historical record of Zhongcheng. The only suspenseful mystery is which level he can reach in the trial tower. Call out! In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Panther rushed into the battlefield like an arrow, posing a huge threat to the Holy Dragon. More importantly, the gathering of these 6 Lord-level monsters just happened to form a hexagram power matrix. This is the exclusive skill of the extraordinary Beastmaster. This magical skill improves all pet attributes by 10%. If you practice to a higher level, the benefits will be even more amazing. Gao Zhepeng was furious and said in a hateful voice, "How dare you steal my holy dragon? I will make you pay." The power of the hexagram, activate. In an instant, the 6 lord pets were surrounded by brilliant starlight. The strong starlight intertwined with each other, and the aura suddenly rose. Roar! The 6 lord-level pets worked together to launch a fierce siege on the holy dragon. The 2 sides are evenly matched. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Gao Zhepeng had such a hidden trick. Although it is possible to win by relying solely on the holy dragon, this is not a wise move. Firstly, it would take time, and secondly, the holy dragon would probably suffer serious damage. Lin Yi stretched out his body and took a light step forward. This seemingly simple step made the hearts of those watching the game surge. Here it comes! Here it comes! Lin Yi is finally going to take action himself. After waiting for so long, I can finally see Lin Yi show his skills. In the previous battles, whether it was leveling up by killing monsters or instantly killing the gatekeeper lords, no one can accurately estimate how strong Lin Yi's true strength is. At this time, Gao Zhepeng is undoubtedly the most suitable trial stone. On the side, Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing's eyes were also full of anticipation. Especially Lu Wangqing, until today. Her impression of Lin Yi was still at the stage when he just became a mage. Lin Yi looked calm. Among his peers, Gao Zhepeng might be considered strong. But in his eyes, it was nothing but a passing cloud. Just a few lord pets dare to show off in front of me. Then let me deprive you of this source of pride. Lin Yi sneered, and a mysterious light like mist wrapped around the abyss wand. Mist magic circle. Before anyone could react, Lin Yi's spell had already been completed quietly. The grey mist rolled towards the 6 pets like a rising tide, bringing with it an aura of death. Call out! The 6 pets, who were originally cooperating in perfect harmony, froze instantly, and their eyes turned blood red. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene took place. The 6 lords' pets actually started killing each other. The Shadow Panther tore at the Cyclops' wounds at lightning speed, making his injuries even more serious. The Shadow Silver Wolf spit out several silver-white light blades and slashed fiercely at the Frost Python, almost cutting it in half. In an instant, the situation went out of control. All the pets seemed to have lost their minds and were attacking their companions recklessly. FK, what's going on here? Such a perverted crowd control skill? It can actually make them kill each other. As expected of Lin Yi. I am shocked by her one after another. The shock in the audience's heart is self-evident. Gao Zhepeng was completely confused and tried frantically to control his pet with his mind, but it was still useless. The previously docile pet suddenly became violent and resisted his every command. Why is this happening? What on earth is going on? Gao Zhepeng felt heartbroken watching his beloved pets fighting each other. Lin Yi smiled contemptuously and used his mind to make the holy dragon retreat temporarily. The wand in his hand burst out with dazzling red light again, and the fire elements gathered like a tide, dyeing the sky red. Purple flame meteorite. In a flash, huge flaming meteorites suddenly solidified into shape. Boom boom boom. An unprecedented and terrifying rain of fire fell from the sky, making everyone's eyes widen. 613250 624512 602781. This attack directly caused more than 600,000 points of damage. Not to mention, under the baptism of this flaming meteorite, the 6 lord pets were blasted into the ground almost instantly. The raging flames raged, mercilessly devouring their vitality. Even the 2 golden lord pets disappeared in an instant. This scene shocked everyone present. Previously, purple flame meteorite was used to clear small monsters, and people had not yet realized its horror. But now, the scene of killing the lord's pet instantly. It shows its destructiveness vividly. That devastating scene, reflected by the remains of several lords' pets, looked particularly horrifying. Gudong. In the trial tower square, waves of swallowing sounds came one after another. At this moment, Lin Yi became the focus of everyone's attention. On the other side, Gao Zhepeng burst into tears. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The heir of one of the 4 major families in Zhongcheng was actually beaten to tears by Lin Yi. This scene is really too outrageous. Chapter 47. Woohoo! My shadow silver wolf and shadow leopard. At this moment, Gao Zhepeng was crying bitterly. It is no exaggeration to say that these pets mean more to him than anything else. The Gao family had spared no expense in preparing 6 lord pets for him, whose value was comparable to several pieces of platinum equipment. Ha ha ha! When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned at first, and then burst into deafening laughter. The Gao family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Zhongcheng, actually gave birth to a giant baby, which is extremely funny. FK, what did I see? Gao Zhepeng was beaten to tears by Lin Yi. Isn't this too outrageous? I'm dying of laughter. This is definitely the funniest thing this year. In fact, it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. If anyone else's carefully cultivated lord pets were all destroyed, this would be a huge blow. At this moment, the atmosphere in the trial tower square was extremely joyful. The continuous shocks made everyone almost numb, but this sudden episode greatly eased the tension. Gao Anping's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that his son would have such a character. When I was young, I would cry when my demands were not met, but I would never do such an embarrassing thing in public. Breach! Breach! Gao Anping felt a surge of blood in his chest, almost bursting out. At this time, Lu Jialiang and Cheng Baxian pretended to imitate Gao Anping's tone. My son's Zhepeng will definitely surprise you. Lao Gao, your son really surprised us, but we didn't expect it to be in this way. Hearing this, Gao Anping felt a lump in his chest and almost fainted. He glared at Lu Jialiang and Cheng Baxian fiercely, then rode away angrily. He had no face to stay here any longer. Seeing Gao Anping was eager to leave, Cheng Baxian shouted urgently, there are still 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Don't think about refusing to pay. Send them here before the trial is over. Hearing this, Gao Anping's eyes went dark and he almost fell from mid-air. This bet is a huge loss. 6 lord pets were lost, and 4 pieces of platinum equipment had to be paid for. It is enough to make the Gao family's strength regress by 10 years and directly rank last among the 4 major families in Zhongcheng. Humph! Don't worry, send it over right away. After the heavy voice, Gao Anping disappeared into the horizon. At this time, Lu Jialiang and Cheng Baxian were in a good mood. Not bad, 2 for Lin Yi and 1 for each of our daughters. The 2 men laughed heartily, and the dignitaries who were watching were filled with envy. Obviously, Lin Yi has a close relationship with Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing, and he is likely to become the son-in-law of the two families in the future. With the potential shown by Lin Yi, he will at least be a legendary powerhouse in the future, or even a god-level powerhouse. By then, the Cheng family and the Lu family will truly prosper. On the 20th floor of the trial tower, facing the crying and collapsed Gao Zhepeng, Lin Yi felt helpless. It's really inappropriate for a grown man to cry. But Lin Yi will not let Gao Zhepeng go because of this. He must make him pay a heavy price. Arc shock. The blue lightning on the abyss wand leaped, and the power of the spell that had not been used for a long time increased greatly. Sizzle. The electric arc instantly passed through and wrapped around Gao Zhepeng and the other two. Under Lin Yi's precise control, the power of thunder and lightning eroded their health. Gao Zhepeng was terrified and stopped crying, using life-saving props and skills. However, it was all in vain. The power of that electric arc far exceeded the bronze level, enough to cause more than 100,000 points of damage. Precise damage control left 3 people in critical condition and seriously injured. Occasionally, arcs of electricity flashed, and the health of the 3 people that had just recovered evaporated in an instant. Gao Zhepeng's eyes were full of bitterness. If this continued, he had no choice but to quit the trial tower, otherwise his injuries would be difficult to recover from. Now his heart was full of regret, and he wished he could go back a few minutes ago and slap himself hard a few times. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Why are you asking for trouble? I wanted to pass the 21st floor easily and make Cheng Muchen regret rejecting me. The result is that you regret it to death. This is what you get for your own mistakes. Looking at Gao Zhepeng and others turning into light and disappearing, Lin Yi felt extremely relieved. The 2 girls' admiration for Lin Yi reached its peak, and their affection for him also quietly grew. A man like Lin Yi who is handsome, powerful, and has a good personality is extremely rare in Zhongcheng and even in the entire Huaxia country. If you meet him, you must seize the opportunity. The 2 women's eyes met, and they both read each other's determination. Humph, Lin Yi is mine. Lin Yi seemed to have sensed something and quickly smiled and said, let's continue. Without Gao Zhepeng's obstruction, the gatekeeper monster on the 20th floor posed no threat to Lin Yi. The holy dragon could make it kneel down and beg for mercy, not to mention the existence of Lin Yi. After casting 1 or 2 spells, they successfully passed the level. This time, everyone was not too shocked. After all, after the feat of killing 6 lord pets in seconds, clearing the 20th floor didn't seem so shocking. But soon, people's expectations were ignited again. Because the 21st floor is the current highest record in Zhongcheng. And now, young city lord Han Feng is fighting on the 21st floor. The stealth profession of the dragon swordsman is indeed powerful, but it is still very difficult to fight against a level 21 golden lord monster alone. Generally speaking, the attributes of ordinary lord monsters are 30 times that of small monsters. As for the purple lord monster, the attribute difference is as much as 50 times. As for the golden lord monster, its attributes are 100 times greater than those of the small monsters. Therefore, it is indeed difficult for humans to challenge the golden lord monsters of the same level. Those who can do it are all outstanding people. Han Feng seemed to be the person who almost touched the sky, but just missed it by a hair's breadth. He could no longer remember how many times he had challenged the gatekeeper monster. The best time was when I knocked off 50% of its health. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. It is too difficult to break through the 21st level. By the way, if Gao Zhepeng doesn't get caught in his own trap, he has a better chance than the young city lord to break through the 21st level. Someone mentioned Gao Zhepeng, which triggered another wave of resonance. This is true, the extraordinary beastmaster does have the advantage. Otherwise, Gao Zhepeng wouldn't have been able to go so far with just the strength of level 17. Now, all hopes are placed on Lin Yi. With the strength Lin Yi has shown so far, the 21st floor is just a piece of cake. The fact that he can surpass Gao's Hupeng is enough to prove everything. But, won't Han Feng come out to block the way again later? Everyone involuntarily focused their attention on Lin Yi again. As expected, Lin Yi continued to accumulate experience step by step. As the difficulty of the challenge increases, relying solely on two women to attract firepower has become a little difficult. So, Lin Yi mobilized the Holy Dragon to fight together. The four people and the dragon tried their best, and the purple flame meteorites continued to fall. The information in the log column keeps refreshing the screen. Kill the level 21 Blood Claw Tiger and gain 19 experience points. Kill the level 21 Brown Bear and gain 23 experience points. Lin Yi's experience bar grew at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a strong white light rose from his body. Level increased to LV26. Lin Yi's spiritual attributes soared again, and the power of each skill was also comprehensively improved. Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing also upgraded, both reaching LV20. Everyone witnessed all this, their eyes filled with envy. For Lin Yi, upgrading seems too easy. In a short period of time, he had reached LV26, and even helped Cheng Muking and the other person to reach LV20, making others eager to replace him. A short-haired woman couldn't help but sigh, if Lin Yi is willing to be my boyfriend, I can help him find 100 girlfriends. All the men around her are envious. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. It's hard for me to even find a girlfriend, but others can easily have countless admirers. There are many people who have such thoughts. If Lin Yi is willing, all he needs to do is give a call. There are countless women in Zhongcheng who are willing to follow him. The crowd was talking one after another, and Lin Yi's every move was attracting much attention. Even the slightest movement can cause screams. When he flew to the finish line with Cheng Muking and the other person, he attracted countless envious glances. At this moment, Lin Yi finally set off for the location of the gatekeeper monster. This scene touched everyone's heartstrings. There, young city lord Han Feng was still fighting. Will these two final teams create sparks? As Lin Yi moved at high speed, he was getting closer and closer to the end of the 21st floor. It was a special place, with a glacier covered with solid ice that seemed to have never melted. When you walk on it, you can clearly see your own reflection. As soon as they stepped in, a thin layer of frost attached to Lin Yi and the other two, causing them to slow down and become slightly stiff. And beneath the solid ice lies the final gatekeeper monster. Ice Worm. Lin Yi originally thought that there would be obstacles from other competitors, but unexpectedly, there were no obstacles. When he brought Cheng Muking and the other two into the ice field, they happened to see Han Feng and two teammates taking a break. Han Feng drank the life potion in big gulps. He felt someone approaching, but he didn't take it seriously. Han Feng's idea is very simple. If he wants to break through, he will rely on his own strength. How can you be considered a hero if you obstruct others? If you can pass it, come and try. He closed his eyes and rested until Lin Yi and others approached, then he opened his eyes. Looking at the two women and one man in front of him, a hint of surprise finally flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng was secretly alert in his heart. Cheng Muking, Lu Wangqing, who is this man? He knew the strength of Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing. Although they are secretive professions, their levels are not high enough, and it is impossible for the two of them to reach here alone. There is only one answer: the man in front of him is very powerful. When did such a person appear in Zhongcheng? Could he be a genius secretly cultivated by a big family? Thinking of this, Han Feng took the initiative to speak. My name is Han Feng, what is your name? As the young lord of Zhongcheng and the future leader, Han Feng's intelligence far exceeds that of Gao's Hupeng. Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't come to cause trouble for him? They encountered Nanggong Ling and Gao's Hupeng one after another, who were looking for trouble. At this moment, a rational person appeared. This is really a bit unexpected. Chapter 48. In order to maintain his top 3 position, Ling did not hesitate to block the door. As for Gao Zhupeng, he is simply a spoiled brat. After learning of Cheng Muking's existence, he began to provoke a dispute with Lin Yi's team. But Han Feng is different. He has a broader vision and disdains to use despicable means to interfere with others. Obviously, Han Boyan is much more far-sighted than Gao Anping in educating his son. Lin Yi, I have heard of the young city lord's name for a long time. Afterwards, the two of them complimented each other. In fact, Han Feng had never heard of Lin Yi. And Lin Yi only knew a little about Han Feng from Cheng Basian. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Han Boyan held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, his son was not as stupid as Gao Zhupeng. Finally, Han Feng was the first to break the silence. Brother Lin, why don't you try your skills too? He had just completed the challenge and had not yet fully recovered. This is a good opportunity to observe Lin Yi's strength. Although Han Feng is humble, he is also very proud in his heart. In his opinion, he changed his job 6 months in advance. The best in Zhongcheng, without a doubt. If he himself could not break through, Lin Yi in front of him would also be hopeless. However, Han Feng kindly reminded him, the ice worm's attack is quite strange. It will suddenly emerge from under the ice. Brother Lin needs to dodge carefully. Lin Yi nodded in thanks and had a good impression of Han Feng. Thank you for your advice, Brother Han. I'll try it now. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed at this moment. Once this level is broken through, it means breaking the historical record of Zhongcheng. What's more, since the 21st floor, no one has ever defeated the gatekeeper monster. According to the rules, you will get a piece of equipment suitable for the challenger after successfully challenging each level. As his level increased rapidly, Lin Yi's equipment became slightly outdated. Therefore, the replacement of equipment is imminent. Looking at the endless ice field in front of us, there seems to be a huge monster hidden under the ice. Lin Yi took a deep breath and whispered to Cheng Muking and the others, let's go. The 2 women followed obediently, and the 3 of them stepped into the challenge circle together. Han Feng and the others were shocked. Han Qiang said in astonishment, how could they be so arrogant and rush in without any preparation? How foolish! Han Li nodded and agreed, that's right, even the young city lord doesn't dare to enter rashly. He is just an ordinary mage, how can he have the courage to challenge directly? I bet he'll be defeated in less than a minute. Han Feng shook his head slowly, not really, Lin Yi gives me a different feeling. Perhaps, stronger than Ling and Gao Zhupeng. Even if this is my first challenge, I can at least reduce the ice worm's health by 30%. Han Qiang and the others were shocked when they heard this. They did not expect that the young city lord would think so highly of Lin Yi. You know, when Han Feng challenged it for the first time, he only reduced the ice worm's health by 35%. After repeated attempts, the battle gradually got better. Even so, the maximum HP reduction can be 60%, which is still a long way from being defeated. After all, the lower the health of the Lord monster, the easier it is to fall into rage, and that is the most difficult moment. Han Qiang asserted, impossible, at most 20%, young city lord, you are exaggerating. Han Feng chuckled, let's wait and see what the result is. Although they did not know Lin Yi's true strength, the audience already had an idea in their minds. There was no doubt that Lin Yi would pass the 21st floor. The key is, how much time will it take? In the trial tower square, people were talking about it. I guess within a minute. Based on the data of a general level 21 Golden Lord monster, its health points are about 2 million, and its magic resistance is extremely high. Even if it's Lin Yi, it can't be solved so quickly, right? Don't forget there's still the Holy Dragon. This ice worm is going to be in trouble. I guess it will take 30 seconds. Various speculations came one after another, except for some people who sang a different tune. Almost everyone firmly believed that Lin Yi would be able to pass the test. At this time, Lin Yi and the other two had already stepped into the center of the ice field. Hiss! Cheng Muking couldn't help but gasp. It was even colder here. Fortunately, there was a warm holy light surrounding me, which made me feel a little more comfortable. Be careful! The light on Lin Yi's wand surged, and the sky shield took shape instantly, wrapping him tightly like an eggshell. He could feel the ice worms lingering beneath the ice, ready to break out at any time. Immediately, Lin Yi walked towards the center step by step, intending to lure out the ice worm. Under Han Feng's surprised gaze, Lin Yi seemed to be defenseless and exposed to the ice worm. How dare he do this? In the past, the three of them were always on high alert, waiting for the ice worm to lose its patience. If someone like Lin Yi actively attracts others, he will lose his fighting power if he is not careful. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and shock gradually overflowed. There were bursts of crisp cracking sounds coming from under Lin Yi's feet, like a huge hammer falling. The thick ice surface exploded instantly, and a huge snow-white figure rushed towards Lin Yi with a piercing roar. It is 20 meters long and so thick that it takes 4 people to hug it, like a white train. Dense and short tentacles extend and retract under its body. Dozens of compound eyes flashed with cruelty, and the bulging segmented body made people feel uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing almost screamed out. Just when Han Feng thought that Lin Yi was in danger, a vast array of light suddenly bloomed under his feet. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roared to the sky and attacked the ice worm. The holy dragon flicked its tail and threw it high into the air. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes focused and he examined the properties of the ice worm. Ice worm. Level, LV21 Overlord Monster, Gold. Health value, 213-8247. Skills, Ice Breath, Worm Sound Waves, Frost Resistance. This ice worm may give others a headache, but for me, the most difficult thing is to make it appear. If it's hidden under the ice, it's going to be really tricky. Lin Yi's hands did not stop, and a rich wind element gathered on the abyss wand. The green winds are intertwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying wind blade that was extremely wide and 10 meters long appeared. What was even more shocking was that the wind blade was spinning at a high speed, which was enough to make people shudder just by looking at it. Call! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the emerald green whirlwind spun and cut rapidly, and the void seemed to be split in two. In an instant, it whistled and slashed towards the ice worm that was fighting fiercely with the holy dragon. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing resounded across the ice field, and the ice worm was nearly cut in half. An exaggerated crack appeared on his body, and white liquid spurted out like raindrops. Hiss! Suddenly, the roar of the ice worm became more and more shrill. 915312. The shocking damage numbers jumped, almost cutting off half of the ice worm's life. Fortunately, the worm has good magic resistance and can withstand a fatal blow, otherwise the damage would be far more than 910,000. Lin Yi curled his lips, looking dissatisfied. However, Han Feng and others outside the circle were completely stunned. The sword in Han Feng's hand slowly fell, accidentally poking Han Qiang's foot, but he was completely unaware. It was not until Han Qiang screamed that the three of them woke up from their dream. When did the ice worm become so unbearable? The exaggerated degree of the crack was enough to prove that Lin Yi's attack reduced the health of the ice worm by at least 45%. Is this guy still human? Ahem. Han Feng coughed twice and asked leisurely, Han Qiang, what did you say just now? Lin Yi can only knock down 20% of the worm's health at most. Han Qiang smiled bitterly, didn't you also say that Lin Yi is at most 30%? Did I say that? Han Feng looked confused, as if he had lost his memory. Han Li on the side quickly replied, I remember that the young city lord didn't say that. It was you who said that, Han Qiang. Hearing this, Han Qiang's eyes almost popped out. You old rascal, you actually confuse right and wrong in order to please others. Han Qiang understood that this was just the young city lord's way of expressing surprise. They fought hard for a long time but could only reduce the ice worm's health slightly. However, the other person cut it off almost in half with just one move. This gap is as big as a chasm. Han Feng had a complicated look in his eyes. He originally thought that he was firmly in first place in Zhongcheng this year. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly appeared and crushed his self-esteem. Looking back on my previous judgment that Lin Yi could not pass the level, it seems ridiculous now. Lin Yi's stunning performance once again broke down the defenses of Jiangqing's geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Yi is about to pass the 21st level. It's not just the 21st floor, it's probably even higher. At this moment, Han Feng felt both envy and admiration in his heart. I changed my job 6 months in advance, but I'm still no match for him. What else can I say? I'm just not as skilled as others. The people outside the venue were equally shocked, but fortunately, after experiencing the previous baptism, their mentality was slightly stable. Nanggong Ling, who was watching the game, felt much better when he saw Han Feng was in despair, and he even accepted the fact of failure. After all, happiness comes from comparison. Look at Han Feng's behavior, it's normal for me to be like this. Apart from the pervert Lin Yi, I am also the genius of Zhongcheng. Thinking of this, Nanggong Ling's eyes became more determined and bright. The audience looked at the battle that was not yet over and stood up excitedly. Everyone can see that Lin Yi is really going to break Jiangqing's record. Even those big shots could not hide their shortness of breath. How many years? Finally someone is going to break Jiangqing's record. At this moment, Lin Yi became the light in everyone's eyes. At this moment when everyone was watching, the holy dragon attacked like a violent storm, preventing the worms from escaping into the ice. Lin Yi's spell casting was even more effortless. Hell's brand. Whirlwind slash. The next moment, the wind blade whistled and cut. After being blessed by the hell mark, the wind blade is 20 meters long. Almost as long as the worm's body. This time, the rotating wind blade did not strike horizontally, but vertically. The 20-meter-long wind blade was extremely sharp, and its edge alone left a 100-meter mark on the ice surface, and then hit the ice worm directly. Sizzle! Like a piece of cloth being torn, the worm's huge body was neatly cut in half along the thin line on its back under the wind blade. 18135517 1,800,000 damages instantly wiped out the worm's health. The gushing white liquid was like fog, covering the entire ice field with a layer of frost. In less than 10 seconds, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Yi angrily slashed the ice worm. The challenge of the 21st floor of the trial tower was successful, and Jiangqing's decades-long record was broken. This is amazing! At this moment, the whole city erupted in unparalleled joy. Chapter 49. At this time, both the audience in the trial tower square, or the citizens of Zhongcheng who are following the event through the live broadcast screen, their faces were all filled with excitement. The historical record of the trial tower has finally been broken. The trial tower in every city is not only a symbol of the city's identity, but also a symbol of strength. The higher the trial tower record, the more outstanding the talent in this city is, which indicates the future strength of the city. They may become the patron saints of the city. For a long time, Jiangqing's trial tower record has stagnated at the 21st level. It has remained unchanged for decades and is almost at the bottom among surrounding cities. Since taking office, Han Boyan has been committed to changing this situation. He spared no expense and even arranged for his son Han Feng to change his job early in order to restore Jiangqing's reputation. Now, the hope failed to be realized by Han Feng, but was achieved by Lin Yi in one day. Good. Very good. Beautifully done. Han Boyan didn't mind at all. His eyes were filled with joy and he couldn't help laughing out loud. No matter who breaks the record, Zhang Cheng will become more brilliant because of it. In this age where monsters are rampant, having the protection of a strong person is undoubtedly the most reassuring thing. And Lin Yi, this extraordinary genius, is the strong man of the future. Lin Shen. Lin Shen. Shadow Demon Lord. Shadow Demon Lord. At this moment, cheers celebrating Lin Yi's record-breaking resounded throughout the city. No matter where you are, you can feel the enthusiasm. Some were so excited that they burst into tears, while others hugged each other and laughed, unable to contain themselves. I knew it. I knew that Master Lin could do it. They really did it. They really did it. I never thought that I would be able to witness the Zhongcheng Trial Tower record being broken in my lifetime. This kid is not simple. He is amazing. From today on, God Lin is my only idol. Yes, anyone who dares to slander God Lin will have trouble with me. Everyone was expressing their emotions freely. For Zhongcheng, this was a historic moment. Seeing her son receive such a high honor, Yang Mei burst into tears. Xiao Ai, you are awesome. Cheng Bassian and Lu Jialiang smiled at each other, Zhang Fu was shaking with excitement, and Wang Dong's face turned red. On the 21st floor of the trial tower, Han Feng witnessed the ice worm falling at Lin Yi's feet, and his mind went blank. I really won. When Lin Yi unleashed the first whirlwind blade, Han Feng knew that he had a chance of passing the 21st floor. But seeing this scene with my own eyes still shocked me beyond words. For the first time, Han Feng felt admiration and even a little worship for his peers. He had fought against ice worms before and knew how terrifying they were. However, such a powerful enemy was powerless to resist Lin Yi. The gap between the two was self-evident. After a moment, a trace of relief flashed across Han Feng's eyes. It's good as long as it passes. The invisible burden has been lifted. My father has paid too much for Zhongcheng to break the record. Han Feng also tried his best to break the pressure, which was sometimes almost suffocating. Now that Lin Yi had succeeded, Han Feng felt more relaxed than ever before. He even felt that perhaps he had a chance to challenge the 21st floor. Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing standing by were equally delighted. Looking at the invincible figure of the young man, their eyes were filled with awe. At this moment, Lin Yi occupied all of their hearts. As for Lin Yi, he didn't feel overly excited, but he also didn't feel nothing. After all, it broke Jiangchen's historical record. But compared to his goal of conquering the entire trial tower, he seemed to have not yet reached the point of ecstasy. Lin Yi smiled slightly, this is just the beginning. Suddenly, a piece of equipment wrapped in golden light was suspended in the air. This is the trial tower, a reward for first-time clearers. Lin Yi couldn't wait to take it off. It was a pair of boots with black and gold cloud patterns carved on the boots. Winner's boots. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Agility plus 600, Movement speed plus 20, Chance of spell interruption reduced by 75%, Attached skill, Earth Escape. When Lin Yi saw the winner's boots, his eyes suddenly lit up. The agility bonus of 600 is equivalent to him leveling up. The movement speed is also greatly improved, not to mention the feature of reducing the probability of spell interruption by 75%. Moreover, the accompanying Earth Escape technique further enhances Lin Yi's survivability. Immediately, he changed into his ghostly speed boots without hesitation. Although ghost reconnaissance is also a good skill, it is slightly inferior to the boots of Winner. There's such powerful equipment on the 21st floor. I'm really looking forward to what's next. Lin Yi felt a desire to climb up, and continued to go to the next level to get equipment. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't wait any longer, and turned to Han Feng outside the aperture and said with a smile, "Brother Han, I'll go first." Han Feng has recovered from the shock and is full of fighting spirit. "Brother Lin, I'll catch up later." Lin Yi smiled indifferently, and took Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing with him to the next level of the trial tower. Witnessing this scene, the citizens of Zhongcheng, who were immersed in the jubilant atmosphere, gradually came to their senses. Where is the limit of Forest God? This is the question in everyone's mind. The 26th floor, or even further, or even the final level. Thinking of this almost miraculous possibility, everyone's hearts were filled with dreamy expectations, and then they shook their heads frantically. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! I don't even dare to hope for such a luxury in my dreams. However, there is always a glimmer of hope in my heart. Let us witness together and explore the limits of the Forest God. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi led the two beauties into the 22nd floor. It was still the same old routine of upgrading, although Lin Yi was eager to clear the level and obtain the equipment as soon as possible. But he knew very well that the equipment was there and could not escape. This time, the people of Zhongcheng also became more patient. Because they understand that the more Lin Yi accumulates at this moment, the more strength you gain, the higher floors you can climb. Everyone is looking forward to the final moment of explosion. Attract monsters, purple flame fire meteorite. Attract monsters again, purple flame fire meteorite. It goes on and on. The boring upgrade path was interpreted in a different style by Lin Yi. The whole process is smooth and natural, without any redundancy. After 21 consecutive levels of tacit cooperation, the three of them have already understood each other's minds and cooperated seamlessly. Every time the experience value bar climbed, Lin Yi's mouth curled up. Every bit of accumulation today is a preparation for surpassing limits in the future, and he enjoys the process of accumulation. The flame-scaled beast, the gatekeeper monster on the 22nd floor, fell at Lin Yi's feet as expected amid everyone's nervous anticipation. After all, the flame-scaled beast is stronger than the ice worm, but its enhancement is not too exaggerated. With the strength shown by Lin Yi, this battle is no suspense. Past. Past. Forest God is still moving forward. Everyone was trembling with excitement. Every breakthrough was enough to make them cheer and let out roars that shook the earth. And Lin Yi also felt happy. After passing the 22nd floor, he obtained another piece of gold equipment, which Lin Yi couldn't let go. Winner's Arm. Grade, Gold. Attributes, HP plus 12,000, MP plus 12,000, with the additional skill Victory Guardian, automatically triggered, resists 1 damage. Obviously, the properties of this winner's wrist are much superior to those of the crocodile tooth wristband. The bonus to health and magic points is 10 times higher. The accompanying skill, Victory Guard, has a higher priority than Thunder Shield. The most important thing is that Lin Yi realized that the equipment rewarded for clearing each level is part of the winner's set. Suit means powerful. A single piece of equipment may not show its edge yet, but once it is put together into a set, the attributes will receive a huge bonus and come with extremely powerful skills, which is difficult to achieve with a single piece of equipment. To some extent, the gold set is even more valuable than the platinum equipment. If you want to collect a complete set of equipment, you have to clear the level. Lin Yi's eyes were full of determination. Now he had more reasons to pass the level. Putting on the winner's wrist, Lin Yi's strength rises again. Amid everyone's expectations, Lin Yi advanced at a steady pace. Kill monsters, clear levels, kill monsters again, clear levels again. Every time a level is cleared, the entire Zhongcheng city will erupt in earth-shaking cheers. At this time, although people have been watching the game for more than dozens of hours, their enthusiasm is still high. From sunrise to moonrise, the bright moonlight shines on the trial tower. The 23rd floor, the 24th floor, the 25th floor. Lin Yi was unstoppable all the way and his experience points were full again. Brush! Suddenly, a strong white light burst out from Lin Yi's body. Everyone shouted in celebration, and everyone was more impressed by the wisdom of Lin Yi's decision. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach such a height. Level increased to LV27. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a smile, and at this moment his skill damage will be raised to another level. Not only that, by passing 3 levels in a row, Lin Yi got 3 more winner sets. Winner's gloves, winner's hat, winner's belt. It is estimated that the properties of some sets will be activated in the near future. Winner's gloves. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Defense plus 600, Magic Resistance plus 600, Casting Speed plus 50%. Winner's hat. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Magic Resistance plus 600, Ignore Defense plus 600, with the skill hat trick, copy the current skill once without consumption, the damage is 50% of the original skill. Winner's belt. Grade, Gold. Attributes, HP plus 12,000, MP plus 12,000, with the additional skill Victory Guard, automatically triggered, blocks damage once, can be stacked with the wristband effect. Looking at the powerful attributes of these 3 new pieces of equipment, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with joy. Needless to say, the basic attributes are excellent. It is both a gold outfit and a high-level equipment, almost a 10-fold improvement over his original low-level silver equipment. The attached skill hat trick is enough to increase Lin Yi's explosive power by 50% in the short term. And after the victory protection is superimposed, the defense power is even better. Most importantly, Lin Yi sensed that only one more thing was needed. The victory suit will be unlocked, and the first stage suit effect will appear, which makes him look forward to it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi brought Cheng Muking and the other person into the 26th floor. After a while, they came to the gatekeeper monster. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. Because there is one more Lord Monster on this floor. Unexpectedly, there are 2 level 26 Golden Lord Monsters. Chapter 50. Flame Sawtooth Tiger, Male/Female. Level, LV26 Overlord Monster, Gold. Health Value, 713-5631. Skills, Flame Offensive, Cutting Erosion, Flame Protection Circle, Blazing Claws. There are 1 male and 1 female Flame Sawtooth Tiger, and their combined power is far beyond what can be described by the simple addition of numbers. The health value of a single one is as high as 7 million. Challenging just one of them is difficult enough, let alone 2. The citizens of Zhongcheng who were watching the scene couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw the sawtooth tiger stepping on the red flames. Can Lin Yi handle 2 saw-toothed tigers? Contrary to the public's concerns, Lin Yi showed no fear. In fact, he was even a little excited. It is no exaggeration to say that before this, no matter which Lord Monster it was, he had conquered it with his absolute strength. Now, he finally has the chance to go all out. 2 LV26 Golden Lord Monsters, quite interesting. Lin Yi smiled calmly, and whispered to Cheng Muking and the other person beside him, "Stay aside for now." After saying this, he walked forward alone. The 2 giant beasts were roaring at Lin Yi, one on the left and one on the right, preparing to surround him. Roar! Amid the dull roar of the saw-toothed tiger, its mouth full of fangs looked extremely ferocious. The next moment, a fierce sound wave came. If ordinary people were affected by this, they would become prey and would at least have to use life-saving skills. But Lin Yi is not an ordinary person, and his response plans are rich and varied. Almost at the moment when he felt a little dizzy, the spell was completed. Immune to dispel. White light enveloped Lin Yi, instantly waking him up from his dizziness. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips, and the immune dispel skill was used, and the effect was immediate. Wings of the Underworld. With his broad black wings spread, Lin Yi instantly flew into the air, avoiding the combined attack of the 2 tigers. The attack density of these 2 saw-toothed tigers is several times stronger than that of their previous opponents. The 26th floor is indeed a watershed, the difficulty has increased several times. But Lin Yi showed no fear. The flames rushed towards him, and the sky shield was indestructible. The silver-white light shield guarded firmly, keeping the flames out. The successive attacks were enough to suffocate an ordinary person, but Lin Yi handled them with ease. Finally, Lin Yi found a gap and created some distance. "It's my turn to fight back, little tigers." Lin Yi curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the huge golden body of the holy dragon appeared instantly. After devouring the 6th level monster, its level jumped to level 23. With the 20% attribute bonus of beast taming, its strength is not inferior to that of a level 24 golden lord monster. Although it is not as good as the fiery sawtooth tiger, it is more than enough to delay time. That's enough. Lin Yi casts the spell extremely quickly, and a grey mist emerges from the magic wand, which makes the viewers feel refreshed. This skill was used against Gao's Hupeng and could cause the enemy to kill each other. Gao's Hupeng, in particular, trembled uncontrollably, as the painful memories resurfaced in his mind. "Mist magic circle!" Lin Yi shouted angrily, and the grey mist instantly enveloped the two tigers. The already red pupils looked even more bloodshot, making people shudder. However, this time their brutal target was not Lin Yi, but each other. Roar! The former close fighting partners are now biting each other madly, which is more cruel than their old enemies. Large pieces of flesh were torn off, and the bright red blood spilled onto the scalding ground, evaporating in an instant. The high temperature of the flame mountain is equally terrifying, even harsher than the ice field where the ice worms were before. The higher you go in the trial tower, not only will you have to fight against various lord monsters, but you will also have to adapt to completely different environments. Looking at the sawtooth tiger in chaos, Lin Yi still had a sneer on his face, and the red light gathered on the magic wand. Purple flame meteorite. Boom! Flame meteorites several meters in diameter, carrying destructive force, smashed into the fighting saw-toothed tigers. 715256 709215. A damage value of over 700,000 jumped out from the top of the saw-toothed tiger's head, instantly reducing its health by 1/10. In addition, the mutual harm between the two made the damage even more serious. If such exaggerated harm were caused by others, they would be very satisfied. But Lin Yi shook his head slightly. The real killer weapon was the silver skill that was fused before. The Earth Cage. Although it is gradually depleted, the life of the sawtooth tiger is also a way out. But Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time. At this time, the sawtooth tiger was still in a state of confusion, and its health points were visibly decreasing. Lin Yi no longer hesitated, and the abyss wand gathered rich earth elements to form a light golden curtain. Seeing this shocking sign, everyone's heart was filled with excitement. Those who know the skill feel the horror of it and gasp. Hiss! Based on the speed at which elements converge, it far exceeds bronze skills. It's a silver skill, definitely a silver skill, and it's of a very high level. Lin Yi actually mastered the silver skill ahead of time. Haha, there is hope. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with joy. Haha! Han Boyan's heart was instantly relieved, and he said excitedly, "Lin Yi, this kid really has unlimited potential." Even when Han Feng surpassed his limit and broke through the 21st level, he was not so happy. Just as Lin Yi's attack was unstoppable, a heavy feeling of oppression dissipated from Han Feng's heart. After 2 hours of fighting, he finally defeated the ice worm. Once again, the historical record was broken by a genius. Although it cannot be compared with Lin Yi, this achievement is equally exciting. Seed players. As soon as Han Boyan finished speaking, all the powerful people at the scene were shocked. What flashed in their eyes was not only surprise, but more of shock. Everyone was so immersed in the surprise of Lin Yi's continuous breakthroughs that they almost ignored this matter. Han Boyan's words awakened the dreamer, and everyone's thoughts quickly converged. When the signs of the fusion of the two worlds first appeared, our Huaxia country responded quickly. We have decided to hold a national trial to select the ultimate genius. Han Boyan continued, the trial in Zhongcheng is just the beginning. It will be followed by the main city professional competition, and then the final national trial competition. As long as Lin Yi can get through the 26th level, he can directly jump to the seeded player. Save the competition among the main city professionals and directly advance to the national finals. After hearing this, the crowd could not hide their excitement. There are 5 main cities in Huaxia Kingdom: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Kailan. Each main city governs nearly 1/5 of the territory. Zhongcheng is a small city under the main city of Beihu. Is it possible to breed a peerless genius who can participate in the national trial? This would have been a fantasy in the past. Although Wang Jinyan, Han Feng, and others had the opportunity, they continued to compete in the main city professional competition. But whether it can ultimately stand out remains unknown. Lin Yi, you must succeed. At this moment, the tension among the bigwigs spread rapidly. Time seemed to freeze, and Lin Yi's earth cage skill was cast in an instant. Boom! In an area with a diameter of 200 meters, thick earth elements condensed into dense and sharp earth thorns. In an instant, a hideous cage was formed, tightly covering the area. Not only that, huge ochre-colored hands stretched out from the ground, tens of meters wide. In comparison, the saw-toothed tiger looked as small as a toy. Being tightly grasped by this giant hand, there is nowhere to escape. The earth cage will imprison you for 9 seconds, unless you can break free from this giant palm of the earth. Puff, puff. Sharp thorns of the earth pierced through from all directions. It pierced deeply into the bodies of the 2 flaming saw-toothed tigers, leaving shocking wounds. And this is only the first wave of 3 earth assaults. 1402153 1419127 1395794. When Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing saw this string of numbers, their eyes widened. Whenever people think Lin Yi has reached his limit, he always brings surprises beyond imagination. The 2 of them were already speechless and could only stare blankly at the tall and heroic figure. Lin Yi himself was also secretly amazed in his heart. The power of the earth prison, when used for the first time, was far beyond expectations. I was originally worried that the 9-second confinement time would not be enough to ensure the stability of the cage, but now it seems that I was worrying too much. Unless the opponent is extremely powerful, he will be forced to bear all the damage of the 3 earth assaults. However, this also means that Lin Yi cannot attack directly within 9 seconds. But after a series of attacks, the 2 saw-toothed tigers had very little health left. As the earth cage dissipated, the purple flame meteorite prepared by Lin Yi roared out again. Boom boom boom! The flaming meteorite instantly reduced the health bar of the saw-toothed tiger, which had just escaped from the trap, to 0, turning it into ashes. Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly, everything was so easy. Everyone went from being silent at first to witnessing Lin Yi crushing the 2 golden overlord monsters. Everyone's admiration for Lin Yi reached an unprecedented level. Lin Shen. Lin Shen is so powerful. Oh my god! I can't believe my eyes. Who would have thought that our Zhongcheng would produce a true dragon called Lin Shen? Everyone, tell me, can God Lin create a miracle and clear the entire trial tower? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Is this possible? I believe in God Lin. To me, he is the epitome of miracle. The crowd was boiling with excitement, silently hoping that Lin Yi could create a miracle. At the same time, when Lin Yi passed the 26th floor, the Trial Tower Management Center in the White Tiger main city is in a hall with a dome that looks like a starry sky. Various small trial towers are scattered in the center. The tallest ones are nearly 1 meter tall, while the shortest ones are no more than half a meter tall, and there are thousands of them in total. Around the trial tower, hundreds of powerful trial officers each performed their duties. They are all platinum-level warriors who pay close attention to the developments of each trial tower. This is an annual event and various forces send representatives to supervise it. Once an outstanding talent is discovered, people will be sent to recruit him immediately. This year, as the world was undergoing drastic changes, the Huaxia Country Elders Council issued strict orders. Talents were recruited at all costs, making this trial receive unprecedented attention. Occasionally, a trial tower would emit a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. It indicates that the trial taker in a certain tower has reached a certain level, at least the 26th level. Because this is the threshold to activate the light of the trial tower. If this happens, someone should go out and report it immediately. And send personnel to the city, grant seeded players qualifications, and even recruit them under your command. However, most of the towers that trigger the light are tall towers, and there are very few short towers. Until there was an inconspicuous little tower among the trial towers. It also emitted a dazzling light, attracting the attention of many trial officers. How is this possible? This is Jiangqing's trial tower. Chapter 51. At this moment, many trial officials murmured in surprise. Jiangqing? Isn't this a small town near the soul-breaking mountains? From my impression, it seems to have been stuck on the 21st floor for quite a few years. Now I didn't expect that someone would make it to the 26th floor. Is there something wrong with the trial tower? Immediately, they all shook their heads in denial. Impossible, the trial tower is the cornerstone of our Huaxia country. It was originally built by several demigod warriors in imitation of the Tower of Babel. Its stability is beyond doubt. It seems that Jiangqing has also produced a rising star. The trial officer showed a hint of amazement, but was not overly shocked. After all, in White Tiger City, such an achievement is nothing. He is fully qualified to be the seed player of our White Tiger City. Everyone was secretly happy that more and more outstanding talents appeared in White Tiger City. By then, the possibility of achieving good results will be greater. The resulting resource allocation will also be more abundant. In this era of fierce competition, precious resources are extremely scarce. Should we send a few people to investigate? The foundation of talent in small places may not be as solid as in big cities. But they often have unlimited potential. If they are carefully cultivated, they will become great in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement, believing that this made sense. The fact that he could achieve the same results despite the scarcity of resources demonstrates his extraordinary talent. When the candidates for dispatch were being discussed, an old man with vigorous spirit and flowing silver hair walked in. He was wearing a simple combat uniform with a huge sword hanging on his back. He said in a loud voice, "Jiangqing, right? I'll go there myself." Everyone stood up and saluted. "Greetings, President Wu." They were puzzled as to why this old man suddenly became interested in Jiangqing. You know, this person's identity is not simple. He is Wu Walong, the vice president of White Tiger College, one of the 5 top colleges in Huaxia country, an epic peak powerhouse. Wu Walong waved his hand, looked at the flashing Jiangqing logo, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next to him, another old man in black joked, "Old Wu, you are so bored, why are you going to such a remote place?" The trial officers present were shocked. They thought that the one who dared to address him like that must be a big shot of the same level. Someone quietly looked up, was shocked, and couldn't help but gasp. Xie Bin, the 6th elder of the Mage Association. The Mage Association is the top power in Huaxia country, spanning 5 core regions. And the Xie Bin in front of him is the person at the top of the power pyramid. His strength is probably even greater than that of Wu Walong. Wu Walong didn't mind Xie Bin's address at all, and laughed, "It just so happens that I have a disciple in Jiangqing, and since I have nothing to do, I'll take this opportunity to go and take a look. Would you like to join me?" Xie Bin nodded indifferently, "Let's go, it will only take an hour or two." After he finished speaking, the staff in Xia Bin's hand emitted a faint golden light, and a 2-meter-high portal appeared out of thin air. Set off. You mages are still more convenient. You don't even need to go out to form a teleportation array. Wu Wulong was amazed, and stepped into the portal with Xia Bin, leaving behind a shocked look. This is fixed-point teleportation. As expected of the Mage Association, it has a profound foundation. After expressing their feelings, everyone returned to their work positions. Since Wu Wulong and Xia Bin are personally taking action, there is naturally no need to arrange for anyone else. Zhongcheng, the 26th floor of the Trial Tower. After Lin Yi defeated 2 flaming saw-toothed tigers, he didn't know that the top leaders of White Tiger City had already shown favor to him. At this moment, he was examining the winner's suit in front of him. Winner's cloak. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Spirit plus 1200, Physical Strength plus 1200, with the skill Victory Contract, can establish a temporary contract with creatures without harming each other. Lin Yi's face was filled with joy. It was indeed high-level gold equipment. The skill of Victory Contract is not bad either. It might be very useful at a critical moment. After putting on the winner's cloak, the first attribute of the winner's suit was finally activated. Attribute 1, 6/9 the Mage's spiritual attribute is increased by 10%. Seeing the attributes of this set, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. For him, the most important attribute is Spirit. The full-level skills give him exaggerated skill bonuses, and every improvement in his spiritual attributes is crucial. After putting on the winner's cloak, Lin Yi's spiritual attribute reached 12,000. Add 10%, that's 13,200. This is an attribute that can only be achieved by silver professionals, and Lin Yi's heart is filled with sweetness. In this way, his speed in clearing levels will be improved to a higher level. We have to admit that every time Lin Yi challenges himself in the innovation zone, a positive cycle is formed. The stronger he is, the higher the levels he passes and the richer the rewards he gets. Then you will become stronger and reach a higher level. Go. Only 3 pieces of equipment left to complete the set. Lin Yi was in high spirits, and took Cheng Muking and the other person with him, stepping into the light gate leading to the next level. Looking at Lin Yi stepping into the next level, everyone's eyes were flashing with excitement. At this moment, there are only 4 levels left to the final challenge. The dream that was once out of reach is gradually becoming within reach. The powerful people in Zhongcheng were no exception and clenched their fists. Even though they had experienced countless storms, they still felt a suffocating tension. If the previous record was broken, it would be enough to make them excited. But clearing the 30-story trial tower is a myth that no one dares to even think about. Just as everyone was concentrating on the game, a pale golden light suddenly appeared in the void nearby. A portal suddenly appeared, accompanied by a faint fluctuation of magical power. Then, 2 majestic figures stepped out of the door. It was as easy as walking on flat ground, standing in the void. The attention of many bigwigs in Zhongcheng was attracted by the fluctuation of magical power. They turned their heads at the same time, with disbelief in their eyes. Portal. This is a high-end spell that even ordinary epic-level wizards cannot master. Those who can use it are either the best in epics or even more powerful legendary ones. Teacher? Why are you here? Han Boyan drove the griffin and landed respectfully in front of Wu Wulong with an extremely respectful attitude. He once studied at the White Tiger Academy, and by chance became a disciple of Wu Weilong. It can be said that his achievements today are largely due to Wu Wulong's guidance and help. Wu Wulong was delighted to see his disciple and patted Han Boyan on the shoulder. Xiao Han, well done. When I asked you to go to Wuchen to be the city lord, you insisted on returning to Zhongcheng, saying that you wanted to break the record of the Zhongcheng Trial Tower. I didn't expect you to actually do it, and it far exceeded my expectations. Han Boyan's eyes were filled with excitement when he received the teacher's praise, and his chest was slightly lifted with pride. Immediately, he scratched his head again and said embarrassedly, in fact, Lin Yi's appearance was purely accidental, and I just happened to benefit from it. Oh, Lin Yi is the young man who is breaking into the tower. Han Boyan knew that his master probably learned that someone in Zhongcheng had passed the 26th floor. So he quickly introduced Lin Yi's current situation to the two of them. The big men in the surrounding Zhongcheng, upon learning that this man was the city lord's master, all behaved with great respect. In this world, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Although legend is only one level higher than epic, there is a world of difference between them. Upon hearing this, Wu Wulong and Xie Bin both showed interest. Wild genius? This sounds interesting. Turning my eyes to the screen, I saw Lin Yi skillfully luring monsters on the 27th floor. Wu Wulong smiled, "Smart kid, you know how to use every opportunity to improve yourself. But this trick has been tried before, and its growth is limited." Before he could finish his words, Wu Wulong's expression suddenly changed. On the screen, the flaming meteorites instantly killed all the monsters. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he turned to look at his old friend Xie Bin, whose eyes were also full of confusion. Is this the purple flame meteorite? Xie Bin naturally knew this technique, but the key was the power of this purple flame meteorite, which seemed to be a little too abnormal. An ordinary golden mage is no more than this, right? The two of them unconsciously looked at the ranking list next to them. Lin Yi, teacher, level 27. He's just an ordinary wizard. The two were completely stunned. They originally thought that Zhongcheng had just produced a genius and did not take it seriously. After all, they had been through these levels and beyond in the past. However, at this moment, after seeing this extraordinary purple flame meteorite, their interest was completely aroused. This genius from Zhongcheng seems a little unexpected. Wu Wulong waved his hand to interrupt Han Boyan's explanation. He wanted to observe it himself. On the screen, wave after wave of monsters fell under the purple flames. Wu Wulong and Xie Bin, who saw this scene for the first time, were amazed and turned to Han Boyan to ask, "Is Lin Yi always like this?" Han Boyan quickly replied, "Yes, Lin Yi should start from the first level. He stayed at each level for half an hour before moving forward. By estimation, he has reached at least 6 levels." Upon hearing this, Wu Wulong and the other two gasped. Level 6. With such efficiency, a simple calculation will reveal the huge number of monsters that have died at the hands of Lin Yi. This also indirectly proves how powerful Lin Yi is. Their interest in Lin Yi has reached an unprecedented level. Not long after, Lin Yi stood in front of the gatekeeper monster on the 27th floor again. Still too. All the residents of Zhongcheng held their breath, although they were a little nervous. But thinking back to the horror of that cage, my confidence was instantly filled. Wu Wulong and Xie Bin were full of curiosity, wondering how this young man would pass the level. The battle unfolded quickly, and Lin Yi, wearing the winner's suit, became even stronger. The damage of the Earth Prison is now approaching an astonishing level of 1.8 million. 3 consecutive waves, totaling more than 5 million damage. What a horrible destructive power! The level 27 Golden Lord monster has a health value of only around 8 million. Mist Magic Circle. The next moment, the two monster lords started killing each other. Purple Flame Meteorite. After the first round of fire, the Lord monster's health dropped visibly. Earth Cage. Wave after wave of ground spikes caused exaggerated damage, and huge wounds appeared on the bodies of the two overlord monsters. Purple Flame Meteorite. The last round of fire meteors came to an end, and the two lord monsters fell down. 27th floor, cleared. Everyone in Zhongcheng was so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Wu Wulong and Xie Bin looked at each other and were both shocked beyond words. What kind of monster is this kid? Chapter 52. Hiss. Wu Wulong and Xie Bin exchanged glances and couldn't help but gasp. They have seen many geniuses, but they have never seen someone as unique as Lin Yi. They had a complete view of the battle scene just now. The super-fast casting speed, explosive damage output, an almost seamless skill cycle. And the long-term control effect, every point highlights Lin Yi's extraordinariness. Wu Wulong couldn't help but speak up, "Old Xiet, now you should be able to cast bronze and silver level spells easily, right?" Xie Bin was obviously more shocked than Wu Wulong, and he even blurted out a rude remark. "What a joke! At most, it's like this guy, with a near-instant release." In comparison, the sense of shock becomes even stronger. The 27th level, which was thought to be extremely difficult, was easily broken through by him. The most amazing thing is that this guy not only mastered the silver skills in advance, but also had an extremely high level of proficiency in the skills. This was what shocked Xie Bin the most. Although some people can borrow treasures and master advanced skills in advance, most of them are unable to use them freely. Not to mention, reaching the level of mastery like Lin Yi. With the insight of these two epic masters, they can naturally see how powerful the Earth Cage is. "I found a treasure." Xie Bin's eyes instantly blossomed with uncontrollable surprise. "If we can bring this kid into the Mage Association and train him carefully, in the future, he will be able to at least reach our level, or even enter the legendary level." He had never expected that just accompanying his old friend out to relax would actually lead him to meet such a monstrous genius. Xie Bin couldn't help but laugh heartily as he watched Lin Yi continue to break through the barriers. There was anticipation in his eyes, curious about how far Lin Yi could go. The higher the levels you pass, the greater your potential. Wu Wulong's eyes shone, and he said, "What are you laughing at? This is the genius of my White Tiger City. He should join the White Tiger Academy. The professional academy is where the newly awakened should go. Don't try any tricks, you old ghost." Xie Bin sneered, "Nonsense. What the professional academy teaches is nothing but fancy tricks. Which strong man didn't grow up in the wild, fighting life and death? What's more, for a gifted mage like Lin Yi, the Mage Association is the best choice. In today's Huaxia country, the professional academy is a new phenomenon in the past 30 years. If we don't trace back to the predecessors of the 5 major academies, their history is only 30 years. But there are always two voices in society regarding this issue. One party believes that those who have just awakened can lay a better foundation by entering the academy, and they are expected to reach a higher level in the future. The other side believes that professional colleges cultivate greenhouse flowers. His actual combat abilities are far inferior to those of the adventurers who were tempered in the wilderness. But the supporters and opponents were evenly matched, and a compromise solution was eventually adopted. Newly awakened professionals can freely choose their development path. Whether to study in an academy, join an adventurer organization, or become a free adventurer, it all depends on your personal wishes. After hearing what Xie Bin said, Wu Wulong's beard almost stood up in anger. "Thank you, old ghost. You want to fight, don't you?" He felt extremely regretful and wondered why he had asked Xie Bin to come and watch. How could he be trying to snatch someone from me? That's outrageous. Wu Wulong held the giant sword in his hand, looking like he was about to take action. Xie Bin sneered, and the blue staff in his hand flashed. "Afraid of you? Let's see who's the real one. Whoever wins gets this kid." When all the big shots in Zhongcheng saw the two epic bosses, they were instantly on the verge of a fight over the issue of Lin Yi's affiliation, and they were all terrified. At the same time, everyone was shocked. Lin Yi's performance exceeded everyone's expectations, causing the two strong men to lose face and compete openly. Han Boyan felt his scalp tingling. If these two guys really started fighting, how would Zhongcheng survive? However, he knew his teacher's temper very well and knew that he would not really do anything. So Han Boyan quickly dissuaded them, "Teacher, and this master wizard, please don't be anxious. Lin Yi is still in the tower. It won't be too late to make a decision after he finishes. Ultimately, it all depends on Lin Yi's own wishes. Teacher, how about waiting for him to come out and then discussing it with him in person? Han Boyan chose his words carefully. On one side was his teacher, and on the other side was an epic-level peak wizard. He couldn't afford to offend either side, but naturally he was more inclined towards his teacher. In his opinion, let Lin Yi choose for herself. As a native of Zhongcheng, he would probably be more inclined to join White Tiger Academy. Upon hearing this, Wu Wulong and Xie Bin restrained their momentum. This guy is from Zhongcheng, and the city lord is old man Wu's student. I don't have an advantage in this regard. It seems that if we want to get Lin Yi to join the Mage Association, we'll have to spend a lot of money. Xie Bin's eyes flickered slightly, and he had something in mind. Then he turned his head and continued to observe Lin Yi's breakthrough. Wu Wulong was the same, thinking about what conditions he should offer Lin Yi to attract him to join. There is no real grudge between the two, after all, they have been friends for many years. But when they suddenly met such a genius like Lin Yi, they couldn't help but admire his talent and wanted to recruit him under their command. The storm subsided, and Han Boyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief with a wry smile on his face. After not seeing him for many years, the teacher's temper hasn't changed at all. He resorts to violence when they disagree on a single word. He is indeed a bloodthirsty warrior. After all, the fighting gene flows in our blood. At this moment, Lin Yi has already penetrated into the 28th floor, continuing to upgrade in a calm and orderly manner. The purple flames bloomed brilliantly and continuously, causing Xie Bin's eyes to show more approval. The level of sophistication in his control of magic is so high that even if he were to go back to his age, he would still not be able to match it. It is incredible that such a genius could be born in such a small town. The prelude to a great era seems to be about to begin. Perhaps, Lin Yi is the man of destiny. I must invite him to join the Mage Association. Under Xie Bin's gaze, Lin Yi always cast spells with an unrestrained and uninhibited manner. Whoosh! A strong white light suddenly exploded from Lin Yi's body. Level increased to LV28. Seeing Lin Yi advance again, everyone was in high spirits. The stronger Lin Yi is, the greater his chances of passing the level. God Lin, come on! The crowd's cheers resounded through the sky, encouraging Lin Yi. Nanggong Ling, Han Feng and others looked at this trend with envy in their eyes. Which young person has not dreamed of becoming the center of attention and standing at the top? However, they felt more admiration in their hearts. Be able to climb silently in solitude and maximize self-improvement. Even if they had Lin Yi's strength, they couldn't claim to be so tenacious. Because of their impetuous mentality, they will unconsciously worry about being surpassed by others and complete the challenge first. Mist Magic Circle. Purple Flame Meteorite. Earth Cage. Purple Flame Meteorite. The familiar skill combination makes the challenge of the 28th floor easy to pass. Everyone's emotions gradually became heated, and they reached the 29th floor. There are actually 3 level 29 Golden Lord monsters here, which increases the difficulty dramatically. But for Lin Yi, there seems to be no essential difference no matter how many there are. After all, Purple Flame Meteorite and Earth Prison are both large area damage skills, and having one more will not do much harm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 29th level was successfully passed. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling and the atmosphere reached an unprecedented climax. Because it means that we only need to pass the last level. Lin Yi can achieve an unprecedented feat and pass the Zhongcheng Trial Tower. What an honor it is! No one in the surrounding cities can match it. And now, Zhongcheng is about to witness this moment. It's unbelievable that such a genius appeared in our Zhongcheng. When I'm old, I can brag about it to my grandchildren. His grandfather witnessed with his own eyes the Zhongcheng genius Lin Yi conquering the Trial Tower. Everyone was excited, including the 2 epic masters, especially Wu Wulong. When Lin Yi challenged the 27th floor, he only regretted calling Xie Bin. Now, he wished he could go back 2 hours ago and give himself a good beating. Why did he call me? This shameless old guy came and now he is competing with me for the talent. The two looked at each other, their eyes showing that they would not give in. Xie Bin snorted coldly, full of confidence, "Humph, it all depends on your ability." He believed that no ordinary magician could refuse his conditions. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was also filled with joy. After passing 3 levels of trials in a row, he once again obtained 3 pieces of the winner's set. Victor's staff, Victor's robe, Victor's pendant. It's still the familiar black and gold cloud pattern interwoven, doubling the sense of mystery. Victor's staff. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Spirit plus 1200, Ignore Defense plus 1200, Magic Points plus 12,000, Additional Skill, Light of Victory, releases Holy Light Shock to the target, causing a knockback effect. Robe of the Victor. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Spirit plus 1200, Magic Resistance plus 1200, Defense plus 1200, Additional Skill Victory Guardian, can be stacked. Winner Pendant. Grade, Special. Attributes, Skill cooldown time reduced by 20%, 500 cubic meters of storage space, which can store inanimate objects. These 3 pieces of equipment are extremely powerful and are worthy of being a set designed specifically for mages. Immediately, Lin Yi replaced the original equipment without hesitation. The black and gold equipment makes him look even more handsome. The tall and straight figure and perfect profile were constantly displayed on the magic screen, causing the girls to scream. "Wow! So handsome! I really want to be his girlfriend." However, for Lin Yi, what made him most happy was that after collecting the complete set of 9 pieces of equipment, the attributes of the suit were fully activated. Winner set attribute 1, 6/9, the total spirit attribute of the mage is increased by 20%. Winner set attribute 2, 9/9, activate the set skill, Blessing of the Goddess of Victory. After use, gain the Blessing of the Goddess of Victory, enter the invincible state for 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 3 days. Seeing these 2 set attributes, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp, "This is too powerful." Lin Yi's eyes were filled with surprise, this was definitely a top-notch life-saving skill. If combined with appropriate teleportation treasures, you can easily escape when encountering an enemy that you cannot defeat. Chapter 53. Compared to before entering the trial tower, Lin Yi's strength has undergone a tremendous change. The increase in attributes far exceeded his expectations, so he quickly opened the attribute panel. Level, LV28. Attributes, Strength 5100, Spirit 14300, Suit bonus plus 20%, Stamina 5700, Agility 6300. Health, 89,000. Magic value, 215,000. Although there are not many changes in skills, only the skills that come with the equipment are slightly adjusted. But the surge in basic attributes has reached a staggering level. Nowadays, even an ordinary fireball can easily cause more than 300,000 damages. If the earth prison is used, 3.2 million damage can be caused in 1 round. After 3 rounds, the damage was close to 9 million. Such terrifying power is enough to instantly kill the Golden Lord monster of the same level. Generally speaking, professionals who can fight against Lord monsters of the same level are rare super geniuses. Maybe you can't find one in the whole city. For example, Han Feng only managed to defeat the level 21 Golden Lord monster after completing a self-breakthrough. In Zhongcheng, besides Han Feng, only Lin Yi has this possibility. But Lin Yi's strength is closer to instantly killing the Golden Lord monster of the same level. The gap between them is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. If Han Feng is a super genius, then Lin Yi is undoubtedly a peerless prodigy, a genius among geniuses. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with joy. His prudent strategy paid off handsomely, and the growth in strength was surprising. Such growth, if it were in the outside world. Even if you have the talent to automatically reach the maximum level of skills, it cannot be achieved in a short period of time. This trial tower is undoubtedly a treasure land for him to grow rapidly. There's only one floor left. It is said that if you complete the challenge in the trial tower, you will get amazing rewards. I don't know if it is true or not. Lin Yi felt a surge of anticipation. This is a long-standing legend in Zhongcheng, which has never been verified by anyone. And now, he will solve the mystery himself. Everyone in Zhongcheng became excited. This moment is right before our eyes. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi stepped into the 30th floor. An unprecedentedly rich golden light rose up and enveloped him in an instant. Amid everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Yi seemed to disappear out of thin air. Cheng Muking and the other person just stayed where they were, looking stunned. It seems as if the 30th floor is some kind of forbidden area, where others are not allowed to reap the benefits. Everything depends on personal strength. The crowd couldn't help but be in an uproar. Even Wu Wulong and Xia Bin had serious expressions, knowing full well the specialness of the 30th floor. You may be able to obtain rewards related to the legendary Tower of Babel by going here. The live broadcast screen changed and Lin Yi's voice was heard again, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with this scene, Lin Yi was also shocked. Different from the layout of the first 29 floors, what was before him was a dark green swamp, without even a single monster to be seen. Above the swamp, dark green bubbles burst from time to time, releasing thick poisonous fog. An ominous atmosphere permeated the entire area. The poisonous fog was extremely toxic. Even with the protection of the sky shield, Lin Yi could still faintly smell a hint of stench. Lin Yi was alert, there are no monsters. The more unusual it is, the more it implies that the 30th floor is extraordinary and far more difficult than the previous ones. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the sky. A real dragon! There was shock in Wu Wulong and Xia Bin's eyes. They were experienced and could tell the truth just by the dragon's roar. Not a subspecies of dragon, but a real dragon. Hiss! The 30th floor is so difficult. The two of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. In the early stages of a professional career, it is simply a fantasy to want to compete with a dragon. Only by being promoted to epic or even legendary, and with the help of professional characteristics, will you have the possibility of fighting it. The audience in Zhongcheng stood up in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief and even despair. How could it be a dragon? Following Lin Yi's gaze, a dark green figure slowly appeared in the sky accompanied by the dragon's roar. With a body length of over 50 meters, even a level 25 holy dragon would seem dwarfed in front of it. Everyone gasped. They could feel the horror of this dragon just from its appearance. Green Dragon Callus. Level, LV30 Overlord Monster, Purple Gold. Health Value, 23572915. Skills, Corrosive Dragon Breath, Giant Dragon Suppression, Toxic Mist, Green Dragon Roar. Hiss! Lin Yi's heart trembled, it's the Purple Gold Lord Monster. The Purple Gold Lord Monster has a higher status than the Gold Lord Monster, and its attributes are twice as much. But in actual combat, 10 Golden Lord Monsters of the same level are probably no match. Although the opponent in the last level was unexpected, Lin Yi was not afraid. So what about a dragon? With his current strength, he can still defeat him. The desire to fight surged in his heart. The green dragon Callus swooped down from the sky, its huge wings bringing powerful kinetic energy. It was so fast that it was in front of Lin Yi in the blink of an eye. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, the green dragon slowly spoke, "Human, I am the final guardian of the trial tower. Defeat me and you will gain supreme honor. Please show your strength with all your strength, without worrying about whether it will hurt me. In this trial tower, I have countless opportunities to be reborn. Likewise, I will hold nothing back. Even if you suffer a fatal blow, the trial tower will revive you, so don't worry." Obviously, this giant dragon must have been tamed by a strong human. And they were placed here to help cultivate geniuses among humans. Lin Yi nodded slightly to show his acceptance. The green dragon raised its head and roared, causing the green bubbles above the swamp to explode one after another, and poisonous fog immediately filled the surroundings. Lin Yi immediately fell into a poisoned state, and the green dragon seemed to enjoy the scene very much. Then, it spread its wings and rushed towards Lin Yi. Its tail is like a whip, causing the air to twist. Lin Yi's current sky shield can withstand more than 3 million damages. But facing the green dragon's attack power of 200,000, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, the shield might break after a few blows. Lin Yi quickly activated the speed aura. Although the bonus to the Wings of Hell was not as great as before, it still made his speed even faster. Whoosh! Lin Yi's speed reached its limit, and he easily avoided the green dragon's dive and tail attack. Roar! Dragons are a natural fighting race, and the fighting instinct is deeply rooted in their blood. After diving, it turned its head and spewed out a breath of corrupted dragon breath. The dark green and sticky dragon breath carries a pungent stench. If it hits the sky shield, it will probably shatter it in 2 hits. However, Lin Yi has gradually adapted to this rhythm of battle. Quick teleport! The light on the staff flashed and disappeared. Lin Yi's figure instantly moved 100 meters away. Xiebin's eyes widened. Oh my god, instant teleportation! This guy is so perverted. Lin Yi teleported to 100 meters behind the green dragon. The green dragon lost its target for a moment, and the confusion in its eyes was undoubtedly revealed. Sensing Lin Yi's breath, he appeared behind him, but his huge body was unable to turn around quickly. Lin Yi's time has come. The staff gathers rich earth elements, and the casting time is astonishingly short. Everyone in Zhongcheng was very excited, as they were already familiar with this move. Here comes the best of Lin Shen! Lin Yi shouted, Earth Prison! The huge earth spikes instantly built a cage and locked the green dragon tightly inside. The giant earth-colored palm firmly fixed the green dragon's strong limbs, tail, and even head, making it unable to move. Roar! The green dragon let out an extremely manic roar, and corrupt dragon breath spurted out. It fell on the giant palm and left slight traces of corrosion. Fortunately, at least I can survive 2 earth thrusts. Countless terrifying hard earth spikes grew on the earth cage, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Continuous piercings tore a huge bloody hole in the green dragon's body. The scene was shocking. 2518629 2842154. 2 terrible damages broke out, totaling nearly 5 million. The green dragon instantly lost 1/5 of its health, and an even more shocking roar followed. The corrupted dragon breathed out again, and the earth cage that had reached its limit was broken in an instant. Roar! The green dragon's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and he regarded Lin Yi as a formidable enemy in a life-and-death battle. Poisonous fog! Thick green poisonous fog immediately surrounded Lin Yi, and the poisonous fog continued to erode Lin Yi's sky shield. This kind of continuous damage may seem insignificant, but the cumulative effect is quite shocking. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly, but he was not panicked. His staff shone with dazzling light, and pure magical energy washed over his whole body. Antidote! The next moment, the layers of green mist dissipated visibly with the naked eye. It is worthy of being a maximum level skill. Ordinary detoxification skills will be useless. Generally speaking, when low-level skills are used against high-level monsters or professionals, they will be suppressed by the class and their effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Compared with low-level professionals, high-level professionals have more than just some advantages in attributes. Lin Yi's full-level skills reduce the restrictions on Lin Yi to the minimum. Quick teleport! Lin Yi quickly teleported again to avoid the dragon's dive. The rapid teleportation once every 3 seconds was truly a magical skill. Unless he can predict Lin Yi's next position, he will always be invincible. The wings of the underworld pulled away, the azure light of the staff condensed, and an unprecedented huge wind blade was taking shape. Whirlwind slash! This time, Lin Yi even activated the Hymn of the Wind Spirits, which can increase the damage of wind attribute spells by 40%. Whoosh! The giant wind blade spun and cut, leaving a clear white track in the air, and then slashed heavily on the green dragon's body. Tear it up! The dark green scales shattered one after another. Even though the green dragon had high magic resistance, it could not withstand this terrible wind blade. The entire dragon's tail was nearly cut off, leaving a bloody mark across the green dragon's body, which was a shocking sight. 29725531. With the blessing of the Wind Spirit's hymn, the damage of the whirlwind slash. It even exceeded the single impact of the earth cage. In just a short moment, Lin Yi had caused extremely terrible damage to the green dragon callus. This is almost 1/3 of the dragon's health. Witnessing the giant dragon being severely injured repeatedly by Lin Yi's spell, but Lin Yi was able to handle it with ease and control the overall situation. Everyone cheered excitedly, which meant that victory was just around the corner. Including Wu Jianggui and Xia Bin, they all held their breath unconsciously, with only one thought in their minds. Lin Yi, what kind of monster is he? Chapter 54. Lin Shen. My Lin Shen. I'm about to faint, I can't take it anymore. Oh my god, the shock I've experienced in the past few decades combined is not as great as today. I can't believe it. Who says it's not true? Before the appearance of God Lin, who could have expected that Zhang Cheng could not only break the record of the trial tower for decades, but also pass the 30th floor? I can only say that God Lin is simply a super genius bestowed by God to Zhang Cheng. These words spread quickly to every corner of Zhang Cheng like a virus. In particular, the older professionals were even more excited than the young people. They have witnessed so much and look forward to miracles happening every year. In the end, it always ends in disappointment year after year. Lin Shen, he will put an end to this. As they watched the green dragon's health steadily decrease, the people of Zhangcheng became more determined. Even the mighty dragon will be defeated in front of Lin Yi. Roar! The green dragon callus roared repeatedly, but couldn't touch Lin Yi at all. Even if the dragon's breath swept through occasionally, it could not break the rock-solid sky shield. The shock in its heart was no less than anyone else's. When did low-level human professionals become so powerful? The reason humans survive in this world full of monsters is because of epic stories, legends, and even powerful demigods. Early humans were far from strong enough. The growth of those peerless geniuses becomes more amazing as time goes on. When dealing with lord monsters of the same level, one can basically fight against many, and this is the key to humanity's survival. But now, the young wizard in front of him can actually suppress a dragon of the same level, which is really terrifying. However, it is not that easy to defeat our dragon clan with just this. The green dragon suddenly roared towards the sky, the sound was louder than ever before. Lin Yi suddenly felt dizzy. Immune to dispel. The body's immune dispelling aura automatically activated, instantly dispelling the dizziness. The next moment, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the green dragon recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon is reborn. In a flash, the green dragon appeared in front of everyone again in its prime, its power not diminished at all. The health that had been reduced by more than half was restored to full value. Witnessing this scene, Wu Wolong and Xia Bin shook their heads helplessly and smiled bitterly. This is a real dragon. It's too difficult to defeat it one-on-one. It's almost impossible to do it at a low level. The onlookers looked at the green dragon who had returned to his peak, their eyes filled with horror. How is it possible? Can I live again? That's too shameless. Some people couldn't help but curse out loud. The old man who had been silent all the time with a worried look in his eyes slowly spoke. Not only does it have a second life, I heard that dragons have extremely strong vitality and can regenerate at least 3 times. I wonder how many times this green dragon can regenerate. Hiss. When everyone heard the old man's words, they all gasped. Giving birth once is bad enough, but how can you give birth several times? Oh my god, so shameless. At this moment, everyone wanted to rush in to help Lin Yi, their eyes full of worry. God Lin, can you handle it? Everyone knows that the cage-like spell is very powerful. But powerful spells also consume a lot of energy from the caster. Can Lin Yi's magic power sustain such a long battle? Everyone's heart was in suspense again. Lin Yi was also slightly surprised to see the green dragon recover to its peak state. Human boy, I admit that you are very strong, but the nobility of dragon blood is beyond your imagination. Come on, let's continue our fight. The green dragon roared and pounced again, with pride in its roar. Feeling the familiar attack method, the surprise in Lin Yi's eyes gradually disappeared. That's it. You think you can drag me down like this? You underestimate me. If someone else were to face this giant dragon that could regenerate multiple times, they might really despair. But Lin Yi felt the abundant magic power in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The magic value of up to 210,000 is enough for him to cast the earth prison with the highest consumption 200 times. You want to play consumption with me? As long as you don't have any new tricks, I'll kill you. I want to see how many times you can regenerate. The more times you regenerate, the more times I will kill you. Lin Yi is filled with pride. Quick teleport. Earth cage. The familiar scene was played out again. The green dragon was instantly imprisoned like a chick, and then was pierced continuously by the sword. Green blood gushed out of the blood holes, dripping into the swamp and even making a hissing sound. 295131 2713452. 6 seconds later, the green dragon escaped and launched another whirlwind attack. 315731. With skillful operation, 1/3 of the green dragon's health was immediately reduced. Seeing Lin Yi's relaxed look, everyone in Jiangqing's eyes lit up. FK, why do I feel like God Lin seems to be quite relaxed? Is this an illusion? I told you, God Lin is always trustworthy. What are you worried about? Bullshit, who was so scared that his legs were shaking like a sieve and he almost peed his pants. Everyone keep watching. I hope God Lin can always be so powerful. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi's earth cage skill was activated again, instantly restraining the green dragon that was trying to escape. It was firmly suppressed by an invisible force, and pierced through by sharp spikes. In the blink of an eye, the green dragon's health points were reduced by nearly 5 million. At this moment, the crowd was shocked. The cooldown time of Lin Yi's skills is so short. Xie Bin gasped and almost pulled his beard off in excitement. With the earth cage alone, Lin Yi's efficiency in killing monsters even exceeded that of a gold professional. It's not that his skill damage is more outrageous than that of a gold professional. Instead, while it takes others to cast one skill, he can cast 4, 5, or even more skills in a row. The accumulated power is extremely astonishing. If this guy goes to the battlefield in the future, he will definitely be a super killer and the nightmare of monsters. Xie Bin was determined to recruit Lin Yi into the Mage Association and even train him personally. He felt very happy when he thought about cultivating future giants with his own hands. Wu Wulong next to him snorted coldly, interrupting Xie Bin's fantasy. The two of them had their own thoughts and turned their eyes to the magic display screen. The dragon is reborn. The light burst out again, and the green dragon's damaged body quickly recovered to its best condition. This time, instead of being surprised, Lin Yi burst into laughter. I want to see how many times you can be reborn. The girls' faces showed obsession, and Cheng Muking and others' eyes even turned into heart shapes. Quick teleport. Lin Yi used the same trick again, flashing behind the green dragon, and then bombarded it with crazy spells. Soon there was another earth cage attack, hitting the vital point. The green dragon screamed continuously. Even though it could recover its life, the pain forced it to roar continuously. If it weren't for the rules of the trial tower requiring it to fight to the end, it would have escaped long ago. At this moment, the green dragon even regretted why he had so many chances to be reborn. Fewer rebirths can also reduce some pain. The human boy in front of me is not a human at all, he is a complete freak. Not to mention the terrifying casting speed, it seems to have no burden at all, which is outrageous. Once. Twice. 3 times. The green dragon was reborn 6 times. If it were someone else, they would have given up hope long ago. But Lin Yi was not tired at all, instead he seemed to be enjoying it. Whirlwind slash. The huge green wind blade whistled and spun, cutting through the void, leaving deep white marks, and slashed fiercely at the green dragon's head. The terrifying wind blade, which was over 20 meters long, directly cut off the green dragon's head. Dark green blood splashed like a fountain, dyeing the entire sky green. Watching the huge, ferocious head fly out and land on the swamp, Lin Yi seemed a little stunned, and even felt unsatisfied. Is that all? Hearing this, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. A second ago, everyone was still silently counting the number of times the green dragon was reborn, secretly worried about Lin Yi. But the next second, the terrifying green head flew high. Is this really over? Past the level? Really past it? Will this green dragon come back to life in the next second? People stood there in a daze, unable to believe what they saw. The body is trying hard to suppress trembling, for fear that excessive movement will ruin this dream. Until the golden light covered Lin Yi's whole body, the trial tower let out a long, deafening roar. People completely believed it. Lin Yi, I really finished the game. The handsome boy bathing in the golden rain really did it. Clear the trial tower. Since the tower was built, things that the people of Zhongcheng have never dared to imagine have now been accomplished by this young man. Zhongcheng was in a complete uproar. At this moment, the young man wrapped in golden light became the only one in the hearts of Zhongcheng people. I knew that God Lin would be able to do it. Lin Shen, you are my only God. Miracle, this is a miracle. The trial tower let out a long, deep cry that echoed throughout Zhongcheng. People took to the streets to share the good news with each other. This moment is a carnival for the people of Zhongcheng. The trial tower burst into brilliant golden light, covering every corner of the city. Bathed in the golden light, the fatigue of ordinary people disappears. Even diseases deep inside the body are greatly alleviated. Minor illnesses are cured directly and the body becomes extremely healthy. And for professionals, the benefits are equally huge. Some people found that they had been promoted to a higher level, while others had bursts of inspiration and their skill levels were improved. Both ordinary people and professionals gained huge benefits from this golden rain. And all this was brought by the young man named Lin Yi. Thank God Lin. I hope everything goes well for his future career, and that he will soon become a peerless powerhouse and protect the prosperity of our human race. Some people even knelt down in the direction of the trial tower to express their gratitude. Wu Wolong and Xia Bin, 2 epic bosses, were also infected by the atmosphere and couldn't help but smile. It can be foreseen that with this golden baptism, the future of Zhongcheng will undergo earth-shaking changes. The emergence of geniuses is no longer empty talk. This kid is definitely the true son of destiny. The two looked at each other, with determination in their eyes. As soon as Lin Yi comes out, he will be brought into his own power. At this point, the magic display screen was completely off. It is obvious that Lin Yi is receiving the reward after completing the level. Both of them were extremely curious about what this reward was. Chapter 55. As the magic screen slowly dimmed, people's curiosity reached its peak, but almost no one felt greedy. After all, being able to enjoy the gift of this golden rain and dew is already thanks to Lin Yi. On the 30th floor of the trial tower, Lin Yi was immersed in the golden rain alone. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi's experience bar rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level increased to LV29. In a blink of an eye, he was promoted to the next level. Level increased to LV30. Soon, upgrade again. Not only that, the 1.2 million experience points required for level 30 were quickly filled. Even the experience value reserve pool of 2.4 million has reached its upper limit. Only at this moment did the golden light stop pouring into Lin Yi's skin. Instead, it transformed into circles of slight whirlwinds, swirling around him. It seemed like they were celebrating or cheering. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He never expected that after passing the trial, the experience bar would be filled up directly. This means that once Lin Yi completes the silver level promotion task, you can become a silver professional and jump to LV32 in one fell swoop. How fast it is! In just one day, thanks to the help of the trial tower, Lin Yi's level jumped from LV21 to LV30. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Yi smiled. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yi is now crushing the silver professionals like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. After I got out, I started completing promotion tasks and became a silver professional, which is one step closer to becoming a gold professional. Then I can use the Arcanist's job change scroll. Besides, I will definitely be number 1 in Zhongcheng this time. Mom should tell me who broke into our house that year. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed across Lin Yi's eyes. He is not in a hurry, as his own growth rate is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It only takes a short while for those villains to be dealt with personally and make them pay for their mistakes. Oink oink. The sound of objects flying interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked at the golden blood drop closest to him. Blood of the Earth Tyrant. Level, Epic. Attributes, the blood of the giant dragon of the sacred realm, the Earth Tyrant, can make the subspecies of dragon undergo atavism and evolution. It's actually a diamond-level treasure. Lin Yi opened his eyes wide, thinking that the first 29 floors would be gold equipment, and the reward for the 30th floor would be diamond level at best. But I never expected that it was a treasure of epic level. Moreover, it was a drop of blood from a sacred dragon. The Earth Tyrant is obviously a giant dragon with Earth attribute, and the Holy Dragon is also a subspecies of dragon with Earth attribute. The two are a perfect match. Haha! Lin Yi laughed and said to Shenglong beside him, Xiaojin, it's time for you to change your destiny. At this time, the Holy Dragon was bathing in golden rain and dew. The level has reached LV30, and the size has exaggeratedly expanded to 30 meters. Although not as strong as the previous green dragon, the LV30 Golden Lord monster is undoubtedly a powerful assistant. What's more, the blood of the Earth Tyrant is right before our eyes. Lin Yi is excited to see how powerful Xiaojin will be once the transformation is complete. Ah! There was a light golden color in Xiaojin's eyes, and low growls continued to be heard. Lin Yi smiled calmly, go ahead, Xiaojin, don't let me down. Xiaojin's body turned into a beam of light and suddenly pounced towards the drop of golden blood in the void and swallowed it instantly. Roar! The violent dragon roar resounded through the sky, bringing up layers of air waves. As that drop of golden blood merged into his body, Xiaojin's dragon bloodline began to awaken. The body, which was already 30 meters long, began to lengthen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dragon blood and broken bones splattered like a rubber band being pulled hard, but were immediately repaired by the power of the Earth Tyrant's blood. Dragon blood continued to spurt from its front legs, and its limbs became thicker and more powerful, covered with golden scales. The changes in the hind legs are even more exaggerated, with the thick muscles continuing to expand. It is strong enough to support its huge body of nearly 60 meters, and sharp claws extend from between its toes. It seemed as if a light stroke could penetrate the mage's shield. The dragon's tail continued to lengthen, with golden barbs extending from the joints of the tail and body. SHH! The sound of flesh being torn echoed as a pair of golden wings stretched out from the back. One could feel the strong airflow just by flapping them gently. If these flesh wings flap at full speed, how fast will they be? Roar! The blood of the earth tyrant was completely digested, and Xiaojin also completed his transformation. Looking at Xiaojin, who is 60 meters tall, with muscular body and ferocious fangs, Lin Yi's eyes were full of admiration and he couldn't help laughing. Xiaojin, you must work hard to become someone who can rival the Earth Tyrant in the future. No, there is a being more powerful than the Earth Tyrant. Roar! Xiaojin roared in response. He knew very well that his master was extraordinary and he could not slack off at all. Immediately, Lin Yi opened Xiaojin's attribute panel. Earth Holy Dragon, Growth Stage. Level, LV30 Overlord Monster, Purple Gold. Health Value, 26 million. Attack Power, 310,000. Skills, Holy Dragon Breath, Tumbling Impact, Ground Spike Assault, Claw Tearing. There is no doubt that after Xiaojin transformed into the Holy Earth Dragon, he also joined the ranks of the Purple Gold Lord Monster. At this time, Xiaojin, even without taking into account the additional 20% gain of beast taming, its strength has surpassed that of the previous poisonous green dragon. If this gain is taken into account, the overwhelming advantage is obvious. Very good. Lin Yi stands on the broad back of a dragon and will fly on it in the future. Just imagining it is enough to make people excited. And this was only the first treasure he had obtained. The next item turned out to be a skill book. Fool's Mist. Level, Epic. Attributes, you can master it after learning it. The epic skill Fool's Mist is blessed by the Trial Tower and can be learned by any level. Hiss! Lin Yi's eyes widened. This was another epic treasure. If this were to be auctioned, it would be priceless, and it wouldn't be difficult to exchange it for dozens of epic equipment. Of course, only a fool would choose to sell. Lin Yi couldn't wait to clasp his hands together, and successfully learned the Fool's Mist. The talent is automatically activated, and Fool's Mist reaches maximum level instantly. Fool's Mist LV70, passively activated, can cover oneself with an invisible fog of fools, shielding the prying eyes of everyone below the god level, covering all surveillance and prediction methods such as insight, precognition, etc. Faced with the full-level Fool's Mist skill, Lin Yi was completely shocked. Then, there was uncontrollable ecstasy. If there is one thing that Lin Yi has always been most worried about, it is the exposure of his full-level talent. Although it may not be a bad thing, the inherent sense of unease prompts him to refuse to be spied on by others. Although the Hermit's mask has miraculous effects, it is useless in front of a truly strong person. Now, the full-level Fool's Mist has given Lin Yi a huge sense of security. Not only surveillance skills such as insight, but even precognition cannot predict the future. At least in the current human world, no one can see my attributes. Although this skill does not directly improve combat power. But even when faced with epic damage spells of the same level, Lin Yi would choose Fool's Mist without hesitation. After all, safety comes first. He didn't want to be suddenly captured by some legend or demigod and subjected to inhumane experiments. Lin Yi sighed again. This time, the Trial Tower was so worth it. Then, his attention turned to the last treasure. Invitation to the Tower of Babel. Grade, Special. Attributes, anyone holding this invitation can enter the legendary Tower of Babel and undergo extreme trials. Conditions, epic level and above professionals. Seeing this invitation, Lin Yi's breathing became rapid and his mind went blank. It's not that Lin Yi wasn't calm enough, it's just that the shock was too great. The Tower of Babel, that is the myth of becoming a god. According to legend, he passed the test of the Tower of Babel. It is even possible to be directly promoted to the legendary god among gods. Everyone knows that the Zhongcheng Trial Tower, and even all the trial towers in Huaxia country, were built in imitation of the Tongtian Divine Tower. It is said that it was built by the powerful men who entered the Tower of Babel in the past, fusing the treasures they obtained. Lin Yi never expected that after passing the Zhongcheng Trial Tower, he would receive an invitation to the Tongtian Divine Tower. This is a chance to reach the sky, don't miss it. It is not available yet, but once he is promoted to an epic professional, this will be a shortcut for him to improve rapidly. At this point, all the treasures in the Zhongcheng Trial Tower were counted, and Lin Yi was actually a little dazed. These 3 treasures, each more precious than the other, gave him an unreal feeling. It's time to go out. After a moment, Lin Yi took a deep breath and walked towards the golden teleportation array on the side. At this moment, in the Trial Tower Square, the night was deep, but the crowds were still there. Everyone looked forward to it, gazing at the faintly glowing Trial Tower. Lin Yi, the hero of Zhongcheng, is receiving his reward in the tower. They want to witness the hero's return. Suddenly, bursts of white light burst out from the Trial Tower. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a young figure appeared in front of the Trial Tower. In an instant, unprecedented thunderous cheers broke out. Lin Shen! Lin Shen! The overwhelming shouts shook the void like a tsunami. Everyone in the city heard the shout and knew that Lin Yi had come out of the Trial Tower. The scene was so shocking that even Wu Wulong and Xia Bin were stunned. The power of the voices of tens of thousands of people gathered together is beyond ordinary people's imagination. As soon as Lin Yi appeared, he was drowned by the overwhelming cheers. Hearing everyone calling his name, he was stunned at first. Then, a surge of excitement surged in my heart. Holding the victor's staff high, the boy's lips were filled with a smile. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the cheers in Zhongcheng gradually subsided. All the important figures were watching the young man who was surrounded by eager eyes. Even Han Boyan couldn't hide his envy. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yi will be the most prestigious person in Zhongcheng from now on. Even the city lord himself will be unable to match him. As the cheers gradually died down, 2 epic and peak figures appeared. Finally, unable to suppress his inner excitement, he flew to Lin Yi's side in an instant. Chapter 56. Hey, who are these 2 old gentlemen? I've been noticing that the city lord seems to respect them very much. Hiss. Even the city lord has this attitude? Could it be a visitor from White Tiger City? Oh my god! Has the reputation of Lin Shen reached that level? Of course, I have never heard of anyone in the surrounding cities being able to complete the entire Trial Tower. Do you think it is normal? Lin Shen is really awesome. He is worthy of being the superstar that Zhongcheng only sees once in a century. Everyone witnessed Wu Wulong and Xia Bin walking towards Lin Yi, and there was a lot of discussion around. Lin Yi's achievements are evident as he has been able to attract the attention of such a powerful person. At this moment, Lin Yi was also stunned. He didn't know who these 2 old men were, but he could feel that they were extremely powerful. Before he could open his mouth, 2 old men had already squeezed forward impatiently. Everyone was vying to speak first, and the atmosphere was tense. Hello, classmate Lin Yi, I am Wu Wulong, the vice president of White Tiger College, and I came here especially for you. If you are willing to join White Tiger College, not only will all tuition fees be waived, but you will also receive a generous entrance scholarship. Wu Wulong spoke first. After all, he was an epic warrior, and Xia Bin next to him couldn't squeeze past him. Lin Yi, I am Xia Bin, the 6th elder of the Mage Association. I believe you are smart enough to understand that the professional academy can only help you to a limited extent. You are also a mage, the Mage Association is definitely more suitable for you than the White Tiger Academy. Hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. White Tiger Academy? Mage Association? He was more familiar with the White Tiger Academy, one of the 5 top professional academies in Huaxia country, belonging to the White Tiger main city. Before his talent was awakened, joining the White Tiger Academy was his biggest dream. Because there are strong teachers and many epic professionals teaching, it is very helpful for the comprehension of professional skills. It is the dream place of countless professionals, including Lin Yi. As for the Mages Guild, to be honest, I know very little about it. It is only a well-known name. It is known that it is an organization where top mages gather and is well known throughout the country of Huaxia. After all, Lin Yi has only been a professional for a short time, so a lot of information is not comprehensive. Hello, two seniors. Lin Yi nodded politely, with a hint of alertness in his eyes. As soon as I came out of the trial tower, I was surrounded by two strangers and invited to join their forces. Anyone would be on guard. Who knows what they are up to? The two old men were stunned at the same time when they saw this. This script is wrong. Logically speaking, an epic master like myself should take action personally. Shouldn't the boy be excited and hesitant about which side to join? How can it be so peaceful? In such a contrast, their excitement is like playing the lute to a cow. City Lord Han Boyan was afraid of an awkward situation, so he quickly winked at Cheng Bassian. Cheng Bassian is the one who knows Lin Yi best here, so it would be most appropriate for him to come forward. Uncle Cheng. Seeing Cheng Bassian coming, Lin Yi smiled. The two old men's eyes lit up instantly, and they said quickly, "Hurry up and explain to this young man, we have no ill intentions, we just want to invite him." Hearing this, Cheng Bassian's scalp tingled. It was obvious that both of them wanted to recruit Lin Yi and they almost got into a fight just now. If inappropriate explanation angers either party, the consequences will be disastrous. He chose his words carefully and said gently, "Xiao Yi, Dean Wu, and Elder Xiet are both epic peak masters. I came to Zhongcheng this time because you passed the 26th floor of the trial tower. Therefore, I have obtained the qualification of a seated player. Don't worry, both adults sincerely invite you to join us. White Tiger College is the dream school for new professionals, and the Mage Association is also a holy place that mages yearn for. It's up to you to choose." Cheng Bassian skillfully introduced both sides and pointed out the characteristics of the two major forces at the same time, so as not to offend either side. Lin Yi felt relieved, because it turned out that it was because he passed the 26th level and obtained the seed qualification. So, they had been waiting here for a long time, and did not expect that they could successfully pass through. At this time, Wu Wolong spoke again, "I'll just call you Xiao Ai. You are from Zhongcheng, so you naturally know the importance of White Tiger Academy. Don't listen to old man Xie's nonsense. Our academy has a complete training plan. As long as you come, from now on, until you become an epic professional. We have carefully planned the equipment, skills, and promotion paths you need. I guarantee that you will at least become an epic warrior. As long as you work hard, becoming a legend is not impossible." Wu Wolong directly put forward the conditions. Suddenly, Han Boyan and others took a deep breath, their eyes full of envy. To an epic all-inclusive package. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart was also excited. But Xie Bin sneered and waved his hand, saying, "Is White Tiger Academy so petty? Let's not talk about other things, Lin boy. Coming to the Mage Association is not only about the epic level with all the resources available. When you advance to epic level, we will also give you 2 epic treasures. You can choose the equipment or skills you want. There are many mages in the association. If you have any ideas about who you want to study magic with, just tell me. I can even teach you personally. Not only that, it doesn't matter if your profession is an ordinary magician. When you are promoted to a gold professional, the association can directly provide you with a hidden professional transfer scroll to become an elemental mage." How? When Xie Bin's conditions came out, Han Boyan and others were even more shocked and felt jealous. This is really enviable. Epic treasure. Elemental mage job change scroll. Oh my god! This is so tempting. These conditions are much more severe than those of Wu Wolong. If Lin Yi agreed, he would be able to surpass the 4 major families in Zhongcheng in an instant. Feeling the admiration from all around, Xia Bin felt very proud. It can be said that he has played all his cards. Lin Yi was also a little dizzy from the sudden attention. Xia Bin said with a smile, "Young man, you should now understand the gap between White Tiger Academy and our Mage Association, right? What's there to hesitate about? If you miss this chance, there won't be another chance." Wu Wolong standing by was so angry that he almost spit fire. They actually proposed more favorable conditions based on his offer. Isn't this a clear demonstration? Finally, Wu Wolong couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "Old Xia, do you think I'm easy to bully? I'm going to chop off your old bones today." Wu Wolong drew out his giant sword and turned around to shout to Lin Yi, "Young man, our White Tiger Academy can also provide epic treasures. I can also help you find hidden job transfer scrolls, so you don't have to rush to make a decision." Xia Bin glared, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" After that, the 2 epic masters started to fight. "You hit my hip with your sword, and I will poke your waist with my staff. You pull my beard, I pull your ears." It was just like a street fight. The scene was extremely chaotic. It was obvious that the 2 bosses knew what was going on and did not use any extraordinary powers. Otherwise, the entire square would be razed to the ground. Oh my god, what did I see? 2 epic masters fighting over the god of forest. This is too cruel. Is the charm of God Lin so great? Everyone was amazed and had a more intuitive understanding of the extent of Lin Yi's evil. This is the man who can make the epic boss lower himself and fight for him. The celebrities and dignitaries of Zhongcheng stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Han Boyan was the first to come to his senses. He quickly hugged his teacher and signaled others to pull Xia Bin away. "Teacher, Elder Xia, please stop hitting me. If you keep fighting, Lin Yi will be scared away." At this time, Wu Wolong and Xia Bin were still pulling each other's beards, and they turned their heads abruptly when they heard this. I saw that Lin Yi was indeed retreating step by step, with a hint of panic in his eyes. Lin Yi was not afraid, but wanted to avoid this place. If one of these 2 guys gets unhappy and starts fighting, you'll be finished if they just use a skill. Seeing this, Wu Wolong and Xia Bin immediately stopped fighting and flashed in front of Lin Yi. "How about joining our White Tiger Academy, Mage Association?" Their eager eyes made the onlookers envious. Especially young talents like Han Feng and Nanggong Ling, they can't wait to replace him. Lin Yi took a deep breath and asked a key question first. "Dean Wu, Elder Xia, I want to ask you something. If I accept these conditions, what will it cost me?" Lin Yi was naturally tempted by these conditions, but he knew that things were not that simple. The 2 were speechless for a moment, and Xia Bin spoke first, "You don't need to risk your life. A genius like you is definitely a treasure of the Mage Association. You don't have to do anything before you become epic. After that, you need to complete some tasks assigned by the Mage Association. In addition, you need to serve in the Mage Association for 50 years, after which the rules will be much more relaxed. If you are worried, there is no need to worry. The association does not have too many restrictions. Only in critical situations is a mandatory recall necessary." Wu Wolong also nodded. White Tiger Academy's conditions are similar. In the early stages, you just need to focus on improving your strength. You will teach at the college for the next 50 years, but the courses will not take up too much of your time. At critical moments, you will be called upon to fight for the academy. The rest of the time you are free. Considering the lifespan of an epic warrior of 300 years, this is not excessive." The 2 answered very frankly. After all, once a contract is signed, it cannot be violated. For an organization to function properly, it must follow rules. Doing things as it pleases will not last long. As expected, if you are not related to me, no one would be willing to train you for nothing. The waves in Lin Yi's heart gradually calmed down, and he did not think it was unreasonable. If you can't create value, why should we waste resources to train you? The conditions offered by the White Tiger Academy and the Mage Association were indeed tempting, but they were not very attractive to him. Lin Yi's strength far exceeds that of his peers. He is fully capable of clearing dungeon secrets on his own and obtaining resources on his own. Therefore, it is not worth it to let Lin Yi give up 50 years of freedom for these resources. Moreover, the worst feeling is that of forced conscription at a critical moment, where one's fate is controlled by others. Once a contract is signed, it is not easy to violate it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. Thank you for the kindness of Dinwu and Elder Xiat. But I have dreamed of becoming a free adventurer since I was a child. Please forgive me, my lords. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Wu Wolong and Xia Bin looked at each other in disbelief. I thought that Lin Yi's choice would be either White Tiger Academy or the Mage Association. The result is a total rejection? Is this guy crazy? Chapter 57. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. He rejected all such tempting conditions. Hiss! Oh my god, what is Lin Shen doing? Two top forces are reaching out at the same time. If it were someone else, they would have been in a state of panic long ago. For God Lin, freedom is supreme. From the questions raised by Lin Yi, we can get a glimpse into his mentality, that he does not want to be bound by constraints. Han Feng and the others' eyes turned red, wishing they could take this God-given opportunity on behalf of Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Wu Wolong and Xia Bin only had eyes for Lin Yi and looked down on them. Han Boyan and others were also shocked and couldn't believe that Lin Yi would give up such a good opportunity. This is a springboard to an epic level. In addition, Lin Yi himself is gifted, so it is almost certain that he will enter the epic realm, and there is even a good chance that he will reach the legendary realm. It's nothing to save countless years of hard training and serve the organization for 50 years. If it were them, there would be almost no second choice, and at most they would hesitate between the two forces. Only Cheng Bassian sighed in his heart. He had been in close contact with Lin Yi before and knew a thing or two from their previous interactions. This young man appears to be low-key and humble on the surface, but he is actually very arrogant. This kind of person is proud and unwilling to be driven by others. From the moment Lin Yi asked that question, he vaguely guessed Lin Yi's choice. Wu Wolong and Xia Bin also stared at Lin Yi in a daze. Over the years, they have also extended olive branches to other talents, many of whom are comparable to Lin Yi. But it is rare for someone to refuse as resolutely as Lin Yi. They naturally understood that what Lin Yi pursued was freedom. In fact, compared to the epic lifespan of at least 300 years, the legendary lifespan is at least 1,000 years. 50 years is really insignificant. I went through this the same way back then. Xia Bin couldn't help but persuade him. He couldn't hide his love for this talented wizard. Wu Wolong also said, "That's right, most of the tasks of the White Tiger Academy are just to teach disciples, there are not many real dangers." Lin Yi knew this very well, and he was grateful for the kindness in the two people's words. "Thank you for your kindness, my lords. However, I have no plans to join any forces for the time being. If I achieve something one day, I might consider joining a certain force." Han Boyan and others on the side sighed and lamented. Although it was Lin Yi's personal choice, they could only worry. Little did they know that these seemingly generous conditions had no appeal to Lin Yi. With his full-level talent, he doesn't need to go to college for further studies. No matter how excellent the instructor is, he or she cannot keep up with the growth of one's own talent. Even the instructor's skills may not be as high as Lin Yi's level. What's more, with the Arcanist scroll, the Mage Guild became much less attractive to him. Lin Yi would rather explore the wilderness freely and experience the wonders of this world for herself. Well, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. If you change your mind in the future, the Mage Association will always welcome you. Xie Bin showed regret in his eyes as he handed over an old parchment scroll. He then opened a portal in the void and disappeared in a flash. Old Ghost Wu, go back by yourself. The epic strong man has his own pride. To do this is already the limit. How can he beg the juniors to join him in a humble manner? Seeing Xie Bin leaving alone, Wu Wulong cursed inwardly. He knew that this old fox was mad at him because he had competed with him for Lin Yi before. Turning back, Wu Wulong sighed, I agree with Cao Logui. You can come to me before the national trial. The conditions are negotiable. After he finished speaking, he also handed over a token. In recent years, the White Tiger Academy has been a little weaker, and he is indeed eager to recruit more talents for the academy. Fortunately, Lin Yi is from Zhongcheng after all. During the national trials, we will still fight in the name of the White Tiger main city. Wu Wulong remembered the purpose of this trip, the seated player spot. He slapped his forehead and said, by the way, this is your reward for passing the 26th floor of the trial tower. You have been selected as the seed player of the White Tiger City, and you will directly skip the White Tiger City professional competition. Here is the proof, keep it. Lin Yi was a little confused. Xie Bin's parchment, Wu Wulong's token and certificate all fell into his hands at once. When he heard the news about the seated player, he immediately reacted and couldn't help but smile. He had anticipated that the world would begin to merge again. This year's awakened professionals will usher in an unprecedented event. The Zhongcheng trial is just the beginning. The best will continue to participate in the main city professional competition, followed by the national trial. The rewards for this national trial are extremely generous, and the Council of Elders even took out legendary and even demigod-level treasures. It is undoubtedly a good thing that Lin Yi became a seeded player and went directly to the national trial. It is said that the outstanding candidates in the national trials will fight for the country and compete with the geniuses of the other 4 countries. Rumor has it that the showdown between these geniuses may even determine the fate of the country. Lin Yi expressed his sincere gratitude, thank you, President Wu. Wu Wulong waved his hand, the main purpose of this meeting had been achieved. Discovering Lin Yi's talent was just an unexpected gain. In 2 weeks, the main city professional competition will begin. Although you don't need to participate in person, the qualifying battle between seeded players is of great significance. If you can rank among the top, you will have an advantage in the national trials. You must keep this in mind. Lin Yi agreed repeatedly, okay, I'll remember it. Wu Wulong couldn't help but sighed, not joining the White Tiger Academy might be a blessing. If you can stand out in the national trials and become a rising star that everyone is paying attention to, there will be no shortage of resources. Come on, I look forward to your performance. Lin Yi's heart was filled with gratitude, and he nodded solemnly, thank you, Dean Wu, for your guidance. All right, see you in White Tiger City. Xiao Han, I'm leaving first. Why don't you come to the White Tiger City to see me? Why do you want me to come to you? Wu Wulong pretended to be angry and kicked Han Boyan lightly on the buttocks, obviously taking his anger out on him because of Lin Yi's rejection. Han Boyan smiled helplessly, teacher, I'll take you there. No need. With your dilly-dallying speed, bring the little guy here in a few days and I'll train him myself. After he finished speaking, Wu Wulong disappeared in an instant. As expected of an epic warrior, he possesses the mysterious ability to teleport. In an instant, the 2 epic warriors who had fought for Lin Yi disappeared without a trace, and the people around them were all in a trance. Lin Yi seemed calm and composed. The bystanders felt quite regretful and looked at Lin Yi with pity. Han Boyan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he chose to remain silent. After all, this was Lin Yi's own choice. After a moment, Han Boyan put on a smile again, Lin Yi, you not only broke the Zhongcheng record this time. He even cleared the entire process, making him the undisputed number 1 in Zhongcheng. Then, he turned to face the hundreds of thousands of spectators and said loudly, Everyone, I declare that the Zhongcheng trial has come to a successful conclusion. Next, we will award rewards to the top 3 teams. Lin Yi's team remained at the top of the list, Han Feng's team ranked second, and Gao Zhepeng's team ranked third. In full view of the crowd, standing on the podium that had been prepared long ago, almost all eyes were focused on Lin Yi. The others seemed to be supporting roles. In the past, Han Feng, who reached the 22nd floor, would also win countless cheers. But it pales in comparison to Lin Yi. The projection crystal recorded this moment. In the future, Lin Yi's name will surely become more and more popular. However, what made Lin Yi happiest were the 2 epic treasures. Examining the ring and runes in his hand, Lin Yi began to study them carefully. Ollie's ring. Level, epic. Attributes, spirit plus 5,600, magic points plus 120,000, with 10% spell blood sucking. Lin Yi's eyes widened, too strong. He originally thought that the epic ring could only be worn by at least a silver professional. I never thought that it would be an epic equipment that can be worn at level 30. This is simply incredible. He moved on to examine the next treasure. Fixed point teleportation rune. Level, epic. Attributes, can be fixed to one location, teleport within a range of 10,000 miles, will not suffer any damage when used, cooldown period is 5 days. Permanent teleportation rune. Lin Yi was ecstatic. Zhongcheng had really invested a lot of money this time, and the prize for first place was extremely valuable. For Lin Yi, this teleportation rune is so practical. Set up a teleportation point at home so you can return from future adventures in the wild. Get home instantly with one click, saving countless time. Lin Yi was secretly delighted, it's a life-saving artifact. Soon, all the ceremonies ended one after another. It was late at night and many processes were simplified. The audience gradually dispersed, and the Zhongcheng trial officially came to an end. Lin Yi was also completely relaxed. After more than 10 hours of fierce fighting and taking photos, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Finally, everything is settled. Han Boyan reminded him seriously, Lin Yi, I will notify you when the main city professional competition starts. In the remaining time, I will work hard to advance 1 or 2 levels and strive to perform well in the seeding qualifying matches. Half a month later, Han Feng, Gao Zhepeng and others will continue to participate in the preliminaries for professionals in the White Tiger main city. Han Boyan personally saw him off. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Yi is currently LV28. It seems unlikely to be promoted to a silver professional in half a month. But with Lin Yi's speed, reaching LV30 is not difficult. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi had quietly reached level 30. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, but of course he didn't want to reveal himself, and he would soon complete the promotion task. Lu Wangqing blushed and said shyly, Lin Yi, see you tomorrow. Cheng Muking smiled playfully, Lin Yi, I'll come to your house for dinner tomorrow. Good. Lin Yi nodded slightly and agreed. Cheng Bassian and Lu Jialiang smiled and said to Lin Yi, Lin boy, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Mu Qing and Wan Qing will bring it to you for me. The platinum equipment promised by the Gao family is on the way and will be delivered tomorrow. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but he didn't ask any more questions. Okay, then I'll wait and see. Thank you, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Lu. When I received the award just now, I became much more familiar with Lu Jialiang. After entertaining everyone, Lin Yi walked towards Yang Mei who had been waiting for a long time, feeling warm in his heart. No matter when, mother is always the one who accompanies you silently. Xiao Ai, mom is proud of you. Tears flashed in Yang Mei's eyes. She was more excited today than she had been in the past few decades. In fact, it was even stronger than when she was in love with Lin Zhenyi's. Lin Yi was filled with joy. No matter how much admiration she received from the outside world, it could not compare to her mother's recognition. Let's go home. Afterwards, the two of them got in the special car arranged by the city lord's mansion and slowly drove away. In the car, Yang Mei kept recounting how everyone praised Lin Yi today, and she seemed even happier than when they praised herself. Lin Yi listened happily, feeling peaceful in his heart. This is exactly the family love he wants to protect. He did not bring up any questions about the past at this moment. Now was not the best time. It's not too late to ask tomorrow. Chapter 58. The next day, early morning. The sunlight shone into the bedroom through the glass window, gently waking Lin Yi. Although it has only been 2 days since he moved here, he has quickly adapted to his new home. Lin Yi opened his eyes, feeling unprecedented comfort. Yesterday he reached the 30th floor of the Zhongcheng Trial Tower, which put both his physical and mental strength to a great test. At this moment, a deep and relaxing sleep makes him happy both physically and mentally. Xiaoai, come and have breakfast. As Lin Yi got up, Yang Mei's gentle call came from outside the door. Lin Yi inhaled gently, and a burst of fragrance invaded his nostrils. His eyes lit up and he stood up quickly. Since the improvement of living standards, whether it is eggs or pork, these are no longer the discounted products that you would see in supermarkets before. These are all special ingredients provided by Qinjia, which are delicious and nutritious. He took a bite of the fried egg, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and with his other hand he skillfully sprinkled chili powder and cumin on the grilled meat. It's delicious. Yang Mei's eyes flashed with relief, and she chuckled, eat slowly, kid, don't choke. There is also the fresh milk that Mu Qing sent me the day before yesterday. Remember to drink it, don't forget. Lin Yi nodded and started to enjoy breakfast. The two chatted occasionally, mostly with Yang Mei talking, and the content mostly revolved around Lin Yi's heroic performance in the trial tower yesterday. Upon waking up, people all over the city were celebrating yesterday's golden rain, and many businesses took the opportunity to offer discounts and promotions. Some people even suggested that the day be designated as a city festival exclusive to Zhongcheng. Citizens call it a miracle day and relevant bills are being prepared. Yang Mei's eyes are full of pride. Any mother would feel supreme pride when facing such outstanding children. You'd better not go out today, so as not to be surrounded by enthusiastic citizens. Also, Wangking and Mooking will be here later, and we'll have lunch together. Yang Mei instructed with a smile, then slowly carried the tableware to the kitchen. Crash! The sound of water was crisp, accompanied by the slightly heavy sound of bayberry. Xiaoai, Mom promised before that as long as you win first place in Zhongcheng, I will tell you the truth about the past. You have already done it, so Mom will not break her promise. Yang Mei had seen through Lin Yi and had been hesitant to speak for several times, so she took this opportunity to take the initiative to reveal the answer. The previous silence was just out of concern for Lin Yi's safety. However, yesterday's series of feats proved that his son's strength was strong enough to impress even the most powerful epic warriors. Promise Mom that no matter what you do, you will think twice before acting. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yi was stunned. She had never expected Yang Mei to bring up this matter on her own initiative. He nodded seriously and assured, Mom, don't worry, don't you know what kind of character I am? I will never act rashly without absolute certainty. Yang Mei took a deep breath. This was one of the reasons why she was willing to tell Lin Yi. Lin Yi was more mature and stable than his peers. It's blood-killing tower. The people who broke into our house back then were members of the blood-killing house. It was late one night half a year after your father left. I was pregnant with you and your grandmother took care of me. Several people wearing bloody masks and bloody cloaks suddenly broke in. They had a strong aura and ignored us. They just searched the house frantically. Yang Mei fell into memories, her body trembling slightly, and fear revealed in her eyes. The house was turned upside down and at first I didn't know what they were looking for. It was not until I occasionally heard them mention the scroll that I realized they were looking for something your father left for you. At that time, I knew that something might have happened to your father. Luckily, I hid it well and no one knew about it. They even wanted to attack us, but seemed to be stopped by some force and finally left quietly. Yang Mei's narration became more and more fluent, and the fear in her eyes gradually dissipated. She turned around and took out a scroll from the room. I didn't know their identities at the time, but I have a good memory and I noted the symbols on their clothes. I later learned that the bloody mask and bloody cloak were the symbols of the blood-killing house. Lin Yi perked up and took the scroll. In the scroll, small serrated blades were carved on the blood-red mask. I remember the leader very clearly. There was a ferocious tiger head pattern on the back of his blood-red cloak. It should be one of the 5-star killers of the bloody killing house. I don't know who it is. After saying all this, Yang Mei felt relieved. All these years, since Lin Yi's grandmother passed away, these secrets have been weighing on her mind. Now, I can finally get it off my chest. Lin Yi stared at the bloody mask and cloak in the painting, his eyes full of murderous intent. It is unforgivable to treat your own mother like this. If not for an unknown force that stopped the killers at the last moment, it might be questionable whether he could be reborn safely. The Blood Killing Building is a well-known top underground organization in Huaxia country, focusing on assassinations. Its scale and influence are no less than that of the Mages Association, and may even exceed it. Most members of the organization are assassins, but there are also other professionals who are good at assassination. The Blood Killing Tower accepts all kinds of bounty missions and never refuses them. There are 2 possibilities. First, someone issued the task through the Blood Killing Building in order to hide his identity. The mastermind behind the scenes is the most hateful one, and this person may have an inextricable relationship with my father. Secondly, if it was done by the Blood Killing Tower itself, then the solution will be more direct. In the future, I will personally uproot the Blood Killing Tower. Mom, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. This won't happen again. Lin Yi immediately suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and started chatting about trivial matters, trying to create a relaxing atmosphere. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was almost noon. Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing arrived as promised. Auntie, sorry to bother you. Lu Wangqing was as polite and considerate as ever. Cheng Muking said with a lively smile, Auntie, I'm here to eat again. Facing the 2 girls with very different personalities and charms in front of her, Yang Mei's eyes were full of smiles. Obviously, these 2 girls have a good impression of Lin Yi. It would be great if I could become the daughter-in-law of the family. Come on, Wangqing, Muking, come in. It's good that people are here. Why bring so many gifts? Yang Mei greeted the 2 with a smile, and Lin Yi also smiled beside her. He has always had few close friends at school. Wang Dong is the only desk mate he can talk to, let alone bring classmates home. Cheng Muking blinked and asked playfully, let's interview our genius Lin. What do you think of clearing the trial tower? Lu Wangqing seemed quiet, her eyes resting quietly on Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged lightly, I can only say that it's too easy, not challenging at all. This pretentious answer left the 2 girls speechless for a moment. I thought he would be humble, but I didn't expect him to be so calm and composed. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 2 couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Yang Mei in the kitchen also smiled as she heard it. Lin Yi greeted the 2 girls with a smile, and the 3 of them started chatting. When he learned that Han Feng was leaving for Beihu City that day, he was a little surprised, but didn't care much. After all, his path is different from others. Lu Wangqing continued, we will also set off tomorrow to study at White Tiger College. I hope to have the opportunity to stand out in the main city professional competition. Although the 2 of them passed the 29th floor with Lin Yi, the trial tower has a more precise judging mechanism to prevent easy wins. Therefore, although Lu Wangqing and her friends were qualified to participate in the competition, they were not seeded players like Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and smiled. Work hard in White Tiger Academy and strive to break through the bronze level and get close to my level as soon as possible. Both girls' cheeks blushed at the same time. After chatting for a while, seeing that Lin Yi was still calm, Cheng Muking couldn't help but complain, "How boring, Lin Yi, aren't you curious at all about the surprise my dad prepared for you?" Lin Yi laughed out loud. He had already seen through the two people's little tricks. He deliberately didn't ask, and instead Cheng Muking became the one who became anxious. "Tell me about it." Seeing that teasing failed, Cheng Muking curled his lips and took out a ring from his storage bracelet. Then, Lu Wangqing also took out one. "Yesterday, the patriarch of the Gao family made a bet with my father and Uncle Cheng." Lin Yi was amazed after hearing this. The Gao family is really at a loss. "I killed 6 of the Lord's pets and they also lost 4 platinum equipment." Lin Yi gladly accepted the kindness of the two families and took the ring. "One is silver and the other is fiery red, they look like a pair." Frost ring. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Spirit plus 4200, with the skill Frost Heart. After activation, ice magic damage increases by 30%. Lava ring. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Spirit plus 4200, with the skill Lava Heart. After activation, fire magic damage increases by 30%. Do you feel that this ring is like proof that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Lu sold you to me? Faced with Lin Yi's direct words, even the cheerful Cheng Muking couldn't help blushing. The two girls ran to the kitchen like frightened rabbits, and Lin Yi laughed loudly behind them. It seems that owning two beauties is also a good choice. Throughout the lunch, Cheng Muking and Lu Wangqing didn't dare to look directly at Lin Yi. However, the overall atmosphere was still very harmonious, and Yang Mei became more and more fond of these two girls. "Please come to play here often in the future." After lunch, Yang Mei smiled and saw the two off. They had to go back and prepare their luggage and set off for Beihu City tomorrow. Lin Yi stretched and went out as well. He had a full schedule today, so he put on a hermit mask to prevent any accidents, and then went to Cheng's house first. There are two main things to do. First, he entrusted Cheng Bassian to secretly send guards to protect his mother. Although he became famous for passing the Zhongcheng Trial Tower, there were always people who might take risks, and with Chenjia's protection, he would be safe. The second is to ask Cheng Bassian to help find out the news about the blood-killing tower. Although it is too early, it is always better to prepare for a rainy day. Cheng Bassian didn't ask many questions, as he had already regarded Lin Yi as his future son-in-law. The fate of starting a family is completely tied to Lin Yi. After leaving Cheng's family, he went to Liu's family again. Lu Jialiang agreed to the same agreement. Now that the matter was settled, Lin Yi felt relieved. "You can be promoted to a silver professional without any worries." Without hesitation, he immediately set out for Jiangqing's career advancement steel. Promotion to silver is different from iron and bronze. In addition to the usual requirements, you also need to complete specific promotion tasks. This is the will of the world, a test for human professionals. Chapter 59. Early human professionals had no significant advantages over those monsters. To be honest, the reason why humans are superior to low-level monsters is simply because they have more wisdom and skills. However, once you step into the silver field, the will of the world will bestow a silver halo. Different professions have different silver halo effects. Some people's auras can double their health points, some people's magic energy can increase dramatically, and some people's skill damage can soar. Because of this, silver professionals have become a small elite group among humans. But the road to transformation is never easy, and the worlds will set tests for the promotion of silver professionals. After the other three conditions are met, receive the task at the Career Promotion Monument. After completing the task, you can successfully advance under the protection of the world's will. Lin Yi quickly moved towards the promotion monument, wearing the hermit mask. Soon, we arrived at the promotion monument square. A huge stone tablet stands before you, engraved with intricate totems and emitting a golden glow. No need for close contact, just communication through the mind is enough. If a professional reaches the required experience points and skill level, he can receive a silver promotion mission. Do you want to accept it immediately? Lin Yi did not hesitate. Accept. However, the next moment, the expected task announcement did not come, but instead asked. It was detected that the professional was holding the Platinum Treasure Wind Spirit card. The promotion task has been changed. Complete the special promotion mission and you will get a more powerful silver halo. Do you agree to the change? Lin Yi was startled, then his eyes flashed with ecstasy. He actually encountered a special promotion task. It is recorded in textbooks that some people are said to have amazing fortunes. When you are promoted, you will be paid special attention by the world will, and the regular promotion tasks will be replaced by special tasks. The difficulty increases dramatically, but the rewards are also extremely rich. The aura after being promoted to silver is even more powerful. Others may only enjoy one bonus, but you may have double or even triple. For Lin Yi, difficulty was never a problem, and he immediately said firmly, choose task change. Professional chooses to change the promotion task. Special promotion task is issued, Redemption of the Wind Spirit. In the soul-breaking mountains, a group of wind elves are now in trouble. Saving them and winning their recognition will be considered mission accomplished. Redemption of the Wind Spirit. Gain the recognition of the Wind Spirit. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, remembering that after he destroyed the bloodwolf mercenaries, he obtained the treasure elf tears, which could accelerate the comprehension of wind skills. But what is more important to Lin Yi is that he won the favor of the Wind Spirit. Luckily I didn't sell it. The key right now is to find clues about the Wind Spirit. I've asked Brother Zhang and Uncle Cheng to keep an eye on the situation. Since the bloodwolf was able to encounter the Wind Spirit on the outskirts of the soul-breaking mountains, it shouldn't be difficult to find. No rush, take your time. Lin Yi is cautious in his heart, as special promotion tasks come with opportunities and risks. You need to collect sufficient intelligence, acting blindly will only lead to your own destruction. It would take months or even years for ordinary people to complete ordinary promotion tasks, and it might not be successful. He was prepared to spend time on this. Leaving the promotion monument, Lin Yi turned and walked towards the Wanbao Pavilion. This time the equipment was fully upgraded, and the old equipment was sold off to prepare skill books and other supplies for promotion to silver. When setting out for the soul-breaking mountains, outdoor adventure supplies are essential. Including tracking powder, blood replenishing potions, disposable protective formations, etc. The Wanbao Pavilion in Zhongcheng is much more luxurious than the one in Wolong Town. The golden dragon sculpture at the door was lifelike and seemed to be roaring in the air, which amazed Lin Yi. Zhang Fu, who learned the news, was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, he hurriedly pulled Lin Yi into the elegant room. Little brother, you are truly a god. Not only did he break the historical record of Zhongcheng, but he also passed the entire trial tower. I was there yesterday and my blood was boiling. Zhang Fu's eyes were full of admiration. He was glad that he had invested in Lin Yi when he was in Wolong Town. Otherwise, how could he quickly take the second seat in Zhongcheng? Last night, Zhongcheng, the general manager of Wanbao Pavilion, returned and learned about the relationship between Zhang Fu and Lin Yi. He was directly promoted to the second-in-command position, specifically serving Lin Yi. It can be predicted that at this rate, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to the top leader in the future. Lin Yi is undoubtedly Zhang Fu's benefactor. Hearing Zhang Fu's sincere admiration, Lin Yi smiled in response. Brother Zhang, you are overpraising me. I am just a little luckier. Zhang Fu's eyes were full of admiration. If nothing else, I am lucky to be able to call you Brother Lin. I am today because of you. He knew his position clearly and held Lin Yi's thighs tightly. This person will surely become a legendary powerful person in the future, even a god-level person. Zhang Fu continued to make his position clear, you're welcome. If you need my help in the future, just say a word. I used the highest authority to apply for a black gold dragon card for you this time with the card I gave you before. Not only can you enjoy 20% off on goods, but you can also overdraw 1 billion Huaxia coins. And you will enjoy the confidentiality of Wanbao Pavilion's intelligence. Wanbao Pavilion will no longer sell any information about you. As a businessman, Zhang Fu is very serious and unambiguous. Every benefit of the Black Gold Dragon card makes Lin Yi's eyes light up. The last item is what he values most. Wanbao Pavilion will no longer sell any information about him. Not only that, Zhang Fu said, there is one more thing. Didn't I ask you to help me find the trace of the wind spirit before? I just got promoted to Deputy General Manager, so I used my authority to investigate, and I got some news. At this moment, Lin Yi was really excited. I originally planned to get some information, but unexpectedly Zhang Fu took the initiative to find clues for me. Where is the wind spirit now? Seeing this, Zhang Fu felt relieved, thinking that it seemed that he had made the right move. Someone once witnessed a small group of elves getting into a conflict with others near Camp 88 in the Soul-Breaking Mountains. This is the blood sample and hair of the elves that I managed to collect. After saying that, Zhang Fu took out a transparent crystal box from the side. The blue blood and dark green hair in the box exude a strong power of wind element. Lin Yi took it, and several strategies for tracking the wind spirit emerged in his mind. The most direct way is magic. Just as he was about to ask, Zhang Fu took out a skill book with a smile. This book, Tracking Technique, only needs a little blood and hair to locate the approximate location of the target. Brother Lin, if you need it, just take it. Lin Yi felt warm in his heart, and his satisfaction with Zhang Fu increased a little more. It's really nice to have such a caring assistant. How can I get the skill book for free? I just happened to have a batch of equipment to deal with, so I deducted it from the amount. Although he is not as rich as a country, Lin Yi's wealth should not be underestimated. He solemnly put away the tracking technique and the blood and hair samples of the wind elf, and decided to make a quick decision so as not to miss any clues about the wind elf this time. This concerns his promotion task and there is no room for any mistake. Without further ado, Lin Yi immediately took out various equipment from the winner's pendant, including the once famous Netherworld robe. Are you going to sell all this equipment? Zhang Fu's arms trembled slightly. There were many gold equipments among them, and the worst was silver, which could be called a windfall. Brother Lin, are you in a hurry to take action? Lin Yi was slightly confused and shook his head slightly. Zhang Fu spoke quickly, it's best not to rush. Brother Lin, you may not realize your influence. These equipments, such as the Netherworld robe, symbolize your unique identity as the Shadow Demon Lord. I plan to hold an auction in Zhongcheng, and I'm sure it will fetch an unimaginable price. Maybe I can even exchange it for epic equipment. It sounds incredible that gold equipment is sold at epic prices. But this is the celebrity effect. As a genius that only appears once in a century in Zhongcheng, naturally there are people willing to pay for it. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. Brother, you take care of it. Please help me prepare some silver spells and I will slowly select them later. One more thing, help me get some information about the bloody killing tower. Zhang Fu was shocked, then nodded, and said, I will keep an eye on it. When I meet with the high-level officials from other cities in a few days, I will secretly inquire about your whereabouts and will never reveal your whereabouts. Lin Yi nodded. The required expenses will be paid from the equipment I sell. Don't worry, just take your time. The two said nothing more, for the wise man knew what to do. Afterwards, Lin Yi bought some outdoor adventure supplies from Zhang Fu and left quietly. Before setting off for the soul-breaking mountains, he had to go home. Unconsciously, Zhang Fu's role seemed to gradually become that of Lin Yi's retainer. If Lin Yi establishes a family and power in the future, Zhang Fu will definitely be one of the first followers. Just as Lin Yi was about to go to the Broken Soul Mountains. A luxurious manor somewhere in Zhongcheng, although not as profound as Qinjia Manor, is equally gorgeous, fully demonstrating the wealth and status of its owner. You know, not every golden professional can build such a family business. At this moment, everyone in the Li family was trembling, not daring to breathe. The depressing atmosphere made people feel uneasy. Li Jun sat in the first seat, his face full of grief. Yesterday, his only son died in the trial tower. It was like a bolt from the blue, and it tore his heart. Although Kuonger has a bad temper and mediocre strength, the treasures I gave him are enough to save his life. He will never die in the trial tower. Although there have been deaths among trial participants in previous years, they were mostly civilians who were poorly equipped. It is extremely rare to see a noble child like this. Someone must have done it. Someone killed Kuonger. Li Jun's eyes flashed with ferocity. Have you checked all those who have had conflicts with Kuonger in the past month? The butler beside him trembled and swallowed his saliva. It has been found out that the young master has had conflicts with 80 people in 1 month. But most of them are just verbal disputes, and there are only a handful of people who are capable of killing the young master. But there is one person who is very suspicious. Who? Li Jun clenched his fists, and his knuckles made crackling sounds. Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who broke the record yesterday. Yes, someone witnessed that Lin Yi had an argument with the young master before entering the trial tower. Lin Yi even used magic to attack the young master, apparently because the young master insulted his mother. It now appears that Lin Yi is the most likely suspect, as he has both the ability and the motive. Li Jun said word by word, "Okay, continue investigating. If it's really him, even if he is a hero of Zhongcheng, I will make this hero pay the price. Go to Wanbao Pavilion to buy information about him." The housekeeper looked embarrassed and said helplessly, "I went there this morning, and Wanbao Pavilion refused to sell it." Li Jun narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Then please ask the blood-killing tower. Let them track down Lin Yi's whereabouts. There are some things that are inconvenient for you to do yourself, but if you let the killers from the blood-killing tower do it, there won't be so many concerns." At this moment, Lin Yi didn't know that he had been targeted by Li Jun. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care too much. From the moment Li Kuang was killed, he had anticipated the confrontation with this golden professional, and that's why he asked the Cheng Lu family to protect his mother. After explaining things to Yang Mei, Lin Yi went directly to the Broken Soul Mountains.